Chapter 1. A three-point experience card to start. Los Angeles Staples Center. Wang Yi, clad in the Lakers' #1 jersey, occupies the far end of the bench, a position whimsically dubbed the water cooler guard's exclusive spot. He is hardly even that, for the team has only signed him to a 10-day contract. Once this game concludes, he must pack his belongings and depart. Yet he refuses to surrender. Even if there is but a sliver of an opportunity, he will cling to it tenaciously. His gaze is fixed intently on the court, though he steals glances at the head coach from time to time. The dismal shooting statistic of 3 out of 18 attempts from beyond the arc is particularly glaring. In stark contrast, the Warriors' star player, Curry, has unleashed his prowess, hitting 11 out of 15 three-pointers. His performance alone has overshadowed the entire Lakers team from beyond the arc. With the gap widening, the Lakers' head coach has already benched key players like James and Davis. James, with his head bowed, is absorbed in the habitual act of chewing on his fingernails, a telltale sign of his discontent. Davis, while ostensibly watching the game, seems lost in thought, his focus clearly elsewhere. Amidst this disheartening atmosphere, however, Wang Yi's nerves begin to tighten. Over the past 2 years, he has wandered from team to team. Finally, he has secured a 10-day contract with the Lakers. Now, he finds himself on the last day of that contract. For a player in his position, opportunities typically arise only during garbage time. He must seize this rare chance to deliver a standout performance, one that could earn him a second 10-day contract. At last, with 5 minutes remaining, the Lakers trail by 35 points. The head coach shakes his head in resignation, his gaze sweeping across the bench. It settles on Wang Yi. Throughout these 10 days, despite his average talent, this young man from the East has yet to be granted any playing time. However, his diligent efforts in training and his humble demeanor have endeared him to the head coach. Tonight marks the final evening of his 10-day contract, and it is time to afford him an opportunity to shine. While it is certain that the Lakers will not offer him a second 10-day contract, a chance to demonstrate his abilities might attract the attention of other teams and secure him future employment, though the odds of that happening are almost negligible. With that thought lingering, the head coach beckons Wang Yi. Wang, it's your time to shine. Half of Wang Yi's attention is already on the head coach. Upon hearing the call, a rush of adrenaline surges through him, igniting a fervent zeal within. He springs to his feet. It has been 3 months since he last set foot on the court. At long last, he stands once more on the hallowed ground of his dreams, a pursuit spanning over 20 years. Just then, as his feet touch the polished floor of Staples Center, a cold, mechanical voice echoes in his mind. Host has gained the opportunity to play for the Lakers. Sign-in system activated. Would you like to sign in immediately? Wang Yi pauses momentarily, taken aback. Yet, as the game unfolds, there is no time for contemplation. Involuntarily, he responds in his mind. Sign in. Sign in successful. Sign in reward. 1 super 3-point experience card. The cold, mechanical voice reverberates in his consciousness once more. Wang Yi hesitates again, eager to delve deeper into this revelation. However, the referee gestures impatiently for him to hurry. With no choice, he jogs onto the court. Meanwhile, across the ocean in a 10-cent NBA live broadcast, 2 commentators briefly mention Wang Yi's entry. Our player, Wang Yi, has stepped onto the court. Let's see how he performs. It is a mere passing mention. After all, Wang Yi has meandered through 8 different teams during his 2 years in the NBA. Due to the lack of opportunities afforded by coaches, he has failed to establish his worth on any team. Thus, even the commentators harbor little optimism for Wang Yi. The live chat is rife with derision. Seeing this guy as soon as I enter the live stream. What bad luck. Remember the last time he was left flat-foot? What a disgrace. He's embarrassed himself overseas. He should just go back home already. Initially, when Wang Yi entered the NBA, expectations were high. Domestic fans lauded him to the skies. However, subsequent wrist injuries during training and lackluster performances on the court led to his downfall. Coupled with the inherent bias many NBA coaches hold against players from the East, opportunities remained elusive. Gradually, he became an outcast. Many fans turned to vitriol, wishing nothing less than his utter humiliation. Of course, some understood his plight, but their numbers paled in comparison to the critics. At this moment, in Staples Center, the Lakers prepare for a throw-in. As a shooting guard, Wang Yi moves to the Lakers' half after the throw-in. The Lakers players on the court, who are not typically seen in garbage time, are eager to seize their moment. None are inclined to collaborate. In 2 possessions, each of the 4 players has attempted a shot, yet none found the net. Instead, the deficit has widened to an alarming 35 points. Finally, during the 3rd offensive possession, the ball lands in Wang Yi's hands at the 3-point arc. As soon as he receives the ball, a surge of energy courses through him. He feels invigorated, fueled by his passion for basketball. Noticing the defender standing languidly before him, he acts without hesitation, leaping into the air. His shooting form is flawless, with a picturesque lean. The basketball arcs beautifully through the air. Swish! It finds nothing but net. A splendid three-pointer. Yet, this moment barely registers with anyone. In light of the substantial 30-plus point deficit, this solitary three-pointer is but a drop in the bucket. In the stands, a third of the audience has already departed. The remaining spectators mostly engage in idle chatter or are glued to their phones. Across the ocean, in the 10-cent live broadcast, the two commentators converse about team rankings. They fail to notice Wang Yi's impressive three-pointer. The chat is instead filled with sarcastic remarks. Oh, he actually made a three-pointer must have been a stroke of luck. Don't talk about luck. If he makes 2 more three-pointers, he'll eat my hat. The game progresses. After the Warriors miss a shot, the Lakers seize the opportunity to counter. However, after a miscommunication between 2 Lakers players, they nearly lose possession to the Warriors. Fortunately, by sheer luck, the ball veers toward Wang Yi. At the three-point arc once more, he seizes the ball without a moment's hesitation. He launches the shot. Tonight represents his final chance to make an impression. If he does not give it his all, he may never play in the NBA again after this contract ends. If that occurs, not only his dreams, but also his very livelihood may be at stake, as his current situation is already precarious. Swish! The three-pointer sails through the air. Once again, it finds nothing but net. The score now stands at 86 to 115, narrowing the gap to 29 points. Yet, this three-pointer still fails to stir any excitement among the crowd. Only the Lakers' head coach claps enthusiastically, offering Wang Yi encouragement. James, too, has ceased gnawing on his nails. He joins in to applaud Wang Yi, embodying the role of a supportive team leader eager to uplift a teammate's commendable performance. Following this, the Warriors falter in their offense. The Lakers launch a fast break. Wang Yi sprints forward, positioning himself in the corner. The Lakers' point guard attempts a layup, but the Warriors' defense is quick to respond. The Warriors' center blocks the path to the basket. In a moment of instinct, the point guard passes the ball to Wang Yi. It is a basic principle of a point guard to pass to the player who is hot. Wang Yi, undeterred, rises to take the shot. Bam! The three-pointer strikes the rim with a resounding thud. Wang Yi's heart sinks. Fortunately, the ball ricochets off the backboard. After bouncing off the rim several times, it finally drops in. 89 to 115, the Lakers have closed the gap to just 26 points. This time, a few scattered applause can be heard from the audience. In under a minute, Wang Yi has sunk 3 consecutive three-pointers, astonishing them slightly. Yet, that is the extent of their reaction. In the 10-cent NBA live broadcast, fans begin to rally in the chat. Another 2 three-pointers made. Where's that guy who was talking trash earlier? Come out. Yet, the trash talker has long since vanished. The Warriors' head coach promptly called for a timeout. Though this Chinese player had scored 9 consecutive points, it seemed a mere drop in the bucket. Nevertheless, for the sake of precaution, he felt compelled to briefly discuss the defensive strategy against this Chinese player. Summoning his team, he pointed to the most formidable defender among the substitutes, a player with an impressive afro, and instructed, "You are to closely guard that Lakers' #1 player. Allow him a drive, but do not let him shoot a three-pointer. Do you understand?" The afro-haired player shot a disdainful, sidelong glance at the distant Eastern player, a smirk playing on his lips. Nodding, he replied, "Rest assured, coach. He'll make him cry for his mother as he crawls back to the East." On the Lakers side, the head coach succinctly outlined the strategy for his players. "You will set screens for Wang. Wang, take the three-pointer whenever the opportunity arises, and do so decisively." He was encouraging Wang Yi. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi felt a warmth blossom in his heart. This was the first time since joining the NBA that a head coach had proactively devised a strategy for him. Even though it was merely a straightforward screenplay, it excited him nonetheless. He nodded emphatically, his eyes shimmering with fervor. However, after agreeing, a flicker of unease crept into his heart. His right wrist had yet to fully recover from injury. After that last three-point attempt, he had felt a distinct pain in his wrist. It was this discomfort that had nearly caused the shot to bounce off the rim. If he were to attempt another three-pointer, not only would the injury worsen, but failing to make the shot would severely hinder his chances of securing future employment. Moreover, the Warriors would undoubtedly tighten their defense against his three-point shooting. In such circumstances, how could he manage to hit a three-pointer while injured? Furrowing his brow, he pondered how to navigate his current predicament. At that moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The Super Three-Point Experience card. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Yi recalled the Super Three-Point Experience card he had received earlier. Due to time constraints, he hadn't had the opportunity to examine it closely. In fact, he hadn't utilized the card for his previous three-point attempts. Those were simply the results of his diligent practice, coupled with a stroke of luck. Now, with an injury and knowing that his opponents would closely guard him, he might as well test the capabilities of this experience card. With that in mind, he mentally uttered, "Activate the super three-point experience card." A cold, mechanical voice resonated once more in his mind. Using the three-point experience card will elevate your three-point shooting accuracy to 80, valid for 5 minutes. Wang Yi's heart leapt at this revelation. His right fist clenched tightly. This super three-point experience card had arrived just in the nick of time. At that moment, the team's leader, LeBron James, approached him, clasping Wang Yi's palm. With a hearty slap, he playfully ruffled Wang Yi's forehead. Then, mimicking the action of checking his temperature with an electronic thermometer on Wang Yi's palm, he quipped, "Your hand is so warm you're not coming down with a fever, are you?" This playful gesture elicited laughter from the previously somber players around them. LeBron then patted Wang Yi on the shoulder. "Hey, brother, I like that three-pointer of yours, but I'm looking forward to seeing more." Wang Yi nodded, standing tall with confidence as he replied, "You will see more." Meanwhile, in the 10-cent broadcast booth, two commentators were reviewing the game's progress. Let's take a look at the scoring of the Lakers players. LeBron with 23 points, AD with 28, and Wang Yi with 9 points. At this juncture, the commentator paused slightly. "Did I just hear that correctly? Our player Wang Yi has already scored 9 points?" The other commentator responded, "Earlier, he made 2 or perhaps 3 three-pointers." "Let me verify. Yes, it was 3 three-pointers. He shot 3 for 3, which is quite impressive. 9 points. This marks Wang Yi's highest single game score since entering the NBA. Let's see if he can make another three-pointer." However, with his wrist injury, that last three-pointer didn't seem very smooth. He might refrain from attempting another, as shooting threes places significant strain on his wrist. As they spoke, the game resumed. The Warriors executed a passing play that resulted in 2 points, widening the gap to 28 points. Turning back, the Lakers launched another offensive. The Afro-hair player from the Warriors clung tightly to Wang Yi. The coach had instructed him to guard this Eastern player closely, and he intended to make him cry. Muttering incessantly, he spewed trash talk. "Eastern player, with your fragile physique, can you even throw a three-pointer? Give a rest. Don't worry, it'll stick to you like glue, making you whimper like a child." Wang Yi paid no heed to his taunts. He preferred to let his performance speak for itself. Following the coach's tactical directive, he navigated around a screen and received the ball at the arc once more. The Afro-hair player was hot on his heels. Wang Yi had only a fleeting moment to shoot. Without a moment's hesitation, he halted abruptly. He leapt. He raised his arm. He flicked his wrist. He released the ball. The sequence unfolded seamlessly, as smooth as silk. Though the pain in his wrist had intensified, his shooting form remained impeccable. Whoosh! The basketball sailed past the fingertips of the Afro-haired player's outstretched hand. Under the spotlight, it traced an orange arc through the air. Swish! The ball swished cleanly through the center of the hoop, sending up a spray of white netting. Wang Yi retracted his right hand, glancing at the Afro-haired player. He clenched his fist tightly. A mysterious smile had already crept onto his lips. Though that last attempt had aggravated his wrist further, the enhancement from the super three-point experience card had provided him with an exhilarating shooting sensation. The moment he released the ball, he knew it would find its mark. Is this what it feels like to be a three-point sharpshooter? Wang Yi couldn't help but glance at Curry on the Warriors bench. At that moment, Curry seemed to glance back at Wang Yi, seemingly intrigued. The Afro-haired player, noticing this, continued to trail Wang Yi, incessantly chattering. "I am your opponent. Don't get confused. From now on, he'll defend you so relentlessly that you'll question your very existence. He'll make you crawl back to your country in tears." Wang Yi, without turning around, offered a rare retort. "He'll shoot until you're silenced." He refrained from saying more, but his words only fueled the Afro-haired player's determination. Trailing Wang Yi, he continued to hurl insults. After that remark, Wang Yi fell silent, choosing to let his actions speak for themselves. It was akin to merely hearing a few barks from a dog. At this moment, thanks to Wang Yi's 4 three-pointers, the deficit had narrowed to 25 points. The transition from a 35-point gap to just 25 felt almost instantaneous. On the sidelines, the Lakers players had all risen to their feet, even if they were to lose tonight. Wang Yi's remarkable feat of 4 three-pointers within a mere minute and a half was nothing short of astonishing. In the next play, the Warriors failed to score. As the Lakers initiated their offense, Wang Yi called for the ball as soon as he crossed half-court. His performance had already captivated the Lakers' point guard, leading the ball to naturally find its way into his hands. Meanwhile, the Warriors player with the explosive hairstyle was closing in. Wang Yi, utilizing a teammate's cover, dribbled forward a step. The explosive-haired player was momentarily obstructed, creating a slight gap in distance. At this moment, Wang Yi stood 2 meters away from the three-point line. A twinge of pain had begun to radiate from his wrist. If he continued to dribble, the explosive player would soon catch up to him. There was no time for contemplation. He halted abruptly, lifted the ball, flicked his wrist, and released it. Swish. The three-pointer was successful. The deficit was now 22 points. A third of the audience erupted in cheers. Though less than 3 minutes remained and the gap was still substantial, this Eastern man had made 5 consecutive three-pointers, reigniting their fervor. What a formidable player. He was none other than Curry of the Lakers. How had I never seen him before? What is his name? He is a 10-day contract player for the Lakers, though I am unaware of his name. As the ball swished through the net, Wang Yi felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. His confidence soared to new heights. In that instant, he perceived the hoop as vast as the ocean. No matter how he shot, the ball would obediently find its way into the basket. On the Warriors bench, Curry's eyes sparkled. As a historically great three-point shooter and a pioneer of the small ball era, witnessing another player sink 5 consecutive three-pointers ignited his competitive spirit. He yearned for an opportunity to face this individual on the court. However, when he glanced at the head coach, he noticed a subtle shake of the head. They were assured of victory in this match, and there was no need for Curry to take the court again. In the next possession, the Warriors once again missed a three-pointer, granting the Lakers an opportunity to attack. After halftime, Wang Yi once again called for the ball. This time, the player with the afro had learned his lesson, positioning himself 2 meters away from the three-point line before Wang Yi could receive the pass, denying him any opportunity to shoot. As Wang Yi dribbled the ball, a slight movement exacerbated the pain in his right wrist. Observing Wang Yi's momentary hesitation, the player with the flamboyant hairstyle felt invigorated. He clapped his hands loudly, exaggeratedly gesturing to Wang Yi. "Come on, if you're brave enough, make another shot. I wager $100 that you won't score this time." Such trash talk serves as a psychological tactic. Shooting, especially from beyond the arc, is a scoring method that heavily tests one's mental fortitude. A slight shift in mentality can lead to a distortion in technique, and with a flawed form, success in scoring becomes virtually impossible. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi felt a surge of determination. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his right wrist and continued to dribble the ball. However, instead of advancing, he retreated 3 steps, precisely positioning himself on the mid-court line. The player with the flamboyant hairstyle, upon noticing this, flashed a broad grin and laughed heartily. "Mid-court? A logo three-pointer? Do you fancy yourself a Stephen Curry? Ha ha ha. Oh, Eastern fellow, it seems you are still half asleep." At that moment, the white commentator on site was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh my, what is this Eastern player attempting?" Another commentator jested, "A logo three-pointer? Can a Chinese player really pull that off? After sinking 5 consecutive three-pointers, has he inflated his ego to the level of Curry?" The words of the two commentators were laced with a hint of mockery. Yet, before they could finish their remarks, Wang Yi has taken off, leaping from the center circle. In that moment, he must exert greater force, causing a pang of pain to radiate through his wrist. Yet his movements remain a breathtaking spectacle. After releasing the ball, it soars through the air as he turns away, his back to the hoop, raising his right hand high with 3 fingers extended, signaling a three-point gesture. The basketball traces an elongated arc as it flies, and only a second after Wang Yi's gesture, it crashes into the net like a cannonball. Bam! A logo three-pointer. 9 three-pointers in total, astonishing the world. Wang Yi takes the shot. A three-pointer from the logo. After releasing the ball, he turns away, his back to the hoop, and raises his right hand, displaying 3 fingers. This three-pointer is not merely a swish. It is a powerful strike, akin to a cannonball, soaring across half-court. Thud! It crashes into the net, reverberating throughout the Staples Center. The arena erupts in a cacophony of sound. Oh my God! A logo three-pointer. What have I just witnessed? He celebrates even before the ball finds the basket. How incredibly cool. The decibel level in the arena skyrockets, as the visual impact of a logo three-pointer is truly staggering. The audacity of turning to celebrate before the ball has even gone in is a feat that even Curry has never attempted. The spectators, along with the commentators who had just been mocking Wang Yi, are now left in astonished exclamations. Oh my goodness! What did we just see? A logo three-pointer. Unbelievable. He truly accomplished it. He is the Stephen Curry of the Lakers. Do you not think that his pose of turning away from the basket while raising 3 fingers is remarkably stylish? Many commentators in the NBA are fickle, swaying with the wind. Just moments ago, they were jesting about Wang Yi, and now they are singing his praises with unabashed enthusiasm. The arena's big screen lingers on Wang Yi for a prolonged moment before shifting to Curry on the sidelines. Warriors coach Kerr shakes his head in resignation, glancing at Curry. It becomes evident how it feels when the opposing team has a player like Curry. Although Curry remains stationary, a fiery intensity sparkles in his eyes. Meanwhile, the Lakers bench erupts. Several substitutes vigorously waving towels, while key players jump and celebrate in response to this astonishing shot. Anthony Davis leaps up, his pronounced eyebrows raised in disbelief, his large eyes wide with astonishment. LeBron James quickly stands, arms raised high, displaying 3 fingers in a gesture of 3 points, his face a picture of exaggerated excitement, repeatedly exclaiming, "Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!" Across the ocean, in the 10-cent NBA live broadcast room, the two commentators are equally thrilled, their eyes gleaming with excitement. In a span of 2 minutes, 6 3-pointers, including the logo 3-pointer. My heavens! How incredible! How extraordinary! 18 points. Wang Yi has scored an astonishing 18 points in just 2 minutes, a feat beyond imagination. In the broadcast room, as it is garbage time, most viewers have already departed. Those remaining are inundating the screen with comments. 666666666 amazing. Could it be that Ego is about to rise? After making the logo 3-pointer, he celebrates without even looking at the hoop. I wish I had such a cool boyfriend. Of course, there are detractors as well. After 2 years in the NBA, he has barely scored 100 points. This game, with a bit of luck, he gets a few 3-pointers and suddenly he's being exalted. He should come back and not embarrass us. If he has the skill, let us see him make a few more. One must remain humble. Turning to celebrate after making a 3-pointer is excessively arrogant and disrespectful. If he can hit 8 3-pointers, I will do a handstand and eat excrement on live stream. Someone quickly retorts, "First, eat the dog excrement you owe from earlier." At this moment, on the court, as Wang Yi launched the 3-pointer, his confidence surged to its zenith. The deficit had been narrowed to 19 points. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his right fist tightly. Despite the pain, exhilaration coursed through him. A battle. This was the confrontation he craved. He felt his body trembling with excitement, his blood igniting with fervor. Upon releasing the shot, he immediately pivoted to celebrate. Many players have done this. LeBron has, and so has Curry. Yet, Wang Yi was the first to execute a logo 3-pointer and instantly turned to rejoice. He adhered to a philosophy of humility in life. However, basketball is inherently a flamboyant sport. On the court, one must showcase their full capabilities and express their individuality. If one does not exhibit flair while playing, what is the purpose of the game? Embrace humility in life, but play with exuberance. At that moment, the player with the wild hairstyle could only watch in astonishment as the basketball swished through the net and bounced on the floor. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost, leaving him speechless for a considerable time. Wang Yi cast a glance at him and calmly remarked, "Do not forget the $100. Only then did the man with the frizzy hair come to his senses. He cursed, "Damn it. You Easterners have truly provoked my ire." Wang Yi had already turned back, retreating to defend. In the subsequent round, the Warriors' offense was thwarted. The Lakers' point guard dribbled past the halfway line and directly passed the ball to Wang Yi. Meanwhile, he set a screen for Wang Yi, intending to create an opportunity for him to shoot a 3-pointer. At this moment, Wang Yi was somewhat exhilarated. With a wave of his hand, he declared, "No need," signaling for the guard to step aside. The guard could only shrug and create some space. Wang Yi, confronted by that wild hairstyle, initially contemplated beckoning with his finger. However, he recognized that such an action would be deemed provocative and could result in a technical foul. Wang Yi is undeterred by technical fouls, yet each infraction incurs a hefty fine of $25,000. For someone like Wang Yi, who has only signed a 10-day short contract, this amount represents a significant sum. Thus, he suppresses the urge to hook his finger and, in a somewhat unrefined American English, utters the words, "Come on." At this moment, the player with the explosive hairstyle, already ignited with fury, strides towards Wang Yi, spreading his legs wide and adopting a stance that suggests he is prepared to fight to the death in defense. Wang Yi's lips curled into a mysterious arc as he suddenly stepped to the right with his right foot. The player with the explosive hairstyle hurriedly followed suit. However, Wang Yi had already retracted his foot and leapt into action, realizing he had fallen for a feint. The explosive-haired player muttered a curse under his breath and rushed to contest the shot. In that fleeting moment, Wang Yi had already launched a 3-pointer. On the sidelines, all the Lakers players stood in unison, and every spectator's gaze was fixed on the basketball. Swish. The ball swished through the net, and in the process, the explosive-haired player crashed into Wang Yi, sending him sprawling to the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a defensive foul against the explosive-haired player. The crowd erupted once more. 7 three-pointers, oh my. In just 2.5 minutes, scoring 21 points was simply astonishing. This Eastern player is extraordinarily strong. How could someone so formidable be signed to just a 10-day contract? The Lakers should secure him with a guaranteed deal, lest he be snatched away by another team, leaving them in regret. The two commentators were beside themselves, exclaiming, "Wow, this is undoubtedly one of the most outrageous performances I've ever witnessed. Truly remarkable." In contrast, the audience across the ocean in China expressed themselves with much more flair. "What the heck? Get lost. You've got to be kidding." On the court, Wang Yi looked at the explosive-haired player, thinking, "I just shot over you, and there's nothing you can do about it." What a thrill. The explosive-haired player's face had turned ashen, his bravado extinguished, rendered speechless. The player he was supposed to guard had scored over 10 points in just 2 minutes. Especially that last shot, a long-range three-pointer that had humiliated him. It was a blow that was not just painful but profoundly insulting. How could he muster the audacity to trash talk now? How laughable it was that he had previously bragged about making Wang Yi cry and retreat back to the east. Instead, it was Wang Yi who had him wishing he could cry after being outperformed so thoroughly. After Wang Yi sank the additional free throw, the scoreboard read Lakers 97. Warriors 112. They were now trailing by just 15 points. From 35 to 15, it felt like only a fleeting moment had passed. With 2.5 minutes left, the chances of a comeback seemed nearly non-existent. Yet, under Wang Yi's dazzling display, who could claim certainty? If he were to hit 2 more three-pointers, the deficit could dwindle to single digits. The Warriors' coach quickly called for a timeout, visibly frustrated, barking orders for double-teaming. The Warriors players were taken aback, wondering if they had misheard. Double-teaming a player on a mere 10-day contract, someone they scarcely knew by name? It seemed overly generous. Nevertheless, the coach's orders were unquestionable. As soon as he gets the ball, double-team him. Force him to pass to someone else. He must not be allowed another shot. When play resumed, the Warriors immediately executed the double-team against Wang Yi. The commentators chuckled. "Oh, did you see that? Did you see?" Another commentator laughed heartily. "The Warriors are actually employing a double-team against him. This is indeed an honor." The crowd joined in the merriment. However, Wang Yi found little joy in the situation. His wrist was already injured, causing him pain with every dribble. Faced with the double team, he was compelled to pass the ball quickly, hoping his teammates would seize the opportunity. Regrettably, his teammates' 2 three-point attempts ricocheted off the rim. Yet, undeterred, Wang Yi continued to circle around screens, seeking openings. In the final 2.5 minutes, he capitalized on 2 more opportunities, sinking 2 more three-pointers. Each successful shot sent waves of elation through the crowd. Ultimately, when the final buzzer sounded, the score stood at 111 to 118. The Lakers suffered a narrow defeat by 7 points. Yet, the spectators showed no signs of disappointment. Though they did not know Wang Yi's name, they chanted his jersey number, 1, 1, 1. Despite the loss, their joy seemed to surpass that of a victory. Team leader LeBron James rushed over, embracing Wang Yi tightly and whispering in his ear, "Brother, you truly did it. 28 points in 5 minutes. Thank you for letting me witness such a magnificent performance." Anthony Davis also approached, exchanging high-fives with Wang Yi in celebration. The Lakers, having lost the game, felt as if they had triumphed. Conversely, the Warriors, despite their victory, wore solemn expressions, some even appearing glum. The coach, in particular, was drenched in cold sweat. Leading by 30 points with 5 minutes left had seemed like a certain victory, yet they nearly faced an embarrassing reversal. Had that occurred, he would have been forever marked in the annals of disgrace. First interview as per tradition, after the game concluded. The main players from both teams came together to shake hands. Warriors star player Stephen Curry first embraced LeBron and Anthony Davis, exchanging a few words before making his way to Wang Yi. A glint of competitive spirit flashed in his eyes as he remarked, "Your three-point shooting is impressive." Wang Yi responded, "Your three-pointer is no less formidable." A quintessentially youthful smile, reminiscent of a schoolboy, graced Curry's face. Despite sporting a beard, his smile remained irresistibly charming. Truly deserving of the title the baby-faced assassin, he remarked, "I hope we can compete against each other on the court." In Wang Yi's eyes, a fierce fighting spirit surged. "So am I. If given the chance, who wouldn't wish to challenge the strongest in their field? After bidding farewell to the Warriors, Wang Yi intended to head towards the players' tunnel. However, at that moment, James patted Wang Yi on the shoulder and said, "Wang, hold on a moment." Wang Yi, perplexed, inquired, "Is there something amiss?" James gestured towards the beautiful reporter approaching them, stating, "An ESPN journalist wishes to conduct a post-game interview with you." "Me?" he replied, taken aback. Wang Yi was quite taken aback. Post-match interviews typically feature the standout players from the victorious team. Given that the Lakers had lost, it would seem illogical for a Lakers player to be granted an interview. Furthermore, if an interview were to take place with a Lakers player, it would most likely be with either LeBron James or Anthony Davis. It seemed improbable that the spotlight would fall on him. LeBron chuckled heartily, revealing a dazzling smile. He remarked, "You need not be surprised. Perhaps after this match, your fortune is about to change." Many have criticized LeBron for being hypocritical, asserting that he relishes in theatrics, labeling him a false idol. However, regardless of such opinions, he remains an exceptional leader of the team. Wang Yi nodded once again, expressing his gratitude. At that moment, a blonde beauty of a reporter approached him, accompanied by a cameraman who trained the lens upon Wang Yi. This sensation was not unfamiliar to him. He had experienced it before. When he first joined the NBA, the domestic media lavished him with praise. Every outing was met with throngs of reporters armed with cameras, eager to interview him. However, after his entry into the NBA, plagued by a series of injuries and a lack of support from his team, the domestic media seemed all too willing to cast him down. As for the NBA journalists, they had scarcely deemed him worthy of their attention. The charming reporter greeted him with a radiant smile, playfully saying, "Hello, Wang. I hope I haven't mispronounced your name." It was clear she was jesting. Wang Yi responded graciously, affirming that he had not been miscalled, albeit his pronunciation was slightly off. The beautiful journalist appeared somewhat taken aback. She had previously interviewed several Eastern players, such as Yao and Yi. Their common trait was a slight shyness and reluctance at the onset of the interview. However, Wang was quite the opposite, exuding confidence. Such individuals make the interview process remarkably effortless. She continued, inquiring, "Your performance tonight was truly astonishing. Could you elaborate on the reasons behind it?" Wang Yi organized his thoughts and replied, "This is what I deserve. I trained diligently every day, unwavering for over a decade. I left my hometown and ventured here alone. All these efforts culminate in this moment." He expressed no pretense, no insincere gratitude towards others. He only expressed gratitude towards himself for persevering through the most arduous times. The beautiful reporter then inquired, "When Stephen Curry greeted you earlier with a handshake, what did he say? Would you mind sharing?" Wang Yi smiled mysteriously and jested, "This is a secret among men. The communication between players is considered a private matter between the two. Without obtaining Curry's consent, he would certainly refrain from indiscriminately disclosing the conversation he had with Curry. Firstly, it is a matter of respect for Curry. Secondly, a player of Curry's caliber attracts excessive attention, as he is currently merely a player on a short-term contract. Any ill-chosen words could invite a deluge of public scrutiny upon him. Although he has already endured relentless criticism from domestic media and fans, which has fortified his resilience, it is still prudent to avoid unnecessary troubles whenever possible." The beautiful reporter finally remarked, "Thank you, Wang. I look forward to your next match." Wang Yi let out a bitter smile. He was uncertain whether, given his performance, the Lakers would offer him another short contract. After all, the Lakers currently had an abundance of guards, and signing him would render the roster excessively bloated. Upon returning to the locker room through the players' tunnel, he was met with a flurry of congratulations from his teammates. Wang Yi, feeling somewhat anxious, remarked, "My apologies, everyone, but I have a pressing matter to attend to." With that, he swiftly made his way to the adjoining bathing area, took a quick rinse, and changed his attire. He was about to leave when, at that moment, James and Anthony Davis intercepted him. "Wang, join us for the press conference. I believe the reporters will have numerous questions for you." Typically, only those players who have performed exceptionally well on the field are afforded the opportunity to accompany the team's two prominent figures to the post-match press conference. Wang Yi, however, shook his head and replied, "I'm sorry, I have something urgent to attend to." With that, he hurriedly departed from the team's locker room. James was somewhat taken aback. It is rare for players to decline attendance at press conferences, as it serves as an opportunity for self-promotion. Nevertheless, since Wang had indicated a pressing matter, he chose not to insist further. Concurrently, within the domestic sphere, the Tencent NBA commentators were still evaluating Wang Yi's earlier performance. "All I can say is remarkable, simply outstanding." 9 three-pointers in 5 minutes, accounting for the final 28 points of the team. He nearly single-handedly reversed the game. It was truly astonishing. We look forward to even greater performances from Wang Yi. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments included an abundance of 666, along with some remarks. Where are the critics now? Didn't they say that if Wang Yi hit 8 three-pointers, they would live stream doing a handstand while eating excrement? You overestimate the critics. They only emerge to claw and hiss when players underperform. When the players excel, they retreat into their shells. Come on, critics, step forward. Yet, none dared to show themselves. Simultaneously, Wang Yi had arrived at the visitors' locker room, blocking the entrance. He had a matter of utmost importance to address. Soon, news of him blocking the visitors' locker room spread rapidly to the Lakers' locker room. Upon hearing this, the Lakers players' expressions shifted dramatically. Blocking the visitors' locker room was a serious offense that could potentially lead to league sanctions and, in severe cases, result in multiple game suspensions. However, as a member of the Lakers, Wang Yi's teammates could not remain indifferent. As a team, they were united. In times of conflict, they faced it together. Guard Caruso was the first to traverse the lengthy corridor towards the opposing locker room. The head coach, witnessing this, felt a pang of anxiety. He urged everyone, absolutely no fighting, while instructing a nearby staff member, quickly, find a way to bring LeBron back. LeBron James, as the team's leader, possessed a unique ability to maintain order among the players. Many volatile individuals, under his guidance, not only refrained from causing trouble but instead showcased remarkable performances. The staff member promptly dashed towards the press conference venue. Wang Yi found himself standing there, quietly absorbing the cacophony emanating from the locker room. A player from the Warriors jestingly remarked, "Hey, buddy, your defense today was stellar. You let 9 three-pointers rain down on you." Another player chimed in with a playful taunt. "Dude, weren't you the one who said you'd make him cry as he crawled back? Yet here you are, looking like you're the one crawling back in tears." A third player laughed heartily. Though that guy's logo three-pointer was infuriating, one must admit it was undeniably impressive. You should feel honored to have been his backdrop, right? Warriors head coach Steve Kerr did not intervene in their playful ribbing of the fro-haired player. Such banter among teammates was commonplace, merely a light-hearted jest akin to the camaraderie shared among good friends. It served as a means of motivation, albeit today. It failed to uplift the spirits of the fro-haired player. In an unusual display, he sat silently on the bench, head bowed, changing his shoes without a word. Noticing this, Coach Kerr furrowed his brow slightly. Having been a coach for many years, he was acutely aware of the psychological shifts in his players. The fro-haired player was evidently shaken, and the blow he had received was significant. It was understandable. Anyone subjected to such a barrage would feel deeply affected. Realizing this, Coach Kerr signaled for the teasing to cease. Mocking a fiercely competitive individual could spur them to rise to the challenge. Yet the fro-haired player had already been dealt a heavy blow, his spirits dampened. Further taunting at this juncture would only serve to exacerbate his plight. He approached the fro-haired player, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "It's all right." There are countless players in the league who have faced a barrage of three-pointers from Steven and yet continue to thrive. Some players are simply uncontainable. All you can do is limit their impact. He cast a glance towards Stephen Curry, the very embodiment of such talent. Curry, too, offered words of comfort. "Brother, his shooting touch was just too hot tonight, so trust me, this isn't on you. You've done everything within your power. Let us regroup and give our all in the next game." The fro-haired player finally lifted his head, nodding appreciatively at both the coach and Curry, murmuring a grateful thank you. His spirits appeared slightly lifted, though the recovery from such a significant blow would take time. After changing, the fro-haired player stood up, somewhat disoriented, and ambled toward the locker room door. As he opened it, he nearly collided with the figure standing just outside. The individual was none other than Wang Yi. The fro-haired player paused, momentarily taken aback. The other Warriors players also froze at the sight of Wang Yi blocking the doorway, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. Such confrontations at the visiting team's locker room had occurred before, often tinged with tension, likely due to the fro-haired player's excessive trash talk. This Eastern figure had come seeking retribution on behalf of the Lakers. They rushed forward, eager to support their teammate. But their surprise was palpable upon realizing that Wang Yi stood there alone. Did this individual truly dare to confront the visiting team's locker room single-handedly? Was he out of his mind? Stephen Curry pushed through the crowd, reaching the entrance, and greeted Wang Yi with, "Hey, pal, what brings you here?" Wang Yi waved his hand and said, "This is a personal matter between him and me. unrelated to anyone else. He gestured towards the player with the explosive hairstyle. Head coach Kerr, noticing the calm demeanor and even the smile on Wang Yi's face, sensed that he was not there to create trouble. He breathed a sigh of relief and gestured to the explosive-haired player. Since this is a private matter between you two, you should resolve it yourselves. The player, looking somewhat perplexed and with a serious expression, furrowed his brow and declared, "You managed to sink a few three-pointers this time, but next time, I will definitely lock you down." His tone was quite assertive. However, Coach Kerr discreetly shook his head. At that moment, the more forceful the explosive-haired player became, the more uncertain he seemed internally. He could only rely on his tough demeanor to maintain appearances. Clearly, the blow he had received was far greater than he had anticipated. Wang Yi, upon hearing the seemingly grandiose words from the individual with the explosive hairstyle, revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. "Well, I did not come here to discuss basketball." The person with the explosive hair was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Aside from basketball, I cannot fathom what else we might converse about." Wang Yi extended his hand, mimicking the gesture of counting banknotes. "Just now on the court, you wagered $100. I made that three-pointer, hence, that $100 rightfully belongs to me." The other members of the Warriors were momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into laughter. It turned out that all this tension was over a mere $100. One must understand that in the NBA, even the least among them earns a salary in the hundreds of thousands. Players of Stephen Curry's caliber command an annual income soaring to $40 million. To them, Wang Yi's insistence over such a trivial sum seemed akin to children squabbling over a few dollars. The player with the afro, somewhat at a loss for words, remarked, "Is it really worth all this fuss over $100? Wang Yi nodded earnestly. "As for you, surely you do not wish to gamble without the courage to face the consequences?" While this may not hold true for others, for him, a player bound by a mere 10-day contract, it is of utmost significance. Prior to this fleeting contract, he had been without a game for over 2 months. During those months, the expenses of daily living, training, and rent had depleted his meager savings entirely. He was left without funds even to secure a place to stay, resorting instead to sleeping in the garage of his teammate Caruso. This current 10-day contract offers him a mere $8,000. If no team signs him after today, that sum must sustain him for an extended period. Thus, it is not merely a matter of 100. Even a single dollar carries considerable weight for him. The player with the wild hairstyle is also on the fringes, earning a modest wage. For him, 100 is not an insignificant amount. On the court, he merely spoke in jest, yet to his astonishment, this Eastern player took it to heart. He shook his head and replied, "I have no cash on me. I will owe you this time and repay you later." Wang Yi shrugged and remarked, "You can borrow from your teammates, Steven, Thompson, Green. They are all affluent individuals." At this juncture, Green shot a glare at Wang Yi, retorting, "I have no money on me." He then cast an equally disdainful look at the one with the wild hair, adding, "This is your mess. Do not involve me in it." With that, he turned away to continue changing his clothes. Green has always been known for his fiery temperament. He certainly was not inclined to waste time bickering over a mere $100. The one with the wild hair was about to protest further when Coach Kerr interjected. "I have $100 here. I will lend it to you for now." He produced a $100 bill and handed it to the one with the wild hair. Although he had no intention of giving it to Wang Yi, the coach had already extended it, leaving him with no choice but to accept it and promptly thrust it into Wang Yi's hands. Wang Yi accepted the $100 bill with a smile and a nod, expressing his gratitude before turning to leave. At that moment, a flurry of footsteps echoed as the Lakers players hurried over. Upon seeing Wang Yi holding the $100 and sporting a pleased demeanor, they were momentarily taken aback. As Wang Yi turned to depart with the bill in hand, the commotion intensified as the Lakers rushed to his side. They had presumed that Wang Yi was confronting the Warriors at their locker room, seeking to settle a score with the explosive-haired player. Their intentions were twofold: to prevent Wang Yi from escalating the situation and to ensure he wouldn't be left to fend for himself against the Warriors. This was particularly true for their leader, LeBron James. With a teammate seeking retribution, he felt compelled to lend support, unwilling to allow his comrade to be mistreated. Yet, he also recognized the importance of containing the situation. An escalation would be detrimental not only to the team, but also to Wang Yi. However, upon witnessing that Wang Yi was unharmed and even exuding satisfaction while brandishing the $100 bill, the players were left in astonishment. "Wang, are you all right? Wang, what happened?" LeBron approached, scrutinizing Wang Yi closely before glancing toward the Warriors' locker room, where the players showed no signs of aggression. Sighing in relief, he inquired, "Wang, what transpired?" Wang Yi felt a warm glow in his heart as he noticed so many teammates rushing over. He shook his head and replied, "It's nothing. I merely won a bet by accident." Upon hearing this, everyone visibly relaxed. James chimed in, "Wang, in the future, please clarify such matters with us. Otherwise, if you win money and we, unaware of the situation, end up in a conflict with others, wouldn't that be quite unjust for us?" The team members all burst into laughter. James had a knack for lightening the mood with his jokes, which contributed to the harmonious relationships among the Lakers players. His humor served as a bonding agent for the team. As they approached the locker room, a staff member was already waiting there. Upon seeing the group return, all in good spirits, he let out a sigh of relief. He then addressed Wang Yi, saying, "Wang, General Manager Pelinka is looking for you." Wang Yi felt a subtle stir within himself. His brief 10-day contract had reached its conclusion. If the Lakers had no intention of renewing his contract, they would directly inform his agent. Only in the event of a desire to extend his contract would the general manager likely reach out to him in advance. Upon hearing this, James also felt a sense of joy for Wang Yi and remarked, "Wang, I have mentioned before, perhaps this evening marks the commencement of your good fortune." Wang Yi nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude. Subsequently, he entered the office of General Manager Pelinka, a reserved middle-aged man known for his silence. He often stood at the far end of the audience, observing the team's matches without uttering a word, leaving others unaware of his thoughts. At this moment, he sat behind his desk, silently watching Wang Yi enter. It was only when Wang Yi broke the silence, inquiring if the general manager had summoned him, that Pelinka finally spoke. "Wang, your performance tonight has pleasantly surprised everyone. As you are aware, Schroeder has yet to return from his injury, and our backcourt is in need of a scoring player. Would you be willing to sign another 10-day contract with us?" Pelinka articulated his proposal with finesse. Rather than stating that the team was willing to sign him, he posed the question of whether Wang Yi would be inclined to sign with them. Though both expressions convey a similar sentiment, the former elevates the team's stature, while the latter demonstrates greater respect for the player. Although Wang Yi had anticipated that his recent performance would surely impress the Lakers management, leading to a renewed 10-day contract, he felt a surge of joy upon hearing it confirmed by the general manager himself. "Thank you, General Manager. I see no reason to decline," he replied. Securing another 10-day contract felt like a significant achievement to Wang Yi. As for a guaranteed contract, the Lakers were unlikely to offer him one at this time. After all, in approximately a week, the team's starting point guard, Schroeder, would be returning. This would inevitably render the Lakers' backcourt somewhat congested, making it improbable for them to extend a guaranteed contract to him. Unless, of course, he delivered an exceptionally dazzling performance during this second 10-day period. With this thought in mind, Wang Yi recalled the signing system and clenched his fist in determination. Pelinka continued, "The value of this second 10-day contract is 20,000. I hope this meets your expectations." Wang Yi nodded in response, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, I am quite satisfied." The short-term contract of 10 days varies in value, ranging from several thousand to tens of thousands of dollars, depending on the player's past performance. Wang Yi's previous contract was merely $8,000. This time, it has surged to $20,000, alleviating his financial constraints. Upon exiting the manager's office, point guard Caruso was already awaiting Wang Yi. Wang Yi resides in his home. Thus, after each home match, he patiently awaits Wang Yi. "So, how is it? Is it a guaranteed contract?" Caruso inquired. Wang Yi shook his head and said, "A short contract." Caruso patted Wang Yi's shoulder and replied, "It's all right, as long as you can maintain tonight's performance. I am confident that it will surely be converted into a guaranteed contract." Wang Yi nodded slightly, refraining from further commentary. He then entered Caruso's pickup truck and exited the parking lot. As they passed by the main entrance of the Staples Center, they beheld, under the cloak of night, 7 statues standing tall. The logos of legends: Jerry West, Elgin Baylor, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Shaquille O'Neal, Elgin Baylor, and Kobe Bryant. Each name resonated with an echo of greatness. Wang Yi gazed upon Kobe's bronze statue and silently uttered, "Boss." Upon returning to Caruso's residence, he partook in a modest dinner. Wang Yi returned to the bed in the garage. Caruso's house was not particularly spacious to begin with, and the presence of his family made it feel somewhat cramped. After Wang Yi's arrival, he could only temporarily find refuge in the garage. Lying on a simple bed, he began to meticulously examine the sign-in system within his mind. The system promptly introduced itself, its voice still as mechanical and cold as ever. This system is known as the legendary Superstar system. designed to assist the host in becoming a legendary superstar. Before each competition, the host may sign in to receive rewards in the form of temporary experience cards for various skills. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi did not exhibit excessive excitement. Rather, he furrowed his brow slightly. After all, the experience card is merely an external aid. If one day the system were to cease to exist, would he not revert to mediocrity? Even with the acquisition of such an aid, he refused to become a mere idle individual reliant on it. He inquired, "Is it possible to transform these experience cards into intrinsic skills?" The voice of the system responded once more. Within this system, there is also an integrated training module. By completing the training tasks assigned by the system, one can enhance their inherent abilities. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi could not help but feel a surge of joy within. At that moment, the system had issued a task. Successfully make 1,000 3-point shots. Reward, increase 3-point shooting percentage to 45. Training, 1,000 3-point shots. That night, Wang Yi, having received the training assignment, hardly slept at all. If he could complete the training, his 3-point shooting percentage would reach 45, a benchmark that signifies an elite 3-point shooter. Even the formidable Stephen Curry has a career 3-point shooting percentage that falls below 45. Throughout the annals of NBA history, only the Golden State Warriors coach, Steve Kerr, has achieved a career percentage exceeding 45. What does the Lakers currently lack the most? A reliable 3-point shooter. Players like Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Kyle Kuzma, Dennis Schroeder, and Talon Horton-Tucker may all be capable of shooting from beyond the arc, yet their percentages are undeniably lackluster. In the era of small ball, without a consistent outside shooting threat, the game becomes exceedingly arduous. It is easy to imagine that if he could enhance his 3-point shooting percentage to 45, he would be highly valued within the Lakers. Consequently, converting this second short contract into a guaranteed one would become a straightforward endeavor. The following day, at 4 a.m, before dawn had even broken, Wang Yi had quietly departed from the Caruso family's garage, making his way to the Lakers' training facility. The previous night, he had scarcely closed his eyes, consumed by the desire to head to the gym. However, due to the late hour, he was forced to suppress his excitement. As he walked along the street, he found himself unable to hail a single cab. It was the heart of winter. Los Angeles, with its Mediterranean climate, does not experience particularly frigid winters, yet at 4 a.m, the temperature hovered around 8 or 9 degrees Celsius. Wang Yi tightened his collar and gazed at the dim street light ahead. He recalled the famous question, "Have you ever witnessed Los Angeles at 4 a.m?" Although it was later clarified that Kobe only occasionally rose at that hour to train, the phrase encapsulated the essence of his relentless dedication throughout his career. For 2 decades, it has served as a source of inspiration propelling Wang Yi forward. He began to jog, treating it as a warm-up. After a half-hour of jogging, as he approached the entrance of the training facility, steam rose from his head. He knocked on the security office door, rousing the guard who had been dozing. "Hello. I'm here for practice." The guard rubbed his sleepy eyes and squinted for a moment before recognizing him as the Lakers' new 10-day contract player. He glanced at the dark night sky outside, then at the time on the computer, and exclaimed in surprise, "So early?" Wang Yi nodded, saying, "If you cannot sleep, you might as well come and train." The security guard, having granted him passage, inquired with a smile, "Are all Easterners as diligent as you?" Wang Yi nodded slightly, refraining from further comment. The security guard observed Wang Yi's retreating figure and reminded him, "The air conditioning has yet to be activated. It will commence at 8 o'clock. The team stipulates that on non-match days, training begins at 10 in the morning. However, LeBron typically arrives by 8. Consequently, the air conditioning in the training facility is set to operate from 8 o'clock. Wang Yi did not turn back and shook his head, saying, "It doesn't matter." The training facility of the Lakers is known as the UCLA Health Training Center. It encompasses a gymnasium, 2 whirlpool baths, 10 ice baths, a strength room, and numerous other amenities, including offices. Wang Yi entered the arena and illuminated the space. The first sight that greeted him was the 10 resplendent O'Brien trophies, majestically displayed upon the opposing wall. They stood as a testament to the illustrious history of the Lakers. Inspired by these 10 championship trophies, the atmosphere of training here felt imbued with a profound sense of motivation. Wang Yi silently vowed to himself, "One day, I shall personally cradle the illustrious O'Brien trophy." Without further ado, he set up the shooting machine. The task assigned by the system was to score 1,000 3-pointers. Considering the inevitable decline in physical stamina, he estimated that approximately 3,500 attempts would be necessary. Soon, He activated the shooting machine and swiftly positioned himself at the top of the three-point arc. Taking a deep breath, he felt a gentle hum resonate through the air as the machine launched a basketball towards him. The ball landed firmly in his hands. Wang Yi sprang into action, raising his arms, flicking his wrist, and releasing the ball. Whoosh! The three-pointer found its mark. Concurrently, a figure materialized in his mind. Task completion rate, 11,000 remaining time, 11 hours and 59 minutes. From the moment he first launched a three-pointer, the training commenced. The countdown stood at 12 hours. This was rather straightforward. Just a second after his release, the shooting machine propelled another basketball into the air. Wang Yi received the ball, poised and ready, and released it once more. Swish! Another three-pointer found its mark. He scored consecutively 10 shots, successfully landing 7 of them. His shooting percentage during training surpassed that of the actual games, which is a common phenomenon for any athlete. The legendary Dwight Howard, during his tenure with the Lakers, had a free throw percentage of just over 60% in games. However, in training, he achieved an impressive accuracy of over 90%. Wang Yi continued to shoot three-pointers with unwavering determination. As he sank his 20th shot, a faint pain began to throb in his right wrist, causing him to furrow his brow. Hitting 1,000 three-pointers is not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lies in the fact that his wrist is injured. If he practices excessively, the condition of his wrist will only worsen. Unlike those players with guaranteed contracts who can afford to rest when injured, he, as a short-term contract player, must strive diligently for his own security. Even when faced with injury, he must grit his teeth and persevere. With this in mind, he clenched his jaw and continued to practice his three-point shots. After half an hour, the pain in his right wrist intensified. He glanced at the completion status of his task. Completion, 103,1000 remaining time, 11 hours and 26 minutes. He had only completed 1/10 of the task. Frowning, he shook his head. He could not continue. After taking over 150 shots, the pain in his wrist was already considerable. If he pressed on, he might not be able to participate in the next game. Although the likelihood of him playing as a short-term contract player was slim, as an athlete, he needed to be ready at any moment to take the court. Yet, if he stopped now, he would squander this opportunity to improve his three-point shooting percentage, which was absolutely unacceptable. The Los Angeles Lakers were in dire need of a reliable three-point shooter. If he could swiftly elevate his shooting percentage to 45, he would have a significant chance of breaking into the rotation. At that moment, Wang Yi found himself at an impasse. However, neither choice led to a favorable outcome. He glanced at the countdown timer in his mind, the red digits ticking away coldly. The system would not show him mercy. It would not pause the countdown simply because of his injury. After a moment of contemplation, an idea that was less than ideal struck him: shooting with his left hand. He had practiced left-handed shooting for a while, so it was not entirely unfamiliar to him, though his proficiency paled in comparison to his right hand. At that moment, another basketball soared toward Wang Yi. He caught it with both hands, holding it with his left while stabilizing it with his right. He jumped and shot. Thud. Without a doubt, he missed the three-pointer. However, the pain in his right wrist did diminish slightly. For his second shot, thud. Another miss. For the third, thud. Yet again, he failed to score. But Wang Yi felt no discouragement. Determination gleamed in his eyes. At this juncture, he had no retreat, only the resolve to press forward. Swish. Finally, with his fifth attempt, he successfully made a three-pointer. On his 10th attempt with his left hand, he scored his second three-pointer. With a 20% success rate for left-handed shooting, the number of attempts required to complete his task would significantly increase. Nevertheless, he had no other option. Thud, 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 swish, thud. The sounds of missed shots echoed through the vast gym, occasionally interspersed with the sound of a three-pointer swishing through the net. His training attire was already soaked with sweat, steam rising from his forehead as he began to pant heavily. Yet, he could not afford to pause, for the red countdown in his mind felt like a countdown to his very life, relentless and unyielding. 8. Task completion, 45 three-point shooting percentage. Gradually, the sky outside began to brighten. Wang Yi was utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. Yet, he could not afford to pause, for an incessant countdown echoed in his mind. Relentless and unforgiving. He could not ascertain how long he had been training. A fleeting glance at the task progress in his mind revealed: task progress, 300-1000. Remaining time, 9 hours and 55 minutes. Fortunately, at this pace, he should be able to complete the task. He paused momentarily to catch his breath. Just then, The door to the training hall swung open, and a tall, robust figure strode in. It was none other than James. Upon seeing Wang Yi, he appeared somewhat surprised. Typically, Wang Yi trained at around 8 o'clock, much like him. However, judging by his current state, it was evident he had been training for quite some time. Wang, up so early today? Missing your girlfriend so much that you couldn't sleep? James quipped with a chuckle, glancing at Wang Yi's right hand. Wang Yi shrugged and glanced at his right hand, stating, "My girlfriend is nearly exhausted." James gave Wang Yi a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive. You managed to wear her out in just one night?" Wang Yi let out a wry smile and shook his head, choosing to remain silent. He had little time to squander. He then turned back to practice his three-point shots. However, LeBron keenly noticed Wang Yi's unusual behavior. He was aware that Wang Yi was a right-handed player, so why was he suddenly practicing with his left hand? "Brother, is your right hand injured?" LeBron inquired. Recalling how last night after Wang Yi made a three-pointer, he seemed to unconsciously clench his right fist, his expression quite peculiar. At the time, LeBron presumed it was a unique celebratory gesture of Wang Yi's. Now, it appeared that the situation was far more complicated. Wang Yi felt a jolt of apprehension as his thoughts were laid bare. Turning his head, he implored, "Please do not divulge this to anyone. I am in dire need of this position." He understood that should the rest of the team learn that his injury had not fully healed, they would undoubtedly prevent him from taking the field. Consequently, his hopes of securing a guaranteed contract would be dashed. James furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation before responding. "Rest assured, I shall remain silent. However, you must take responsibility for your own well-being." Wang Yi nodded, affirming his discretion. Observing Wang Yi's resolve, James ceased his persuasion and simply remarked, "After today's training, come to my home. I shall have my personal physician take a look at you." Wang Yi felt a surge of warmth in his heart. It is rare for a team leader to exhibit such concern for a peripheral player. He nodded and then said, "LeBron, could you speak to the coach for me? I won't participate in the other training sessions today. I want to focus specifically on practicing my three-pointers, as the team currently lacks a reliable outside shooting option." James pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "You focus on your three-pointers. I will speak to the coach." Disrupting the coach's training regimen was something that Wang Yi, at this stage, was not yet capable of. It was a privilege reserved for superstars like James, who wielded absolute authority. However, James typically refrained from abusing such power, making today a rare exception for Wang Yi. Naturally, James had his own considerations as well. His playing style necessitated a stable three-point threat on the perimeter. Subsequently, Wang Yi continued to practice his three-pointers with his left hand. Although his stamina was gradually waning, his proficiency with his left hand had improved to the point where his shooting percentage from beyond the arc reached 40%. By 10 o'clock, the other players had arrived at the gym, most of them just waking from slumber. Upon seeing Wang Yi and James, both drenched in sweat from their practice, they were unfazed. Without exchanging many words, they adhered to the coach's training plan and commenced their session. Thanks to James' prior communication with head coach Vogel, Wang Yi did not join the others in their drills. Instead, he practiced his three-pointers in a corner. As the morning training concluded at 10, the players gradually departed the gym to enjoy their lunch. Wang Yi glanced at the task progress in his mind. Task progress, 6:02:10:00 remaining time, 6 hours and 49 minutes. Although, given the current shooting accuracy, scoring 400 three-pointers within the remaining 6 hours seemed feasible, he knew that fatigue would inevitably diminish his precision. Hence, he felt compelled to make the most of his time. As he observed his fellow players departing the gym, he chose to stay behind and continue his training. Before leaving, the coach cast a lingering glance at Wang Yi but refrained from uttering any words. Noticing Wang Yi's determination to remain, James interjected, "Wang, I truly admire your professional attitude. But training must be approached gradually. Moreover, we need to ensure proper nutritional intake. Therefore, let us go and have a meal." Wang Yi shook his head, expressing his disinterest in dining today. "You may go," he said. Observing this, James refrained from further comments, though a hint of concern lingered in his mind. Training should not be insufficient, yet it must also not be excessive. Nevertheless, he understood Wang Yi's fervent desire to seize this 10-day opportunity in pursuit of securing the next contract. Thus, his lips moved slightly, and in the end, he transformed his words of caution into a simple wish, "Good luck." Wang Yi took a few deep breaths and expressed his gratitude. After the players departed, he rested for a mere 10 minutes, sipping some water before resuming his shooting practice. At 2 o'clock, the players returned to continue their training. Wang Yi continues to take three-point shots. At 4 o'clock, today's training session concluded, and the players began to depart one after another. Wang Yi, however, still took a three-point shot. Caruso, after practicing for half an hour, turned to Wang Yi and said, "Wang, it's time to head back. I will wait for you." Wang Yi glanced at the progress of his tasks in his mind. He was merely 11 shots away from completing his objective. Though exhaustion had nearly rendered him immobile, an exhilarating fervor surged within him. His eyes blazed with intensity. "I'm coming," he exclaimed, launching another three-pointer with his left hand. LeBron James had not departed. He remained to practice further. Observing Wang Yi's fervent determination as he shot three-pointers with reckless abandon, he turned to Caruso and remarked, "Did you provoke him last night?" Caruso shrugged, brushing back his sparse hair with his hand, and replied, "I thought it was you who had stirred him up this morning, boss." Wang Yi now finds himself on the verge of exhaustion, with his three-point shooting percentage plummeting back to a mere 20%. After attempting 11 shots, he astonishingly expended nearly 60 efforts. At long last, in a pivotal moment, bang, bang, bang. The basketball ricocheted thrice off the rim before gracefully descending into the net. In his mind, the crimson digits transformed into a vibrant green, solidifying in place. Task progress, 1,000 out of 1,000 remaining time, 21 minutes and 35 seconds. Subsequently, these two lines of text vanished, and a mechanical, chilling voice echoed in his mind. Task completed. Reward, three-point shooting percentage elevated to 45. Wang Yi exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground in a sprawled position. He gasped for breath, inhaling deeply as he realized the weight of the completed task had lifted, leaving him utterly exhausted. So much so that even the thought of moving his fingers felt burdensome. His arms tingled with fatigue, and his knees had long succumbed to numbness. At that moment, both James and Caruso remained silent, not uttering a word. After 5 long minutes of catching his breath, a faint smile slowly graced Wang Yi's lips. He finally spoke. "Do you believe in me? Tomorrow night's game against the Clippers, you can trust me completely." James and Caruso exchanged glances, reflecting on Wang Yi's recent training session where his shooting accuracy had plummeted to a mere 20%. They found it hard to comprehend the source of his confidence. That afternoon, Wang Yi visited James's luxurious mansion in Los Angeles. James's personal physician, Karen Joubert, conducted a thorough examination of Wang Yi. She was a meticulous and diligent doctor, and the assessment took over 30 minutes. In the end, she addressed Wang Yi, stating, "Based on my diagnosis, you are suffering from acute traumatic synovitis in your wrist, which may involve fluid accumulation. My recommendation is to rest and undergo treatment for at least 10 days. Avoiding any weight-bearing activities with your right hand. Failing to do so could exacerbate the injury significantly, potentially jeopardizing your professional career." Wang Yi listened, letting out a bitter smile. "If I take a break, my career will merely conclude all the sooner." James, comprehending Wang Yi's current predicament, pondered for a moment before responding. "Wang, are you capable of shooting with only your left hand on the court?" Wang Yi nodded, "Of course." The system rewarded him with an enhancement of his shooting accuracy to 45, allowing him to achieve this regardless of which hand he used. LeBron turned to his private physician, saying, "Karen, he can play on the court using only his left hand. When he's not competing, he comes to my house every day. Would you be able to assist him with his treatment?" Karen was a meticulous individual. Clearly agitated, he shook his head repeatedly. "That is not permissible. I must be accountable for my patients. If he is injured, he should rest and receive proper treatment, rather than risking his career by playing while hurt." LeBron glanced at Wang Yi and said to Dr. Karen, "Karen, could you come here for a moment?" The two then stepped out onto the balcony, engaging in an undisclosed conversation. After more than 10 minutes, they returned to the living room. Dr. Karen examined Wang Yi's wrist once more and ultimately nodded, "You may compete, but you must come for treatment immediately after each game. Furthermore, it is advisable to refrain from practicing shooting or dribbling exercises that may strain your wrist." Wang Yi nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude to the doctor. Subsequently, Dr. Karen administered a treatment to Wang Yi. Wang Yi felt a significant alleviation in his wrist discomfort. The pain had considerably diminished. That evening, he resided in James's home, which boasted an impressive 5 guest rooms. The following day marked the day of the competition, and the system refrained from issuing any further training assignments. The team had only a morning practice session. In accordance with Dr. Karen's advice, Wang Yi refrained from participating in rigorous ball training, opting instead for some basic physical conditioning. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, the highly anticipated match between the Lakers and their local rivals, the Clippers, was on the brink of commencing. The players from both teams engaged in their pre-game warm-ups. On the Clippers side, the tenacious guard, Patrick Beverley, fervently approached the coach with a request. "Coach, allow me to defend LeBron." Without a moment's hesitation, Coach Tyronn Lue acquiesced. "LeBron is yours." Beverley's eyes gleamed with excitement, akin to a hound that has caught sight of its prey. Despite his relatively modest stature, Beverley possesses an unwavering fighting spirit. Once on the court, he attacks the opposing team's key players with the ferocity of a hunting dog. Even the formidable Kevin Durant has previously found himself stifled by Beverley, resulting in both being ejected from the game. Beverley is typically tasked with guarding the opposing team's star player. Additionally, the Clippers boast another defensive powerhouse in Kawhi Leonard, known for his relentless grip on opponents. However, as the cornerstone of the team, Leonard must conserve his energy. Thus, Coach Lue generally refrains from deploying him against the opposing team's primary threat. Moreover, he perceives that the aging LeBron no longer necessitates Leonard's formidable defense. Before long, the match commenced. Wang Yi remained seated at the far end of the bench, attentively observing the unfolding battle on the court while simultaneously directing a portion of his focus towards head coach Vogel. He is anxious not to miss any signal indicating his potential entry into the game. With both teams displaying comparable strength, the match is undoubtedly poised to be fiercely contested. Under such circumstances, it is highly unlikely that the coach would take the risk of deploying Wang Yi. Nevertheless, as a professional athlete, he must be perpetually prepared. This embodies the quintessential attitude of a professional player. As the game commences, both sides exchange blows. The Lakers capitalize on their significant advantage in the paint, concentrating their efforts there. Meanwhile, the Clippers, renowned for their three-point prowess, exploit their strengths by launching a barrage of long-range shots. Concurrently, in the Tencent NBA live broadcast studio, the commentary is provided by the well-known domestic media figure Sue Kuhn, alongside co-host Wang Ming and the functional female anchor, Mena. Mena, a devoted fan of LeBron James, invariably hosts whenever the Lakers are in action. Wang Ming initially posed a question in the last match. Our player Wang Yi made an impressive 9 three-pointers within the final 5 minutes, scoring a remarkable 28 points. It was truly astonishing. Teacher Sue, do you think he will play in this match? Sue Kuhn, while perusing the data, wore a smile. His performance in the previous game indeed left everyone in awe. The Lakers have already renewed his contract for another 10 days, clearly recognizing his prowess in three-point shooting. However, in this match, the strengths of both teams are closely matched, and it is likely to be a fiercely contested game. Hence, his chances of playing may be limited. Wang Ming remarked, "Teacher Sue's analysis is quite insightful. Nevertheless, we eagerly anticipate witnessing another explosive performance from him." The comments section was already abuzz with many fans expressing their excitement. "I too look forward to it. I hope he can take the court. Since Yao's retirement, I have not followed the NBA closely. Yesterday, I was astounded to see our players score 28 points in just 5 minutes. Of course, the number of detractors far outweighs the fans. That was merely one game, and they have yet to secure a victory. Even if one were to score 100 points, without a win, it merely amounts to hollow statistics. The last game was simply a stroke of luck, with no defense during garbage time. In this match, if there is defense, we shall see if he can perform just as explosively. Rest assured, whether he takes the court in this game remains uncertain." At this moment, Wang Yi, present on site, was oblivious to these sentiments. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. Over the past 2 years, he has endured a barrage of insults and slander from domestic critics. Thus, his psyche has been tempered to an extraordinary strength, rendering him immune to verbal assaults. On the court, the relentless Beverley was tightly glued to James, continuously hurling trash talk while engaging in aggressive maneuvers. At this stage in his career, James, now older, has shifted his playing style towards conserving energy, often refraining from aggressive plays in the first half, primarily orchestrating from the arc. Fortunately, the Lakers' three-point shooting was commendable today, with 5 successful shots out of 11 attempts by halftime, leaving only a 2-point deficit. However, the third quarter brought a dramatic shift in momentum. James intended to penetrate the paint and create plays in the third quarter. Unfortunately, the Lakers' three-point shooting fell into a familiar slump, missing 3 consecutive attempts. In contrast, the Clippers successfully netted 4 consecutive three-pointers, extending the lead to 14 points. Coach Vogel promptly called a timeout, emphasizing the importance of defending against the opponent's three-point shots. However, merely stressing defense was futile. The Lakers needed to score. Yet, reality proved otherwise. Following the timeout, the Clippers landed 2 more three-pointers, while the Lakers struggled with their accuracy. The Clippers adopted a compact zone defense strategy, preventing James from penetrating, forcing the Lakers to search for opportunities from the perimeter. Yet, the more anxious one becomes, the less likely they are to succeed. With 6 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the Lakers found themselves trailing by a daunting 20 points. Though Vogel is astute, he was powerless in this situation. The world knows that the best way to break a zone defense is through three-pointers. However, if one cannot make the shots, it becomes quite disheartening. The atmosphere within the Lakers team began to grow increasingly somber. At this moment, Caruso recalled Wang Yi's words from yesterday, "You can fully trust me." With this thought, he leaned in and whispered to James. James' eyes brightened as he turned to Wang Yi. 10 three-pointers, courtesy of Wang Yi. As the Lakers trailed by 20 points, the two commentators in the 10-cent NBA live stream began offering strategies for the Lakers. Wang Ming began, "Teacher Sue. The Lakers are already trailing by 20 points. Look, Mena is almost in tears." In order to enhance the excitement of the game and to prevent Mena from being overwhelmed, "Could you possibly offer some advice to the Lakers?" Mena chuckled. "When have I ever cried? It's merely sand in my eyes. Where could there be sand in the live broadcast?" Wang Ming chuckled. Although it was all in jest, it was evident that Mena was indeed somewhat anxious. Su Kun, laughing, remarked, "The current predicament of the Lakers lies in their inability to execute three-point shots. The entire world is aware that when facing a zone defense, one ought to shoot from beyond the arc, and the Lakers are certainly cognizant of this as well." In these few minutes, we witnessed Caruso make 2 attempts, Kuzma 1, Tucker 1, and both Davis and James each took a shot. Collectively, these 5 players managed a dismal 1 out of 6 attempts. Such a shooting percentage, if observed in other teams, would have resulted in utter disarray. It is only due to the Lakers' commendable defensive efficiency that they find themselves trailing by merely 20 points at this juncture. Thus, their pressing issue remains the need to rectify their three-point shooting. In this era of small ball, poor three-point shooting renders it exceedingly difficult to compete against any team. Wang Ming nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Teacher Sue's words. If Coach Vogel were to be a bit bolder and utilize Wang Yi, might it yield better results? Su Kun mused. That depends on Vogel. I hope he doesn't wait until garbage time, as he did in the last match, to bring Wang Yi into play. You've tried everyone else, and none have proven effective. You witnessed Wang Yi's explosive performance last game. Why not seize the opportunity before the game is completely out of reach to experiment? Meanwhile, fans in the comments section echoed fervently, "Bring on Ego. Bring on Ego." Yet, there were dissenting voices as well. If the starters and the second unit couldn't resolve the issues, how could a fringe player do so? You are being naively optimistic. I've said it before, he should just stay away and not embarrass us. It feels like he's destined to sit on the bench for eternity. Quite impressive. At that moment, the Lakers called for another timeout, with their three-point shots failing to find the net. Both Caruso and James recalled Wang Yi's enigmatic smile of confidence from yesterday's practice, accompanied by his assertion, "You can absolutely trust me." Ultimately, James approached Coach Vogel and suggested, "Coach, why not?" Vogel nodded in agreement. "Let him give it a try." Indeed, Vogel is known for his audacity in player utilization. He had already contemplated putting Wang Yi on the court, but refrained from voicing it, observing James engage with Wang Yi, waiting for James to propose it himself. As the team leader, James's suggestion would reinforce his authority among the players, fostering unity within the team. Vogel understood that this approach would endear him to James as well. The compliance of superstars like James with the coach's decisions is crucial for the team's success. Thus, it is evident that Vogel possesses considerable emotional intelligence. He gestured and called out Wang. Wang Yi had long been prepared to take the stage. At this moment, like a coiled spring, he sprang up, taking a few quick steps to reach the coach's side. Vogel remarked, "LeBron has suggested that you enter the game, and we hope you shall not disappoint us." Wang Yi's heart suddenly ignited with fervor. He nodded emphatically, assuring, "Rest assured." At that moment, a notification resonated in his mind. Opportunity to participate has been granted. You may check in once. Only by seizing the chance to appear in the competition could one avail themselves of the check-in. Wang Yi silently recited, "Sign in. Sign in successful. Sign in reward. Beginner's Deathly Entanglement Experience Card." Upon hearing this, Wang Yi felt an overwhelming joy. With a three-point shooting percentage of 45, coupled with the utilization of the Death Grip Experience Card, it would imply that he could transform into a premier 3D player in this match. This is precisely what the Lakers require. Contemplating this, he boldly declared, "Coach, once I step onto the court, please assign me to guard Leonard. It was Leonard's successive breakthroughs that compelled the Lakers to tighten their defense, consequently granting the Clippers numerous opportunities for three-pointers. If someone could effectively contain Leonard's penetrations, the Clippers' chances from beyond the arc would significantly diminish. Head coach Vogel was somewhat taken aback, for he understood that Wang Yi, due to his average physical attributes, possessed only moderate lateral speed. Thus, his defensive capabilities were rather unremarkable. Now, he was actively volunteering to guard the robotic Leonard. Wang Yi's gaze was resolute as he directly stated, "Coach, allow me to attempt 2 rounds. If I cannot hold my ground, I shall defer to another." His underlying implication was clear. Those tasked with defending against Leonard had nearly all been replaced, yet none had succeeded. Given this reality, he believed it prudent to try his own hand at the challenge. However, such sentiments, which could potentially disrupt team harmony, were best left unspoken, allowing the coach to discern them on his own. After a moment of contemplation, Vogel grasped Wang Yi's intent and nodded, saying, "Very well, I grant you 3 rounds." Indeed, Wang Yi's fists clenched tightly, his gaze fixed upon Leonard of the Clippers, akin to a wolf eyeing a mechanical sheep. As the timeout concluded, Wang Yi stepped onto the court alongside the Lakers players. The commentators, noticing his presence, exclaimed, "Ah! The Eastern player who scored 9 three-pointers in just 5 minutes during the last game has entered the arena. Let us see if he can replicate such magic today." It was the Lakers' home game, and the Staples Center crowd erupted in cheers. However, the applause was not overwhelming. The team was trailing significantly, and many fans were unfamiliar with this fringe player who had only joined the team a little over 10 days ago. In the 10-cent NBA live broadcast, the critics erupted as Wang Yi took to the court. "Oh, he really is playing. Is he going to embarrass himself again? Let us hope we don't witness another incident of him being faked out. We simply cannot afford such humiliation." At that moment, the Lakers initiated their offensive play. As the ball advanced to the front court, James held it at the top of the arc. The Clippers continued their zone defense, inviting him to take a 3-point shot. James scanned the court, his gaze ultimately landing on Wang Yi. "Wang," he called out, passing the ball to him. Wang Yi received the ball without the slightest hesitation. He bent his knees, raised the ball, leaped into the air, and with a flick of his left wrist, released it. The basketball soared through the air, tracing an arc reminiscent of a rainbow. It swished through the net. The crisp sound of the ball brushing against the net resonated through the venue's speakers. The Lakers DJ immediately announced with fervor, 3 points, scored by Wang Yi. Wang Yi listened to the elongated, somewhat unrefined voice, gently closing his eyes to savor the moment. James approached and exchanged a high five with Wang Yi, exclaiming, "Enjoy it to the fullest, brother." Caruso also came over, affirming, "What you said yesterday was true." The Clippers head coach, Tyronn Lue, noticed Wang Yi's 3-pointer but dismissed it nonchalantly, considering it merely a trifling shot. 11 death entwined. Wang Yi executed a remarkable 3-pointer upon his entrance onto the court, yet the head coach of the Clippers paid it no mind. The players of the Clippers likewise remained indifferent. They were undoubtedly well acquainted with their opponents and aware that Wang Yi had scored 9 three-pointers in just 5 minutes during his previous game. However, such extraordinary displays of talent are a rarity, akin to the legendary performance of Tracy McGrady scoring 13 points in 35 seconds. It was improbable for him to replicate such brilliance consecutively. Consequently, no specific strategies were devised. It was now the Clippers' turn to mount an offense. Wang Yi directly confronted the Clippers' star, Leonard. With his exceptional talent, it was utterly impossible to completely neutralize the long-limbed Leonard. In his mind, he uttered a command, "Activate the Death Grip Experience card." The system's voice immediately responded. "Initial Death Grip Experience card activated, single defense success rate 70, time limit 10 minutes. In the next moment, Wang Yi felt as though his foot speed had increased ever so slightly, and his lateral movement had quickened as well. At that moment, the tenacious Beverly dribbled past the half-court line and passed the ball to Leonard. Wang Yi swiftly positioned himself, spreading his legs apart to defend against Leonard. The commentators on site were taken aback by the scene. "What? This Eastern individual intends to guard Leonard? Surely, I must be mistaken. He stands half a head shorter than Leonard and weighs significantly less. To assign him the task of defending Leonard seems an invitation to disaster. I wonder what Vogel is contemplating." In the 10-cent NBA live stream, a flurry of critical comments flooded the screen. "Is this a call for punishment? He aims to guard the machine? Unbelievable. He had merely been fortunate enough to score a 3-pointer and now harbors delusions of containing Leonard? With his stature, Leonard could easily disregard him. opting either for a jump shot or to utilize his physicality to overpower him. On sight, however, Leonard did not choose to take a jump shot. It was not his preferred method of scoring. His favorite approach involved a sudden stop for a mid-range jump shot after penetrating halfway. At this moment, he swiftly released the ball into his right hand, preparing to drive through from the right side. Wang Yi, with the subtle shift of his shoulders, had already discerned this. He swiftly positioned himself to obstruct Leonard's path to the basket. Observing the impenetrable defense, Leonard pivoted on his left foot, intending to break through on the left side. However, just as he executed his turn and pulled the ball, a hand emerged silently from the shadows, intercepting the basketball midair. Leonard's dribble fell short. Wang Yi executed a swift interception. Meanwhile, a figure had already dashed towards the front court. Wang Yi lifted his gaze to see James. With a swift motion, he hurled the ball forward with his left hand. James received the pass, dribbled once, and leaped with 3 powerful strides. With a thunderous boom, he executed a signature forceful tomahawk dunk, igniting the crowd in an instant. The cameras in the arena focused on James, replaying his dunk over and over again. Yet, few noticed the crucial steal and assist by Wang Yi that preceded this moment. However, James would not forget. He returned to the defensive end and exchanged a high five with Wang Yi, exclaiming excitedly, "Brother, that was splendid." Leonard turned his head to glance at Wang Yi. Although it appeared to be a mere casual glance without any real animosity, as a superstar, he harbored a competitive fire. "If you thwart my play, I shall retaliate in kind." Beverly was well aware of this dynamic. After crossing half court, he intended to pass the ball to Leonard. How could Wang Yi be unaware of this? He employed a proactive defensive strategy, denying Leonard any opportunity to receive the ball. Beverly was unable to pass the ball to Leonard and had no choice but to pass it to George on the opposite side. Facing Davis's defense, George attempted a forceful drive but failed to score. Turning back, the Lakers launched their offense. The Clippers continued to implement a zone defense. Wang Yi exhibited remarkable agility, positioning himself beyond the three-point arc at the left corner. Playing alongside James rendered many aspects of the game remarkably straightforward. As a sharpshooter, all one needs to do is stand at the three-point line, and the ball will inevitably find its way to one's hands. Indeed, James feigned a drive, collapsing the opposing defense, and subsequently passed the ball to Wang Yi in the corner. At that moment, Paul George was already closing in. As a veteran in the role of a mere backdrop, having dedicated 20 years to this craft, he possessed a wealth of experience in being the victim of game-winning shots. He had been the target of last-second heroics from James, Lillard, Wade, Booker, and Butler on 2 occasions. The players who had bested him could circle the globe 5 times. This was, of course, a testament to his exceptional defensive prowess, often tasked with single-handedly guarding the opponent during critical moments. Yet, faced with the approaching Paul George, Wang Yi exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. His shot was executed with resolute determination. Swish! The three-pointer found its mark, just moments ago trailing by 20 points. Within less than a minute, he had narrowed the deficit to just 12. The crowd erupted in jubilation. The Clippers head coach promptly called for a timeout. In the 10-cent NBA broadcast, Wang Ming exclaimed with excitement, "In under a minute, 2 three-pointers. Could he be on the verge of replicating his previous miraculous performance?" Su Kun, however, maintained a more rational perspective, analyzing, "Such miracles occur once in a lifetime. To expect a second is exceedingly rare." Nevertheless, if Wang Yi can sustain a high three-point shooting percentage, it would be a boon for the Lakers. During the timeout, the Clippers coach pointed at Wang Yi from a distance, instructing the tenacious Patrick Beverly, "Mad Dog, when you return to the court, make sure to take him down." In the culture of M Country, the term dog does not carry a pejorative connotation. It symbolizes loyalty. The moniker Mad Dog is not derogatory either, but rather signifies Beverly's almost frenzied competitive spirit and unwavering loyalty to his team. He approaches the game with an insatiable hunger, thus embracing the nickname wholeheartedly. "Rest assured, Coach, I will take him down." As the timeout concluded and the game resumed, Leonard initiated an offensive play, while Wang Yi continued to doggedly shadow him. This time, their coach had devised a strategy. Leonard, utilizing a screen, finally received the ball. However, just as he did, a phantom-like hand swiped at the ball. Bang! The basketball hit the floor, prompting Leonard to immediately dive for the loose ball. Wang Yi, however, had already leaped like a fish and surged forth. Observing that the brow had long since darted toward the front court, he deftly flicked the ball with his left hand, sending it soaring toward the waiting figure of the brow. As the brow caught the pass, he delivered yet another thunderous dunk, causing the crowd to erupt in a cacophony of cheers once more. The commentators, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "AD's dunk is splendid. I adore this slam." Yet, we must not overlook Wang's defensive prowess. He has successfully thwarted Leonard 3 consecutive times. It is indeed a rarity in this league to see someone consistently outmaneuver Leonard in such a manner. Clearly, we had previously underestimated Wang's defense. His three-point shooting is exceptional, and his defense is equally commendable, a quintessential 3D player. This is precisely what the Lakers currently require. With LeBron and AD in place, the role players' tasks become significantly simpler: defense and three-point shooting. Remarkably, these are the very attributes that Wang Yi possesses. He complements the Lakers' 2 core players impeccably. It is high time for the Lakers to consider offering him a guaranteed contract. A true 3D player? Wang Yi heard the voice of the live commentary. A 3D player? A subtle, enigmatic smile crept across his lips. His ambitions extend far beyond this. With a system in place, his aspirations could be boundless. To enter the rotation, to become a pivotal player, a star, a full-fledged star, a superstar, a legendary superstar. Ultimately, to rival LeBron, or even to follow in the footsteps of the divine. Such is the magnitude of his ambition. Naturally, these lofty goals must be pursued with diligence, achieved step by step. At present, what the Lakers desperately need is a quality 3D player. Thus, he shall temporarily embrace the role of a 3D player. At the very least, he must establish a foothold with the Lakers and secure a guaranteed contract. At this moment, the deficit has been narrowed to 10 points. The Lakers are on the offensive. After bringing the ball up court, LeBron feigned a drive, compressing the opposing defense. He simultaneously sought out Wang Yi. However, the Clippers were prepared this time. They employed a 4-man zone defense to guard the paint, while Beverly was assigned to shadow Wang Yi. Beverly clung tightly to Wang Yi, applying physical pressure while hurling taunts. "You just hit 2 3-pointers, you think you're impressive? That's merely because I wasn't guarding you. Try it now, if you dare." "Oh, my apologies. With me here, you won't even receive the ball." Wang Yi is well aware of Beverly's capabilities. He will relentlessly engage in physical confrontations while incessantly hurling trash talk to provoke your temper. Once you lose your composure, he has achieved his goal. Therefore, Wang Yi remains unperturbed. Moreover, he will not allow Beverly to cling to him without resistance. As a proficient 3 and D player, he must actively maneuver around Davis's screens instead of passively waiting at the 3-point line for the ball. One must learn to proactively navigate the screens to create open opportunities, allowing the ball to find its way into your hands. Indeed, Wang Yi successfully maneuvered to an open position and LeBron's pass arrived promptly. Wang Yi received the ball beyond the 3-point line. However, Beverly, being of smaller stature, swiftly maneuvered past Davis's screen and charged directly towards Wang Yi. Naturally, at that moment, he could not block Wang Yi's shot. Yet, as he lunged towards Wang Yi, his right hand forcefully aimed at Wang Yi's face. Wang Yi felt a slight tightening in his chest. Although he managed to release the ball, a ripple of anxiety coursed through him. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. As for Beverly, just 2 inches away from Wang Yi's face, he suddenly withdrew his hand, avoiding any physical contact with him. Wang Yi furrowed his brow. Beverly has always played with a certain level of aggression. Thus, he instinctively believed that Beverly was indeed aiming for his face. While a slap to the face would be bearable, one could only imagine the discomfort of an eye poke or a groin kick, reminiscent of Green's notorious antics. It seems that his resolve is still not as steadfast as it ought to be. However, one learns wisdom through adversity. Wang Yi cannot possibly stumble twice into the same ditch. Meanwhile, in the 10-cent NBA live broadcast room, the commentators remarked, "Indeed, the magic has dissipated." Indeed, this resembles the shooting percentage one would expect from a typical player. Indeed, if every shot were to find the net, it would be rather terrifying. In the barrage of comments, detractors sprang forth as Wang Yi missed a shot, exclaiming, "At last, his true colors are revealed. His luck must be running out. His previous success was merely due to the opponents not applying sufficient pressure. Just look, now that Beverly is physically contesting him, he is immediately faltering. His physicality leaves much to be desired. The wild dog has only begun to reveal its fangs and has yet to strike, yet he has already fallen. He should return quickly, for he has brought shame upon the face of Huaxia." At this moment, on the court, after Wang Yi missed that shot, he displayed no signs of discouragement. A shooting percentage of 45 means that not every attempt can succeed. Turning back, he once again faced Leonard's offensive advance. This time, Leonard, aided by their center Zubac screen, finally managed to shake off Wang Yi's defense, sinking a mid-range shot. The point differential once again swelled to 12. Wang Yi served the ball. As LeBron caught it, he remarked, "Wang, do you still dare to take a shot?" Wang Yi bore a confident smile, declaring, "As long as you dare to pass." James found himself puzzled regarding the source of Wang Yi's confidence. This evening, Wang Yi's performance was noticeably less explosive than in the previous game. Yet, his self-assurance remained unwavering. Could it be attributed to yesterday's training? As James pondered, he skillfully dribbled the ball into the front court. Wang Yi has deftly maneuvered past the screen set by Davis, positioning himself at the left side 45-degree arc. At this moment, he stands with his back to the basket. Behind him, Beverly pursues relentlessly, akin to a rabid dog, having squeezed through the defense. Meanwhile, James has already released the ball. Wang Yi receives the ball. With his back turned to the hoop, he suddenly leaps. In midair, he pivots, arching his upper body backward. His right foot extends slightly forward, maintaining equilibrium. His left arm rises. With a flick of the wrist, he releases the ball. This shot is no longer a graceful arc, but rather a flat trajectory. The basketball hurtles through the air with remarkable speed, akin to a high-velocity projectile. Thud! It crashes into the net. Meanwhile, Beverly, initially anticipating that Wang Yi would at least turn around before leaping, is utterly taken aback by Wang Yi's decision to jump with his back to the basket, only spinning in midair. He has no time to contest the shot before he hears a resounding thud behind him. The arena's DJ announces, 3 points, from Wang Yi. Hearing this unfamiliar and peculiar Eastern name, Beverly clenches his fist and mutters under his breath, "Damn it." He then resumes taunting Wang Yi with trash talk. "You got lucky this time. But next time, you won't be so fortunate." Wang Yi smiled confidently, completely disregarding his opponent's taunts. However, Beverly felt a flicker of irritation within. He had faced numerous stars before, and typically, when he unleashed his trash talk and provoked them with gestures, they would become incensed, often escalating their reactions. This would invariably benefit the Clippers. Yet, this Eastern player was different. Despite Beverly's relentless verbal assaults, he remained unperturbed, even donning a disdainful smile. It was akin to a mischievous child persistently testing an adult's limits, while the adult merely responded with a faint smile, perceiving the child as nothing more than a playful nuisance. It must be said that Beverly, in addition to his ferocious defense, possessed an exceptional capacity for imagination. Turning back, he dribbled past half-court, seeking out Leonard. This time, the Eastern player did not closely shadow Leonard. Instead, he maintained a step's distance while occasionally glancing at Paul George, seemingly to prevent a pass to him. With a sense of relief, Beverly passed the ball to Leonard. Yet, at that moment, Wang Yi suddenly sprang forth like a cheetah, intercepting the ball midair. It turned out that his earlier gaze toward Paul George was merely a ruse to deceive the offensive player, leading Beverly to believe he was distracted by George. In reality, he had been vigilant of Leonard all along. Wang Yi received the ball and swiftly advanced it forward with his left hand. Behind him, a figure closely followed, relentlessly pursuing. 13 death grip versus death grip. Wang Yi seized the ball and swiftly dribbled forward with his left hand. Meanwhile, a figure closely followed behind him. This figure was none other than the relentless Beverly, pursuing Wang Yi like a frenzied hound. Wang Yi's right hand bore an injury, compelling him to dribble solely with his left. His speed, already diminished, was further hindered. After surpassing the half-court line, Beverly had caught up with Wang Yi, persistently reaching out from the side to disrupt his dribbling. He incessantly taunted, "You shall not take another point from me." Wang Yi glanced sideways and noticed that Caruso had caught up. This was initially a splendid opportunity for a 2-on-1 advantage. However, under the current pressure, it proved challenging to pass the ball with one hand. Resolutely, he decided against the pass. As he approached the three-point line, he abruptly halted. He gathered the ball, leaped into the air, and the frenetic Beverly, caught off guard, found himself 5 meters away, completely outmaneuvered. Wang Yi raised his arm. With a flick of his wrist, he executed the shot, smooth as silk, akin to the finest chocolate. The basketball slipped from his fingertips, spinning gracefully as it soared towards the hoop. Swish! It found nothing but net. The deficit had narrowed to a mere 6 points. The nearly 20,000 spectators erupted in a thunderous roar. Cheers cascaded like a tidal wave, surging from all corners towards the court. Wang Yi listened to the tumultuous sounds around him, his heart swelling with fervor. He turned to glance at Beverly, who was frowning deeply. Beverly regarded the Eastern player before him with an unfamiliarity. Although he had previously played against individuals with yellow skin, his memories were tinged with the belief that such players lacked speed, height in their jumps, and exhibited a more subdued style of play. He had often dismissed the need to defend against such athletes. However, today, this Eastern individual exhibited an unexpected ferocity. Though he spoke little on the court, his explosive style of play was astonishing. Each three-point shot struck with the precision of a dagger, piercing the hearts of the defenders. Yet, this did not dishearten him. He had been cut from NBA teams multiple times and had ventured to play in Europe, where the atmosphere in certain lower-tier leagues could be chaotic. Away fans would hurl insults at players and throw water bottles, beer cans, and even tuna fish onto the court. In such tumultuous conditions, Beverly had never faltered. A minor setback like this was trivial in his eyes. At this moment, Clippers head coach Tyronn Lue swiftly called for another timeout. A mere 2 minutes had elapsed since the last break, during which the deficit had shrunk from 12 points to 6. As it was the Lakers' home game, should they catch up, their momentum would surge, making it exceedingly difficult for the Clippers to reclaim control. When all the Clippers players huddled together, Coach Lue pointed at Wang Yi from a distance and instructed Leonard, "You will be tasked with guarding him." Beverly felt a twinge of disappointment at this command. The Eastern player had ignited his competitive spirit, and he had been eager to engage with the number one player. Yet, the coach's lack of faith in his defensive capabilities was palpable. Reflecting on it, however, it was understandable. Under his defense, the Eastern player had scored 2 additional three-pointers and made 2 steals. It could be said that he had been thoroughly outmatched in those 2 minutes. Were he the head coach, he too would have sought a different defender. Leonard glanced at Wang Yi from a distance, saying nothing, merely nodding. He was known for his reticence. Standing just over 2 meters tall, Leonard possessed a staggering wingspan of 21 meters, complemented by his unusually large hands. When he defended against opponents, he became a nightmare for them. Any dribble near him risked being intercepted by his long arms and hands. Thus, his defensive style was often referred to as a death grip. Many offensive juggernauts in the league had succumbed to his defense, including the formidable LeBron James, who had found himself frustrated by Leonard's skills. Therefore, when an opponent's offense became particularly fierce, it was typically Leonard who would be assigned to guard them. On the Lakers' side, Coach Korver addressed his team regarding their upcoming strategies. Though we have successfully landed several three-pointers, this does not imply that our shooting is fully on point. In truth, only Wang Yi has been consistently effective from beyond the arc. Consequently, they will continue to employ a 4-man zone defense while ensuring that one player relentlessly pursues Wang. Thus, Wang, you must remain vigilant and persistent. Wang Yi nodded, stating that he would maneuver around the screen to find an open position. At that moment, Korver gestured to Wang Yi, suggesting that navigating around a screen need not solely involve teammates. One could also weave through the area guarded by their 4 defenders, thereby evading the player tasked with marking him. Wang Yi's eyes lit up. It's akin to having the Clippers players set screens for me. Korver nodded with a smile. In this way, their defense will appear chaotic. When their defense is in disarray, opportunities will arise for us. Wang Yi smiled as well. Good coach. At that moment, James gave Wang Yi a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Brother, whether we can turn the score around depends on you. Anthony Davis also encouraged him with a playful pat on the backside. I hope you can lead us to victory. Meanwhile, Tucker, who was replaced by Wang Yi, felt a tinge of melancholy. If Wang Yi continued to excel, his rotation spot could very well be usurped. Yet he understood the cruel nature of competitive sports. Perform well, and you bask in adoration. Falter, and you are met with disdain. Soon, the timeout concluded. The Clippers mounted an offensive, and Wang Yi relentlessly applied pressure on Leonard. At that moment, the Clippers' Paul George stepped up, sinking a 2-pointer. The deficit was once again reduced to 8 points. It was now the Lakers' turn to attack. True to form, the Clippers employed a 4-man zone defense. While Leonard fixated intently on Wang Yi, preventing him from receiving the ball, the commentators astutely noted the development. Look, Leonard has taken on the primary defensive role against Wang. For a 10-day contract player to be defended by Leonard is indeed a badge of honor. It remains uncertain whether he can still make those 3-point shots under Leonard's defense. It is a daunting challenge, as Leonard stands taller and stronger than Beverly. Attempting to score over Leonard presents considerable difficulty. Across the ocean, in the Tencent NBA live streaming room, Wang Meng was somewhat astonished upon witnessing this scene. Having Leonard assigned to primarily guard Wang, it was both an honor and a formidable challenge for him. Sukun wholeheartedly agreed, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, if he can maintain a high level of performance under Leonard's vigilant defense, it will significantly bolster his self-confidence. However, Leonard's tenacious grip is not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, The barrage of comments on screen revealed that many who had previously been intimidated by Wang Yi's performance were now re-engaging. It had merely been the case that Beverly was too diminutive. Now, with Leonard taking the lead in defense, it was anticipated that Wang Yi would face considerable difficulty. The grip of death was no laughing matter. If he manages to sink a couple of three-pointers over Leonard, I shall eat my words live. That particular commentator resurfaced once more. The game continued at the Staples Center, where Leonard, like a mechanized sentinel, closely monitored Wang Yi, denying him any opportunity to receive the ball. His long arms and large hands flailed before Wang Yi, akin to someone wielding a small tree in front of him. This rendered it nearly impossible for Wang Yi to make a catch. Such was the daunting nature of the death grip. Nevertheless, Wang Yi executed a swift turn and surged towards the paint, with Leonard steadfastly trailing closely behind. Wang Yi maneuvered into the interior of the Clippers' zone defense, skillfully evading their power forward. He then swiftly darted toward the left corner, poised to receive a pass beyond the three-point line. Leonard, possessing a larger physique than Wang Yi, attempted to navigate around his teammate, yet he lacked the agility of Wang Yi. At that moment, his teammates were unable to clear the path. Any concession would disrupt the structure of their zone defense. As Wang Yi reached the three-point line, Leonard forcefully pushed aside his teammate and pursued Wang Yi beyond the arc. At this juncture, Wang Yi found himself with ample space. He received a pass from Caruso and effortlessly raised his arm to shoot. Leonard, still 3 meters away, recognized Wang Yi's intent and leaped high into the air, resembling a majestic bird, lunging toward him. One cannot deny that his height, vertical leap, and wingspan reflect exceptional talent. Even from 3 meters away, his leap could entirely overshadow Wang Yi, rendering the shot nearly impossible. However, Wang Yi was not to be underestimated. His motion was merely a feint. Once the avian-like Leonard soared above him, he calmly released his three-point shot. Swish! The three-pointer found its mark, narrowing the deficit to just 5 points. The crowd erupted once more in thunderous applause. The big screen displayed Wang Yi, the recent scorer of the three-pointer, while the exuberant voice of the DJ reverberated throughout the arena. 3 points, courtesy of Wang Yi. As the excitement settled, the Clippers prepared for their offensive play. Wang Yi remained steadfastly glued to Leonard. Upon receiving the ball, Leonard, noticing Wang Yi's unwavering presence, sidesteps to dribble a step while using his body to create space, intending to execute a forceful mid-range jump shot. However, Wang Yi, augmented by his experience card of relentless pursuit, reacts with remarkable swiftness. After being momentarily pushed away, he quickly advances a step forward. At this moment, Leonard has just begun to raise the ball, yet has not yet taken off. Wang Yi swung his left arm in a sweeping motion, delivering a resounding block that sent Leonard crashing to the ground. To the left, Caruso, quick-witted and agile, seized the ball at once and swiftly advanced towards the front court. Wang Yi swiftly followed suit, dashing towards the corner of the three-point line in the front court. Paul George had already caught up. Caruso was unable to make a direct layup. He cast a glance towards Wang Yi in the left corner and promptly tossed the ball over to him. As Wang Yi received the ball, he intended to leap. Beverly had already returned in pursuit. He still executed a feigned shot. Beverly was directly baited, soaring past him. However, at the same time, Leonard had also made his way over. Wang Yi executed yet another feint, leaving Leonard momentarily off balance. At that moment, should Wang Yi take the shot, Beverly would undoubtedly be there to block it. Instead, he dribbled to the right, taking a significant step to evade Beverly's outstretched fingers. He leaped, flicked his wrist, and released the ball. Swish! The three-pointer found its mark. The deficit was reduced to a mere 2 points. The brilliance of this shot was palpable in the exuberant cheers of the audience. Stunning. Absolutely exhilarating. Having blocked Leonard, he then deftly maneuvered past both Beverly and Leonard, sinking another three-pointer. His seamless blend of offense and defense epitomized the type of 3D player the Lakers desperately needed. I now find myself questioning who truly embodies the relentless tenacity, Leonard or Wang. The large screen at the venue replayed Wang Yi's transition from defense to offense repeatedly. The commentators expressed their astonishment, exclaiming, "Wang! He is undoubtedly the Lakers' most significant acquisition this year." This play by Wang showcased a delightful amalgamation of offense and defense. It baffles me how such a player could have been overlooked previously. One commentator candidly remarked, "It's because he is of Eastern descent, which may hinder his recognition by certain coaches." Naturally, the commentators chose not to dwell on this topic for too long, merely touching upon it briefly. Concurrently, in the Tencent NBA live broadcast room, the two commentators shared a sense of elation. Wang Ming remarked, "Today, Wang Yi's three-pointer was indeed not as explosive as in the previous match. However, the seamless integration of his offense and defense has undeniably showcased his worth. Su-kun nodded in agreement. Indeed, if my memory serves me right, since he began guarding Leonard, Leonard has yet to score. Observe his defense. He remains closely attached to his opponent, preventing any opportunity for a reception, although his height and wingspan may not match Leonard's. His relentless spirit is certainly deserving of the term tenacious pursuit. Wang Ming gazed at Meina and remarked, "Sister Na, you must be feeling delighted now, aren't you?" Meina, with a radiant smile, replied, "Wang Yi's performance has truly been astonishing. I hope he can soon make his mark and secure a place in the Lakers' rotation." As the host, Wang Ming posed a question, "Teacher Su, do you believe Wang Yi can break into the rotation?" Su-kun responded, "If Wang Yi continues to maintain such a high standard, he will undoubtedly be an exceptional 3D player, precisely the type of player the Lakers require. Entering the rotation should not pose a significant challenge. If he performs well in the next game and sustains this level of play, securing a guaranteed contract will be a mere formality." In the comments, a fan interjected, "Didn't someone just say Leonard would dominate Wang Yi? What about now? Indeed, where have all the critics gone? Come out and show yourselves. What about that brother Xiang? Didn't he claim that if Wang Yi could sink 2 3-pointers over Leonard, he would livestream eating crow? I'm still waiting." The critics have quietly retreated. Such is the nature of critics. When you falter, they are quick to pounce, yet when you excel, they scuttle back into their shells. Of course, there are still some who, unable to critique your skills, will shift their perspective. It's not yet the final whistle. The outcome remains uncertain. At this juncture, one must consider that if he were truly exceptional, he wouldn't have drifted through the NBA for 2 years. To blow smoke after just a couple of good games is foolishness. Staples Center. Wang Yi once again defended against Leonard. This time, with the cooperation of his teammates. Leonard finally executed an impressive alley-oop dunk, extending the lead to 4 points. Wang Yi's vertical leap is rather ordinary, standing 10 centimeters shorter than Leonard. This particular shot was simply indefensible. Turning back, the Lakers commenced their offensive. Wang Yi once again penetrated the interior of the Clippers. He weaved around the 4 opponents within the paint, engaging in a flurry of movement. Leonard is indeed formidable when defending the ball handler, yet he seldom contends with such relentless off-ball motion. One might ponder the futility of running without the ball in hand. Ultimately, the Clippers' interior defense was thoroughly disoriented by Wang Yi's maneuvering. Subsequently, he dashed out to the perimeter with remarkable speed. Leonard, having learned from his previous mistake, pursued with all his might. However, Wang Yi deftly maneuvered around James's imposing figure, who facilitated a handoff pass to him. Wang Yi received the ball beyond the 3-point line and, with a swift motion, launched his shot. As Leonard maneuvered past James, he stumbled and collided with Wang Yi's side. However, at that moment, fueled by immense confidence, Wang Yi released the ball with astonishing speed. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Swish! The 3-pointer found its mark. The referee signaled. Leonard committed a foul. Wang Yi's 3-pointer counts, and he shall be awarded an additional free throw. In the midst of Leonard's relentless defense, Wang Yi successfully executed the 3-pointer, drawing a foul from Leonard, and thus earned an extra shot. Wang Yi's free throw found its mark, bringing the score to a tie at 86-86. Remarkably, they recovered from a 20-point deficit to equalize in just half a quarter. This pace of scoring was nothing short of astonishing. The catalyst for this turnaround was Wang Yi's relentless defense against the opposing team's key player. His steals and multiple 3-pointers opened up the game for the Lakers. The atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch, with nearly 20,000 spectators roaring in unison. In that moment, the Lakers' momentum surged to its zenith. Wang Yi raised his gaze towards Leonard, who remained as stoic as ever, devoid of any expression. There was no sign of urgency, no flicker of frustration when thwarted, nor a hint of disappointment when several 3-pointers found their mark against him. He appeared as an emotionless automaton, exhibiting only mechanical defense and precisely calculated shooting. At that moment, Clippers coach Tyronn Lue, witnessing the 20-point deficit evaporate in an instant, felt a surge of anxiety within. However, he refrained from calling another timeout, having already exhausted 2 in a mere 5 minutes. Further interruptions would risk leaving him without pauses during the crucial moments of the 4th quarter. Instead, he called out, "Leonard, George," prompting both players to turn towards him. Yet, Lue uttered nothing, his eyes conveying a heartfelt message. The two understood his implication. They were to devise a solution. This was Lue's customary coaching philosophy. During his tenure with the Cavaliers, he often sought LeBron's counsel for internal matters and James' input for external ones. Once, when James was utterly fatigued and on the verge of collapse in the fourth quarter, Lue had called 2 timeouts, not to strategize, but merely to allow James a moment to recuperate. Such unconventional maneuvers were uniquely his. Faced with Wang Yi's unexpected defense and three-point barrage, Lue found himself at a loss and turned to his 2 core players. However, while both were capable of individual brilliance, they lacked in devising strategies under pressure. Reluctantly, Lue shifted his focus to Rondo. Having navigated the league for many years, Rondo had become a seasoned veteran, brimming with experience and possessing a high basketball IQ. His guidance of Cousins in defending against air was a testament to his acumen. Thus, it was not an exaggeration to regard Rondo as a coach on the court. Seizing the opportunity during a dead ball, Lue said to Rondo, "Our success today hinges entirely on you." Rondo accepted the responsibility without hesitation, nodding before returning to the game. In the ensuing minutes, Rondo's orchestration revitalized the Clippers' offense. Meanwhile, Wang Yi's three-pointer had dismantled the Lakers' zone defense, leaving them unable to contain their opponents. The score oscillated back and forth, and by the end of the third quarter, the teams were separated by a mere 2 points. During the break, nearly all Lakers players approached Wang Yi to exchange high fives. Wang Yi felt a subtle surge of excitement within him. Having wandered through the NBA for 2 years, he had never encountered such a scene. Those players, far from celebrating with him, often didn't even spare him a glance. Yet now, after merely 2 games, nearly every member of the team was coming to high-five him. How could this not evoke a sense of reflection? At that moment, LeBron approached with a tablet in hand, mysteriously tapping Wang Yi on the shoulder, and inquired, "Can you guess your current statistics?" Wang Yi shook his head and replied, "I cannot guess." Just moments ago, all his attention was devoted to the game, focused on excelling in each round. As for how many points he had scored or how many three-pointers he had made, he had not kept track. LeBron handed the tablet to Wang Yi. Wang Yi gazed upon the statistical data before him. 19 points. In a mere 8 minutes, he had amassed 19 points. With a remarkable shooting performance of 6 successful three-pointers out of 9 attempts and a flawless free throw. 19 points, 2 steals, 2 assists, and 1 block. His plus-minus rating stood at an astonishing 20. This epitomizes Wang Yi's terrifying efficiency within such a brief span. While a single quarter's tally of 19 points may not be deemed substantial when compared to those of superstars, his plus-minus rating is undeniably formidable. During his time on the court, the team triumphed by a margin of 20 points. Wang Yi gazed at the series of data before him, feeling a sense of unreality. How many times had he dreamed of delivering such an outstanding performance? Yet, reality had repeatedly dealt him heavy blows. Until today, he finally achieved the performance he had longed for. Of course, this was merely the beginning. His ambitions were far grander. At that moment, Wang Yi's gaze shifted to the Clippers bench, fixating on Leonard. He had often heard of the terror of the death grip, but today, experiencing it firsthand, he grasped the true horror of Leonard's tenacity. His overwhelming performance in the third quarter against Leonard was not due to any deficiency in Leonard's grip. Rather, it was a stroke of luck. Leonard's death grip exerts immense pressure on the ball handler, while Wang Yi was fortunate enough to play without the ball. Were he to face Leonard one-on-one while holding the ball, his current abilities would surely lead to a humiliating defeat. He yearned for the day when the death grip would no longer be an enhancement bestowed by the system, but rather a skill intrinsic to himself. Only then could he maintain the death grip for extended periods, rather than merely experiencing it for a fleeting 10 minutes. Soon, the fourth quarter commenced. With the Lakers allowing James to rest, Wang Yi did not take the court either. It seemed he had only played for a mere 8 minutes. Yet the toll on his stamina was immense. Defensively, he had to engage in a relentless struggle against the mechanical prowess of Leonard. Offensively, he was required to ceaselessly maneuver around screens and execute three-point shots. Even the most resilient player could not withstand such exhaustion. Thus, at this juncture, the coach refrained from sending him back onto the floor. Moreover, Coach Vogel had his own considerations. It was evident from these 2 games that Wang Yi had already established himself as a valuable 3D player, ideally suited to partner with James. Therefore, he intended to wait until James was on the court before deploying Wang Yi alongside him. Without James, Davis was left to rally a group of substitutes. However, the Clippers, under the guidance of Coach Lue, executed their offense with fluidity. In stark contrast, the Lakers bench continued to embody their unrefined nature. Ultimately, with 8 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the Clippers gradually widened the gap to 9 points. At that moment, a most alarming scene unfolded. After a block, Davis suddenly clutched his hip and limped off. The collective anxiety of the crowd surged. Silence enveloped the arena. The team physician rushed to assist Davis in mobilizing his left leg. Moments later, he helped Davis to the locker room. Soon, news emerged from the locker room. Davis would not return for the remainder of the game. James's expression grew grave. He approached Vogel, his voice tinged with determination. "Coach, I must play." According to the usual rotation, it was time for him to rest. Yet, he could not afford to remain sidelined. Though it was merely a regular season game, these two teams were fierce local rivals, and the Clippers were the Lakers' most formidable hypothetical adversary in the playoffs. Therefore, securing this victory was imperative. In a moment of urgency, with Davis injured, James requested to take the court. After weighing his options, Coach Vogel ultimately nodded in agreement. "You may proceed." His gaze then shifted to Wang Yi. "Wang, it is your time to shine." In this game, Wang Yi's three-point shooting had been impeccable. With James on the floor, it was only natural to pair him with Wang Yi. Simultaneously, Vogel addressed Drummond. "Drummond, focus on securing rebounds, particularly offensive boards." Drummond nodded. "Understood." Since joining the Lakers, he had often been a source of mischief. It was only occasionally that he played as the formidable Drummond. Thus, he was eager to prove himself. Originally, he and James seemed incompatible. James's style necessitated spacing among 5 players on the court, yet Drummond lacked the mid-range shooting ability to create that space. However, this game was different. Wang Yi's long-range shooting is reliable. If the opponents retreat under the basket, he can punish them with his perimeter shots. And if they step out to defend, it creates driving lanes for LeBron to exploit. Soon, the 3 substitutes were rotated onto the court. At this point, the Lakers lineup consisted of LeBron, Drummond, Caruso, Pope, and Wang Yi. Among these 5, aside from Drummond's slightly slower foot speed, there are virtually no defensive weaknesses. As Wang Yi stepped off the court moments ago, the experience of the death spiral came to a halt. Now, as he re-enters the arena, the time for this harrowing experience resumes its relentless march. He has a mere 2 minutes left in the death spiral. The Lakers are on the offensive. Wang Yi continues to maneuver tirelessly, seeking opportunities. His defender has now been replaced by Paul George. George's defense is also of the highest caliber, although often labeled as a mere supporting player. This designation only underscores the strength of his defensive prowess. Otherwise, he would not be capable of guarding the opposing team's most pivotal player during critical moments. With his considerable size, Drummond provides exceptional screens. Wang Yi maneuvered past his cover, momentarily evading the defense of Paul George. James, possessing exceptional court vision, immediately passed the ball upon seeing Wang Yi break free into space. Wang Yi, positioned at a 45-degree angle on the left, seized the ball without any hesitation. He launched a shot with precision. Bang! The ball struck the backboard and swished through the net for a 3-pointer, narrowing the deficit to 6 points. The match progressed, and Wang Yi relentlessly pursued Leonard, while on the other end, James closely guarded Paul George. Despite his advanced age, which limited his ability to maintain intense defense for extended periods, James exhibited formidable defensive pressure during crucial moments. Caruso engaged in a tussle with Rondo, who attempted to distribute the ball after breaking through. With George tightly marked and Leonard ensnared, Rondo had no choice but to pass to Beverly on the opposite side. Beverly sought to take a shot but was deterred by the approaching KCP, opting instead to dribble back to Rondo. Rondo endeavored to orchestrate the offense once more. However, with the rest of the players tightly guarded, he was compelled to attempt a desperate 3-pointer as the shot clock dwindled. Bang! The shot clanged off the rim. The Lakers continued their offensive push. James secured the rebound and swiftly passed to KCP, who was on a fast break. KCP executed a dunk, reducing the gap to 4 points. In the subsequent minute, the Lakers showcased their high-intensity defense, leaving the Clippers scoreless. Additionally, the Lakers capitalized on 2 fast break opportunities, along with James' free throw and Wang Yi's 3-pointer, erasing the deficit entirely. The Clippers were forced to call a timeout. The atmosphere in the arena reached another crescendo as James, upon exiting the court, exchanged a powerful high-five with Wang Yi. Wang Yi's left hand was unintentionally struck with such force that it caused him considerable pain. It is worth noting that James is a veritable powerhouse, with muscles even in the palms of his hands. This forceful slap was too much for Wang Yi's petite frame to bear. Gritting his teeth, he murmured, "LeBron, do you wish to injure my left hand as well?" James erupted into hearty laughter and replied, "Fear not. If you are hurt, Karen will take care of it." in the Tencent NBA live broadcast room. As the score was tied once more, Mina's smile blossomed anew. Wang Ming inquired with a smile, "Sister Na, are you feeling happier now?" Mina gently placed her hand on her chest and replied, "I was utterly terrified when Davis got injured. I feared the Lakers might falter. Fortunately, it seems that the Lakers have withstood the pressure thus far." Wang Ming nodded and remarked, "Injuries are an athlete's greatest adversary. I hope Davis is not seriously affected." Returning to the game, the Lakers managed to close a 9-point gap within 2 minutes. How is it that the Lakers were able to equalize despite Davis's absence? Let us turn to Professor Su for insights. Su Kun adjusted his glasses and stated, "In the past 2 minutes, the Lakers exhibited an intimidating level of defensive intensity, preventing the Clippers from scoring a single point. LeBron James activated his decisive mode ahead of schedule, while Caruso and Pope elevated their defensive efforts to the maximum. Although Drummond's mobility may be somewhat limited, his presence in the paint remains formidable." What surprised me most was Wang Yi. His defensive prowess has reached a top-tier standard. While it may appear to some that Wang Yi contributed little on the defensive end during these 2 minutes, no steals, no blocks, and no rebounds, one should note that his primary assignment, Leonard, failed to execute a single successful offensive play in that span. Furthermore, consider his plus-minus rating, 29. This indicates that when he was on the court, the Lakers outscored their opponents by 29 points, the highest figure on the team. At this juncture, I believe that even if the Lakers ultimately lose, it has been worthwhile, for they have unearthed a valuable 3D player in Wang Yi, which is precisely what the Lakers need at present. Of course, this hinges on Wang Yi's ability to maintain consistent performance. Meanwhile, the barrage of negative comments has significantly dwindled, especially from that critic, Xiang Gu, who has long since vanished. Yet, some detractors always manage to unearth peculiar criticisms. Left-handed shooting? It looks awkward. They insist, demanding victories before passing judgment. Just a stats accumulator, they claim. The NBA is a stage for individuality, yet he dares to sport such a commonplace hairstyle. How utterly uninspired. At the Staples Center, on the Lakers bench, Wang Yi took a sip of the unpleasant Gatorade. While the players of the Lakers were in high spirits, his expression gradually grew somber. The time for the death entanglement experience card had expired. Consequently, his defense would revert to its previous ordinary level. At such a standard, could he possibly contain Leonard? Clearly, the answer was no. Nevertheless, in this match, he was determined to prove himself. He sought to seize this rare opportunity to secure ample playing time for himself. Therefore, he must, by all means, defend against Leonard. Furthermore, he did not wish to become a mere dependent on the system, even if the system were to vanish henceforth. He was resolute in exerting every effort to deliver a performance that would astonish all. Head coach Vogel perceptively sensed that Wang Yi's mindset had undergone some transformation. He inquired, "Wang, is something bothering you?" Wang Yi shook his head, his voice soft yet resolutely firm. "No. Who shall take the decisive shot at 17? After the timeout, the Clippers resumed their offensive play. Wang Yi continues to primarily guard Leonard. In the absence of the experience card of relentless entanglement, Wang Yi must exert himself even more in defense. Offense often relies on innate talent, yet defense is predominantly a matter of willpower. Even with modest natural gifts, one can deliver fiercely robust defense through sheer determination, much like the tenacious Beverly. At this moment, Wang Yi had firmly resolved to defend with utmost determination. As Leonard sought to receive the ball, Wang Yi persistently maneuvered in front of him, obstructing his attempts to catch it. Simultaneously, he engaged in relentless physical confrontations. Although he faced disadvantages physically, this constant pressure significantly drained Leonard's stamina. When Leonard had possession, Wang Yi continually disrupted his passing, ensuring that both receiving and dribbling became exceedingly uncomfortable for him. Discomfort in these actions would inevitably lead to a loss of rhythm, and once rhythm is lost, shooting accuracy diminishes. Indeed, in the ensuing minutes, Leonard managed only one successful mid-range shot out of 4 attempts and failed to convert any of his 3-point attempts. As for Paul George, he was limited to 1 successful shot out of 3, thanks to James's defense. Meanwhile, on the Lakers side, Wang Yi's energy expenditure led to a decline in his shooting precision. Nevertheless, during this period, he still achieved a commendable 3-point shooting rate of 2 out of 4. Consequently, amidst the ebb and flow of the game, the Lakers had established a 5-point lead. However, the Clippers' sharpshooters began to find their rhythm, consecutively sinking 3-pointers, including a notable shot from Rondo. Ultimately, the suspense of the match persisted until the final 28 seconds, with a score of 115 to 117. The Clippers holding a 2-point advantage and the Lakers in possession of the ball. At this juncture, whether among the live audience, viewers at home, or those watching on their devices, hearts raced and palms grew clammy. Almost all spectators were on their feet, many female viewers clasping their hands over their hearts. Heads bowed in silent prayer. The large screen in the arena frequently captured James and Wang Yi. The impending offensive play was crucial. As the team leader and strategic mastermind, it was only natural for James to take charge of the attack. However, Wang Yi's remarkable three-point shooting, 8 successful attempts out of 12, made entrusting him with the ball seem equally justifiable. What choice should be made? In the Tencent NBA live broadcast room, Maina also gripped her hands anxiously. Wang Ming remarked, "This competition is truly captivating." Su Kun concurred, "Indeed, it is splendid." Wang Ming once again posed a question. The significance of the upcoming offensive play for the Lakers is self-evident. If they succeed in scoring and defending, the Lakers will secure victory in the city rivalry and ascend in the standings. Should they encounter the Clippers in the playoffs, they would gain a psychological advantage. Teacher Su pondered who would take the final shot, to which Su Kun responded with a smile. The camera's language has already provided the answer. James is undoubtedly the primary choice, and if Wang Yi is given the opportunity, he would also be an excellent option. However, it is worth noting that Wang Yi has only participated in garbage time previously and has never played in such a tense match. Nor has he taken such a pivotal shot. Whether he can withstand the psychological pressure and make the basket remains a tantalizing question. Wang Ming felt a profound agreement. Simultaneously filled with anticipation, let us await the outcome with bated breath. Amidst the barrage of comments, the critics resurfaced. "Spare me, relying on him for a crucial shot. How amusing. James is about to shift the blame once more. Everyone, brace yourselves for the fallout. Can Wang Yi shoulder this burden? With his slight stature?" The atmosphere on-site grew tense. Even the cheerleading performances during timeouts failed to capture the crowd's attention. Several players from the Lakers began to exhibit signs of anxiety, particularly those seated on the bench, gripping their hands tightly, silently offering prayers. Caruso incessantly wiped the sweat from his brow. Drummond gulped down water. Yet, at this moment, James remained relatively unfazed. He had weathered too many storms. In comparison, today's game seemed trivial. Notably, another individual remained unperturbed, Wang Yi. Not only was he untroubled, but his eyes sparkled with fervor. His blood surged with exhilaration. Despite a considerable depletion of energy earlier, the boiling passion within him rendered fatigue imperceptible. He was elated. He was exhilarated. To partake in such a battle, his sole sensation was one of euphoria. This was his innate quality. From elementary school onward, he had participated in an array of competitions: jump rope contests, table tennis tournaments, calligraphy competitions, English contests, mathematics competitions, and athletic meets. During competitions, the majority of participants often succumbed to nerves, some even rushing to the restroom repeatedly. But not Wang Yi. The more intense and competitive the match, the more thrilled he became. He relished competition, he craved it. This trait was embedded in him from birth. Coach Vogel also noticed Wang Yi's enthusiasm, taken aback by it. He seldom encountered players who thrived on excitement amid high-stakes scenarios. Typically, such players excelled at critical junctures. He could not help but inquire, "Wang, how would you feel about taking this shot?" Many players paused in surprise. Wang Yi's performance in this match was truly commendable. However, can one truly entrust such a pivotal moment to a player on a mere 10-day contract? It is well understood that the greater the significance of the moment, the heavier the psychological burden on the player. Under such immense pressure, can his three-point shot remain as steady? Most would contend that for a player on a 10-day contract, this seems rather implausible. Not to mention short-term contract players. Even many key players on various teams often hesitate to take the shot in critical moments. Thus, such responsibilities are typically reserved for the team's star players. It was indeed unexpected for the coach to pose such a question to Wang Yi. Yet, upon hearing it, Wang Yi showed no hesitation, responding without a moment's pause. "I believe it's a great opportunity." The others were taken aback. Where does a player on a 10-day contract find such confidence? Does he feel no pressure at all? Wang Yi could hardly elucidate why he felt exhilarated during such pivotal moments. He merely stated, "I am but a player on a 10-day contract. If I make the shot, people will praise me and shower me with accolades. If I miss, the blame will fall upon those who passed the ball to me. After all, why would you entrust such a crucial shot to a player on a 10-day contract? Thus, the pressure resides with you, not with me." His words left the crowd momentarily speechless. yet they soon erupted in laughter. In such a tense atmosphere, Wang Yi's remarks undoubtedly alleviated some of the anxiety, allowing everyone to breathe a little easier. However, at that moment, LeBron interjected, "Wang, for the time being, don't move around. Just position yourself at the left corner beyond the three-point line. I will drive into the paint. The Clippers will assume that I 1T passed the ball to you in this critical situation, so they will likely converge on me in the paint. At that moment, I will pass the ball to you." Wang Yi nodded excitedly, saying, "Understood." The pivotal three-pointer. Many assert that LeBron James tends to evade responsibility in critical moments, conveniently overlooking the fact that he holds the record for the most game-winning shots in playoff history. He simply embodies a different archetype compared to legends like Jordan and Kobe. While Jordan and Kobe are primarily focused on scoring, insisting on taking the final shot themselves, LeBron exhibits a more comprehensive approach. In crucial moments, he prefers to pass the ball to the teammate who presents the best opportunity. Naturally, if that opportunity lies with him, he will not hesitate to seize it. At this moment, as Wang Yi was in exceptional form, he resolved to entrust this decisive shot to himself. Wang Yi stood tall and straight, his gaze filled with fervor. "Good," he uttered but a single word. Yet, it was palpable to all that this word encapsulated an intense yearning for battle. Back on the court, the Lakers prepared to inbound the ball. LeBron James, possessing the ball, advanced past the halfway line. At this moment, the Lakers trailed by merely 2 points, affording them the option of either a two-point shot or a three-pointer. According to what James had said, Wang Yi remained stationed in the corner, refraining from making any movements. Observing this, the head coach of the Clippers felt a slight sense of relief. Indeed, Vogel would not entrust such a crucial shot to a player on a 10-day contract. Or perhaps, the psychological pressure was too overwhelming for this temporary player, causing him to shy away from taking the shot altogether, thus avoiding any movement. With this thought in mind, he called out to Paul George, who was guarding Wang Yi, urging him to focus on providing support for the interior defense. James had been off with his three-point shooting this game, and knowing Tyronn Lue's insights into James, there was no doubt that he would attempt to penetrate the paint aggressively. Paul George nodded in acknowledgement. Having been on the receiving end of a buzzer beater from James before, he was determined not to allow him to score a critical basket this time. At that moment, it was the robotic Leonard defending against James. After a swift change of direction, James created half a step of separation from Leonard. He then leveraged his body to push past Leonard, driving forcefully towards the basket. Although two defenders already awaited him in the paint, Paul George, feeling uneasy, rushed over to assist. Just as Paul George lunged toward James, a precise pass soared over Paul George's shoulder and found its way to Wang Yi. Realizing the impending danger, Paul George quickly turned to chase after Wang Yi. But it was already too late. When Wang Yi received the pass, Paul George had already distanced himself 4 meters away. Wang Yi received the pass and shot without the slightest hesitation. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, descending towards the hoop. All eyes were fixated on the vibrant orange sphere. A wave of tension swept over both the Clippers players and their fans. Wang Yi's three-point attempt was undeniably formidable, a shot that commanded attention at this critical juncture. In the gaze of nearly 20,000 spectators, the basketball finally descended towards the rim. A resounding clang echoed as the ball struck the front of the hoop, rebounding high into the air. A collective sigh of disappointment arose from the audience. The players, coaching staff, and fans of the Clippers all exhaled in relief. It seemed that the Lakers' #1 player ultimately faltered under the immense psychological pressure. At such a pivotal moment, he failed to convert what could have been the most crucial shot of the game. Lakers fans, witnessing this scene, were left fuming, questioning why the ball was passed to him. The commentators, their voices racing with excitement, lamented, "Oh no, why pass the ball to him?" Undeniably, Wang's performance was commendable. However, he had never experienced even a second of crucial moments in his career, rendering him incapable of bearing such substantial psychological strain. This was a poor decision by James in terms of passing. One wonders if James will later regret this choice. In the live broadcast by Tencent NBA, the two commentators expressed their shared sense of regret. Wang Ming remarked, "Wang Yi's three-pointer missed. What a pity." Su Kun shook his head in agreement, stating, "Had that shot landed, it would have proven him to be a player with a big heart. This is crucial for his subsequent signing of a guaranteed contract." At that moment, the barrage of comments was silent, for the game was not yet over after the ball had ricocheted off the rim. In this suffocatingly tense moment, even the critics were too preoccupied to disparage Wang Yi. On site, as the ball soared high, 4 players from the Clippers crowded the paint, preparing to snag the rebound. Meanwhile, All Lakers players, save for LeBron, remained beyond the three-point line, unable to contest for the ball. Soon enough, the rebound was seized by the Clippers' Rondo, who intended to dribble. However, before he could release the ball, a pair of hands suddenly reached in from the side, seizing the basketball with force, yanking it away from Rondo. The perpetrator was none other than Caruso, the Soul Car King of Los Angeles. This unexpected turn of events saw all four Clippers converge upon Caruso, enveloping him like a dumpling. In a fleeting glance, he spotted Wang Yi stationed at the left corner. Without a moment's hesitation, Caruso leaped towards the baseline, creating space for a pass. While airborne, he tossed the ball to Wang Yi. As the crowd witnessed Caruso passing to Wang Yi once more, an internal chorus of "No, no, no, no," resonated amongst the fans. The commentators, speaking at a rapid pace, exclaimed, "Caruso steals it and passes to Wang. He just missed, surely he won't shoot again. Who will he pass to? LeBron is open on the perimeter, and with time still on the clock, he should pass to LeBron to reset the offense." Yet Wang Yi paid no heed to these thoughts. Faced with an open shot, to abstain from shooting would be to squander such an opportunity. As for psychological pressure, ridiculous. For him, who yearned for battle, the concept of pressure was foreign. At that moment, Paul George had once again closed in. Nevertheless, upon receiving the ball, Wang Yi exhibited not a flicker of hesitation. His eyes were filled with determination. He bent his knees, rose onto his toes, leaped, and lifted his arm. With a powerful flick of his wrist, he released the ball. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, as smooth as water. Paul George lunged out with remarkable speed. However, due to the distance, he could only watch helplessly as the basketball sailed past his fingertips. The hearts of the audience collectively raced once more. Even the commentary echoed with cries of "No, no, no." The basketball glided through the air, and the Staples Center fell into a profound silence. All breaths were held. Every gaze fixated upon the ball, trailing its arc. In that moment, a satisfying swish echoed as the ball brushed against the net, sending a flurry of white ripples cascading from the rim. 3 points scored. Suddenly, Staples Center erupted with an overwhelming cheer. The commentator's incessant "no" transformed instantaneously into "yes, not a noise." The near-game winner ignited a tsunami of applause, surging forth like a volcanic eruption. The very dome of the Staples Center seemed on the verge of being lifted. "Yes, Wang. Absolutely incredible. Oh my heavens, thank goodness." The DJ's prolonged notes soared even higher, punctuating the atmosphere. A three-pointer from Wang Yi, transcending the ocean. In the 10-cent NBA studio, Mina exhaled deeply. Her small fist clenched in excitement. As a female broadcaster, she was entitled to her favorite team and could openly express her support during the live broadcast. However, when her cherished team executed a pivotal play, she found it essential to temper her enthusiasm, stifling her exhilaration. Wang Ming raised his fist in astonishment, exclaiming, "Remarkable. Absolutely extraordinary." Su Kun, unable to contain his excitement, adjusted his glasses and remarked, "My goodness, he truly dares to shoot." At such a critical moment, after missing his previous attempt, he showed no hesitation in taking another shot. A player with immense courage. A player with a heart of steel. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments from those who had intended to criticize Wang Yi for his earlier miss fell silent, as if they had all lost their voices. The screen was inundated with praises, filled with an overwhelming number of 666 and awesome messages. However, on the court, the five players of the Lakers had no time to celebrate. The Clippers, having already exhausted their timeouts, faced a pressing situation. The Lakers needed to swiftly transition to defense. The final offensive play for the Clippers was entrusted to Leonard, and once again, Wang Yi was assigned to defend him. He kept a vigilant eye on Leonard. On the sidelines, Coach Vogel signaled to Wang Yi, "You may commit a tactical foul." Wang Yi nodded, as the clock dwindled to the final 13 seconds. With Leonard poised to make his move, he reached out and grasped the hem of Leonard's jersey. Given that the Lakers had yet to accumulate 4 team fouls, this infraction did not warrant free throws. The ball was once again in play, and Paul George received it. Wang Yi closely shadowed Leonard, denying him any opportunity to receive the ball. Paul George attempted several times to pass to Leonard, but each time he discerned that the chances were not favorable. Recalling that Wang Yi had intercepted Leonard's passes twice previously, he reluctantly abandoned the idea of continuing to pass. Faced with James' defense from beyond the arc, he took a forced shot. The basketball struck the rim with a resounding thud. The red light on the scoreboard illuminated. Beep. The game concluded, 118-117. The Lakers triumphed by a narrow margin of 1 point. The audience erupted in a deafening cheer. All the Lakers players raised their arms in celebration. Caruso was the first to rush over, excitedly embracing Wang Yi, exclaiming, "Wang, we won. Thanks to your crucial three-pointer." James and the others soon approached. "Wang, this is your moment," James remarked, encouraging him to savor the occasion. As someone with experience, he imparted his wisdom. Tucker, Gasol, Harrell, and others all exchanged high-fives with Wang Yi. "Wang, you are a player with a big heart. Wang, you are truly fearless, even after missing that last shot. You took another without hesitation. Impressive. Brother, you are remarkable." The Lakers gathered together, relishing this hard-earned victory. After a brief moment, their exuberance gradually subsided. Players from the Clippers approached, exchanging embraces and gestures of goodwill with the Lakers. Leonard first embraced James, and then came over to Wang Yi. He spoke little, simply stating, "You are a worthy opponent deserving of respect." Wang Yi spoke less, "So are you." After Leonard finished speaking, he swiftly made his way towards the player tunnel. However, during their embrace, Wang Yi could sense the surging fighting spirit within him. This is the nature of all great stars. The stronger the opponent they encounter, the more fervent their competitive spirit becomes. After embracing James, Paul George also approached Wang Yi for a hug. "After today, I will remember your name. I look forward to our next confrontation." Wang Yi nodded and remarked, "Indeed, I too am looking forward to it." After their departure, the beautiful reporter, Ellie Clifton, who had been waiting at the sidelines, hurried over. Formerly a traveling reporter for the Cleveland team, she had followed LeBron James to the Lakers upon his arrival, making her an ardent fan of his. However, on this occasion, she did not seek out James but instead approached Wang Yi for a post-game interview. If the previous post-game interview had taken him by surprise, this one felt undeniably warranted. Having made the most crucial three-pointer, who else deserved the interview more than him? "Hi Wang, congratulations on the Lakers' victory in this match, and felicitations on sinking the decisive three-pointer. How does it feel to have made that shot?" The reporter's voice was melodious. Wang Yi replied with a smile, "It feels fantastic. This is the shot I have always dreamed of." The beautiful reporter continued with a second question. "After missing your previous shot, what motivated you to take the final shot? How did you endure such immense psychological pressure?" Wang Yi stated, "I practice my three-point shot daily, all for this moment. Whether it's a pass from James or one from Caruso, I will shoot without reservation." The beautiful journalist then inquired with one final question, "What are your plans for your professional career moving forward?" Wang Yi remarked with a smile, "First and foremost, we must secure a guarantee contract." The beautiful journalist responded, "Given your performance this evening, I believe Pelinka is already prepared to offer the guarantee contract." And then, Wang Yi continued, stating that one must deliver an outstanding performance in pursuit of a substantial contract. Naturally, the ultimate goal is the championship, which I believe is the aspiration of every player. However, what Wang Yi did not articulate is that, beyond the championship, he desires even more, to become a star, a superstar, a legendary figure in the realm of sports. The beautiful journalist remarked, "Thank you, Wang. May you replicate tonight's performance every day." Wang Yi inclined his head politely, expressing his gratitude. As he was about to depart, another staff member called out to him. With a hint of hesitation, he said, "I apologize, Wang, but you cannot leave just yet. There is another interview." Typically, players feel quite fatigued after a match and are eager to return for a soothing bath and rest. Post-match interviews are regarded as an honor for ordinary players. However, for many prominent athletes, they can be rather bothersome. Having already completed one interview, Wang Yi was now faced with a second request. The staff member, feeling regretful, recognized Wang Yi's elevated status in the eyes of the public. To alleviate any potential reluctance from Wang Yi, the staff member hastily added, "It is a journalist from your country." Wang Yi nodded in agreement, indicating, "Yes. Let her come over." The beautiful journalist, Zhou Lingyan, was far from home. Thus, the opportunity to meet a fellow compatriot was a delightful one for Wang Yi. Upon receiving his consent, the staff promptly affirmed, "Certainly, I will bring her over right away." Soon, a stunning journalist accompanied by a cameraman approached. Wang Yi turned his gaze, only to behold a stunning female reporter, her long hair cascading gracefully, adorned in a form-fitting white mini dress. Her alluring figure was exquisitely accentuated by the attire. Wang Yi naturally recognized the individual, Zhou Lingyan. When Wang Yi first entered the NBA, he had the privilege of being interviewed by her. For those who ardently follow the NBA, particularly fans from Huaxia, she is a familiar face. She frequently conducts post-game interviews with various players. However, her standing within the NBA is evidently not on par with the esteemed journalists from TNT or ESPN. Consequently, it is rare for her to interview prominent players. She often engages with role players instead. Wang Yi, it's good to see you again, she greeted warmly. This was not their first encounter. And given the rarity of hearing Mandarin in the NBA, Wang Yi felt a sense of familiarity. A smile graced his face as he replied, "Good to see you too." Zhou Lingyan continued, "Congratulations on your outstanding performance tonight. You made a crucial shot." Wang Yi nodded and replied, "Thank you." Zhou Lingyan continued, "Tonight, you appeared for merely 15 minutes, achieving an impressive record of 9 three-pointers out of 13 attempts, accumulating 28 points, along with 2 steals, 2 assists, and 1 block. With such an outstanding performance, how do you feel within yourself at this moment?" Wang Yi assumed a contemplative demeanor, as though he were carefully organizing his thoughts. Zhou Lingyan refrained from rushing him, fully aware that every NBA player undergoes training for interviews upon their entry into the league, learning the nuances of what to say and what to withhold. After a brief moment, Wang Yi appeared to have gathered his thoughts and articulated his response. Refreshing. Zhou Lingyan was momentarily taken aback, then could not help but burst into laughter. After such a lengthy preparation, he had reduced it to a single word? The cameraman too found it hard to contain his amusement, causing the camera to quiver slightly. After regaining her composure, Zhou Lingyan inquired, "What motivated you to deliver such an outstanding performance?" This time, Wang Yi did not hesitate. He replied directly, "To have the opportunity to be interviewed by you after the game." Zhou Lingyan's smile blossomed anew, and she remarked, "You truly possess a sense of humor." She then posed her final question, "Many fans back home support you. Do you have a message for them?" Wang Yi nodded and remarked, "To my supporters, I shall not disappoint you. As for the detractors, feel free to criticize. If I acknowledge your words, it would be my defeat." Zhou Lingyan was momentarily taken aback. On the surface, Wang Yi appeared quite gentle. She had not anticipated such a candid statement from him. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Over the past 2 years, Wang Yi had not performed admirably, and many domestic fans had gradually lost interest in him. This was understandable. While the critics relentlessly disparaged his skills, he accepted their judgment. Yet, numerous detractors escalated their attacks to personal levels, even targeting Wang Yi's family. It was inconceivable that he remained unaffected by such hostility. Now, displaying such outstanding performance, he could finally hold his head high. His words served as a long-awaited retort to the relentless criticism he had endured. Comprehending this, Zhou Lingyan smiled and said, "Wang Yi, thank you for accepting this interview. I look forward to your continued exceptional performances in the next match." Wang Yi nodded, expressing his anticipation for their next meeting. "Farewell." Wang Yi bid farewell to Zhou Lingyan before making his way towards the players' tunnel. However, upon entering the tunnel, he paused momentarily. There stood James, awaiting him at the entrance. Typically, when a player delivers an extraordinary performance, both James and Davis linger at the tunnel's entrance after the match to greet him. Given Wang Yi's remarkable display and his near-game-winning shot today, he certainly merited such an honor. James patted Wang Yi on the shoulder and said, "Brother, come join me for the press conference later. You won't be waiting at the locker room door for money again, will you?" Wang Yi chuckled heartily, "Of course." Upon returning to the locker room, he indulged in a soothing bath. Wang Yi attended the post-match press conference alongside James, marking his inaugural participation in such an event. He responded to all the inquiries posed by the journalists with remarkable precision, occasionally lightening the mood with a jest that elicited laughter throughout the room. Meanwhile, within the merchandise area of the Staples Center, a 10-year-old boy with golden hair rushed in, clutching $10 in his hand. He approached the attendant and requested, "I would like a Lakers jersey, number 1. The attendant shook his head, replying, "I'm sorry, we do not have the number 1 jersey." The boy, perplexed, exclaimed, "How is that possible? Number 1. That's the player who made the game-winning shot tonight, Wang." The attendant again shook his head and, with a smile, explained, "I truly apologize, but he is currently on a short-term contract. We do not sell jerseys of players on short contracts. Those on 10-day contracts have non-guaranteed agreements. After this game, he might be released immediately. Even if he isn't, he can only play for the team for 10 days. After that, he could potentially join another team, or perhaps no team will sign him again. Consequently, we cannot sell their jerseys." The boy, growing anxious, asked, "What should I do then? I really want Wang's jersey." The attendant shrugged, stating, "I'm sorry, but if you have a phone, you may leave your number. We will notify you as soon as we have his jersey in stock." Just then, the boy's parents entered the store. After understanding the situation, they provided their contact information before leaving with their son. Before exiting, the boy repeatedly urged the attendant, Please, if his jersey arrives, do let me know immediately. I truly want his jersey. Simultaneously, some fans were tweeting in disbelief. How can there be no Wang jersey? Isn't it absurd? I heard it's because Wang is on a 10-day contract. Why hasn't the Lakers offered him a guaranteed contract yet? Pelinka, act quickly. However, Pelinka did not take immediate action. Wang Yi remained unfazed by the situation. Through these 2 matches, he had already established his worth. Quality 3D players are exceedingly sought after in the NBA. Even if the Lakers do not offer him a guaranteed contract, he is confident that other teams will be eager to provide him with one. Moreover, the Lakers are currently in dire need of exceptional 3D players. He trusts that Pelinka will not remain indifferent to this matter. That evening, Wang Yi accompanied Caruso back to his residence, once again sleeping in the garage. Who would have imagined that a player who showcased such a performance tonight was actually residing in his teammate's garage? Nevertheless, Wang Yi knew that he would soon vacate this garage. He opened his phone and donned his headphones. The sounds of Gang's cross-talk filled his ears. Since entering the NBA, during countless nights of disappointment, it was listening to Gang's performances that helped him find solace and sleep. Although tonight was not particularly disappointing, falling asleep to Gang's cross-talk had become an established habit for him. Wang Yi was indeed fatigued this evening. Thus, he retired early without awaiting the system to issue its tasks. The last time the system released training assignments late at night, it left him restless and sleepless throughout. Consequently, he chose to rest early tonight, intending to peruse the updates upon awakening in the morning. Meanwhile, at a private clinic in Los Angeles, Dr. Karen, having concluded watching the Lakers game, found himself in a state of lingering agitation, while others could only express astonishment and surprise at Wang Yi's performance. The emotions swirling within him could solely be encapsulated by the word shock, for he was acutely aware of Wang Yi's wrist injury. Wang Yi's injury to his right wrist is a chronic ailment. Due to years of training while injured, it has progressively worsened over time. Although he has resorted to shooting with his left hand, the right hand inevitably bears the weight during ball handling, especially within the high-intensity competition of the NBA. In such circumstances, this Eastern individual astonishingly scored 28 points in a mere span of minutes, including a decisive three-pointer that sealed the game. This feat not only showcases extraordinary basketball skills, but also requires an exceptional willpower. It is indeed incredible and hard to believe. Consequently, he resolutely resolved to heal Wang Yi's injury in the shortest time possible. He cannot allow such a tenacious individual to have his career ruined by injury. If previously he treated Wang Yi out of respect for LeBron James, now it is a matter of valuing talent. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean in China, Wang Yi's stunning performance has ignited a frenzy across the internet. In the realm of NBA media, one cannot escape the mention of Wang Yi. Tencent's NBA section exclaims, "Surprise!" Wang Yi scores an astounding 28 points in just 15 minutes, marking the first near-game winner by a Chinese player in the NBA. He has rectified the regrets of Yao Ming. Apologies to LeBron James and Anthony Davis. Tonight, I am the protagonist. Poo-Poo's basketball section declares, "My apologies, King James. A new monarch is set to ascend. Wang Yi, I can bear the burdens that James has cast aside. Pelinka, what are you still waiting for?" It is undeniable that many of these reports and posts are laden with exaggeration. This is simply the nature of domestic media. When you are performing poorly, they will revel in dragging you through the mud. Conversely, when you excel, they will elevate you to the heavens. As a Chinese player in the NBA, one must be prepared for both adulation and the possibility of being disparaged. Renowned basketball commentator Wang Yi succinctly expressed his sentiments on Weibo with 2 words, refreshing. These 2 words carry significant weight, and their meaning is self-evident. For domestic fans, since the retirement of the great Yao Ming, they have been eagerly anticipating the emergence of another Chinese player capable of establishing a foothold in the NBA. Although Wang Yi has joined the NBA, he spent the first 2 years wandering among various teams, finding only fleeting moments of play during garbage time. Naturally, this left little room for notable performance. However, in today's match, Wang Yi not only scored an impressive 28 points, but also delivered a near buzzer beater that sealed the game. This triumph allowed fans of Huaxia to finally exhale the pent-up frustration they had harbored for over a decade. Simultaneously, the news of Wang Yi's decisive shot soared to the 8th spot on Weibo's trending list. Even those who are not particularly attentive to basketball felt compelled to search for news of a Huaxia player shining brightly in the NBA. Concurrently, highlights of Wang Yi's 28 points began circulating across various short video platforms, with views, likes, and comments rapidly increasing. Xiao, who specializes in producing NBA short videos, had been struggling to gain traction due to the competition in this field. After watching the Lakers game, he followed his usual routine of compiling highlights of the standout player. Unsurprisingly, Wang Yi was the star of the match. Xiao edited together all of Wang Yi's 28 points, prominently displaying the Lakers versus Clippers score of 115 to 117 at the beginning. The accompanying voiceover proclaimed, "I was born for this moment." Then came the footage of Wang Yi receiving a pass from Caruso and executing that near buzzer beater, followed by a montage of all of Wang Yi's contributions, 28 points, 2 steals, 2 assists, and 1 block. After completing the edit, he took a deep breath and uploaded the video to Douyin. Only then did he allow himself a few bites of food. He planned to drive for Didi to supplement his household income later. He hurriedly fried leftover rice and vegetables from the previous day, ate quickly, and drank a few sips of water before heading out to drive. Once in the car, he instinctively checked his phone. To his astonishment, the video he had uploaded just half an hour ago had amassed 134 likes and 332 comments. He wondered if he had misread the numbers. Typically, it would take 3 days for his NBA videos, even those featuring the hottest stars, to reach such figures. Now, within merely 30 minutes, he had achieved this remarkable milestone. It was hard to believe. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed the figures were accurate. It dawned on him that Wang Yi's stellar performance, coupled with the significance of a Huaxia player hitting a decisive shot in the NBA, had created a perfect storm of interest. Suppressing his excitement, he exited Douyin and opened Didi to accept orders. The afternoon was busy with requests, and after completing several trips, he felt an urge to check the data again. But with new orders coming in, he had to keep driving. After 2 hours, he could no longer contain himself. He parked at a spot near the park, turned off Didi, and quickly opened Douyin. Before long, 2 numbers caught his eye: likes, 13,000, comments, 4,033. A wave of exhilaration surged through him. His previous highest-performing video had taken a week to surpass 20,000 likes. Yet this one had garnered over 10,000 in just 2.5 hours. The ratio of likes to comments was astonishing as well. Typically, he received 1 comment for every 10 likes. But today it was 3 to 1. This was indeed extraordinary. Unable to resist, he began scrolling through the comments. "Wang is incredible. Amazing. Wow, what a buzzer beater. Finally, a Huaxia player has made a game winner in the NBA. Let's celebrate." As he read these comments, Xiao's heart swelled with hope. It seemed he had indeed latched onto the right star in Wang Yi. He eagerly anticipated more thrilling performances from him, confident that as long as Wang Yi continued to shine, his videos would attract an audience. With increased viewership, financial relief would surely follow. In Huaxia, Xiao was not alone in celebrating Wang Yi's performance. Numerous independent basketball commentators also began to weigh in. A particularly notable voice was Su Jingyu from Yushua Sports, who, despite his unassuming appearance and distinctive Northeast accent, had garnered considerable attention, even connecting with Tencent's NBA broadcast at times. At that moment, Su Jingyu glanced at his phone and remarked, "A viewer asked if Wang Yi can sustain this level of play. Whether he can depends on his consistency. Judging from the last 2 games, he bears a resemblance to the early days of Jeremy Lin. Initially, Lin could only play during garbage time, but then he exploded onto the scene overnight. However, why did that success fade? As you gain popularity, opponents will certainly start to develop strategies to counter you. With limited physical gifts and not elite skill, he struggled once defenses adjusted. Wang Yi is quite similar. With these 2 games, he has started to gain momentum. Yet, based on his current performance, he does not possess exceptional physical talent or elite skill. However, he doesn't dominate the ball. His style is typical of a 3-and-D player. And what the Lakers desperately need right now is a player in that mold. Therefore, it is entirely reasonable for Wang Yi to secure a guaranteed contract with the Lakers and receive ample playing time. But to expect him to reach star status is still a tall order unless he can deliver consistent, elite-level 3-and-D performance akin to Klay Thompson. But is that realistic? I think it's unlikely. Just 2 hours after his video was released, it had received over 10,000 comments, the majority praising Wang Yi. There were a few detractors, yet their numbers were markedly diminished compared to before, thanks to Wang Yi's stellar performance. Unbeknownst to him, the following morning at 5:30 a.m., Wang Yi awoke. After the game and subsequent press conference, it was already midnight. He could not wake up at 4 a.m. as he had previously. Just as he roused, The system began issuing tasks in his mind. Please select a training task. Training Task 1. Make 10,000 three-pointers. Task Reward. Increase three-point shooting percentage to 50. Training Task 2. Perform 1,000 lateral slides. Task Reward. Increase lateral movement speed by 20. Upon encountering these two tasks, Wang Yi's initial instinct was undoubtedly to opt for Task 1. A three-point shooting accuracy of 50% is indeed formidable. It is noteworthy that even legendary sharpshooter Steve Kerr only achieved a career three-point shooting percentage slightly above 45%. To attain a 50% shooting accuracy would be nothing short of extraordinary. However, the prospect of attempting 10,000 three-pointers caused Wang Yi to furrow his brow. Although shooting with his left hand would mitigate the strain on his right wrist, it would not eliminate it entirely. Engaging in 10,000 three-point attempts might exacerbate his existing wrist injury. Rather than pursuing this path, it would be wiser to focus on practicing lateral movement. His natural talent was merely average, and his agility in lateral shifts was only at a mediocre level. If he could enhance this speed by 20%, he would reach the pinnacle of league performance. Such an improvement would significantly elevate the quality of his defense. It seems the system is resolute in its intention to mold him into a three-dimensional player. It stands to reason that in a short span, the most effective strategies for success lie in defense and three-point shooting. With this realization, Wang Yi declared in his mind, I shall accept the second task. The system's mechanical, icy voice responded, task acquisition successful. After accepting the task, Wang Yi could no longer contain his eagerness and made his way to the training facility. He commenced with a half-hour slow jog at the UCLA Rehabilitation Training Center. Although the security guard was roused from his slumber by the noise, he expressed no grievances. Instead, he greeted Wang Yi with enthusiasm. Wang, so early. I witnessed your near-game winner last night. You were simply incredible. When will you give me an autograph? This security guard was a devoted Lakers fan, having spent a significant portion of his life working at the Lakers arena and training facility. Wang Yi remarked, any time is fine. The security guard nodded, exclaiming, wonderful. I'll come to find you shortly. Speaking of which, you truly are diligent. In my experience, I have only encountered one other individual as industrious as you. Do you know who that is? Kobe Bryant. Wang Yi replied without a moment's hesitation. In the NBA, Kobe is renowned for his diligence. The security guard nodded and chuckled. Indeed. Keep it up, brother. I hope to witness the emergence of a second Black Mamba in the near future. Wang Yi merely smiled without uttering a word. To become the second Black Mamba is undoubtedly an honor. However, he does not aspire to be a mere replica of another. He yearns to be the first Wang Yi, an unparalleled individual. Upon entering the training facility, he shed his outer garment. Wang Yi assumed a determined stance and commenced his lateral movement to the left. He swiftly glided 5 steps to the left, then promptly shifted 5 steps to the right. In his mind, a countdown appeared. Task completion, 11,000, remaining time, 2 hours 59 minutes 58 seconds. It seemed that the system had allotted him 3 hours to complete the task. For a professional athlete, executing approximately 1,000 lateral movements within 3 hours posed little challenge. However, Wang Yi soon discerned a troubling reality. If his lateral movement speed faltered even slightly, the system would not reward him with any increase in completion percentage. Each movement demanded his utmost effort, leaving no room for complacency. Consequently, the difficulty of the task escalated significantly. Consider the toll of exerting oneself fully with each lateral shift. The physical strain was immense. After executing 50 consecutive lateral movements, Wang Yi began to gasp for breath. Yet he dared not relent. Continuing with another 50 lateral movements, he felt his legs grow weak. His knees ached, and his ankles grew heavy under the intensity of the exertion. After pausing briefly to catch his breath, he rested for 2 minutes before resuming. In the span of 1 hour, he accomplished 600 lateral movements. It appeared that completing the task would not pose a significant issue. However, Wang Yi understood that the true test was just beginning. His stamina waned, and the speed of his movements diminished. Each subsequent rest period extended in duration. After 2 hours, he had completed 900 lateral slides. He collapsed onto a nearby chair, gasping for air, his chest heaving violently, as if it were a bellows. His entire body was drenched in sweat, and he felt on the brink of exhaustion. The tasks set forth by the system seemed designed to push him to the brink of despair. At that moment, the gym doors swung open with a clang. 2 figures emerged briskly, LeBron James and a security guard. Upon witnessing Wang Yi's exhaustion, James remarked, Wang, training should be rigorous, but do not overexert yourself. It is essential to ensure you get a full 8 hours of sleep each day. Wang Yi replied weakly. The security guard, holding 2 bottles of water and a hamburger, said to Wang, "Wang, you haven't had breakfast yet. This is prepared for you." At this moment, Wang Yi did not hold back, nodding in acknowledgement. "Thank you." He was so fatigued that he could scarcely muster the strength to extend his hand to receive it. The security guard placed the water and hamburger on the adjacent chair. Wang Yi took a brief respite of several minutes. He then devoured his hamburger heartily and consumed half a bottle of water. After resting for an additional 5 minutes, he glanced at the clock, noting that 42 minutes and 12 seconds remained. He dared not linger any longer and rose to resume his sliding practice. Observing this, James inquired, "Wang, are you not practicing your 3-point shots today?" Wang Yi had no time to respond, merely shaking his head and then nodding. "If we don't practice now, we'll have to wait until the afternoon." The security guard pointed at Wang Yi and remarked to James, "LeBron, he works even harder than you." James feigned embarrassment, joking, "It's time to put in the effort. If I don't, these young players will be riding on my back." With that, he began his warm-up. In the gym, only Wang Yi and James remained. James was practicing free throws, a persistent challenge throughout his career that he had never quite mastered. Thus, whenever he found a moment of respite, he dedicated himself to honing his free throw skills. Wang Yi continued to practice his lateral movement with great effort. Occasionally, James would point out the shortcomings in Wang Yi's technique. "Wang, extend your arms and keep your gaze forward. Wang, lower your center of gravity a bit more while sliding, and spread your legs wider. This will enhance your defensive coverage." Wang Yi humbly accepted the guidance. At that moment, the team's manager, Pelinka, had also arrived. He remained silent, arms crossed, quietly observing Wang Yi's training with a gaze that was profound and inscrutable. It was unclear what thoughts occupied his mind. Half an hour later, as Wang Yi executed another series of lateral slides, a notification resonated in his mind. Task completion rate, 1,000. Task accomplished. Reward, lateral speed increased by 20. Upon hearing those words, Wang Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Instantly, he was overcome by a sense of weakness, as if he had been drained of all energy. He collapsed onto the court, breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling with great intensity. Once again, he was so exhausted that even the slightest movement of his fingers seemed an insurmountable task, and he could barely muster the strength to lift his eyelids. James cast a glance at Wang Yi but chose not to disturb his moment of respite. The general manager, Pelinka, also refrained from interrupting his rest. Thus, Wang Yi remained on the floor for over 10 minutes before finally sitting up. As he shuffled toward the chairs on the sidelines, it felt as though his legs were no longer his own, and his gait appeared quite peculiar. Observing this, James quipped, "Oh my, Wang, have you ever seen Donald Duck? Is that your walking style serving as inspiration?" Wang Yi chuckled wryly, remarking that even the original Donald Duck would feel ashamed in his presence. He shifted to a nearby bench and rested for another half hour. It was not until this moment that General Manager Pelinka finally spoke. "Wang, I have matters to discuss with you. Please follow me." Upon hearing the words, Wang Yi had already surmised the nature of the matter at hand. He immediately rose to his feet. However, he soon realized that his legs could barely support him. Steadying himself against the chair, he took a moment to regain his composure before he was able to walk with some effort. Following Pelinka, he arrived at the general manager's office. Pelinka gestured towards the sofa, instructing Wang Yi to take a seat. As he poured a glass of water for Wang Yi, he finally began to speak. Typically, general managers are astute individuals, adept at speaking appropriately to different audiences. Yet Pelinka was distinct in his approach, favoring straightforwardness. Once Wang Yi had finished the water in his glass, Pelinka candidly stated, "Wang, I will not be offering you a guaranteed contract at this time." Wang Yi felt somewhat taken aback. Despite delivering such commendable performances, why had Pelinka not granted him a guaranteed contract? Moreover, the 3D attributes he showcased in the past 2 games were precisely what the Lakers desperately needed. Logically, one would expect Pelinka to extend a guaranteed contract to him. Wang Yi remained silent, awaiting Pelinka's explanation. Pelinka remarked, "Your performance has garnered the team's recognition, sufficient to warrant a guaranteed contract exceeding $2 million. However, I believe your capabilities extend beyond this. Therefore, I shall refrain from offering you a guaranteed contract of over $2 million at this moment. Given the team's current salary cap, we still have the capacity to allocate more than $5 million. Nonetheless, to secure that $5 million, you must deliver a corresponding level of performance. Thus, I wish to observe you in a few more games. If you can showcase the level of performance we anticipate before the conclusion of this 10-day short contract, I will grant you that guaranteed contract exceeding $5 million. Wang Yi let out a sigh of relief. It turned out that Pelinka meant this. The reason he had not immediately signed a guaranteed contract with him was simply to observe a few more games. Through the upcoming matches, he aimed to determine whether he could secure a higher salary of $5 million. Wang Yi nodded, acknowledging his understanding. Pelinka continued, of course, even if you ultimately do not secure that $5 million guaranteed contract, I will still offer you a guarantee, albeit for $2 million. Your near game-winning shot from last night alone merits that $2 million. Wang Yi smiled and said, thank you. To be honest, Pelinka is quite decent. By 10 o'clock, the remaining players had arrived one after another. In the morning, they engaged in some basic tactical training. This time, Wang Yi also participated in the training. At noon, he went out for a meal with the other players. Upon returning from lunch, the security guard approached with a Lakers jersey and a marker in hand. Wang Yi smiled as he signed his name for him. The security guard appeared quite delighted, saying, Wang, you must strive hard. Once you become a superstar, I will surely sell this jersey online for a handsome price. Wang Yi found himself at a loss for words. The burly security guard erupted into laughter, jesting, as if I would ever part with a Lakers jersey. After a span of over 20 minutes, the other players gradually returned, eagerly awaiting the coach's arrival to outline the afternoon's training regimen. However, after waiting for more than 10 minutes, Coach Vogel had yet to make an appearance. The group of players began to murmur amongst themselves. Where's the coach? Has he fallen ill? One remarked, I just saw his wife. Perhaps he is preoccupied with her. The players exchanged knowing smirks. Yet, at that moment, Wang Yi felt a sense of discomfort. Instinctively, he turned around to find the intense gaze of the player known as Little Black, Schroeder, who had previously been the team's starting point guard. Recently returning from injury, he fixated his unwavering stare upon Wang Yi. Wang Yi furrowed his brow slightly. With a moment's reflection, he discerned the source of the discontent. The team was currently overloaded in the backcourt. The emergence of one individual would inevitably curtail the playing time of others. Given his own commendable performance, it was likely that it would adversely affect Little Black's time on the court. Considering Little Black's arrogant demeanor, it was entirely natural for him to feel displeased. Were it not for the natural leadership of someone like LeBron James, he would have likely directed his ire towards Wang Yi by now. Having arrived at this understanding, Wang Yi merely smiled faintly and chose to disregard him. His aspirations were set on the championship, on becoming a star, an all-star, a superstar, and ultimately, a legendary figure. A mere Little Black was hardly worthy of his concern. At that moment, head coach Vogel finally returned, his expression far from pleasant. He clapped his hands to command silence and began. AD has just undergone an MRI, and the results indicate a grade 1 groin strain. He may be sidelined for 1 to 2 weeks. Upon hearing this, the faces of the assembly grew somber. As the team's primary scorer, AD's prolonged absence would significantly impact the squad. Moreover, the team was currently ranked 7th in the Western Conference, with the Grizzlies closely trailing behind. They were also 5 games away from the 6th-place Trailblazers. Should AD be unavailable during this period, the Lakers' performance could falter, potentially landing them in the play-in tournament, a scenario far from favorable for the Lakers. Yet, at that moment, Wang Yi clenched his fists in quiet determination. No one wished for Davis to be injured, least of all him. However, objectively speaking, this unfortunate circumstance presented a golden opportunity. With Davis sidelined, the distribution of playing time would shift, allowing Wang Yi greater chances to showcase his talents. Wang Yi will naturally reap the benefits. Of course, this also signifies a greater responsibility. All these players who benefit must share the scoring burden of Anthony Davis, who currently averages 25.8 points per game. The combined efforts of these players must reach this score to prevent a decline in the team's performance. Coach Vogel offered a few encouraging words and concluded, this afternoon's training session will be a scrimmage. Upon hearing this, the players perked up. Other training activities, whether shooting drills, tactical sessions, or strength training, tend to be rather monotonous. Only the intra-squad scrimmage holds any excitement. Vogel stated, LeBron, Harrell, Caruso, KCP, Wang, you are on one team. Drummond, Schroeder, Tucker, Gasol, Morris, you are on the other. Vogel's team selection was undoubtedly purposeful. With Davis absent, he needed to experiment with various lineups. Harrell possesses a superior scoring ability compared to Drummond, along with a modicum of mid-range proficiency, which can create space for James's drives. Caruso and KCP are both renowned for their defensive prowess. Moreover, Wang Yi is a quintessential 3 and D player. This lineup, aside from Harrell's slight defensive shortcomings and height disadvantage, can be considered one of the most theoretically effective combinations available to the Lakers at present. After being assigned to a different team than James, the player known as Little Black fixed his gaze intently on Wang Yi. Wang Yi feigned ignorance. Xiaohei cast a glance at James before striding over. With his chin raised and a tone laced with provocation, he addressed Wang Yi. "Hey, Oriental, do you dare to face me?" In the face of such bravado, Wang Yi could not possibly back down. He let out a cold chuckle and replied, "What is there to fear?" Upon hearing this, the simmering anger within Xiaohei intensified. After all, he was a player vying for a lucrative contract. Moreover, Wang Yi's inherently gentle disposition struck Xiaohei as a sign of weakness. He had anticipated that a mere taunt would render Wang Yi hesitant, yet he was taken aback when Wang Yi accepted the challenge. When did a player on a short contract dare to act so brazenly before him? With that thought in mind, Xiaohei resolved to show no mercy. "A 3D player, you say? I shall make you acutely aware of the frailty of your defense." He delivered a cutting remark. Wang Yi did not respond. He prefers to strike back with actions rather than indulging in fleeting verbal exchanges. In today's internal training match, each half lasted merely 10 minutes, totaling a mere 20 minutes of play. After the jump ball, Schroeder obtained possession and advanced past the half-court line. Gasol intended to set a screen for him, but he gestured with his left hand, signaling for the younger Gasol to move aside. He then beckoned Wang Yi over with a subtle lift of his finger. Wang Yi approached without a hint of hesitation, spreading his legs and assuming a defensive stance. Since there were those eager to seek challenge, it was only fitting to oblige. Coach Vogel discerned the fire within Schroeder but chose not to intervene. Sometimes it is essential to unleash that inner fervor. Suppressing it may lead to a far more significant eruption later on. Moreover, certain player-related issues, such as ball possession and playing time, could be resolved through competition. Only by demonstrating sufficient strength will one earn respect. Furthermore, Vogel sought to observe whether Wang Yi's defensive efficacy varied against different attackers. At this juncture, the other players had largely retreated, leaving the arena for the two. Confidence radiated from Schroeder, tinged with a hint of arrogance. He harbored great faith in his ability to penetrate defenses. His speed in breaking through was remarkable. Within the league, aside from the elite defenders, he had yet to encounter anyone capable of thwarting his advances. Breaking through was his forte. At this moment, after dribbling the ball thrice, he suddenly accelerated, aiming to penetrate from the right flank. He regarded Wang Yi with disdain, deeming the use of evasive maneuvers unnecessary. To him, a mere burst of speed would render this Eastern opponent disoriented. Yet, just as he took a step towards the right, Wang Yi had already shifted his position, blocking the path of his advance. Caught off guard, he collided directly with Wang Yi. This impact caused the ball to slip from his grasp. Meanwhile, Caruso, swift and perceptive, seized the opportunity and dashed toward the front court, executing a successful dunk. The coach on the sidelines was instantly invigorated by this display. As a coach, he keenly sensed that something about Wang Yi's defense had changed. However, to discern the exact nature of this alteration, he would need to observe a few more plays. In the subsequent round, the player known as Little Black continued to control the ball. Wang Yi continued to defend resolutely. Although it was merely an internal training match, the atmosphere was charged with intensity. Xiaohei, having faced defeat previously, incorporated more directional changes this time. His shifts were not as rhythmically nuanced as those of Harden or Durant. Rather, they were generally straightforward. While dribbling to the left, he executed a sudden, rapid change in direction, predominantly relying on speed to penetrate. However, if speed were his only asset, it would prove to be of little advantage against Wang Yi. Wang Yi elevated his lateral movement speed by 20%, and this is no jest. He once again sidestepped, swiftly intercepting Xiaohei's offensive trajectory. Unable to penetrate through, Xiaohei pivoted on his left foot, pressing his back firmly against Wang Yi, intending to utilize him as a fulcrum for his turn. By leaning against Wang Yi, he rendered him immobile, making it exceedingly simple to maneuver around him. Wang Yi was indeed surpassed by him to a considerable extent. However, at the moment he pulled the ball with his right hand and turned to the side of Wang Yi, Wang Yi suddenly sidestepped to the side, creating distance between himself and Xiaohei. He then shifted again, once more positioning himself in the path of Xiaohei's advance. Faced with an impasse, Xiaohei had no choice but to retreat 5 steps, returning to midfield and widening the gap. He then accelerated towards Wang Yi. As he approached Wang Yi's left side, he unexpectedly executed a maneuver beneath his own legs. continuing to surge towards the right. His initial speed was already remarkable, and with his low stature, the minimal angle of his turn allowed for an even swifter change of direction. In such scenarios, very few could effectively defend against him. However, Wang Yi sidestepped once more, preemptively establishing his defensive stance. With a loud thud, Xiaohe collided with Wang Yi once again. This time, the sheer velocity caused Wang Yi to topple backward, with Xiaohe tumbling onto him. For a brief moment, their positions resembled a cliché scene from a melodramatic romance, strikingly intimate. Laughter erupted among the surrounding players, teasing, "What a display! You two are crossing the line, aren't you?" Nearby, Vogel's eyes gleamed with a barely perceptible light. He blew the whistle and signaled an offensive foul. Offensive foul. Schroeder committed an offensive foul, allowing LeBron's team to maintain possession. LeBron intentionally sought to pass the ball to Wang Yi. Resolving conflicts among players on the training ground is undoubtedly the most effective approach. Wang Yi continues to weave between the players, skillfully maneuvering around screens. Schroeder, having just been thwarted by Wang Yi twice in succession, feels his frustration intensifying. In this moment, he relentlessly pursues Wang Yi, shouting, "Scoring over me is out of the question." Wang Yi deftly maneuvered around 3 obstacles, creating a gap of 2 bodies between himself and Schroeder. He sprinted to the right, beyond the 3-point line at a 45-degree angle. Just at the opportune moment, James delivered the pass. Wang Yi received the ball and swiftly pivoted. Whoosh! A 3-pointer swished through the net. Schroeder muttered under his breath, "Damn." Turning back, he launched another offensive play. The others maintained their distance, providing Schroeder and Wang Yi the opportunity for a one-on-one confrontation. This time, Schroeder incorporated a myriad of technical maneuvers. With a series of between-the-legs dribbles, accompanied by shoulder fakes, he suddenly shifted to the right, raising his left hand as if about to release the ball. It seemed he was poised for a sudden jump shot. Wang Yi stepped forward, intending to defend. However, Schroeder did not hold the ball. Instead, he performed a quick prayer gesture and then bowed his head, swiftly gliding past Wang Yi. His small stature and rapid speed, combined with the prayer motion, allowed him to evade even the most elite defenders. Yet, Wang Yi's exceptional lateral movement once again proved advantageous. As Schroeder passed him, Wang Yi swiftly pivoted and executed 2 significant lateral steps, closely shadowing Schroeder. Unable to completely bypass Wang Yi, Schroeder lunged forward, creating a slight distance between them. In a state of imbalance, he attempted a one-handed layup. However, Wang Yi's enhanced lateral speed was formidable. He tilted his body, swiftly moved sideways, and leapt into action. With a circular motion of his right arm, he executed a volleyball-style spike, forcefully sending the ball out of bounds. In that moment, silence enveloped the arena, save for the sound of the basketball repeatedly bouncing on the floor, echoing throughout the gym. Thud, 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 thud. All of Wang Yi's teammates gazed at him in disbelief. Their astonishment was not merely due to the volleyball-like block, but rather his astonishing lateral speed. He was able to keep pace with Schroeder's frontal drive, and even matched him during the layup attempt. It was utterly outrageous. "Wang, how did you do that? Are you a monster?" exclaimed one teammate. "Oh my goodness, I've been playing alongside a monster." The head coach, too, was taken aback. After years of coaching, from the Eastern Conference Pacers to the current Western Conference Lakers, he had witnessed many extraordinary players, yet he had never encountered anyone like Wang Yi. His sliding speed was astonishing. LeBron pondered thoughtfully. Wang Yi had been practicing his sliding technique all morning, likely having done it thousands of times. Was this truly his specialty? If so, it was indeed a rare talent. After all, having played in the league for 19 years, he had never seen anyone with lateral movement as extraordinary as Wang Yi's. At this moment, Wang Yi stood in a commanding position, gazing down upon the fallen Schroeder, his head shaking slightly in apparent disappointment, as if to convey, "Is this all you've got?" On the surface, he exuded the humility and kindness characteristic of an Eastern demeanor, consistently displaying friendliness towards his teammates. Yet, he was not devoid of temperament. He would not tolerate those who incessantly provoked him. From the disdain evident in Wang Yi's gaze, Schroeder felt a surge of anger. "Fuck," he thought to himself, "how dare a mere player on a 10-day contract look down upon me? Just you wait." With that, Schroeder prepared to confront Wang Yi once more, ready for a one-on-one challenge. Wang Yi, with his formidable lateral agility, erected an impenetrable defense before Schroeder. No matter how swift Schroeder was, he could not penetrate the barrier. Frustrated, he ground his teeth in anger. Head coach Vogel, witnessing Wang Yi's defensive prowess, could not help but let his eyes gleam with admiration. Wang Yi's defense has indeed transformed remarkably. Compared to last night's match, his lateral movement has significantly improved. Even Schroeder, a diminutive guard renowned for his speed, found himself unable to penetrate Wang Yi's formidable defense. When it was James's team's turn to attack, Schroeder emphatically struck the floor with both hands, demonstrating his determination. If he could not breach the defense, then he would stifle this Eastern lad. However, while ideals are splendid, reality often proves to be ruthlessly chaotic. He attempted to shadow Wang Yi, yet Wang Yi consistently evaded him through relentless movement and clever screens, finding opportunities to shoot. Defense was never Schroeder's forte, and as he chased Wang Yi, breathless and panting, he could scarcely lay a finger on him. Meanwhile, Wang Yi continued to sink three-pointers with ease. Schroeder muttered words beginning with F under his breath, though it was not an outright insult directed at Wang Yi. He had yet to muster the audacity for such blatant disrespect. Rather, it was an expression of his frustration, unable to score, unable to defend. The outcome seemed all but predetermined. Yet, he remained unwilling to concede defeat to this Eastern youth. He resolved to make one final stand. Thus, during James's team's offensive play, he leaned towards Wang Yi and declared, "If you have the courage, skip the screens and face me head-on in a one-on-one duel." Wang Yi listened, shaking his head in resignation. He had not intended to humiliate Xiaohe in such a manner. However, since Xiaohe had chosen to invite this upon himself, he could hardly be blamed. With this thought in mind, Wang Yi ceased to maneuver around screens and simply stood beyond the three-point line, raising his hand to request the ball. Schroeder, firmly pressing against Wang Yi's back, understood from observing Wang Yi's previous two games that he possessed scarcely any ability to drive with the ball. Therefore, by obstructing Wang Yi's position and making him uncomfortable, he was convinced that Wang Yi could not possibly make as many three-pointers. Upon seeing Wang Yi's request for the ball, LeBron naturally had no reason to deny him. Wang Yi slightly turned to the side, grasped the ball, and gradually pivoted to face Schroeder. A mysterious smile curled at the corners of his mouth. In the next instant, he executed a swift jump shot. Swish! The ball found nothing but net. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, Schroeder felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. Meanwhile, several teammates beside him erupted in cheers for Wang Yi. "Magnificent! What a play! Wang, you truly are remarkable." All these voices seemed to descend upon Schroeder like an imposing mountain. The fluidity of Schroeder's movements had begun to betray a sense of weariness. The next possession awaited. Wang Yi once again seized the ball, confronting Schroeder. A flicker of hope still lingered in Schroeder's heart. He fervently waved his hands, attempting to thwart Wang Yi's shot. Wang Yi, this time, barely cast a glance. He executed a pull-up jump shot. Swish! A three-pointer successfully made. Standing at 192 meters, he towered over Schroeder, who was only 187 meters tall, giving him a height advantage of 5 centimeters. Thus, as long as he avoided being stripped of the ball by Schroeder, he could rely solely on his pull-up shots. Pull up, and once more, pull up. In practice games, his three-point shooting percentage surpassed that of actual matches by a significant margin. Hence, merely relying on pull-ups was sufficient to overwhelm him. Schroeder appeared deflated. Leveraging his height, Wang Yi executed 5 pull-up shots over Schroeder, scoring 4 of them. An astonishing 80% three-point shooting rate, indeed impressive. This left his teammates wide-eyed in disbelief. Coach Vogel felt a surge of excitement he could hardly contain. This truly seemed to herald the emergence of a second Curry. If he could consistently maintain such form, the upcoming matches for the Lakers would become significantly easier. In another round, Schroeder was still making a final desperate effort. He understood that in a one-on-one defense, he could not possibly contain Wang Yi's three-point shooting, which was nothing short of monstrous. Therefore, he altered his defensive strategy this time, preventing Wang Yi from receiving the ball. He persistently tangled around Wang Yi, applying close physical pressure, determined to deny him any opportunity to receive the ball easily. Faced with such an opponent, Wang Yi found himself somewhat speechless. He had anticipated a one-on-one showdown, yet here was Schroeder, denying him even the chance to receive the ball. How absurd. Nevertheless, he was disinclined to dwell on Schroeder's antics. He dashed forward 3 steps, reaching the vicinity of the center circle, and extended his hand to Caruso for the ball. Caruso passed the ball to Wang Yi, just as Schroeder caught up. With his legs spread wide, Schroeder firmly obstructed Wang Yi's path to the basket, his expression grave and intent. He was resolute in denying Wang Yi any opportunity to drive to the hoop. He remained skeptical that Wang Yi could still execute a pull-up three-pointer from the center circle under such circumstances. Given the situation, it was impossible for Wang Yi to employ a standard shooting posture due to his strength. He could only resort to a push shot. leveraging the force of his arms to propel the ball forward. Therefore, as long as he positioned himself firmly in front of Wang Yi, denying him space to launch the shot, he would be unable to score. And indeed, this proved to be the case. Wang Yi does not possess the extraordinary core strength of James. It is improbable for him to shoot with a standard form from the halfway line. Nevertheless, this challenge does not daunt Wang Yi. Wang Yi dribbled the ball and suddenly stepped back, fully entering the center circle. Seizing the moment before Schroeder could close in, he swiftly released the ball, propelling it forward. A wave of despair washed over Schroeder as he quickly turned around. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a high arc. Swish! A three-pointer hit its mark. The court erupted with jubilant cheers from his teammates. "Oh my God, is that you, wearing the number 1 jersey?" A logo three-pointer. Several teammates rushed over to high-five Wang Yi. LeBron James chuckled. "Wang, confess. Did you steal Steven's shooting skill set?" Meanwhile, Schroeder, with his hands resting on his knees, gasped for breath. It wasn't fatigue that overwhelmed him. He still had the energy to run and jump. Rather, he was crushed by the realization that even after defending to the center circle, the opponent could still score a logo three-pointer over him. What more could he do? Everything he attempted was futile against this relentless sharpshooter. What else was left for him to try? At that moment, LeBron approached and patted Schroeder on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort. As the team leader, he could not solely favor one individual. He had to ensure a sense of equity, at least on the surface. Schroeder made no response, rising wearily to walk toward the sidelines. The head coach observed this scene, pondering silently. Schroeder had failed to secure a victory, leaving him with nothing to say. Thus, it was time to consider increasing Wang Yi's playing time in the upcoming matches. It was also essential to devise several strategies tailored for Wang Yi. Neglecting to design plays for such an exceptional three-point shooter would be a disservice. Ultimately, this intra-team scrimmage culminated in a resounding victory for LeBron's team, thanks to Wang Yi's unanswerable three-pointers. Later that afternoon, Wang Yi visited LeBron's home once more, where Dr. Karen provided him with treatment. This time was different from the last. Dr. Karen came equipped with numerous professional tools and prepared a detailed rehabilitation plan for Wang Yi. According to this plan, he would be able to minimize the frequent use of his right hand while also facilitating a swift recovery for his right wrist. Wang Yi expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Karen." Typically, having a distinguished private physician develop specialized training plans and various treatments for an athlete incurs exorbitant costs. With Wang Yi's current short-term contract salary, such expenses are utterly unaffordable. However, Dr. Karen generously offered his services free of charge, stating that he is also a fan of the Lakers and wishes to contribute to the team. Unbeknownst to Wang Yi, Dr. Karen's motivation stemmed from his desire to prevent an exceptional player, particularly one from the Lakers, from suffering due to injuries. The following day marked another game day. Once again, the system did not assign any tasks. In the morning, he participated in training sessions that placed minimal strain on his physical stamina. The afternoon was designated for rest. At 9 in the evening, the match was about to commence, with the Lakers facing off against the Phoenix Suns. The Suns had eliminated the Lakers the previous year, making them the first defending champions to exit in the first round, a record that brought shame. Consequently, the entire Lakers team was eager for revenge, especially their star player, LeBron James, who had faced considerable ridicule since their exit last year, from both NBA legends to countless online commentators. Although this was merely a regular season game, James was determined to secure a victory. Before the game began, fans in the 10-cent NBA live streaming room were already engaged in lively discussions. Would Wang Yi's three-point shooting explode once again? It seemed likely. They hoped for his success, as it had been quite some time since China produced a player of his caliber. Of course, there were detractors as well. What explosion! 3 consecutive games of brilliance? Do you think he is truly invincible? They speculated that without Anthony Davis, the Suns' defense would be significantly easier, allowing their focus to shift to other players. If Wang Yi managed to shine under these circumstances, that would be remarkable indeed. Some pointed out that his previous 2 performances were akin to those of Lin Shihao in his prime, when other teams were yet to fully understand his game. Now that he had achieved 2 explosive games, the Suns would surely have conducted thorough research on him, should he manage to excel again. The Suns' coaching staff might as well dissolve. The 10-cent NBA live streaming room featured host Ko-Fan, with renowned basketball commentator Wang Yi as the guest analyst, and the lovely Mei Na as the female host. Ko-Fan began the discussion by asking, "Yang, can you predict the flow of today's game before it starts?" Wang Yi jokingly replied, "Are you waiting to see me get embarrassed?" However, predictions are rarely 100% accurate. If I am correct, it showcases my prowess. If not, what can you do about it? This elicited laughter from Fan. Wang Yi continued, with Davis sidelined and Paul playing through injury, history tends to repeat itself. The Suns boast both Paul and Booker, while the Lakers rely solely on James, which is insufficient. Other players must step up for the team to have a chance, otherwise. It could mirror last year's Game 5 and Game 6, ending in a quick defeat. Fan posed another question. Who do you think might step up? Without hesitation, Wang Yi responded, the Lakers' three-point shooting has been a significant issue since last season, continuing into this one. Pope is inconsistent, while Caruso and Kuzma occasionally deliver decent performances. Relying on their three-point shooting as a regular weapon still leaves much to be desired, and Schroeder's long-range shooting is unreliable. Therefore, who can emerge? It hinges on Schroeder's ability to penetrate and, crucially, on Wang Yi. However, it will not be easy for him. After two explosive games, the Suns will undoubtedly devise specific defensive strategies against him. The likelihood of him shining in this game is slim. Fan chuckled. What if, just hypothetically, Wang Yi truly excels again? Wang Yi remarked, if he does shine, it would indicate that he can still perform at a high level despite the opponent's targeted defense. He could very well secure a place in the team's rotation, becoming a reliable scoring option off the bench. Fan countered, could he not become a starting player? Wang Yi shook his head with a smile. In the short term, that remains unlikely. As a bench player, he faces the opponent's reserves, which could allow him to deliver exceptional performances. Conversely, if thrust into a starting role against the opponent's first string, it is unlikely he would replicate that explosive form. Consider it. A player who hasn't played much over the past 2 years suddenly thrust into a starting position. Are his physical, mental, and competitive states truly prepared? These remain uncertain factors. At 9:30 in the evening, the match commenced. This event marked the final home game of the Lakers' 5-game series. Enthusiastic fans had already taken their seats. Notably, the legendary actor Jack Nicholson was also in attendance. Renowned for his roles in The Shining and One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, he is a celebrated Academy Award winner and one of the Lakers' most devoted supporters. Throughout the season, he rarely misses a game. Once again, he occupied his long-standing VIP seat in row 124. Affording him a close view of the action and an opportunity to express his discontent towards the referees, thereby exerting pressure on them. His gaze was fixed on the player clad in the number 1 jersey, Wang Yi. Having followed the Lakers for over 50 years, he had witnessed the team's rise and fall during that time. This season, due to LeBron James's advancing age, his scoring average had dwindled to a mere 21 points per game, compounded by Anthony Davis's frequent injuries, resulting in the Lakers' unimpressive ranking. It seemed as though the team was entering a period of decline once again. However, after the past 2 games, a glimmer of hope appeared on the horizon, primarily brought forth by this Eastern player. The Lakers' struggles this season were undoubtedly attributed to injuries and LeBron's decline, but their dismal three-point shooting percentage was equally significant. If the Lakers could rectify their issues beyond the arc, their performance could indeed be promising. Presently, this Eastern player might become a pivotal figure in enhancing the Lakers' three-point efficiency. Of course, these were merely Jack Nicholson's musings. Whether this player could shoulder such responsibility would require further observation. As the game commenced, the Lakers' starting lineup included LeBron James, Dennis Schroeder, DeAndre Jordan, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, and Alex Caruso. The Suns' starting lineup remained largely unchanged. From the outset, LeBron passed the ball to Schroeder to initiate the offense. If Schroeder could establish his rhythm, LeBron would face significantly less defensive pressure. Schroeder managed to drive in for 2 points, followed by LeBron sinking a three-pointer. The Lakers surged ahead with a 5-0 lead, suggesting a promising start. However, the dynamics of the game shifted dramatically thereafter. Devin Booker of the Suns netted 2 consecutive three-pointers, while Chris Paul added a mid-range jumper. The Suns, employing a zone defense akin to last year's first round, forced the Lakers to rely on three-point shots. The Lakers failed to capitalize on their fast break opportunities, and their perimeter shooting continued to falter. Aside from LeBron's initial three-pointer, the other starters missed 3 consecutive attempts, leaving the rim rattling. Meanwhile, Booker's performance was explosive, as he sank 4 three-pointers in just 5 minutes, going 4 for 4. In a mere 4 minutes, the score escalated to 5-14, with a 9-point deficit prompting the Lakers to call a timeout. In the Tencent NBA Live broadcast, Mina was visibly anxious, fidgeting in her seat. When the camera was not on her, she frowned repeatedly, silently expressing her frustration. What kind of game is this? Kufan shook his head in disbelief. History has an uncanny way of repeating itself. Are we about to witness a reenactment of the first quarter from last year's Game 6? Wang Yi also shook his head. In last year's Game 6 first quarter, Devin Booker hit 6 three-pointers, scoring 22 points. Today, after just 4 minutes, he's already 4 for 4, racking up 12 points. He's single-handedly dismantling the entire Lakers team. This scoring prowess is simply astonishing. Observing the game's trajectory, it was evident that a similar fate awaited them as last year. Kufan remarked, "Now, it will be interesting to see how Vogel adjusts. Will he bring Wang Yi into the game?" Wang Yi pondered before shaking his head. Not so soon. Wang Yi should eventually enter the rotation, but not at this moment. Indeed, as he predicted, the Lakers did not send Wang Yi onto the court following the timeout. Coach Vogel opted to assign Caldwell Pope to guard Booker while instructing other players to assist in double-teaming him. However, the Lakers' offensive woes persisted. The Suns maintained their zone defense, compelling the Lakers to attempt three-point shots, which continued to be executed poorly. LeBron, left with no choice, resorted to driving to the basket. Yet, with defenders collapsing in the paint, his efficiency in penetrating the defense was severely diminished. Age had taken its toll. He was no longer able to soar above defenders for thunderous dunks as he once did. Now, when he drove in, he could barely manage a layup or a difficult fadeaway jumper. Although he managed to score 2 baskets, Booker's shooting was nothing short of scorching. Even with Caldwell Pope in pursuit and other players providing assistance, he drained 2 more highly contested three-pointers, completing a perfect 6 for 6 from beyond the arc, along with a layup, totaling 20 points. It was a performance reminiscent of last year's Game 6. With half a quarter elapsed, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 15 points. Vogel promptly called another timeout, fully aware that falling behind by 20 points would make a comeback exceedingly challenging. As the Lakers players exited the court, their expressions were grave, particularly LeBron's. Memories of last year's Game 6 flooded his mind. His exceptional memory provided him with numerous advantages, such as recalling every tactic and gesture from opponents. Yet, it also haunted him with the recollection of past painful moments, replaying them incessantly in his mind, each detail transporting him back to that time. As the Lakers fell behind by 15 points merely 6 minutes into the game, the atmosphere in the Staples Center shifted, with the crowd no longer as exuberant as before. Everyone recalled last year's Game 6, where Booker similarly shot 6 for 6 from three-point range, causing the Lakers' fortunes to plummet. They were unwilling to witness a repeat of that disheartening scene. As a traditional powerhouse with 17 championships to their name, Lakers fans are notoriously discerning. They do not offer encouragement when the team falters. Instead, they voice their discontent. Vogel needs to devise a strategy. What are they playing? This is utterly disgraceful. I've spent so much money to watch this bunch of kids play pretend. For heaven's sake. Yet, amidst the frustration, some rational fans contemplated the potential impact of Wang Yi. Wang Yi has delivered an impressive performance, sinking 3 consecutive three-pointers. At this juncture, if they do not field Wang Yi, what are they waiting for? Substitute Wang. This declaration ignited a fervor among those present, with many echoing the call. Vogel's gaze also shifted towards Wang Yi. Initially, he had intended to introduce Wang Yi towards the end of the second quarter, mindful that one cannot simply elevate a player to the rotation due to a couple of commendable games. Such transitions must be gradual. However, with the situation spiraling out of control before the rotation could be implemented, he had no choice but to deploy Wang Yi prematurely. "Wang, you're on. Replace SC Charter." SC Charter nodded in acknowledgement, quietly taking his seat on the bench. Vogel's decision to substitute Wang Yi for SC Charter was not without purpose. SC Charter's height posed a significant disadvantage. When Booker shot over him, it was akin to a child playing with a toy. By bringing in Wang Yi, it was hoped that his defensive prowess would curtail Booker's scoring. Additionally, there was an expectation for Wang Yi to bolster the team's three-point shooting. As Wang Yi stepped onto the court, a familiar notification resonated in his mind. Sign-in available. Wang Yi silently recited, "Check-in. Check-in successful. Check-in reward. 1 basic block experience card." Wang Yi did not examine it closely, nor did he use it immediately. At that moment, it was the Lakers' offense, rendering the need for a block unnecessary. Upon Wang Yi's entrance onto the court, he found himself matched against Devin Booker. A fervent heat began to swell within him, and his gaze shimmered with excitement. Devin Booker, who has previously scored an astounding 70 points in a single game and has even surpassed the 50-point mark in consecutive outings, possesses an exceptional scoring prowess. Confronted by such a formidable opponent, Wang Yi's competitive spirit was further ignited. Wang Yi's gaze met that of Devin Booker. and he perceived a glimmer of competitive spirit in the latter's eyes. It was evident that Booker was aware of Wang Yi's performance in the previous 2 matches. In the initial play, the Suns continued with their zone defense. Although they recognized Wang Yi's prowess in three-point shooting, he had only delivered 2 commendable performances thus far. Consequently, they did not immediately mark him closely but chose to assess his shooting rhythm. Thus, situated beyond the arc, Wang Yi effortlessly received a pass from LeBron James. Without the slightest hesitation, he released the ball with his left hand. Swish. The shot sliced through the air, successfully landing a three-pointer. The deficit diminished to 12 points, and the audience erupted with renewed cheers. Observing this, Devin Booker took charge of the ball, feeling the imperative to respond as a star player. Especially given his current hot streak from beyond the arc, Wang Yi could easily discern his thoughts. In his mind, he uttered, "Utilize the ceiling experience card." Soon, the system's cold mechanical voice echoed, "Using primary ceiling experience card. Ceiling success rate 50, limited to 10 minutes. At that moment, Devin Booker stood before Wang Yi, showing no inclination to evade. He was taller than Wang Yi and felt no need to dodge. Instead, he executed a jump shot from three-point range. As a former three-point contest champion, he possessed a fair amount of confidence. The commentary, naturally biased towards the Lakers, was provided by the Lakers' home team announcer. Upon witnessing Booker's attempt at a jump shot, he shook his head, exclaiming, "Oh no, Devin Booker is going for the shot." However, before he could finish, Wang Yi had already leaped into action. His left fingertips grazed the basketball, altering its trajectory. After soaring for 2 meters, the ball fell feebly to the ground. The commentator's words abruptly shifted. "A block. Wang Yi's block. He has thwarted Booker. This is astonishing." Simultaneously, Caruso retrieved the ball and initiated a fast break. Kuzma had already dashed down the court for a quick attack, effortlessly executing a dunk. The point gap instantly dwindled to 10, igniting cheers from the crowd. Devin Booker cast a glance at Wang Yi, a fire igniting within him. After Paul dribbled past half-court, he understood that Booker was keen to reclaim his pride after being blocked by this unknown rookie from the Lakers. As a seasoned player, Paul recognized the significance of allowing Booker to regain his footing. He passed the ball to Booker and gestured for others to spread out. It was now a one-on-one confrontation between Devin Booker and Wang Yi. This time, he opted not to shoot immediately. Instead, he suddenly dribbled to the right, seemingly attempting to outpace Wang Yi. Wang Yi immediately took a step back. At the moment he retreated, Devin Booker executed a step back, distancing himself beyond the three-point line. He then raised his hand to take a shot from beyond the arc. However, Wang Yi, with remarkable swiftness, lunged forward, just as Devin Booker lifted the ball. Yet before he could release his shot, Wang Yi surged in, enveloping both the player and the ball in a decisive move reminiscent of Wade's signature blocks. The commentators were left in disbelief. Wang Yi had blocked it again. How could he be so fast? It was beyond comprehension. Devin Booker, too, was momentarily stunned. Logically, his previous feint and step back should have been sufficient to shake off this young man. How could he have closed the distance so rapidly? In truth, Wang Yi's retreat was a defensive feint. He anticipated that Devin Booker, having just been blocked, would likely attempt to shoot a three-pointer again. Thus, as he stepped back, his upper body leaned forward, ready to pounce. As Booker stepped back, Wang Yi was already shadowing him, which made his movement appear extraordinarily swift. This also involved an element of risk. Had Devin Booker genuinely broken through, he would have easily surpassed Wang Yi. Nonetheless, Wang Yi's gamble paid off. After executing the block, he dribbled swiftly forward, with Paul trailing closely behind, head down, racing to catch up with him. Wang Yi initially intended to attempt a layup himself. However, considering the injury to his right hand, executing a one-handed layup with his left proved to be rather cumbersome. Thus, as he dribbled past the three-point line into the front court, he executed a behind-the-back pass to the trailing Pop. Pop received the ball and leaped high into the air. Thud. He completed a resounding dunk. The deficit was reduced to a mere 8 points. The cheers from the crowd surged, amplifying in volume. Concurrently, the DJ elongated his voice and announced with fervor, "Pop with the dunk," assisted by Wang Yi, number 29, locking down Devin Booker. The DJ, not lacking in perception, was well aware that the success of this play was largely attributable to Wang Yi's contribution. Wang Yi thwarted the scorching hot Devin Booker of the Suns, seizing the ball in the process. This set the stage for the subsequent dunk by Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. Consequently, when the announcer called out Wang Yi's name, the DJ's voice soared, elongated in a fervent crescendo, stirring the atmosphere into a fervent frenzy. Spectators erupted in cheers, engaging in animated discussions. "I told you. It was high time for Wang to take the court, one remarked. He has successfully blocked 2 shots, both from the Suns' premier scoring threat. That is simply phenomenal. Wang hardly resembles a player on a short contract. He embodies the essence of a star athlete. Suns head coach Monty Williams remained vigilant. After the Lakers surged with a 7-0 run, he promptly requested a timeout. During the pause, he scrutinized Booker, who was sipping from a water bottle. Yet his eyes betrayed a fierce determination. Having been denied twice by that Eastern player, Booker was indignant. Who was this unknown challenger daring to trespass upon his domain? Coach Williams understood that Booker, being young and prone to impulsiveness, might spiral if suppressed too harshly. Thus, it was imperative for Booker to reclaim his composure on his own terms. However, he needed to adopt a strategic approach rather than resort to recklessness. He gently patted Booker on the back, saying, "Devin, you must respond and teach that Eastern lad a lesson." Booker tightened the cap of his bottle. His tone resolute. "I understand." Coach Williams nodded, adding, "However, you must refrain from attempting 3-pointers. That fellow possesses formidable blocking skills and seems experienced in defending the arc. You need to alter your strategy, drive past him and break through his defenses, understood?" For the young Devin, changing tactics felt akin to conceding. Had this been 2 years prior, he would have never acquiesced. Yet, after the growth he experienced in last year's playoffs, he had matured significantly. If he could emerge victorious in the end, the convoluted journey would matter little. He nodded in agreement, understood. Nearby, Chris Paul felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. For the Suns to achieve greater heights, their leading player, Booker, had to evolve. Currently, he was indeed progressing rapidly. As the game resumed, Paul advanced the ball past half-court, still entrusting it to Booker while the others spread out for isolation plays. Faced with Wang Yi's defense, Booker dribbled with alternating hands, slowly weaving his way. After 4 rhythmic dribbles, he suddenly shifted his pace, raising both hands as if to gather the ball. Wang Yi stepped forward, intending to block the shot. However, Booker merely performed a prayer gesture. In the next moment, he suddenly lowered his center of gravity, aiming to bypass his opponent from the left. Yet, just as he attempted to break through, Wang Yi swiftly moved laterally, colliding forcefully with Booker's chest. Quick to respond, Booker, finding no success on the left, dribbled behind his back with his left hand and instantly shifted to the right, attempting to break through from that side. However, after just one step, a resounding thud echoed as he once again collided with Wang Yi's chest. Unable to penetrate the defense, Booker was forced to retreat a few steps. After creating some distance, he endeavored to accelerate and break through once more. Yet, Wang Yi's lateral speed was simply too formidable, consistently positioning himself perfectly to obstruct Booker's path. After several unsuccessful attempts, Booker ultimately retreated once again, drawing back to the 3-point line. Wang Yi was indeed momentarily distracted this time. However, even so, he could not afford to allow Booker an easy shot. He exerted every effort to rush towards him, attempting to disrupt his release without making contact with any part of his opponent's body. Perhaps Booker felt a sense of urgency, or perhaps he was wary of Wang Yi's potential block. Consequently, his attempt struck the rear edge of the rim, allowing Zhuang Shun to seize the rebound. The commentator onside exclaimed with delight, "Did you see that? Did you witness Wang's defense?" "Of course we did. It was impenetrable, utterly flawless. His lateral quickness is astounding. Devin Booker could not penetrate at all. He is undoubtedly the fastest player I have ever seen in lateral movement. To exaggerate slightly, he ranks among the elite in the current league." Despite Wang Yi's formidable defense, regrettably, the Lakers could not capitalize on their offensive opportunity this time. Following this, the Suns initiated another offensive play, yet Booker still failed to breach Wang Yi's defense, resulting in yet another desperate 3-point attempt that missed its mark. During a fast break by the Lakers, Wang Yi sank a 3-pointer, narrowing the deficit to just 5 points. Turning back, the Suns mounted an attack. Paul discerned that Booker was beginning to feel anxious. He recognized that this could not continue and that it was essential for him to help calm his teammate. Moreover, the team had not scored for a while, and he felt compelled to step up and contribute points. This reflects Paul's wisdom as a seasoned veteran. When the team is executing smoothly, he orchestrates the offense, delivering opportunities to his teammates. When the offense falters, he takes on the responsibility of breaking through. This time, he refrained from passing the ball to Booker, instead signaling to him with a gesture of his right hand, pressing downward as if to say, "Stay calm." Booker held a deep respect for Paul. Although he felt a tinge of defiance regarding Wang Yi's persistent defense, he understood the necessity to regain his composure. Thus, he refrained from demanding the ball and instead set a screen for Paul. At this juncture, the Lakers had substituted Zhuangshan for Harrell, significantly enhancing the team's mobility. Consequently, the Lakers' current defensive strategy was to switch on every screen. After Wang Yi took over defense, he began to guard Paul. Through Wang Yi's earlier defensive booker, Paul had already gleaned some insights into Wang Yi's defensive tendencies, particularly his penchant for jumping. Against such a defensive player, Paul had a myriad of ways to outmaneuver him. Confronted with Wang Yi's defense, Paul suddenly pivoted to his right side. Wang Yi also shifted to the right to position himself. However, Paul only completed half of his turn before swiftly lowering his body and breaking through from Wang Yi's left side. Wang Yi swiftly shifted to the left. At that moment, Paul had already penetrated half his body into the space. As Wang Yi moved over, Paul had both hands clasped around the ball, poised to leap. He intended to fake Wang Yi out before taking his shot. However, this time, the jump-loving Wang Yi refrained from leaping. Paul, brimming with confidence, believed he could easily deceive Wang Yi, thus he confidently released a mid-range shot, akin to a layup in its assurance. Yet, it was only as Paul took his shot that Wang Yi finally sprang into action. Upon witnessing this, Paul felt a surge of alarm. After jumping, he instinctively leaned backward. Nevertheless, Wang Yi's fingertips grazed the basketball. The ball soared through the air for 2 meters before descending limply, as if resigned to its fate. Paul frowned in perplexity. Why? He wondered, did this guy, who so eagerly jumped during defense, choose not to leap this time? Little did he know, Wang Yi's affinity for jumping was merely an illusion. In the past 2 years, although Wang Yi has not played much basketball, he has devoted nearly all his time, aside from training and sleep, to watching footage. He meticulously analyzes the movements and habits of NBA players. His understanding of the techniques, habits, and even the temperaments of every key player and rotation player from all 30 NBA teams is profound. To exaggerate slightly, it could be said that even the teammates of these players might not know them as well as Wang Yi does. Thus, his passion for jumping is not genuine. It is merely a strategy employed when defending against players like Devin Booker. He is aware that Chris Paul, being shorter, typically feints before executing a jump shot if he cannot create significant separation after a drive. Consequently, when Paul first feints, Wang Yi does not leap. It is only during Paul's second jump that he follows suit to contest the shot. While this may sound straightforward, it is, in fact, the culmination of years of diligent effort. 30. A feast of blocks. Wang Yi executed a remarkable block against Paul. However, the ball fortuitously fell into the hands of their center, Ayton. Upon receiving the ball, Ayton swiftly turned to take a shot, with Wang Yi being the closest defender. Before Ayton could release the ball, Wang Yi leapt once more. With a resounding impact, he emphatically swatted the ball down. The ball then soared towards the Suns' Crowder. Catching the pass, Crowder noticed an unguarded basket and prepared to dunk. Yet, Wang Yi swiftly moved laterally, appearing directly in front of Crowder with astonishing speed. He then leapt high, arms raised, executing a volleyball-style block. Crowder's dunk met the formidable barrier of Wang Yi's hands. Following the deflection, the basketball was seized by James, who immediately launched a signature long pass to Kuzma, who had already initiated a fast break. Kuzma executed a one-handed slam dunk. The arena erupted as if a volcano had exploded, with a cacophony of cheers reverberating throughout the Staples Center. In the midst of this electric atmosphere, Wang Yi had successfully blocked 3 consecutive attempts. He threw his head back and let out a primal roar, as if releasing pent-up emotions accumulated over the past 2 years. Subsequently, he raised his right hand, extending his index finger, and shook it 3 times towards the sky. The commentators were beside themselves. Oh my God, consecutive blocks, consecutive blocks. What am I witnessing? The mountains of Africa. No, the mountains of Asia, Wang. He is the insurmountable Everest. In the 10-cent NBA Live broadcast, the screen was flooded with comments praising Wang Yi, with an outpouring of admiration for his performance. Brother Yi is phenomenal. Such a great guy. A true man's man. One commentator noted, look at the Suns, for out of their 5 players are being treated to hot pot by Brother Yi. That's Wang Yi for you. In the live studio, Ko Fan and Yang Yi were also in awe, noting that Wang Yi's defense seemed to have ascended to another level compared to the previous game. Indeed, he had blocked 2 shots from Booker, 1 from Paul, 1 from Ayton, and 1 from Crowder, all within the first 5 minutes, totaling 5 blocks. Despite standing at only 192 meters, his blocking ability was truly exceptional. While everyone marveled at his blocks, I was particularly impressed by his defense against Booker, whose attempts to break through were thwarted by Wang Yi's incredible lateral speed. This heightened my anticipation for the remainder of the game. Just as this was being discussed, the broadcast shifted to the referee, who signaled a technical foul. Kafan exclaimed in surprise, "What's this? A technical foul on Wang Yi?" Yang Yi echoed his astonishment. "What happened?" "We were focused on Harold's fast break and missed the incident." Soon, the replay revealed that after blocking 3 shots, Wang Yi gestured with his finger in the air. Kafan suddenly understood. Oh, he was shaking his finger. Wang Yi gestured after those 3 consecutive blocks. Yang Yi shook his head, shaking his finger. Only Uncle Mu has the privilege to do that in the NBA. Wang Yi's second short contract was worth $20,000, and this technical foul would incur a fine of $25,000. That seems a bit excessive, Kafan remarked. I trust LeBron will cover his fine. Meanwhile, in the comments section, critics who had previously fallen silent reemerged, expressing their disdain. No respect. Judging character by sportsmanship, and with such poor conduct on the court, he must be a terrible person. He blocks 3 shots and then acts like a star. Wang Yi received a technical foul, yet he harbors no regrets. The NBA is inherently a realm that celebrates individuality. If one refrains from expressing oneself even after executing 3 consecutive blocks, when would one dare to do so? As for the potential repercussions of his exuberance, he remains unfazed. After all, how many players in the NBA have not faced criticism? Following Wang Yi's technical foul, the Suns were awarded free throws. After Paul converted his shot, they resumed their offensive play. This time, however, Wang Yi delivered a magnificent block, sending the ball soaring into the stands, igniting the crowd once more. The experience of blocking shots theoretically enhances Wang Yi's blocking probability to 50%. However, given his familiarity with the player's techniques and habits, this likelihood is considerably higher. In a swift turn of events, Wang Yi then sank a 3-pointer. Moreover, due to Booker's eagerness, he committed a foul, resulting in a 3-point play with an additional free throw opportunity. Wang Yi's free throws were remarkably steady. After making one, he swiftly equalized the score. As the first quarter concluded, Yang Yi commented, "The Lakers are indeed a remarkable team." They trailed by 15 points for half a quarter and managed to erase the deficit in the same span. Kafan nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed. The Lakers no longer have to relive the heartache of last year's Game 6 defeat." The shift began the moment Wang Yi entered the game. Frankly, in these 3 matches, Wang Yi has consistently delivered delightful surprises. Yang Yi continued. In the first game, his 3-pointers were akin to divine intervention. In the second, he not only showcased his shooting but also displayed relentless tenacity. In this third match, he unveiled his exceptional shot-blocking prowess. It's as if he possesses an arsenal, unleashing a different weapon each game, leaving opponents utterly bewildered. On the other side, Suns head coach Williams rallied his players while devising a strategy. We must slow down the tempo, play at a measured pace, and deny them any opportunities for fast breaks. He understood that the Lakers' defense was formidable, necessitating a rapid pace to compete against them. However, the risk of turnovers when playing fast could easily lead to being countered by the Lakers. Thus, he aimed to decelerate the game, hoping to orchestrate plays through Paul. It was akin to choosing between 2 vials of poison, having already succumbed to the first. He was now compelled to try the second, despite knowing it too was toxic. After outlining his plan, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Wang Yi on the distant Lakers bench. The Suns had previously held a promising position, but everything shifted once this player took the court. To secure victory, they needed to address this issue. Contemplating, he glanced at Crowder, then shook his head slightly. Let us see how it goes. If necessary, we can deploy Crowder in the third quarter. As the second quarter commenced, the Lakers starters were mostly resting, leaving only SCHR on the court with a group of substitutes, perhaps inspired by Wang Yi's consecutive blocks. The bench players exhibited remarkable vigor. Morris and Gasol sank 3-pointers, and even Drummond managed to hit one from beyond the arc. Meanwhile, SC Charter executed 3 consecutive drives to the basket. In contrast, the Suns appeared demoralized, likely affected by Wang Yi's impressive defensive display. They struggled to make outside shots and even missed dunks. With 3 minutes remaining in the half, the Lakers had already established a 12-point lead. At that moment, Wang Yi returned to the game, promptly recording 2 more blocks and sinking 2 3-pointers. By halftime, the Lakers had extended their lead to 20 points. During the halftime break, the commentators were exhilarated. The game had started with echoes of last year's Game 6, but Wang Yi's entrance had completely altered the dynamics. The Lakers now led by 20 points. Wang had not merely shifted the momentum but had entirely reversed the course of the match. Anticipation built for the second half. Eager to see if Wang could further impress. In the front row, seat 124, the legendary actor Jack Nicholson, behind his crimson glasses, radiated satisfaction. Thus far, this Eastern player had continuously delighted the Lakers. Perhaps the hope for the Lakers' resurgence rested with him. Meanwhile, in the visitors' locker room, the Suns players were noticeably despondent. Trailing by 20 points was not unfamiliar territory for them, having faced it before. Logically, they should not feel so defeated, yet today's match was different. From the moment the Lakers' #1 player entered the game, they had gradually descended into despair, seeing no glimmer of hope to recover. Their attacks faltered, and their defense crumbled. How could they possibly compete? Even their star player, Devin Booker, hung his head, covering it with a towel, remaining silent. Observing this, Paul clapped his hands emphatically. Is this how we respond? Are we to be labeled as soft? Get your spirits up. Do you recall how we eliminated them last year? They were the reigning champions. If we could transform the champions into losers, how can we cower before them now? Paul is undoubtedly one of the most competitive and driven players in the NBA. His words slowly rekindled the players' spirits. However, trailing by 20 points, mere motivation was insufficient. Thus, Coach Williams turned once more to Crowder. Crowder, in the third quarter, focus on neutralizing that Eastern player. His directive was not merely to defend, but to provoke and agitate the opponent, potentially resorting to unsportsmanlike tactics. Crowder, who had previously made life difficult for opponents during the Heat's championship run, understood his role. He signaled an okay to his teammates, assuring them, "Leave that Eastern player to me." As the third quarter began, the starting lineup from the first quarter remained intact. However, SC Chargers seemed distracted. After just 3 minutes, he committed 2 turnovers and was replaced by the coach. Wang Yi has once again donned his armor and stepped onto the field. At present, he has truly become a vital part of the rotation. On the bench, Tucker appears somewhat disheartened. This rotation, which once seemed destined for him, has now been significantly curtailed due to Wang Yi's remarkable performance. Such is the brutal reality of competitive sports. Only the capable take the stage, while those who falter must face elimination. All he can do is strive diligently in training. Whenever the opportunity to play arises, he must seize it and showcase his talents, rather than languishing on the bench, lamenting like a scorned lover. In contrast, Schroeder seems somewhat lost in thought, his gaze drifting beyond the confines of the court, leaving one to wonder what occupies his mind. After Wang Yi took the court, although his three-point shooting was not as dazzling as in the previous 2 games, he maintained an impressive accuracy of 45%. His proficiency in shooting from beyond the arc surpassed that of most players, compelling the Suns to alter their defensive strategy. They could no longer rely on zone defense and were forced to extend their coverage. Consequently, this provided the Lakers with ample opportunities to penetrate. LeBron James executed 3 consecutive drives, while Alex Caruso added another. The Lakers flourished both inside and outside. In contrast, the Suns found themselves thwarted by Wang Yi's 2 blocks. Furthermore, with Devin Booker's shooting touch diminishing and his drives effectively neutralized by Wang Yi, the rest of the team also struggled to find their rhythm. Although Chris Paul managed to sink 2 mid-range shots, he was ultimately overwhelmed by the relentless offensive onslaught of the Lakers. As the point deficit approached 30, the Lakers continued their offensive barrage. Wang Yi, as per usual, maneuvered skillfully, seeking to receive the ball beyond the 3-point arc. At that moment, Crowder, taking advantage of the referee's focus on the player handling the ball at the perimeter, discreetly seized Wang Yi's arm and yanked it fiercely. Wang Yi was taken aback, and instinctively, he fell to the ground. His body crashed heavily onto the floor. Fortunately, he had fallen in a manner that mitigated the impact. Otherwise, with Claude's force, his right arm would likely have dislocated. At that moment, Claude staggered a couple of steps due to Wang Yi's maneuver and subsequently collapsed as well, incessantly complaining to the referee, "He fouled me. He tripped me." His actions were exceedingly unsportsmanlike. It was a classic case of the villain crying foul. However, as all eyes were focused elsewhere, the referee failed to observe the actions of the two. The linesman gestured for the match to continue. Wang Yi rose to his feet, stretching his arms as he resumed his run. Meanwhile, Claude, in pursuit of Wang Yi, occasionally employed subtle maneuvers. The most covert of these was a grip on his waist, reminiscent of the infamous Rome Mama, who would occasionally twist Wang Yi's waist. Wang Yi has studied Crowder and is aware that Crowder previously did not employ such maneuvers. Throughout the NBA, the most frequent practitioner of this waist-grabbing technique is Paul. Due to his shorter stature, Paul often resorts to this subtle action during defensive plays. This maneuver can inflict considerable discomfort upon the opponent, instilling a sense of caution. Furthermore, amidst the intensity of the game, it is challenging for referees to detect. Now, Crowder has also mastered this tactic. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yi couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Was it merely a matter of embracing the waist? Who couldn't do that? Thus, when Claude pursued him too closely, or when the two became entangled, he discreetly reached out and grasped Claude's waist. "Damn it," Claude muttered under his breath. Before they continued their entanglement for another 2 minutes, Wang Yi's waist was already marked with bruises of deep blue and purple. Claude was not faring any better. As a man of African descent, the injuries on his skin were less conspicuous, yet he too bore numerous patches of contusion. This was Wang Yi's method of countering the underhanded tactics of his opponent, employing their own strategies against them. One could argue about the violation of sportsmanship and the ethics of the court, yet Claude's subtle transgressions were elusive to the referees. Complaining to the officials proved utterly futile. In such circumstances, could Wang Yi simply refrain from retaliation and allow himself to be relentlessly pursued and grappled with? At that moment, Claude once again advanced in pursuit. Taking advantage of the entanglement between the two, Wang Yi suddenly grasped Claude's waist with fervor. As Claude winced in pain, Wang Yi swiftly dashed beyond the three-point line. Upon receiving the pass, he executed a flawless three-pointer. Clutching his waist, Claude muttered a fierce curse under his breath. "Damn it, damn it, damn it." He then pursued Wang Yi, declaring, "Oriental, you shall face the consequences soon." 32 in a cycle of malevolence. The exchange between Wang Yi and Crowder was subtle, almost imperceptible. So much so that the other 8 players on the court remained oblivious to their actions, let alone the referee. At that moment, Crowder was seething with anger. He had initially intended to grab the waist of this Eastern player to provoke him. This Eastern player had already incurred one technical foul. If Crowder could successfully incite him into an angry reaction, be it a punch or even a mere expletive, resulting in a second technical foul, he would be expelled from the game. However, far from being angered, the Eastern player retaliated, causing Crowder acute discomfort. To add insult to injury, Wang Yi then scored 3 consecutive three-pointers over him, further inflaming Crowder's frustration. As he observed Wang Yi retreating on defense, Crowder concocted a plan. He had initially aimed to teach Wang Yi a lesson, hoping to intimidate him. But since the Eastern player remained undeterred, Crowder resolved to take more drastic measures. When the Lakers launched another attack, Wang Yi maneuvered around a screen to receive the ball at the arc. As he leapt to take his shot, Crowder, unable to block the ball, nonetheless lunged towards him, raising his right hand as if to contest the shot, but instead struck Wang Yi's face with considerable force. The blow was not limited to his face. Crowder's excessive force sent Wang Yi crashing to the ground. At last, Crowder felt a sense of vindication. Yet, before he could revel in his moment of triumph, a sharp pain surged through his groin. In that instant, the world around him seemed to vanish, leaving only the excruciating pain, deep, penetrating, and heart-wrenching. Wang Yi, well aware of Crowder's notorious habits, anticipated that Crowder would resort to aggressive tactics when unable to contain him. Thus, he was prepared for this eventuality. As Crowder struck him down, Wang Yi's upper body fell backward towards the ground, while his right foot deftly targeted Crowder's groin. Was this action unsportsmanlike? Absolutely. But given that Crowder had already resorted to foul play, should Wang Yi remain courteous, smiling, and demure? Furthermore, for players of Crowder's ilk, the worst consequence from the referees would be expulsion and a fine, yet he would undoubtedly repeat such behavior. A single act like this could potentially ruin a player's career. Is there a need for civility towards such individuals? It is merely a matter of returning the favor in kind. At that moment, Crowder, besieged by the searing pain, doubled over, clutching his groin, and collapsed to the floor. Writhing in agony, Wang Yi, having been well prepared, appeared to fall heavily. However, as he descended, his left hand instinctively engaged in a protective motion. Thus, he experienced merely a slight discomfort. Nevertheless, he did not rise immediately. Claude, having instigated the wrongdoing, remained unperturbed. To rise now would only invite greater sympathy from the referee towards his plight as a victim. So, he decided to embrace the role of a reluctant actor. With this thought in mind, Wang Yi pressed his right hand against his waist, gritting his teeth and forcing a grin. His left hand continued to strike the floor in frustration. His teammates hurried over, inquiring about the extent of his injuries. Wang Yi naturally refrained from responding, as if the pain rendered him speechless. The spectators by the sidelines fell into a hushed silence. Observing this, Dudley prepared to step onto the court in defense of Wang Yi, a role he often assumed during his time with the Lakers. However, he was restrained by a nearby assistant coach. At that moment, any external interference would result in a technical foul. On the court, Caruso also wished to stand up for Wang Yi, yet his resolve wavered upon witnessing Crowder writhing in agony on the floor. Surely, he must be feigning it. After all, it was Crowder who had knocked Wang Yi from the air. Why should he be in pain? Meanwhile, the large screen displayed a replay. allowing all spectators to witness Crowder's reckless charge towards Wang Yi's face, igniting a wave of outrage among the crowd. Damn it. He is nothing but a mercenary. Can such a villain even participate in the game? He ought to be imprisoned. His actions were purely aggressive. He deserves expulsion. Yet, as the audience observed Wang Yi's descent, his right foot inadvertently striking Crowder between the legs, gasps of astonishment erupted in unison, particularly from the more seasoned male spectators who winced in empathy for Crowder's plight. Soon after, cheers erupted as the crowd rallied in support. Well done. If I were Wang, I would have done the same. Crowder is getting exactly what he deserves. At that moment on the court, teammates from both sides approached to inquire about the injured player's condition. One teammate asked, "Wang, where does it hurt?" Wang Yi's pain appeared to have lessened somewhat. Clutching his waist, he remarked, "It seems to be my lower back, though I cannot be certain. In any case, I am in discomfort all over." His teammate inquired further with a few additional questions, ultimately asking, "Are you still able to stand?" Wang Yi stealthily glanced at Claude, observing that he had been assisted by his teammates and was now seated on the bench. He spoke, "Help me up. I believe I can still continue." Consequently, he was lifted to his feet by his companions. Under the guidance of the team physician, Wang Yi gradually began to mobilize his body. Slowly, it seemed that his suffering had alleviated considerably. On the sidelines, the referee repeatedly scrutinized the replay. It was evident from the outset that Crowder had committed a malicious foul, as he had aimed directly at the face. The referee was now assessing whether Wang Yi's kick towards Crowder was intentional or accidental. This time, the referee did not deliberate for long. Swiftly, he rendered his decision, signaling to the technical table. Crowder was charged with a level 1 flagrant foul, and a technical foul was recorded against him. Wang Yi had been fouled 3 times, resulting in 3 free throws, along with an additional free throw for the technical foul, culminating in 4 free throws in total. Moreover, possession of the ball was awarded to the Lakers. For shots, 1 attempt. When the players and coaching staff of the Suns heard such a ruling, they all threw up their hands in disbelief. How could this be? How could it possibly happen? Our player was injured too. That kick was undeniably intentional. Especially Paul, who seemed ready to confront the referee, passionately pursuing him with complaints. He pointed at Wang Yi and exclaimed to the referee, "Did you not see that action? It was utterly malicious. Such a player should not remain on the court." However, the referee not only disregarded their protests but issued a warning instead. If they continued to complain, a technical foul would be imposed on the entire team. Meanwhile, in the replay room, the renowned NBA referee, Javi, elucidated, from the action observed, Wang Yi was initially executing a backward shot. During the backward motion, one foot naturally extended forward. When Crowder lunged at Wang Yi, forcefully bringing him to the ground, Wang Yi's outstretched right foot was raised slightly higher. This was merely a reflexive response to maintain balance. Thus, although he inadvertently harmed Crowder, there was no subjective intention behind it. Furthermore, it was Crowder who had infringed upon Wang's personal space. While Wang extended his leg, he remained within his own cylinder. Therefore, we conclude that Wang did not commit a foul. Wang Yi sat on the bench for a brief moment. His teammates suggested he return to the locker room for a quick examination. However, Wang Yi shrugged and replied, "Thank you, but it's unnecessary. I feel much better. My condition is splendid." The team doctor questioned, "You were in such pain moments ago, and now you feel fantastic?" The surrounding teammates exchanged knowing glances, particularly James, who had feigned injury before and understood the nuances involved. A knowing smile spread across his face as he patted Wang Yi on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, well done." In competitive sports, the focus is solely on results. As long as one does not cross the line, anything can be done in pursuit of victory. Everyone is aware of Miller's game-winning push-off against Jordan, but can that alter the outcome? The other teammates exhaled in relief, as long as no one was injured. That was what mattered. At this moment, after regaining his composure, Wang Yi approached the free throw line. He took 4 free throws, achieving an impressive shooting accuracy of 88. All 4 attempts were successfully converted. Subsequently, the Lakers continued with the play. Wang Yi skillfully maneuvered to receive the ball once more, regaining his momentum. Claude swiftly closed in on him. Wang Yi held the ball with both hands, gazing intently into Claude's eyes, a faint and elusive smile gracing his lips. Upon witnessing this expression, Claude sensed an unmistakable malice behind Wang Yi's demeanor, causing his heart to tighten with unease. A chill surged from his lower body, reminiscent of the searing pain that had recently plagued him. Although he endeavored to contest Wang Yi's shot, his effort was clearly less fervent, resembling more of a token defense than a genuine challenge. Wang Yi faced no real pressure. Swish. The basketball soared over Claude's head, effortlessly sinking into the net. Wang Yi's 4 free throws, complemented by a three-pointer, resulted in a remarkable 7 points within a single possession, widening the gap to a staggering 33 points. The Suns were compelled to call for another timeout, with only 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter. During the break, Paul fervently clapped his hands, rallying the Suns players and continually urging Booker, "Devin, you must step up. You will be the sole leader of this team in the future. So you must rise to the occasion." However, the momentum of the Suns had already been extinguished. Notably, Crowder, upon re-entering the game, displayed a lack of the fierce defense he had previously shown, often appearing hesitant. Particularly in his attempts to guard Wang Yi, he seemed reluctant to close the distance. As if haunted by the psychological impact of that earlier kick, the Suns' chances had evaporated. The Lakers secured a smooth victory in this match, with James delivering an impressive performance, 23 points, 11 rebounds, and 9 assists, once again flirting with a triple-double that would surely provoke the obsessive-compulsive within. He stands as the cornerstone of the team. Regardless of victory or defeat, the Lakers rely on his foundational statistics. Yet, the true hero of this game was undeniably Wang Yi. Coming off the bench for 26 minutes, he amassed an astounding 28 points and 10 blocks, achieving a double-double. His efficiency was nothing short of terrifying, especially with his three-point shooting, where he hit 7 out of 10 attempts and converted all 5 of his free throws, along with a perfect field goal from 2-point range. He continues to affirm his status as a dependable three-point shooter. After the game, Paul did not approach the Lakers players to offer his hand in acknowledgement. Instead, he turned and walked directly towards the players' tunnel, failing even to bid farewell to his close friend, James. This reaction is understandable. He is an intensely competitive player, facing a 30-point defeat. He naturally lacked the inclination to extend congratulations. "I lost to you by 30 points, and it is indeed my inadequacy today. But expect me to feign cordiality and shake your hand in congratulations? I cannot do that." Post-game interviews naturally centered on Wang Yi. Wang Yi responded to the reporters' inquiries with unwavering composure. Upon returning to the changing room, he intended to take a shower. However, James called out to him, saying, "Wang, come and try this." Wang Yi inquired, "What?" To which James replied, "You will find out once you go." He then led Wang Yi to a door behind the locker room. The other players, upon witnessing this, each exhibited a glimmer of envy in their eyes. Wang Yi followed James into the room behind. There, he beheld a towering cylindrical object. Viewed from above, the interior of this circular vessel was shrouded in mist, emanating an icy chill. Wang Yi understood, the cryotherapy chamber. James nodded with a smile and said, "Let's give it a try." The so-called cryotherapy chamber is commonly referred to as a liquid nitrogen bath. After intense physical exertion, athletes enter the cryotherapy chamber to immerse themselves in liquid nitrogen, which alleviates bodily fatigue and maintains muscle strength. Additionally, the extremely low temperature within the chamber effectively eliminates various bodily inflammations. The cold also deters viruses from approaching the athlete's body. However, the exorbitant cost, amounting to millions of dollars annually, prevents liquid nitrogen baths from becoming commonplace among NBA players. Only superstars like James possess their own cryotherapy chambers. At this moment, Wang Yi stepped into the cryotherapy chamber, and the temperature display nearby continuously dropped. Wang Yi felt a chilling sensation permeate his body. However, it posed no harm to his physical well-being. The liquid nitrogen, which can reach an astonishingly low temperature of -196 degrees Celsius, is processed with utmost care within the cryotherapy chamber. Moreover, it does not come into direct contact with the athlete's skin. After 2 minutes, as Wang Yi emerged from the cryotherapy chamber, he experienced an invigorating refreshment, as if the intense 20 minutes of rigorous competition had never transpired. Of course, this was merely a sensation. Upon exiting the chamber, Wang Yi indulged in a warm bath. While he soaked, James remarked, "Wang, we will be attending the press conference shortly." Wang Yi did not evade the question. He responded, "Understood." Few players would decline the opportunity to attend a post-game press conference. Meanwhile, at the press conference venue, the Suns' post-game media session was already underway. Representing the Suns were Chris Paul, Devin Booker, and Jay Crowder. After addressing some routine questions, a reporter directed a query toward Crowder. "Crowder, during the game, you and the Lakers' Wang Yi collided and fell to the floor. You struck him in the face, while he kicked you in the groin. The referees assessed you a flagrant foul one. What are your thoughts on this?" Crowder shook his head and replied, "Without a doubt. I was going for the ball and accidentally hit his face." His move, however, was clearly intentional. It was a dirty play. He should have been ejected. Having regained his composure, he resumed his unrestrained and inflammatory remarks. The reporter pressed further, "Yet, From the replay, the ball was already well above your head. Your first instinct was to block the shot but to swing directly at his face. Many believe it was deliberate. How do you respond to that? Crowder grew visibly irritated, glaring at the reporter. You're not me. How would you know what I was thinking? That Eastern player was obviously intentional. Why don't you ask him? The reporter countered. By your logic, since you're not him, how can you be certain it was deliberate? Left speechless, Crowder scoffed coldly. I refuse to answer your question. With that, he stood abruptly and stormed out. Leaving a press conference mid-session is considered disrespectful to the media in the NBA and typically results in a fine. But Crowder no longer cared. Shortly after their departure, the Lakers' LeBron James and Wang Yi entered the venue. Chapter 34. Confronting the reporter 5 minutes after the Suns exited, Wang Yi and James stepped into the room. The reporter's cameras erupted in a frenzy of flashing lights. Wang Yi has previously held press conferences, but it is the first time he has encountered such a flurry of cameras from reporters. This exemplifies the level of exposure enjoyed by Lakers players. As a traditional powerhouse in a bustling metropolis like Los Angeles, the Lakers naturally attract far more attention than teams in smaller markets. Thus, as long as one can deliver commendable performances, visibility is assured. Once the two took their seats, the journalists commenced their inquiries. One reporter posed a question to LeBron James. LeBron, tonight Wang once again showcased an efficient performance, and it seems he has the potential to become a significant ally by your side. What are your thoughts on this? James glanced at Wang Yi, smiling as he replied. He truly is a wonderful teammate. Having him on the court alleviates my pressure. I eagerly anticipate his next performance. The reporters continued to direct several questions at James, most of which revolved around Wang Yi. After the fifth inquiry pertaining to Wang, James humorously remarked, I feel somewhat superfluous here. If you wish to ask questions about Wang, why not address him directly? He is right here. In truth, these journalists are quite astute. Although Wang Yi has performed admirably in 3 matches, his notoriety remains minimal. Furthermore, these 3 games yielded scores below 30 points, leaving little to boast about. Thus, reporting solely on Wang Yi lacks topicality. Consequently, they must first interview LeBron James to obtain his appraisal of Wang Yi. This will allow them to craft enticing headlines such as, LeBron's ultimate ally, LeBron praises him, or LBJ extols his virtues. Such titles would significantly enhance the article's appeal, captivating readers' interest. Eventually, after sufficiently querying James, reporters began directing questions towards Wang Yi. Wang, tonight you achieved a double-double with 28 points and 10 blocks. As a guard, what is your secret to securing 10 blocks? Wang Yi smiled and remarked, the secret lies in eating as little as possible. The less one consumes, the lighter one becomes, allowing for higher leaps and, naturally, an easier path to achieving success. This was, of course, a jest, eliciting a wave of laughter from the audience. Subsequently, another portly journalist adjusted his glasses, a glint of cunning passing through his gaze, and inquired, Wang, you have scored nearly 30 points in 3 consecutive games. Such performance is indeed emblematic of contemporary Chinese players. What is your perspective on this? Wang Yi, I shall observe from my seat. The reporters were momentarily taken aback, only to erupt once more into peals of laughter. Wang Yi continued, in truth, it is inaccurate to claim that I represent the players of Huaxia. I am a Huaxia individual, and I harbor a deep affection for my homeland. However, I am merely myself. I cannot be so presumptuous as to assert that I can represent anyone else. Naturally, I do not believe anyone can represent me either. We must not impose our own will upon others. The portly journalist appeared slightly disappointed, nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you for your response, before taking a seat. In reality, this journalist was attempting to ensnare Wang Yi. His nation professes to uphold independence and freedom, at least on the surface. Thus, he had thrown out a bait. Had Wang Yi claimed to represent Huaxia, the journalist would have had ample material to critique, alleging that this eastern country is lacking in freedom and excessively authoritarian. Yet, Wang Yi astoundingly did not fall into his trap. At that moment, a female journalist, who had been relatively silent, raised her hand. She was a blonde woman, and even in professional attire, her figure was striking. She wore a smile that evoked a sense of warmth and approachability. She spoke, Wang, the NBA is currently the pinnacle of basketball leagues worldwide, and you are the sole Huaxia representative in the NBA. My question is, with 1 billion people in Huaxia, is it truly impossible to find even 5 capable basketball players? Upon her utterance, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. This question was distinctly different from that posed by the earlier journalist, while the latter had set a subtle trap. The beautiful female journalist had directly confronted Wang Yi with a sharply critical inquiry, clearly lacking in friendliness. Nevertheless, many journalists were secretly exhilarated, eager to witness Wang Yi's potential embarrassment. LeBron James furrowed his brow and glanced at Wang Yi, subtly shaking his head. He recognized that Wang Yi was beginning to feel a surge of indignation. Such a question would provoke irritation in anyone. However, at this moment, Wang Yi could not afford to react poorly. Should he do so, these journalists would undoubtedly sensationalize the incident, severely impacting Wang Yi's future prospects. Therefore, James silently urged Wang Yi to exercise restraint. Will Wang Yi be patient? Certainly not. If the matter concerned only himself, perhaps he could endure it. However, when it pertains to his own nation, he cannot tolerate even a fraction. His gaze was piercing as he looked at the beautiful female reporter and inquired, "May I ask which country you represent?" The reporter, still wearing a radiant smile that felt like a refreshing spring breeze, replied, "I am from the United States." Wang Yi responded with poise, "Can you not find even a single person among your 300 million Americans who can play table tennis?" Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the room. The smile vanished from the face of the female reporter. The majority of the journalists present, being Americans, had initially anticipated witnessing Wang Yi's embarrassment, yet they now appeared as though they had been pierced to the heart. Wang Yi gazed intently at the female journalist, awaiting her response. Yet, she remained silent for an extended moment. Indeed, the level of basketball in the country does not quite measure up to that of the NBA. There are numerous issues within the domestic system in various aspects. However, if individuals with ulterior motives seek to ridicule China using this comparison, Wang Yi would not tolerate it. It is akin to graduates from many schools who may express their critiques of their alma mater. They may voice their opinions, but should others dare to disparage it, they would surely defend it fiercely. At that moment, the atmosphere in the venue was profoundly quiet. Wang Yi paused for a moment and remarked, "Every individual possesses their own unique talents, and each nation excels in its respective sports. Your country boasts the highest level in basketball, while ours reigns supreme in table tennis. We should not mock others for their shortcomings simply because of our own strengths. Nor should we deride other nations for their lack of proficiency in the sports we excel at. If one engages in such behavior, it reflects a deficiency in personal cultivation and character." Wang Yi, with just a few remarks, deftly shifted the focus from a national perspective back to the personal level. Such eloquence cannot be deemed anything less than remarkable. The female journalist, publicly admonished by Wang Yi regarding her personal demeanor and character, found herself at a loss for a rebuttal, feeling as though the gazes of those around her pierced her like needles. Moments later, one journalist spontaneously began to applaud, prompting half of the surrounding journalists to join in the clapping, a cacophony of applause resonating in the air. Wang Yi's remarks elicited a round of applause from many attendees. Naturally, a few American journalists remained unconvinced, eager to challenge him. "I am here to conquer the NBA." Wang Yi confronted the beautiful reporter, eliciting a wave of applause from the audience. However, a few American journalists remained unconvinced, particularly a sharply dressed male reporter seated beside the female journalist. Observing her bowing her head in response to the confrontation, he seemingly sought to defend her and raised his hand to inquire, "Wang, it is said that the people of your country believe that everything in your nation is commendable." Wang Yi discerned the malevolent intent of the suited journalist. Yet he exhibited no sign of trepidation. Instead, he retorted, "Shouldn't it be so? This merely reflects their love for their country." Upon perceiving Wang Yi's engagement, a sly grin crept upon the journalist's face as he inquired, "If your country is so exemplary, why do you not play in your CBA, but instead seek to join the NBA?" This statement was undeniably aimed at undermining Wang Yi's stature. The other journalists present fell into a hush once more. The question remained incisive, its tone hostile. Had it been another player, he might have stormed out in indignation. Meanwhile, the previously bowed female journalist lifted her head, realizing, "Why did I not think of that question earlier? Had I formulated it sooner, I would not have been left utterly embarrassed." James glanced at Wang Yi with a hint of concern, only to observe that Wang Yi bore no semblance of anger. Rather, he radiated a sense of bravado, his gaze ablaze with fervor. Subsequently, Wang Yi articulated a statement that even James had not dared to utter. He cast his gaze upon the suited journalist, then swept it across the female journalist, finally surveying the 50 journalists assembled. With unwavering conviction, he declared, "I am here to conquer the NBA." Upon his proclamation, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Such audacity seemed utterly ludicrous. A player on a short-term contract, having performed well in merely 3 games, professing ambitions to conquer the NBA? Even legends like James, Kobe, and the basketball deity Michael Jordan had never made such a bold assertion. Yet, not a single soul in the audience dared to laugh. Silence reigned supreme, for Wang Yi's gaze was resolute, his expression unwavering, and his words unyielding. It was evident that he was not jesting. He had come to the NBA with that very purpose in mind. After Wang had finished speaking, his gaze swept across the circle of journalists once more. Under his penetrating stare, not a single reporter dared to meet his eyes, and they all instinctively lowered their heads. Wang Yi then remarked, "Since there are no further questions, this press conference will conclude here." With that, he stood up and confidently exited the venue. James, coming back to his senses, glanced at the reporters. He seemed to wish to articulate something, yet ultimately only moved his lips without uttering a sound. He too rose and departed. As he walked into the corridor, James called out to Wang Yi, "Wang." Wang Yi turned around and inquired, "What's the matter?" James wished to convey that Wang Yi had stirred up trouble. He intended to inform Wang Yi just how profound an impact his recent statement would create within the entire NBA community. It would draw the disdain of numerous legends, provoke the ire of countless fans, and incite a sense of defiance among many players. However, in the end, he merely patted Wang Yi on the back and remarked, "Wang, now that the words have been spoken, you must substantiate them through your actions." Wang Yi nodded emphatically, acknowledging his understanding. The following morning, the entire NBA community erupted in uproar. Celtics legend Paul Pierce tweeted, "This individual from Huaxia is talking nonsense, utter nonsense." Bulls icon Scottie Pippen remarked, "Not even a deity has uttered such words. He is excessively arrogant. He is nothing but a heap of dog excrement." Suns great Charles Barkley chimed in, "Does he truly believe he can conquer the NBA? If he manages to score 30 points in a single game, I would dare to kiss a donkey's rear end." Renowned North American journalist Stephen A. Smith, often referred to as the American Wang Yi, commented on his show, "This young man clearly has yet to grasp the essence of the NBA. However, we need not be overly critical, after all. Who would engage in a debate with a 3-year-old child lacking in discretion?" The fans, however, were far less forgiving. They took to social media to vent their frustrations, labeling him as this arrogant heap of dog excrement, an uncouth individual. Even Lakers supporters couldn't help but scoff. Has he become complacent after just 3 commendable performances? Conquering the NBA? How has he wandered aimlessly in the league for 2 years? Meanwhile, Wang Yi's remarks reached across the ocean. Several commentators from Tencent NBA took to Weibo, expressing their disapproval of his statements. They insisted that while having such aspirations is commendable, it should not be publicly declared, especially after only 3 noteworthy games in 2 years. Such declarations would subject him to immense public scrutiny, which could be detrimental to his development. Wang Yi is still quite young, and he may very well pay the price for his youthful indiscretion. Fans of Wang Yi also believe that he should not have made such remarks. Observing his press conference, he had previously articulated his thoughts quite well, striking a blow to that female reporter, which indeed warranted applause. However, his subsequent statements were rather audacious. Is this truly advisable? I am averse to arrogance and have thus withdrawn my support. Our culture emphasizes subtlety, advocating for action over verbose expression. Engaging in deeds rather than words is paramount. Yet Wang Yi has entirely contravened this ancestral wisdom. Critics have also emerged, declaring that he has uttered words that even the divine would hesitate to voice. I watch as he makes such statements, pondering how he will navigate the NBA thereafter. With each game that follows, he is bound to face scrutiny. It appears that the entire world is seemingly positioned against Wang Yi at this moment. Wang Yi lay upon the bed in the garage, perusing through the myriad of comments, both scornful and vitriolic. A mere chuckle escaped his lips. After 2 years of wandering through the NBA, his psychological fortitude had been tempered to an extraordinary degree. Such remarks, mockery, and vitriol held no significance for him. His initial outburst had indeed been somewhat impulsive. Surrounded by a throng of journalists, many harbored ill intentions towards him solely due to his identity as a Huaxia individual. Responding in kind, albeit emotionally charged, was not fundamentally erroneous. Moreover, Wang Yi's stance was not one of arrogance. It was grounded in 3 undeniable facts. Firstly, he possessed a system that could expedite his ascent to greatness. Secondly, he exerted more effort than 99.9% of NBA players. He had meticulously studied the technical attributes, habitual movements, and temperaments of nearly every player capable of stepping onto the court. Thirdly, every NBA player with a fighting spirit harbors, to varying extents, the aspiration to conquer the league. Did Kobe not possess this ambition? Did LeBron not? Was the young Chris Paul devoid of such thoughts? They all did. The distinction lay in the fact that they merely contemplated these notions internally, refraining from vocalizing them, fully aware of the consequences that might ensue. Wang Yi merely articulated what others dared not voice. After several minutes of scrolling through his phone, he locked the screen, resolved to head to the training facility. At that moment, the sudden chime of his phone pierced the silence. Wang Yi glanced at his phone screen, momentarily taken aback. He then pressed the answer button. The screen displayed a single word, Dad. Wang Yi's father was once a player himself and is now a physical education teacher at a school. It was through witnessing his father's passion for the sport from a young age that Wang Yi was inspired to pursue a career as a professional athlete. However, his father has never been supportive of his decision to play basketball. Even when Wang Yi first entered the NBA and domestic media were singing his praises, his father remained unsupportive of his athletic endeavors. Wang Yi couldn't comprehend the reason behind his father's opposition to him pursuing his dreams. This irreconcilable difference had created an impasse in their relationship, since their last phone call half a year ago when his father had sternly demanded his return. Leading to a heated argument, they had not spoken again. Even when Wang Yi attempted to reach out to his mother, his father would abruptly end the call. Now, seeing his father's name flash on the screen, Wang Yi knew without a doubt that this call was merely another attempt to persuade him to return, timed precisely when the world seemed intent on mocking and condemning him. Wang Yi initially hesitated to answer the call, but after a moment's contemplation, he pressed the answer button. He then spoke directly, Father, if you are calling to persuade me to return, you may as well hang up. On the other end of the line, his father remained silent for a brief moment before responding, I have watched your interview. It is easy for one to boast. Yet the true challenge lies in transforming those boasts into reality. Wang Yi was somewhat taken aback. After a brief pause, he spoke, Father, but his father interrupted him, inquiring, can you withstand it? Wang Yi nodded solemnly and remarked, I have managed to endure these past 2 years. His father replied, that is good. You should speak to your mother. Throughout his life, the communication between father and son had always been succinct, often limited to a few exchanged words. However, this time, his father's brief statements provided Wang Yi with immense psychological solace. He had anticipated that after voicing his feelings, he would face the world alone. To his surprise, his father, who had consistently opposed his pursuit of basketball, now offered his support at this crucial moment. Subsequently, Wang Yi engaged in a conversation with his mother, which proved to be far more extensive. She inquired about various matters, ranging from whether he had a girlfriend to the details of his breakfast. They conversed for a full half-hour before finally concluding their call. As Wang Yi made his way to the training facility, he found himself reflecting on his father's words. To realize every boastful claim made is the true essence of greatness. He had previously made an audacious proclamation, and now the derision and scorn from fans and players alike rained down upon him. When the day finally arrives that he fulfills this bold assertion, how magnificent it would be! With this thought, Wang Yi felt a surge of motivation. As articulated in Soldier Assault, one must first establish a seemingly unattainable goal and then relentlessly pursue it. He was well acquainted with the security guard, who, upon seeing Wang Yi, expressed a hint of confusion. Wang, the next match is an away game. We are flying to Washington at noon. The team isn't training this morning. So why are you here instead of resting at home? Wang Yi replied, I couldn't sleep, so I arrived early. After all, I can rest on the plane. The security guard nodded and opened the grand door for him. He then added, Wang, the words you spoke last night may bring you considerable trouble. Are you prepared for it? Wang Yi made an okay gesture and said, just watch. He then entered the training hall to examine the tasks provided by the system. Task 1. Execute 1,000 cover training sessions. Task reward, cover probability 20. Task 2. Accomplish 1,000 breakthrough step training sessions. Task reward, breakthrough step speed enhancement 10. Wang Yi, after a brief moment of contemplation upon encountering these two tasks, remarked, I shall choose task 1. What the team currently requires most is his defensive prowess and three-point shooting. As for driving to the basket, with LeBron drawing defensive attention, he need not concern himself with that aspect. Furthermore, when his three-point shot is on target, the opposition cannot afford to leave him unguarded. They must remain closely attached to him at all times. Consequently, when he does decide to drive, it becomes considerably easier. Training for shot blocking is not merely about jumping and reaching out. Rather, it necessitates fastening 2 elastic bands around the waist, securing the other ends to the floor. Then, with all his might, he must leap while executing the shot-blocking motion. Wang Yi had meticulously prepared himself, exerting every ounce of effort to leap into the air. However, the resistance of the elastic cord diminished his jumping height by at least 15 centimeters compared to his normal condition. Upon landing, he realized that the progress of his task had shifted. Task progress, 11,000 remaining time, 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Under normal circumstances, he could effortlessly jump once every second. Yet, as time passed and his stamina waned, each leap became increasingly arduous. Thus, Wang Yi dared not indulge in even the slightest relaxation. He swiftly launched himself into the air once more. Upon landing, he immediately crouched down for a third jump. Like every previous attempt, the depletion of his energy left him gasping for breath. His jumping speed gradually diminished, and his height began to decrease. When his jump fell below 30 centimeters, the system would deem that attempt invalid. Wang Yi could only rest for 2 minutes before leaping once more. Outside the window, the security guard observed this scene, silently thinking to himself, "What a remarkable player, though regrettably he possesses a rather large mouth." While Wang Yi diligently trained to enhance his skills across the ocean, Wang Yi has already ignited a storm of criticism. Trending at 5th place on the hot search list, Wang Yi's arrogance brings shame to our great nation. Upon delving into this trending topic, one finds half of the comments filled with skepticism, while the other half is rife with vitriol. The admirable virtue of humility that our ancestors cherished has been utterly discarded. It was foreseen that his foray into the NBA would be a source of embarrassment for us. Foolishness. Today, Yushua Sports has released another video update. Su Jingyu took a sip of water and remarked, "What is Wang Yi babbling about? After 2 years in the NBA, he has made little of note. He has played merely 3 commendable games and now he is boasting? He ought to reflect on how he has fared these past 2 years. He couldn't even secure a regular rotation spot, yet he dares to claim conquest of the NBA? If he truly possesses such ability, let him first conquer the upcoming Wizards. Or better yet, tame Rui Hakamura. Without the requisite skill, he should refrain from such reckless chatter. It is irresponsible to himself and to all basketball fans in China." Simultaneously, Xiaoke compiled a highlight reel of Wang Yi's 28 points and 10 rebounds, uploading it to the Douyin platform. However, this time, the number of likes on the video saw little increase, while the comments surged dramatically. Upon opening the comments section, one finds a plethora of criticisms directed at Wang Yi. What does it matter how well he plays? His character is abysmal. He only brings disgrace to our nation. Such a person deserves to be silenced. Xiaoke, overwhelmed, hesitated to revisit the comments section. Internally, he lamented, "Brother E, how did you find yourself in such a predicament? One may indulge in food indiscriminately, but words must be chosen with care. Aspiring to conquer the NBA is commendable, yet it should not be proclaimed publicly." At 8:48 a.m., the atmosphere at the UCLA training center was charged with tension. Wang Yi completed his final jump block training session. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Mission accomplished. Reward, 20 block success rate. Wang Yi collapsed once more onto the ground, his chest heaving like a bellows, rising and falling violently. He was so fatigued that he could scarcely muster the energy to blink. The exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. Yet, the thought of a 20 block rate brought a faint smile to his face. While a 20 block rate may appear modest, consider the reality. When faced with a player shooting 10 times before you, can you truly manage to block even 2 of those attempts? The offensive player employs feints, shifts, retreats, and fades away. Thus, managing to block even 1 out of 10 attempts is already commendable. In the NBA, players typically record only 2 or 3 blocks per game. Therefore, a 20 block rate is, in fact, quite impressive. Furthermore, with Wang Yi's understanding of each player's technical attributes and playing habits, it is feasible to elevate this rate to 30. If the opponent shoots 10 times in his presence, achieving 3 blocks would be extraordinary. At noon, after lunch, the players began to board the aircraft bound for Washington. On the plane, a small number of players hardly engaged with Wang Yi. Their preconceived notions, stemming from his Eastern heritage, had already colored their perceptions. Now, with his statements, their biases against him only deepened. Wang Yi is rather unconcerned about this. Has he not endured enough disdain over the past 2 years? If that is the case, to win over the entire NBA, he should begin by winning over his teammates nearby. Wang Yi secretly clenched his fist. During the flight, James listened to music while the other teammates engaged in various activities. Some played video games, others read newspapers, and a few immersed themselves in books. Wang Yi, with a notebook in hand, meticulously studies the recent game footage of the Wizards. What fans witness is merely the player's performance on the court. However, the path to becoming an exceptional athlete entails far more than what is visible to the spectators. Wang Yi, although well acquainted with the technical attributes of each player, still deemed it essential to review footage of the opponents prior to the match. This was to ascertain whether the rival team had recently developed any new techniques or adopted different tactical approaches. At 6:30 in the evening, the team arrived at their hotel near the Washington Arena. After nearly 6 hours of flight, followed by an additional half-hour of travel, the players were understandably fatigued. Consequently, the coach opted not to schedule any training, allowing the players to engage in leisure activities. The home arena of the Wizards, known as the Verizon Center, is situated within the bustling commercial district of Chinatown. Since Wang Yi arrived in the NBA, he has been diligently training, rarely venturing into Chinatown. This time, he seized the opportunity to explore. Most significantly, in Chinatown, he could hear the familiar sounds of his homeland. Far from home, he typically encountered only English. Yet, upon entering Chinatown and overhearing a few phrases in Mandarin, Wang Yi felt an immediate sense of warmth and belonging. Within the vibrant streets of Chinatown, some Chinese fans recognized him and eagerly approached for photographs. It appeared they did not harbor the same resentment as the domestic fans. Perhaps, being fellow compatriots striving in a foreign land, they cherished the bond shared among their kindred spirits all the more. Wang Yi spent over an hour strolling through Chinatown, purchasing 2 sets of traditional tank suits. Adorning himself in these garments allowed him to feel a closer connection to his homeland and loved ones. The following afternoon, 2 hours before the game commenced, both teams attended a pre-match press conference. During the event, a reporter posed a question to Russell Westbrook. What do you think of that Eastern player from the Lakers who claims he is here to conquer the NBA? Westbrook scratched his head and replied, he articulated what I once wished to express, but did not dare to. I await the outcome with great interest. The attending journalists were momentarily taken aback, for they did not anticipate Westbrook's apparent support for the Eastern player. In the reporter's mind, thoughts raced rapidly until he finally settled on Rui Hachimura. His eyes brightened as he posed a subsequent question. Mr. Hachimura, what is your perspective on the remarks made by that Eastern player? Hachimura erupted in laughter, declaring, arrogant, egotistical, and utterly dismissive. I shall take it upon myself to teach him a lesson on how to respect his predecessors and the fans. This statement not only belittled Wang Yi, but also elevated Hachimura to a moral high ground. One must concede that his oratory prowess was indeed impressive. The reporter then provocatively asked, when you mention teaching him a lesson, do you imply you will dominate him on the court? Westbrook cast a glance at Hachimura, as if warning him that this was a trap. Hachimura, well aware of the pitfall, remained undeterred. He lifted his chin and addressed the assembled journalists, affirming, indeed, I shall dominate him, both offensively and defensively. He will learn to remember and to respect his elders. Upon hearing this, the journalists were instantly invigorated. Mr. Hachimura, could you elaborate on how you plan to dominate him on both ends? His comments have already incited public outrage. If you can teach him a lesson, we would be immensely grateful. We eagerly await your demonstration. In the visitors' locker room, Lakers players and coaches observed this unfolding scene, instinctively turning their attention to Wang Yi. Yet, he remained engrossed in his tablet, analyzing game footage of the Wizards, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. In truth, he had heard every word. He simply chose to feign indifference. Deep within, he had resolved to see who would prevail that evening. To shield Wang Yi, the coach had opted not to include him in the pre-game press conference. Soon, it was time for warm-ups. As LeBron James approached the players' tunnel, he turned to Wang Yi and asked, Bro, are you ready? Wang Yi nodded emphatically. As he stood in the players' tunnel, gazing at the colossal arena that could accommodate over 22,000 spectators, he silently vowed, the conquest of the NBA shall commence from this grand venue. As Wang Yi warmed up, he cast a glance towards the audience. There, among the spectators, a group of fans held up several placards, each inscribed with a few words. Wang Yi, keep going. Support for Brother E. These few fans are all of Chinese descent, which warms Wang Yi's heart slightly. However, such fans are but a rare few. The majority of spectators are poised to witness Wang Yi's misfortune tonight. Soon, the warm-up concluded, and the match commenced. Wang Yi still failed to secure a starting position. Meanwhile, on the Wizards' side, Rui Hachimura had already earned his spot in the starting lineup. As he took the court among the starters, passing by Wang Yi, his gaze was brimming with unmistakable provocation. In Wang Yi's eyes, a flicker of competitive spirit emerged. 5 minutes into the match, the Lakers consistently capitalized on opportunities within the paint. Meanwhile, despite the Wizards' struggles beyond the arc, Rui Hachimura displayed commendable form, successfully sinking 2 mid-range shots along with a powerful dunk. With just over 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the score stood at 27-26, with the Lakers holding a slender 1-point lead. At that moment, Coach Vogel substituted LeBron James and instructed Wang Yi, Wang, It's your turn to enter the game. Wang Yi cast a glance at the score, feeling a sense of satisfaction. This was the first time the Lakers led their opponents while he was on the court. The experience card for an unstoppable mid-range shot was indeed a source of joy for him, as not only were the Lakers not trailing, but they also held a 1-point advantage. The moment he stepped onto the hardwood, a system notification echoed in his mind. Sign-in available. Sign in. Wang Yi proclaimed. Check-in successful. Check-in reward. Unrivaled mid-range shooting experience card, beginner. Wang Yi pondered briefly, deciding not to immediately employ this unparalleled mid-range shooting experience card. With his current proficiency in three-point shooting and defense, he was more than capable of being an exceptional 3D player. As the adage goes, good steel should be used at the critical moment. He would wait until the Lakers struggled to gain the upper hand before utilizing the mid-range experience card to achieve remarkable results. At this moment, LeBron James of the Lakers was on the bench, while the Wizards' key player, Beal, was also taking a rest. Westbrook and Hachimura remained on the court. As Wang Yi passed by, Hachimura uttered a phrase in Japanese. Wang Yi naturally couldn't comprehend his words, responding in Chinese with the phrase, "Could you speak human language?" Hachimura equally failed to understand his remarks, fixing him with an intense stare before uttering in English with palpable menace, "Prepare yourself to endure the ravages of the tempest." Wang Yi listened, gently shaking his head and letting out a faint chuckle. This child must have watched too many passionate anime. At this moment, the Lakers held possession of the ball. Caruso dribbled past the halfway line. Wang Yi continues to maneuver skillfully, seeking an opportunity to receive the ball at the arc's pinnacle. Without a moment's hesitation, he attempts a three-pointer. Clang! His initial shot ricochets off the rim. Turning back, Rui Hachimura receives a pass from Westbrook and executes a powerful dunk. As he lands, he lets out a roar of triumph, veins in his neck visibly bulging. The second round begins. Wang Yi sees the opportunity once more. He took another three-point shot. Clang! Once again, it was a miss from beyond the arc. Wang Yi shook his hand, sensing the chill of the day. Despite boasting an impressive three-point shooting accuracy of 45, there are moments when his performance falters. Much like Stephen Curry, who often achieves a shooting percentage exceeding 40%. There are instances when he might find himself making merely 2 out of 10 attempts or 3 out of 10, leaving him at the mercy of fate. Wang Yi had long studied shooters like Curry. He understood that when a shooter's touch turns cold, the most crucial thing is to maintain unwavering confidence in their shot. Even if the first 100 attempts miss, as long as there's an opportunity, the 101st must be taken with absolute conviction. A shooter who hesitates has already lost. Turning back to the Wizards' offense, Rui Hachimura faced Wang Yi in a post-up play. Utilizing his height advantage, he effortlessly scored with a hook shot. Swiveling around, Hachimura flexed his muscles at Wang Yi, arms raised in triumphant display. Meanwhile, the DJ elongated his announcement with dramatic flair, proclaiming, 2 points, from Rui Hachimura. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Yi could not help but smirk inwardly. Despite his poor shooting touch and the opponent's audacity, he resolved not to shy away from a confrontation. Particularly against Hachimura, he was determined to face him head-on. As the first quarter concluded, Wang Yi's shooting woes continued, going 0 for 3. After LeBron James exited the game, the Lakers struggled to find a rhythm in their offense. In contrast, Hachimura thrived, sinking all 4 of his attempts and accumulating 8 points in the process, leaving the Lakers trailing by 5. The comments in the Tencent NBA Live chat were rife with derision. Trash Lakers. Useless Wang Yi. So arrogant. Yet now he's being schooled. What a disgrace. To be outplayed by a rookie is utterly humiliating. Wang Yi, just go away. The commentator, Duan Ran, remarked, "Oh dear. Wang Yi is having a tough shooting night. Let us see if he can devise another way to assist his team. Zhu, you were once a sharpshooter. What advice would you give for breaking this stalemate?" Zhu Fangyu responded, "Every shooter experiences off nights. The key is to maintain focus and avoid forcing shots. However, when a good opportunity presents itself, one must act decisively. If three-point shots aren't falling, one can contribute through defense, passing, or rebounding to aid the team." During the break, Lakers head coach Vogel turned to Wang Yi and inquired, "How are you holding up?" Wang Yi nodded, affirming with confidence. Vogel, observing the assurance in Wang Yi's gaze, felt a sense of relief wash over him. His greatest concern had been that Wang Yi might lose confidence after missing several three-point attempts. It now appeared that his worries were unfounded. Vogel addressed Wang Yi, stating, "In the second quarter, you will start continuing with your usual style of play. When you have the opportunity for a three-pointer, be decisive in your shot. Additionally, strengthen your defense." This arrangement clearly indicated Vogel's approval of Wang Yi's inclusion in the rotation. For a player who had long been sidelined, such news would typically be met with enthusiasm. However, to Vogel's surprise, Wang Yi shook his head. "Coach, please allow me to match Rui Hakamura's playing time." Vogel glanced towards Hakamura in the distance and replied, "Wang, his comments at the press conference were indeed excessive. However, we must prioritize the greater good of this game. Moreover, he plays as a power forward, while you are a guard. Even if you both take the court simultaneously, you won't be matched up against each other." Wang Yi solemnly stated, "Coach, please trust me, you will be rewarded. If I fail to dominate him, you may substitute me at any moment." Vogel pondered for a moment. Hakamura's significance within the Wizards had grown increasingly paramount. Should he find his rhythm, it would necessitate a heightened defensive effort against him. Consequently, Westbrook and Beal would find it significantly easier to penetrate. Thus, the primary objective was to neutralize him first. Given Wang Yi's unwavering determination, it was plausible that he possessed a strategy of his own. Vogel, known for his open-mindedness, had previously allowed Rondo to frequently utilize the tactical board to illustrate strategies for the players during the championship season of 2020. Therefore, he decided to let Wang Yi take the court and test his approach. As the second quarter commenced, both Hakamura and Wang Yi remained on the sidelines until the fourth minute, when Hakamura finally entered the game. Wang Yi has once again donned his uniform and returned to the field. At this moment, the Lakers still find themselves trailing by 5 points. Wang Yi, seeking cover, found an open space. Without hesitation, he launched a decisive three-point shot. Swish. It was the first successful three-pointer of the game. The long-range shot had finally been made. Observing this, Hakamura's expression shifted slightly. Vogel, witnessing the moment, quietly clenched his fist. In the current state of the Lakers game, it is imperative that they excel in three-point shooting. LeBron is no longer the youthful player capable of soaring through the air and accomplishing the impossible. He can no longer bear the burden of the team during challenging times, charging forward with explosive determination on every play. Thus, the Lakers' three-point shooting serves as a barometer for the team's performance. As Wang Yi retreated, he struck his own chest. With 3 points now separated, matters became manageable. Moments ago, he had contemplated that if the 3 points remained unyielding, he would have to resort to that irrefutable mid-range shooting experience card. 39, an insurmountable barrier that left you hesitant to attempt another shot. Wang Yi's three-pointer relieved not only the coach's mind but also brought a sense of ease to all the players on the team. Turning back, the Wizards initiated their offense. Wang Yi did not match up against the opposing guard, but instead pursued Rui Hakamura. The Wizards' backup point guard, seeing this, passed the ball directly to Hakamura once he established his position. Standing at 206 centimeters, Hakamura towered over Wang Yi, who measured only 192 centimeters, a full 14 centimeters difference. This presented a clear mismatch opportunity. Duan Ran, the 10-cent NBA commentator, expressed confusion. What is the meaning behind this? Wang Yi voluntarily defending Hakamura? Zhu Fengyu remarked, I can understand Wang Yi's mentality. Back in my playing days, I also felt extra motivated against players from certain countries. But one must assess the situation realistically. Recklessness won't help. Hakamura has solid fundamentals and a polished post-game. For Wang Yi to defend a bigger opponent like this, it may not be the wisest choice. Inside the Verizon Center, the 20,000 spectators erupted in unified chants upon seeing Wang Yi matched up against Hakamura. Destroy him. Destroy him. Destroy him. The courtside commentator added, this guy is too arrogant, claiming he came to conquer the NBA. Hakamura needs to teach him a proper lesson. Another analyst nodded in agreement. Those who boast recklessly rarely fare well. Hakamura must dominate him. Make him understand what the NBA truly is, force him to recognize just how insignificant and small he is right now. Hakamura shared the same sentiment. Seeing Wang Yi assigned to guard him, a faint smirk crossed his face as he taunted, Pay attention, kid. Class is in session. Without even bothering with a fake, he rose for a mid-range jumper over the much shorter defender. Wang Yi had previously studied Rui Hakamura extensively, becoming intimately acquainted with his habitual movements. Before executing a jump shot, Hakamura invariably cast a quick glance at the basket, a subtle motion requiring only the movement of his eyes, without any shift of his head. Consequently, this characteristic often goes unnoticed by most observers. However, through meticulous review of game footage and player profiles, Wang Yi scrutinized Hakamura's early NCAA recordings and training videos multiple times, ultimately uncovering this inadvertent habitual gesture. Remarkably, even Hakamura himself was unaware of this tendency. As Hakamura prepared to take his jump shot, Wang Yi astutely detected this nuanced action. He leapt into action, extending his left hand to block. At that moment, Hakamura had just lifted the ball, poised to jump. A sharp crack echoed through the air as both player and ball were sent crashing down from above. Wang Yi executed the maneuver with remarkable precision. Devoid of any physical contact, Hakamura fell heavily to the ground, while the Wizards' backup point guard swiftly approached to retrieve the ball. Wang Yi leaped gracefully, cradling the ball in his arms. With a swift motion, he sent the ball rolling into the front court. Harrell surged forward, and upon catching the ball, executed a powerful two-handed slam dunk. The audience was momentarily stunned, their gazes shifting rapidly from Harrell to Rui Hakamura and Wang Yi. Could it be that this audacious Eastern player managed to block a shot from Hakamura, who stood several inches taller? This was indeed hard to fathom. The two commentators shared a similar disbelief. What could have happened with Hakamura? Surely, this must be an anomaly. We have faith in Hakamura's prowess. This is undoubtedly a fluke. Well, one mishap is inconsequential. We believe that Hakamura will soon dominate this Eastern player. At this moment, the score had been equalized. Hakamura rose from the ground, feeling somewhat dazed. How could this guy block him? Impossible. Turning around, the Wizards initiated their next offensive play. Wang Yi continues to guard Rui Hakamura closely. This time, Hakamura, instead of taking a direct shot, received the ball and swiftly turned around, positioning himself with his back to Wang Yi. He then used his physicality to overpower Wang Yi. Wang Yi was undeniably unable to withstand the force of Rui Hakamura. The disparity in their weights was too significant. As Hakamura leaned against him, Wang Yi staggered back a step. After 3 consecutive pushes, Hakamura found himself near the basket, a position he typically favored for his offensive plays. He could have effortlessly turned to take a shot. Yet, faced with this individual from Huaxia, he was determined not only to score but to execute a powerful dunk. Thus, he leaned in once more towards Wang Yi. However, this time, despite his exertion, he could not gain the advantage over Wang Yi. To his surprise, he felt an absence behind him, which destabilized his stance. He lost his footing and fell to the ground, the ball slipping from his grasp and rolling away. Wang Yi, fully aware that he could not contend physically with Hakamura, had cleverly pulled a chair back. In that moment, the Lakers launched a counterattack, successfully scoring again. The spectators were left in a state of astonishment, their eyes fixed on Wang Yi. The commentators, too, seemed somewhat subdued, pondering whether Hakamura was perhaps not playing at his best due to an injury. Turning back, the Wizards initiated another offensive play. The point guard, noticing Hakamura's 2 unsuccessful attempts, hesitated to pass him the ball this time. Yet, Hakamura, with determination, positioned himself behind Wang Yi, demanding the ball with unwavering resolve. The Wizards' backup point guard, with no alternative, reluctantly passed the ball to Hakamura once more. This time, the audience ceased their calls for him to dominate, their attention now solely on Hakamura. Upon receiving the ball, Hakamura refrained from dribbling further inside. Instead, with his back to Wang Yi, he dribbled once and then executed a swift pivot, preparing to take a jump shot. Yet, Wang Yi reacted with remarkable speed. As Hakamura was midway through his turn, just about to secure the ball, Wang Yi circled to his side and forcefully swatted at the ball. With a resounding smack, the ball was knocked away, striking Hakamura's foot and rolling swiftly out of bounds. The referee indicated a sideline ball for the Lakers. The audience erupted in a chorus of astonishment. Had this individual truly managed to defend against Hakamura 3 consecutive times? Even the commentators appeared bewildered, realizing that this Eastern player was stronger than they had anticipated, particularly in his defensive prowess. They hoped Hakamura would not become disheartened by these 3 challenges. In facing this Eastern opponent, he had the opportunity to rise above and prevent him from touching the ball. As the next play unfolded, the Wizards' ball did not find its way to Hakamura but was instead taken by Beal, who attempted a 3-pointer but missed. Hakamura seized the rebound, aiming for a dunk, prompting the crowd to erupt in cheers. However, before he could leap, Wang Yi suddenly soared in from the opposite side, his fingertips grazing the basketball. Hakamura's dunk attempt was thwarted, yet he soared high to reclaim the rebound, preparing for another shot. Wang Yi once again initiated an early jump, his fingertips grazing the basketball, altering its trajectory as it soared upward once more. Rui Hakamura seized the rebound yet again. After deftly evading 2 defenders from the Lakers, he prepared to take another shot. However, just as he lifted the ball, a sharp crack resonated throughout the arena. The basketball was forcefully swatted far out of bounds. Hakamura turned in astonishment, only to find Wang Yi gazing intently at him, a hint of mockery in his eyes, as if to say, "Come on, try to outdo me. I'll block you so decisively that you won't dare to shoot again." Within a span of 2 minutes, Wang Yi thwarted Hakamura's 5 offensive attempts, successfully blocking him on 4 occasions. The final block was particularly remarkable, as it occurred consecutively 3 times. The audience erupted in fervent cheers each time Hakamura gained possession, yet gasped in disbelief whenever Wang Yi executed a block. Oh no. The commentators, too, expressed their astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, how did he manage that?" It was utterly incredible that he had blocked Hakamura, who towered over him by nearly half a head, 3 times in succession. There was a palpable hope that Hakamura would muster his spirits and not allow these 3 blocks to diminish his resolve. Unbeknownst to the 2 commentators, their tone had shifted dramatically. Initially, they confidently asserted that Hakamura would undoubtedly dominate Wang Yi. They later remarked on Hakamura's subpar performance that day. Now, however, they expressed a desire for him not to be disheartened by Wang Yi's repeated blocks. In the Tencent NBA live stream chat, viewers who once lambasted Wang Yi were beginning to change their tune after witnessing the trio of blocks. 1/3 of the audience had shifted their perspective, exclaiming, "3 consecutive blocks on Hakamura, impressive. Incredible, Brother E, silent yet fierce. With these 3 blocks, and against such a formidable opponent, I am now a fan." However, as a Chinese athlete, he was resolute in his intent to challenge opponents from this nation fiercely. "Brother E, for locking him down, I forgive your earlier arrogance." Of course, many continued to harbor disdain for Wang Yi, as critics often do. Yet even the most relentless detractors had softened their stance, suggesting, "These plays are commendable. Just temper the arrogance. Play more. Speak less. If you continue like this, there is a promising future ahead." The atmosphere among the audience grew somewhat subdued due to Wang Yi's 3 blocks. Conversely, the earlier arriving Chinese fans were now brimming with excitement, cheering, "Go, Brother E. We will always support you." Their enthusiasm stood in stark contrast to the surrounding Wizards fans. Hakamura, gazing at Wang Yi's confidence radiating from his face, inwardly vowed, "I will definitely overpower you." At that moment, due to a dead ball, the Lakers had brought LeBron James onto the court. Vogel observed the interplay between James and Wang Yi with eyes full of anticipation. The combination of Wang Yi and James may hold some promise. At this moment, as the second quarter nears its conclusion, Westbrook has entered the game. After initiating the play, he refrains from passing to Hakamura, who, despite needing encouragement, has failed to score on 5 consecutive attempts and has been blocked 4 times. The coach has shown him considerable leniency by not substituting him. Does he still wish to be the primary scorer? Westbrook drives aggressively, but as he approaches the basket, he finds it heavily guarded. Swiftly, he dishes the ball to Beal stationed at the left corner. Beal passes once more, and after several exchanges, the ball finds its way back to Hakamura's hands. Positioned near the free throw line and facing Wang Yi, who stands a foot shorter, Hakamura initially seems poised for a jump shot. However, the memory of Wang Yi's earlier 4 blocks looms large in his mind, instilling doubt. Instead of taking the shot, he opts to rely on his solid footwork and back-to-the-basket technique. With his back to Wang Yi, he executes a couple of quick steps before pivoting for a jump shot. This time, Wang Yi is unable to contest Hakamura's shot. As Hakamura watches the ball soar past Wang Yi's fingertips towards the hoop, he breathes a sigh of relief. However, just then, a sharp sound reverberates through the air as the basketball is forcefully swatted away. A formidable figure has swooped in from Hakamura's side. It is none other than James, who has come to provide defensive support at the moment of Hakamura's shot. Wang Yi approached and exchanged a high five with James, both sharing a knowing smile. At that moment, Hakamura was utterly despondent, feeling as though he could weep without tears. He had only attempted a handful of shots, yet they had blocked him 5 times in succession. Was this truly necessary? It felt like sheer bullying. Westbrook placed a reassuring hand on Hakamura's shoulder before proceeding to inbound the ball. This time, as the ball made its rounds and found itself in Hakamura's hands, he hesitated to shoot. The previous blocks had left him with a profound psychological scar. He feared that the moment he took a shot, a shadow would swoop in and swat the ball away. Thus, he instinctively glanced to the side. In that fleeting moment of doubt, Wang Yi had already closed the distance between them. The commentators on the sidelines exclaimed, "Excellent. Hakamura faces off against the Lakers #1 again. Now is the perfect opportunity to regain his confidence. Attack him. Hakamura, overpower him. Go." It seemed Hakamura heard their encouragement. He fixed his gaze intently on Wang Yi and silently urged himself to act. With a feint, he managed to evade Wang Yi. At that juncture, he was merely a meter from the basket, poised to dunk. Yet, he instinctively glanced back. Confirming he had indeed outmaneuvered Wang Yi, he prepared to leap. However, in that moment of distraction, Harrell had positioned himself beneath the hoop, arms raised high, obstructing the path to the rim. Hakamura paused, lifting the ball and making another feint. He slipped past Harrell, but Wang Yi had already anticipated the move and repositioned himself. The sight of Wang Yi unsettled Hakamura, and ultimately, from just a meter away. He made a baffling choice that left everyone perplexed. He passed the ball instead. Westbrook, seeing the shot clock dwindle, hurriedly launched a three-pointer. Clang! The shot ricocheted off the rim. The Lakers seized the opportunity and swiftly transitioned to a fast break. This time, Wang Yi capitalized on the moment, sprinting down the court. Upon receiving the ball, he executed a left-handed layup, adding 2 more points. The atmosphere among the fans grew increasingly tense. The two commentators were left in a state of bewilderment. What was happening with Hakamura? He appeared to be in a state of disarray, hesitating to shoot even with an open basket. Why would he not dunk? In the Tencent NBA Live broadcast, Duan Ran expressed her astonishment. What is happening with Hakamura? He won't even take an open shot. He clearly could have dunked but failed to do so. Zhu, could you offer some insight? Zhu Fangyu, a former professional player, needed no time to ponder his response. Smiling as he explained, hesitation. He is playing with hesitation. The reason behind this is simple, his confidence has been shattered. After being blocked 4 times by Wang Yi and once by James during his previous 5 attempts, he has likely developed a psychological complex. Every shot he attempts, he feels as if someone will come flying in to block him. It's akin to the adage of being bitten by a snake and fearing ropes for a decade. Thus, for a professional athlete, confidence is of paramount importance. Building it is arduous, requiring years of training and consistent performance. Yet, once shattered, it can occur in an instant. Zhu paused before continuing. A classic example of confidence being undermined is the case of Karl Malone, the mailman, who famously faltered on a Sunday. During Game 1 of the finals between the Jazz and the Bulls, which happened to be on a Sunday, Malone was scoring consistently in the closing moments. With just 7.5 seconds remaining and the score tied, he was awarded 2 free throws that could seal the game. However, as he prepared to shoot, Pippen whispered in his ear, "The mailman doesn't deliver on Sundays," causing a shift in Malone's psyche. He missed both free throws and ultimately fell victim to Jordan's last-second shot, costing him the championship. From that moment on, during crucial times, his free throws faltered because he could never shake Pippen's words from his mind. Presently, Hakamura exhibits similar tendencies. In the ensuing 2 minutes leading up to the halftime whistle, Hakamura failed to score again. There were indeed 2 opportunities, yet each time he appeared hesitant. In the NBA, chances are fleeting. His indecision cost him the opportunity to shoot, leaving him only to pass the ball. His hesitation disrupted the fluidity of the Wizards' offense, rendering it as stagnant as constipation. Consequently, as the first half concluded, the Lakers led by 11 points. In the first half, Wang Yi struggled with his shooting, managing only 2 successful attempts out of 5, resulting in a mere 5 points. During halftime, the atmosphere in the Lakers' locker room remained relatively relaxed. LeBron James patted Wang Yi on the back and remarked, "Wang, you're doing well. Let's keep it going in the second half." Meanwhile, Caruso, while removing his sneakers, commented that Hakamura was quite boastful at the pre-game press conference. Wang has certainly given him a response. The other players nodded in agreement, extending their congratulations to Wang Yi. Wang Yi, rewrapping his ankle, jested, "This is merely the beginning." While it appeared as a jest, he alone understood the gravity of his thoughts. To instill doubt in his adversaries? That was but a trifling ambition. He aspired to plunge them into despair. He yearned for them to cower before him, to avoid his presence entirely. He recalled the words of a certain unskilled rotund individual, "Just don't let them live." Meanwhile, within the home team's locker room, the atmosphere was notably somber. Rui Hakamura sat in silence, his head bowed. Bradley Beal clapped his hands, rallying the team. "They are not formidable. LeBron is no longer the king he once was. He has aged. Beyond him, the Lakers possess no other noteworthy player. If we can contain LeBron and force him to pass, we have already secured half the victory." Westbrook interjected, "Their number 1 player has been performing admirably. We must remain vigilant." Beal shook his head. He has merely had 3 commendable games. In this match, his 3-point shooting has waned. I observed that he scored only 5 points in the first half. Even if he adds 10 more in the second, as long as his teammates falter, we can easily triumph over the Lakers. Westbrook wished to voice further thoughts but ultimately refrained. Instead, he turned to Hakamura, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "In the second half, unleash your spirit. Recall the vigor that once earned you 30 points. Remember, he is just a pitiful short contract player, while you are a star who has scored 30 points. In your presence, he is but a wretched worm. Do you understand?" Hakamura instinctively nodded, and his previously dim gaze seemed to brighten slightly. Upon returning for the third quarter, the Wizards entrusted their first offensive play to Hakamura once more. This time, through a screen, he found himself in a position of openness. Without hesitation, he elevated the basketball, preparing to shoot. However, at that moment, Wang Yi abruptly circumvented the screening wizard player, lunging towards Hakamura. A jolt of anxiety surged through Hakamura. It felt as if a shadow had swept over him. In his moment of panic, he hesitated to shoot and looked to find an open perimeter player. Yet, within his sight, not a single outside player was available. This moment of indecision caused him to descend without releasing the ball. As Wang Yi seized the moment during his descent, he swung his left arm in a wide arc and unleashed a resounding block. The audience erupted in unison. "Oh!" The commentators gasped in disbelief. "Oh no! He has once again denied Rie Hakamura." As the announcer for the Wizards' home games, I harbored a disdain for his blocks. However, from an objective standpoint, one must concede that his blocking prowess is remarkable. Official statistics indicate that, despite standing at a modest height of 192 meters, his extraordinary ability to block shots is indeed a rarity. This evokes memories of Dwayne Wade. I flipped to his previous game statistics and was astounded to discover that he had recorded an astonishing 10 blocks. Unbelievable. On the court, the spark in Hakamura's eyes dimmed once more. Coach Brooks of the Wizards furrowed his brow at this sight. It was only the first quarter, and the little courage Hakamura had mustered was swiftly extinguished. This could not continue. While a loss in this game might be inconsequential, it was imperative not to allow the player to lose his confidence. Seizing the opportunity before Hakamura's faith in himself waned completely, Brooks decided to substitute him. Hakamura returned to the bench, his head bowed and his eyes vacant. Coach Brooks handed him a bottle of water. Hakamura numbly accepted the water, mechanically unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. Coach Brooks spoke. "Hakamura, have you forgotten what you said before the game? You vowed to dominate him, to teach him a lesson for your predecessors. Have you forgotten all this?" Hakamura's gaze flickered slightly. Coach Brooks continued. "Consider this. You have made a statement. If you fail to deliver and are instead overwhelmed by him, how embarrassing would that be? What will your country, your people, and your friends and family think of you?" Hakamura's eyes began to glimmer. His right hand, gripping the water bottle, tightened. The bottle creaked in his grasp. Observing the effectiveness of his words, Coach Brooks noted that Hakamura was growing motivated. Yet, he refrained from sending Hakamura back onto the court immediately. He understood that although Hakamura now harbored a burning fire within, mere anger would not suffice. In his current state, it would only lead to more mistakes. Thus, he needed to calm down first. Coach Brooks handed Hakamura a towel, his tone softening considerably. "You will not play in the third quarter. Take this time to reflect. In the fourth quarter, I will grant you one final opportunity. If you seize it, you will experience growth. Should you fail, you will never see another minute of playtime from me. Do you understand?" Hakamura nodded earnestly. "I understand, Coach." The head coach of the Wizards, Brooks, certainly would not permanently confine Hakamura to the bench. Hakamura had made significant progress this season, with his average points per game rising from 13 to 17. Even the most oblivious coach would not keep such a scoring asset benched indefinitely. His words were intended to instill pressure and urgency, prompting Hakamura to regain his composure swiftly. Throughout the remainder of the third quarter, Hakamura indeed remained sidelined. The Wizards lacked a reliable third scoring option. However, rather than allowing the deficit to widen, the Wizards swiftly erased it. This was thanks to an unexpected explosion of performance from Russell Westbrook. In a mere 5 minutes, he penetrated the defense and shot from beyond the arc, racking up 15 points. The DJ's booming announcements reverberated through the arena. 3 points from Russell Westbrook. 2 points from Russell Westbrook. Dunk, 2 points from Russell Westbrook. Westbrook's electrifying display ignited the crowd once more. The over 22,000 spectators erupted in fervent cheers. Brody. Brody. Brody is one of Westbrook's cherished nicknames. Not only was Westbrook scoring, but he also dished out 4 assists. By the end of the third quarter, the Wizards had successfully turned the game around, leading 93-85. The comments flooding the 10-cent NBA live stream praised Westbrook incessantly. "Westbrook is phenomenal. Westbrook is incredible. My star. Westbrook is on fire. Honey, come see the divine." Meanwhile, during the intermission, the Lakers players appeared somewhat subdued, despite their experience of numerous games each season with countless comebacks and defeats. Trailing by 8 points inevitably cast a pall over their spirits. Wang Yi witnessed the explosive performance of a player like Westbrook during the final 2 minutes of a thrilling 5-minute stretch. Some players, once they ignite, become nearly impossible to contain. At that moment, Coach Vogel was reminding the Lakers players, "We cannot allow Westbrook to continue this rampage. We must employ double teaming. We must force him to pass the ball. Do you understand?" The players nodded in agreement, including LeBron James, who naturally concurred. Although LeBron possesses formidable one-on-one defensive skills, his advancing age and the responsibility of orchestrating the team necessitate that his stamina be preserved, preventing him from engaging in extensive individual defense against Westbrook too early in the game. However, despite the coach's strategy, a sense of unease lingered in his mind. If they double-teamed Westbrook and he passed the ball, the Lakers players would face a numbers disadvantage, while passing to a less capable teammate might be manageable. If he were to pass to a skilled player like Beal, wouldn't that trigger another explosion of talent? It would be far more advantageous if someone could contain Westbrook one-on-one. But in his current form, who could possibly do so? Caruso? Unlikely. KCP? Also unfeasible. In his contemplation, Coach Vogel's gaze fell upon Wang Yi. He recalled Wang Yi's astonishing lateral quickness and the memory of him successfully neutralizing Schroeder. Both Westbrook and Schroeder are exceptionally fast penetrators. Perhaps at that moment, Wang Yi's eyes met the coach's, filled with excitement and eagerness. Vogel felt a stirring in his heart. Wang Yi is filled with anticipation. He eagerly awaits the showdown with Westbrook. Many players experience excitement when facing stronger opponents, but it is a rare sight to witness someone as fervently enthusiastic and eager for battle as Wang Yi. The fervor of his desire for confrontation shines brightly in his eyes. "Wang, you will guard Westbrook in the fourth quarter," commanded Coach Hager. Wang Yi was suddenly overwhelmed by an exhilarating sense of anticipation, akin to that felt before a battle. "Excellent. It has been entrusted to me." In truth, Coach Vogel's assessment was indeed quite astute. Wang Yi has harbored a passion for various competitions since his childhood. Whether it was playing marbles or participating in basketball tournaments organized by the city, his greatest delight lies in challenging those who are stronger than himself, a pursuit that elicits an exhilarating thrill within him. It is as if he was destined for battle. In these contests, he employs every conceivable strategy to secure victory. His competitive spirit rivals that of legends like Jordan, Kobe, and Paul. As the fourth quarter commences, one would typically expect LeBron James to rest at this juncture. However, trailing by 8 points today, Coach Vogel has no choice but to keep James on the court. On the Wizards' side, Westbrook remains in play while Beal takes a brief respite. The Wizards initiate their offensive play as Westbrook dribbles past half-court. Wang Yi approached Westbrook, spreading his legs and extending his arms. The commentators, witnessing this, jested. What is going on? Is the Lakers' number one attempting to defend Westbrook one-on-one? Has Vogel lost his mind? At this moment, to not double-team and send a physically average Eastern player to guard Westbrook is astonishing. Does he not realize the explosive athleticism of Westbrook? Indeed, after his significant injury, Westbrook's physical prowess is not what it once was. Yet, it remains far superior to that of this Eastern player. Vogel will pay the price, and so will the Lakers. As for this Eastern player, he might pay with his life, ha ha ha. Both commentators erupted in laughter. In the midst of their banter, Westbrook initiated his drive. He had reviewed the footage of Wang Yi's previous game where he effectively contained Booker, and he had meticulously analyzed Wang Yi's defensive style. Thus, he was far from indifferent to Wang Yi's defense. With a measured dribble, he fixed his gaze on Wang Yi. In a split second, he executed his signature scissor step, crossing his legs with precision. Upon crossing, he forcefully pushed off with his right foot, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Only someone with Westbrook's exceptional explosiveness could execute the scissor step with such sharpness. Faced with such a fierce drive, relying solely on the increased lateral speed of 20 was insufficient. Anticipation was also necessary. However, Wang Yi had also studied Westbrook, having analyzed him dozens, if not hundreds, of times as one of his many hypothetical adversaries. The moment Westbrook initiated his scissor step, Wang Yi, having noted Westbrook's habitual glance to the right, anticipated his move toward that direction. Thus, Wang Yi had already shifted laterally to the right almost simultaneously with Westbrook's acceleration. Westbrook's scissor step was indeed incisive, but it bore a flaw. Should an unexpected occurrence arise, he would be unable to adjust in time. As Wang Yi positioned himself in Westbrook's path, Westbrook found himself unable to halt his momentum, colliding directly with him. A resounding thud echoed as Wang Yi was sent sprawling backward, while Westbrook fell to the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air, sharp and urgent. From the perspective of the scene, Westbrook had launched forward rapidly, and Wang Yi had likewise responded in kind. Subsequently, both Wang Yi and Westbrook found themselves on the floor. The referee's whistle blared once more, and then he gestured towards his waist, number one of the Lakers, blocking foul. Wang Yi furrowed his brow slightly. He and Westbrook had initiated their movements simultaneously. Although he managed to reach a defensive position marginally ahead of Westbrook due to a 20-unit lateral shift, the rapidity of the play made it difficult for the referee to discern the sequence of events. Even upon review, the footage would indicate that their collisions occurred almost simultaneously. Thus, the rules favored the protection of the offensive player. It appeared that alternative strategies would need to be devised. LeBron and Caruso approached, assisting Wang Yi. LeBron leaned in and advised, "If you cannot thwart his drive, there is no need to commit a foul. Allow him to penetrate. I will provide support." Upon hearing this, Wang Yi understood well. In the past, when Westbrook was still with the Rockets, they encountered the Lakers in the playoffs. During that series, Westbrook was frequently thwarted by LeBron's blocks. As the Wizards prepared to inbound the ball, Westbrook once again initiated an offensive drive. This time, Wang Yi maintained a two-step distance from Westbrook, adopting a strategy of allowing him to shoot rather than driving. Westbrook's shooting had always been somewhat erratic. Allowing him a couple of attempts would reveal his current form. Observing Wang Yi's concession, Westbrook, without hesitation, launched a shot from beyond the three-point arc clang. The ball ricocheted off the rim. Turning back, the Lakers executed their offensive play, with LeBron assisting Caruso, who successfully sank a three-pointer. The Wizards were poised to attack once more. Wang Yi continues to implement the strategy of offensive defense. Westbrook, having missed his previous shot, refrains from attempting again. Instead, he dribbles directly towards Wang Yi, who has retreated to the free throw line. Westbrook persists in pressing forward. Wang Yi could not retreat any further. With only a meter separating him from Wang Yi, Westbrook suddenly launched an explosive scissor step. Wang Yi astutely observed that Westbrook transitioned to dribbling with his right hand prior to his explosive move. Typically, after dribbling with his right hand before a breakthrough, Westbrook's signature scissor step does not lead him directly into the paint. Rather, midway through his drive, he often retreats to the left for a jump shot. Indeed, as Westbrook executed his scissor step, he abruptly gathered the ball and took a step back to the left, culminating in his iconic zombie jump shot. Westbrook's zombie jump shot is characterized by an impressive elevation, making it nearly impossible to contest under normal circumstances. However, Wang Yi, having anticipated Westbrook's maneuvers, leaped just before Westbrook took off. As Westbrook raised the ball, Wang Yi delivered a resounding block, snatching the ball out of the air. The commentators erupted in astonishment. "Oh my God. He blocked Russell. Oh my goodness." The Lakers seized the opportunity, launching a fast break in response. Wang Yi made a remarkable two-point advancement. Vogel, observing from the sidelines, was taken aback. He became a formidable defender. In this league, few possess the ability to thwart Westbrook's drives. Wang has achieved it. Turning back, the Wizards launched another offensive. This time, Westbrook opted not to employ a signature sidestep. Instead, he summoned Beal to execute a pick-and-roll. With both players possessing exceptional individual prowess, their collaboration in the pick-and-roll was undeniably formidable. Logically, the Lakers' defensive strategy at this moment should be an unending switch on defense. Wang Yi intended to switch over to Beal's position. However, upon observing Westbrook maneuver through Beal's screen, he noticed that Westbrook did not even glance at Beal. Through countless hours of video analysis, Wang Yi understood that Westbrook would not pass to Beal, but rather aimed to drive directly to the basket. Consequently, Wang Yi chose not to switch his defense, opting instead to abandon Beal and pursue Westbrook, sprinting towards the hoop. At that moment, LeBron had also arrived to provide assistance on defense. Westbrook, having experienced LeBron's formidable shot-blocking prowess firsthand, feigned a layup from the right side. Yet, in midair, he executed a deft maneuver, evading LeBron's block. The ball transitioned to his left hand, and with a low scoop shot, it soared towards the backboard. Westbrook's heart eased slightly, having eluded LeBron's block. He believed the shot was nearly guaranteed. However, just then, a flash of purple surged past him from the side. With a resounding slap, a hand forcefully struck the basketball. The ball ricocheted off the backboard and flew far away. A collective gasp erupted from the over 20,000 fans in the arena. Westbrook caught a glimpse of the purple figure's back, adorned with a prominent number 1. That Eastern figure. A hint of astonishment crossed his face. He was aware of this Chinese player's exceptional blocking ability, but to such an extraordinary extent was simply absurd. How many times had he been blocked in this game? 7? 8? Little did he know, Wang Yi's success in blocking him stemmed from his anticipation that Westbrook would inevitably attempt a left-side layup against LeBron. This insight was bolstered not only by Wang Yi's 20 blocking rate but also by his daily analysis and study of various athletes. The Lakers launched a rapid counterattack, adding 2 more points to their score. As Westbrook passed by Wang Yi, he remarked, "Hey, brother, that was a great play, but I'm not just limited to that. You should be cautious." This was not mere trash talk. Westbrook had always held a fondness for the Chinese people and their culture, having donned traditional tang suits at press conferences on several occasions. Thus, witnessing Wang Yi's block elicited a genuine expression of admiration from him. Wang Yi nodded confidently and declared, "I possess more than just this ability. Bring it on." This was not mere bravado, but rather a playful banter akin to friendly competition on the basketball court. Subsequently, Westbrook attempted to penetrate Wang Yi's defense twice in quick succession. Yet, with each attempt, he grew increasingly perplexed. It seemed that no matter how he tried to break through, this individual from the East anticipated his every move, consistently formulating an effective defensive strategy in advance. It was as if he possessed the gift of foresight. Such a phenomenon was utterly absurd. This ancient Eastern nation was shrouded in mystery. Could their players also embody such enigma? At this moment, the head coach of the Wizards, observing Westbrook's struggles, seized the opportunity during a stoppage and played a substitute in Hakamura. Prior to Hakamura's entrance, the coach embraced him and said, "Remember, this is your final chance." Hakamura nodded solemnly, his gaze shifting towards Wang Yi, his eyes betraying a mix of fury and determination. Westbrook had matured. He was no longer the stubborn, reckless player he once was. Acknowledging the strength of this Eastern player's defense, he decided to distribute the ball more and focus on assists. As the next play unfolded, Westbrook feigned another drive towards Wang Yi, compressing the Lakers' defense in the process. He then passed the ball to the unguarded Hakamura, positioned at a 45-degree angle on the left. Hakamura had less than a second to make his shot. This time, he hesitated not at all. Upon receiving the pass, he rose and shot with resolute determination in his eyes. Swish! The basketball sailed through the net with a clean sound. As it landed, he clenched his fist tightly and swung it in the air, letting out a roar that seemed to have been stifled for too long. The flickering flame within him, which had nearly extinguished, was reignited once more. After celebrating, he turned his gaze back to Wang Yi to restore his confidence. He knew he must conquer this formidable opponent from the East. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yi gently shook his head. It appeared that someone was eager to stir up trouble. At a crucial moment, he declared, "Pass the ball to me." When Hakamura made his shot, the flickering flame within him, which was on the verge of extinguishment, seemed to be reignited. Furthermore, his gaze flickered towards Wang Yi, with a hint of provocation glimmering in his eyes. Wang Yi gently shook his head, sensing that someone was eager to stir trouble. However, his primary focus was on Westbrook, and for the moment, he chose to disregard him. He intended to strike decisively at the opportune moment, ensuring that Westbrook would think twice before flaunting his bravado in his presence, perhaps even opting to steer clear of him altogether. As the game progressed through several exchanges, Westbrook attempted a couple of shots under Wang Yi's vigilant defense. Perhaps the initial fervor had faded, as both attempts appeared somewhat lackluster. Additionally, with Wang Yi effectively thwarting his drives, even when Westbrook managed to penetrate, formidable figures like LeBron James and Drummond awaited to contest his efforts. Consequently, Westbrook was compelled to pass the ball. In contrast, Hakamura flourished on the offensive end, successfully executing 2 mid-range shots, a dunk, and 2 hook shots near the basket. With his offensive contributions solidified, he radiated energy on the defensive front as well. He thwarted Drummond's second-chance attempts, disrupted James's driving layup, and forced Caruso into a shot clock violation. This surge of accomplishment reinvigorated him, transforming him into a vibrant force on the court. Each successful play prompted him to exuberantly pump his fists and unleash triumphant roars, elevating the audience's spirits to new heights. On the sidelines, the Wizards' head coach exhaled in relief. Hakamura had finally come alive. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that by the conclusion of the game, Hakamura would once again experience a resurgence and subsequent decline. At this moment, as Hakamura cast a glance toward Wang Yi, the unmistakable glint of provocation ignited within his eyes. Bordering on audacity, Wang Yi glanced at the game clock, shaking his head in silence. It was not yet the right moment. Under the formidable performance of Rui Hakamura, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 13 points. Fortunately, LeBron James seized control of the game, sinking 2 consecutive three-pointers, completing a 2-1 play, and adding a mid-range shot, which prevented the Lakers from falling too far behind. As the final 5 minutes approached, the Lakers were only down by 4 points. A deficit within 5 points in the closing moments of the game is deemed critical, and indeed, this was the pivotal moment of the match. The cameras focused on LeBron James, and his teammates cast their gaze upon him as well. At 38 years of age, James's stamina was waning. Typically, he would assert himself in the final 5 minutes, but today, due to the significant deficit, he had exerted himself earlier. In the preceding minutes, he had managed to score 11 points and provide 3 assists, yet he was now visibly weary. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, he accepted a bottle of water from the coach and drank deeply, his throat visibly contracting. The coach felt a pang of concern. The veteran, at 38, should not be pushed so hard. Even if he were to re-enter the game, could his current physical condition sustain him through the final 5 minutes? Even if, by sheer determination, he managed to make crucial plays and secure a victory, would it truly be worth it? This was merely a regular season game. The dwindling fuel in his tank ought to be reserved for the playoffs or even the finals. To exhaust him so during the regular season would be imprudent. Contemplating this, his lips moved slightly as he wished to convey to James that while winning the game would be ideal, it was not worth the cost of his health to strive relentlessly for it. However, as the head coach, he also had to consider the sentiments of the other players. They had battled hard for nearly the entire game. How would they perceive such a statement? Would it seem as though the coach had given up when they had not? At that moment, Vogel found himself in a dilemma. Some of the veteran players comprehended Vogel's thoughts, while younger players like Kuzma and Caruso remained oblivious. To them, with 5 minutes left and only a 4-point deficit, there was still a game to be played. In that instant, the veteran players turned their attention toward the head coach, awaiting his decision. Yet, it was clear to all that regardless of the choice the head coach made, the Lakers would suffer consequences. Opting to pursue victory would deplete James's physical resources. Conversely, a strategic concession could dampen the enthusiasm of the younger players. Wang Yi is also a young player. He cannot fully comprehend the profound decline in physical capabilities that comes with age. Consequently, he remains unaware of the thoughts held by the head coach and the seasoned players. However, he perceives that the coach seems to be grappling with certain difficulties. After a brief contemplation, he approached Coach Vogel and said, "Coach, if there are any challenges, just give me the ball." Upon hearing this, the Lakers players were momentarily taken aback. Give me the ball. This statement exudes a certain audacity. Yet it rests upon 2 prerequisites. First, one must possess the requisite skill. Second, one must hold the appropriate standing. In the past, during Kobe's tenure, only he had the authority to utter such words. His prowess and credentials were beyond reproach. Presently, within the Lakers, even LeBron has never made such a declaration. While he possesses the qualifications and the ability, he is inherently a team-oriented player who, in critical moments, opts for what he believes to be the best decision, whether to shoot or to pass. Now, Wang Yi, a player with a 10-day contract, boldly proclaims such a sentiment at this pivotal moment. To the others, it seems like a fanciful notion. Yet, recalling Wang Yi's earlier proclamations about conquering the NBA, it is not entirely surprising that he would express this confidence. However, while many can boast, transforming that bravado into reality is a formidable challenge. Coach Vogel observed Wang Yi, who stood tall and straight, resembling a spear piercing the heavens. Youthful, confident, full of vitality. Most notably, his eyes sparkled with a fervent desire for battle. This yearning for competition reminded Vogel of the young Jordan and the former Kobe. Once again, he saw it in Wang Yi. In that moment, he realized that this young man's fighting spirit was undeniably on par with that of Jordan and Kobe. A flicker of emotion stirred within Vogel. He turned to glance at LeBron, who was also observing Wang Yi, seemingly catching a glimpse of the shadow of his former mentor, Kobe. After a brief pause, LeBron nodded at Vogel. Let him give it a try. Vogel replied with a nod. Wang, I will grant you 2 possessions to demonstrate your abilities. Thus, Wang Yi would be given the opportunity for 2 attempts, and if he faltered, LeBron would take the reins. In this manner, LeBron would effectively have 2 possessions to rest, which, in his current state, was incredibly precious. As Wang Yi witnessed the coach's agreement, he could not help but clench his fists. A fervent passion surged within him. Do you think you can compete with me at 45? In the Tencent NBA Live broadcast room, Duan Ran inquired of Zhu Fangyu. Zhu, we find ourselves at a critical juncture. The Lakers are trailing by 4 points. What strategy should the Lakers adopt moving forward? After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Fangyu replied, if the Lakers aspire to secure victory, the solution is simple: pass the ball to LeBron. After all, the other players lack the capability to thrive under pressure during pivotal moments. However, this approach will exert considerable strain on LeBron's physique. Is this truly worthwhile? Duan Ran wholeheartedly agreed, stating, indeed, LeBron cannot afford to expend too much energy during the regular season. Might it be plausible to entrust the ball to Wang Yi? He has demonstrated exceptional performance in the previous 3 games. Zhu Fangyu erupted into laughter, shaking his head repeatedly, clearly finding Duan Ran's suggestion somewhat absurd. Wang Yi's earlier performances had been commendable, and the coach had rewarded him with ample playing time, keeping him on the court throughout the entirety of the 4th quarter. Nevertheless, he had yet to prove his ability to deliver in clutch situations, and his experience was insufficient for the team to rely on him during critical moments. Thus, In the final 5 minutes, if fortune favored him and he received a pass from a teammate, scoring 2 or 3 baskets would already be a commendable feat. Becoming a pivotal player in crucial moments is a privilege earned through years of outstanding performance. It is not merely due to a few commendable games that the team would entrust him with decisive plays. On-site, following the timeout, the Lakers regained possession. LeBron dribbled the ball into the front court. Although Wang Yi had expressed a desire for the ball, he was positioned as a shooting guard, and his right wrist injury had yet to fully heal. Therefore, LeBron needed to advance the ball before passing it to him. Unlike in his youth, LeBron no longer possessed the explosive drive that once defined his game. The opposing teams had ceased to employ double-teaming strategies against him. However, owing to LeBron's recent assertive performance, 2 players from the Wizards advanced to double-team him. A seasoned veteran, LeBron recognized the impending double-team and promptly released the ball, passing it to Wang Yi position at the left 45-degree angle. Given that Wang Yi's three-point shooting had not been particularly precise today, his defender, Westbrook, did not closely guard him. In that fleeting moment, he found an opportunity for a three-point shot. It was precisely in this instant Wang Yi exhibited not a trace of hesitation. He swiftly released the ball. The rigorous training he had undergone in three-point shooting not only elevated his accuracy but also significantly quickened his release speed. Seizing that fleeting moment, he had already made his shot. Westbrook was utterly unprepared to contest it. The trajectory of the ball was rather flat. Thud. Like a cannonball, it exploded through the hoop. The net billowed like white flames, swirling within the rim. Swish. The deficit narrowed to a mere 1 point. Upon witnessing this, Hakamura, as he passed by Wang Yi, declared, "Then let us commence the final showdown." With that, he dashed towards the front court. Yet, just at that moment, a nonchalant retort emerged from Wang Yi's lips. "Do you even deserve it?" That single remark ignited a blaze of fury within Hakamura. He turned around, glaring with intensity, and retorted, "I will make you understand whether I am worthy." The Wizards proceeded with their offensive. Westbrook dribbled, feigned an attack, and then passed the ball to Beal. Beal executed a pick-and-roll with Hakamura, advancing a couple of steps before returning the ball to the on-fire Hakamura. Having just hit several consecutive shots, his confidence was soaring. Despite the formidable presence of Drummond guarding him, he performed a simple back pivot and leaped to shoot. However, at that precise moment, a purple figure suddenly soared in from behind. Crack! The sound resonated sharply as the shot was emphatically blocked. All he could see was the prominent number 1 emblazoned on the back of that purple figure. Cursing under his breath, Hakamura shot a fierce glare at the one wearing number 1 before hastily retreating to defend. But as he turned back, the Lakers launched a fast break. Wang Yi sprinted desperately towards the front court. His initial position was further back than that of Rui Hakamura, yet his speed was slightly superior. Upon reaching the front court, he received the ball just as Caruso passed it back. Wang Yi, with the ball in hand, was poised to attempt a trailing three-pointer. However, Rui Hakamura had already closed in behind him. With a fierce roar, he extended his hand, aiming to block Wang Yi's shot. Wang Yi had long anticipated that Rui Hakamura would make an attempt to block his shot. He skillfully retrieved the ball, waiting for Hakamura to soar past him from the side before calmly releasing a three-point shot. The arc remained remarkably flat. Boom. Like a cannonball, it thundered into the hoop. The Lakers surged ahead by 2 points. Wang Yi clenched his left fist tightly. The three-pointer was back. Since the three-pointer had returned, there was no need to use that unstoppable mid-range shooting experience card anymore. The Wizards' head coach was cautious. He quickly called for a brief timeout, gathering his players around him. Pointing at the Lakers' number 1, he barked at his team, "Beal, stick to him like glue. Don't let him shoot another three. Got it?" Beal nodded firmly. "Understood." The coach continued, "Rui, don't lose confidence. If you get the chance, keep shooting." Rui Hakamura nodded. "Yes, coach." Meanwhile, on the Lakers' side, from the coach to the players, they all exchanged high fives with Wang Yi in celebration. When Wang Yi received the ball, there was a hint of skepticism among them. However, in an instant, he turned the tide of the game with 2 consecutive three-pointers and a remarkable block. What stood out most was the indomitable spirit and confidence radiating from him, igniting a fervent passion in those who witnessed it. Even the seasoned James felt a flutter of excitement in his heart. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly and exclaim, "Youth is truly remarkable." In the Tencent NBA Live broadcast room, Duan Ran turned to Zhu Fangyu and inquired, "Zhu, what do you make of this?" Zhu Fangyu, understanding Duan Ran's implication, chuckled and remarked playfully, "As I mentioned earlier, if Wang Yi can score 2 or 3 baskets at this crucial moment, that would be quite impressive." And indeed, he has scored 2. However, As the game progresses into critical moments, his touches on the ball will diminish, and the Wizards will likely deny him any further opportunities for three-pointers. Thus, these two baskets may very well mark his limit. The brief 20-second timeout vanished in an instant. Returning to the game, the Wizards continued their offensive. This time, Westbrook and Beal executed a pick-and-roll, creating space away from Wang Yi. Westbrook then delivered a jump shot, successfully sinking a two-pointer and leveling the score. Turning back, the Lakers sought to involve Wang Yi again, but this time, Beal was tightly guarding him. Wang Yi seeks to evade coverage. However, the Wizards, through their relentless defensive switches, are still able to closely guard Wang Yi. Wang Yi made multiple runs, finally seizing an opportunity to receive the ball. However, just as he gained possession, Westbrook and Beal rushed at him almost simultaneously, leaving Wang Yi no chance to attempt a three-point shot. Wang Yi decisively abandoned the three-point attempt. As the two defenders charged at him fervently, he deftly dribbled the ball with his left hand, effortlessly maneuvering past them. Observing this, Rui Hachimura, stationed at the paint, immediately stepped up to defend, shouting, "Not on my watch." Wang Yi encountered the relentless pressure from Yamaguchi. Unfazed, he calmly thought to himself, "Utilize the unanswerable mid-range shot experience card." The unanswerable mid-range shot, formidable indeed. Wang Yi maneuvered to the free throw line. Keenly aware of Rui Hachimura's impending approach, he inwardly mused, "This is fortuitous." Subsequently, he activated the elusive mid-range shooting experience card he had preserved since the onset of the game. Beginner's elusive mid-range shooting experience card. Upon activation, mid-range shooting accuracy reaches 100. Time limit, 5 minutes. In an instant, Wang Yi came to a sudden halt, elevating his shot with precision. The basketball soared past the fingertips of Hachimura's right hand, heading towards the hoop. Unlike the previous two cannonball-like three-pointers, this mid-range shot emanated an exquisite softness in Wang Yi's touch. As the ball nestled into the net, it felt as light as a feather. Hachimura secretly cursed, "Cuso." Yet, the spectators paid little heed to Wang Yi's mid-range effort in their eyes. His most formidable threat lay in his three-point shooting. A mere mid-range shot was nothing of great significance. Turning back, the Wizards extended their lead with 2 more points, courtesy of Westbrook's ferocious drive. As the Lakers initiated their offense, Wang Yi navigated around his screen, with Beal closely shadowing him. Wang Yi maneuvered to the three-point line, receiving the ball once more. As Beal approached, he deftly dribbled, effortlessly evading him. Once again, he found himself at the free throw line, where Rui Hachimura from the Wizards charged towards him once more. Wang Yi, with the same finesse as before, swiftly released the ball. The basketball floated effortlessly into the net. In precisely the same manner, from the same position, he scored once more. Turning around, Beal from the Wizards made a shot. During the Lakers' offensive play, LeBron held the ball at the arc. In the midst of Wang Yi's maneuver to shield his superior, he suddenly dashed towards his subordinate. Beal was caught off guard, and Wang Yi found a fleeting moment of opportunity. James is the type of player who, whenever a chance presents itself, will assuredly deliver the ball into your hands. At this very moment, it was precisely the case. Seizing Wang Yi's brief opening, he swiftly passed the ball over. At this moment, Wang Yi positioned himself at a rightward angle of 45 degrees, at a mid-range distance. Having just made 2 consecutive mid-range shots, Rui Hachimura had become acutely aware of him. Thus, this time, Hachimura was on high alert. If Wang Yi were to receive the ball and attempt a jump shot, Hachimura would be poised to block him. In a surprising turn of events, Wang Yi executed an astonishing maneuver. He did not land. Instead, upon catching the ball in midair, he immediately assumed a shooting stance. With a flick of his wrist, he released the shot. Although Hachimura rushed at him with significantly greater speed than before, Wang Yi's shooting was even quicker. The basketball sailed over Hachimura's head, gracefully arcing in a soft parabola before effortlessly nestling into the net. Oh my goodness! How did he achieve that? An alley-oop mid-range shot. It was astonishingly precise. Even the Wizards fans gasped in astonishment. The commentators at the venue were equally taken aback. Oh my! This Eastern player just executed an alley-oop mid-range shot. Though reluctant to admit it, they had to concede that thus far, this was the most spectacular basket of the evening. Players from the Lakers flocked to Wang Yi, offering high fives, both to congratulate him and to perhaps absorb some of his shooting touch. LeBron James playfully patted Wang Yi on the back, exclaiming, "Brother, your hands are remarkably skilled." Meanwhile, Hachimura's gaze reflected a complex mixture of emotions. He had vowed to teach this Chinese player a lesson. However, not only had he been outperformed by this player multiple times this evening, but now, in this critical moment, he had also allowed Wang Yi to score 3 mid-range shots over him, culminating in that outrageous alley-oop. How was he to respond to this individual? Turning back, the Wizards initiated their offense. This time, the ball found its way into Hakamura's hands. He pivoted left, followed by a right spin, advancing towards the basket. As he attempted a hook shot, just as he was about to release it, a resounding block came down, forcefully swatting the ball away. Looking back, he saw none other than that Eastern player. The momentum Hakamura had painstakingly built up under the coach's encouragement was now precariously teetering. Having been halved by Wang Yi's emphatic rejection, why did this Chinese player persistently oppose him? It felt as though every time he tried to shoot, he would be thwarted by him. Infuriating. So infuriating. Hakamura cast a glance at his coach, whose expression bore a hint of darkness. He recalled the coach's earlier words. If he failed to seize this opportunity, he might never get another. Retracting his gaze, he clenched his fists tightly. His look towards Wang Yi now tinged with a newfound ferocity. At that moment, Caruso had already brought the ball up court. Wang Yi has begun to maneuver for cover. Preparing to receive the pass, Rui Hakamura swiftly dashed towards the front court. Wang Yi circled twice before receiving the ball. He found himself at mid-range near the left baseline. Poised to take a shot, Rui Hakamura had just returned. Upon seeing Wang Yi prepare to shoot from mid-range, he shouted fervently, "Zinyi," and swiftly lunged towards Wang Yi. At this moment, Wang Yi is in the air when Rui Hakamura forcefully collides with him. In the fleeting moment of losing balance, Wang Yi, with a gentle touch, flicked his wrist to launch the ball. Subsequently, he tumbled out of the court, fortuitously landing in the embrace of a lovely spectator at the sidelines. It was only then that the basketball gracefully descended into the net. Meanwhile, Rui Hakamura fell to the ground, sliding over 3 meters while his head collided with the camera of a large filming device positioned at the edge of the court, eliciting a grimace of pain. As he observed that even a foul could not thwart this player from scoring, he slammed his fist against the floor in frustration. The sharp sound of a whistle pierced the air, signaling urgency from the sidelines. The referee hurried over, followed closely by Caruso, Kuzma, and LeBron James, who swiftly encircled Hakamura, vociferously protesting, "Is this basketball? You're assaulting someone. This is disgraceful, a filthy act. Individuals like you should not grace the court." The referee promptly intervened to prevent the situation from escalating further, while security personnel rushed in to restrain a few players eager to join the fray. Wang Yi rose from the embrace of a beautiful woman, gently patting her head and offering an apologetic smile. The woman, a fan of the Wizards, found herself unexpectedly thinking, "This Eastern gentleman is rather handsome." Meanwhile, on the sidelines, the referee reviewed the footage and ultimately rendered a decision. The Lakers' #1 player was awarded a 2-point play with an additional free throw due to Hakamura's level 1 foul. Wang Yi first scored a free throw. The head coach of the Wizards called for a timeout, having perceived that Rui Hakamura was on the verge of losing his composure. A pause was essential to allow him to regain his calm. Since those 2 3-pointers, Wang Yi had consecutively made 6 shots, 2 threes, and 4 mid-range shots. His scoring efficiency was nothing short of terrifying, as if he would never miss. "Rui, you must remain composed. This is merely a game. And it just so happens that he is in good form tonight. There is no need for you to resort to a flagrant foul. If you wish to face him again, there will be ample opportunities in the future. For now, focus on what you do best: positioning, rebounding, and second-chance opportunities. There is no need to engage in a battle of wills, understand?" Rui Hakamura mechanically nodded, but at that moment, an unsettling memory surfaced in his mind, the 3 words Wang Yi had previously uttered. "Do you even deserve it?" During the timeout, in the Tencent NBA Live broadcast room, Duan Ren turned to Zhu Fengyu and smiled. "Mr. Zhu, what do you think now? How do you feel?" Earlier, Zhu Fengyu had asserted that if Wang Yi could score 2 or 3 baskets in this critical moment, it would be commendable. Yet now, Wang Yi had made 2 3-pointers and 4 2-pointers, achieving a perfect 6 for 6. Zhu Fengyu burst into laughter, masking his embarrassment. "Haha. I can only say that Wang Yi has surpassed my expectations. The coach trusts him, and so does James. They have entrusted him with the ball for 6 consecutive possessions. It seems I was hasty in my judgment. However, I believe I am not alone in this." All basketball fans around the world did not anticipate Wang Yi's explosion at such a crucial moment. Duan Ren also laughed and replied, "Indeed, it was unexpected. So, Mr. Zhu, why not take another bold guess? What kind of performance do you foresee from Wang Yi in the remaining 2 minutes?" Zhu Fengyu responded, "Given that Wang Yi is in such great form, I believe the Wizards will intensify their defense against him, possibly even resorting to double teaming. Therefore, in the final 2 minutes, it is unlikely that he will deliver another mesmerizing performance as before." Duan Ren countered, "Mr. Zhu, one must not speak too definitively. Zhu Fengyu pondered for a moment and cautiously revised his statement. All right, I will amend that. It is possible that Wang Yi may not replicate his earlier astonishing performance. Does that suffice? Meanwhile, on the court, Lakers coach Vogel wrapped his arm around Wang Yi's waist and said, Wang, the Wizards will focus their defense on you. And they may even employ double teaming. If they do resort to that, you must immediately pass the ball to an open teammate. Understood? Wang Yi, of course, could not heed the coach's advice. With a flawless shooting percentage of 100, how could he possibly relinquish the ball to another? Yet, he could not openly express this sentiment to his coach. After a brief moment of contemplation, he inquired, Coach, do you have faith in me? Without hesitation. The coach responded affirmatively. As a mentor, Vogel could never utter words of doubt in front of his players. Wang Yi proclaimed, then pass the ball to me, and I shall return to you a victory. Upon uttering these words, all his teammates looked at him in astonishment. What could have instilled such confidence in him? The tides of the match had shifted dramatically. No one dared to claim an absolute triumph over their adversaries. Even the mightiest teams could falter before seemingly weaker opponents. What gives Wang Yi such audacity? With an expression of astonishment, James scrutinized Wang Yi from head to toe. How could this individual exude such confidence? Even more so than his younger self. The coach, equally taken aback, turned his gaze toward James. James discreetly nodded in acknowledgement to the coach. It was not that he genuinely believed in Wang Yi's words. Rather, he felt it was worth a try. At his age, he often experienced moments of inadequacy. And with his thick brows, injury seemed to be a frequent occurrence. The Lakers needed to cultivate a reliable scoring asset. If Wang Yi could indeed evolve into such a cornerstone of scoring, the Lakers' games would become significantly more manageable. The coach's thoughts mirrored those of James as he addressed the players. Let us pass the ball to Wang. Perhaps we are about to witness an astonishing display of scoring. The players looked at the coach in disbelief. Was he truly someone who dared to speak and act? Did he genuinely have faith in Wang Yi? As the timeout concluded, the Wizards initiated their offense. Westbrook assisted Beal, who successfully made a basket. Turning back, James dribbled the ball past half-court. Wang Yi continued to navigate around the screens. At this moment, the Wizards no longer had a single defender shadowing him. Instead, as he maneuvered past one player, another would swiftly take their place if the first was unable to keep up. Consequently, relying solely on evading the Wizards players would not suffice for Wang Yi to shake off the defense. He also had to maneuver around his teammates' screens. This sprint lasted a full 18 seconds before he finally created an opportunity. Positioned at the left side beyond the three-point arc, he received the ball and feigned a shot. Westbrook and Beal lunged at him almost simultaneously. However, similar to before, this was merely a decoy. He stepped inside the three-point line and did not take the shot. Instead, he executed a passing fake towards Caruso in the left corner and successfully eluded another defender. At this moment, only Rui Hachimura remained in the Wizards' interior defense. Wang Yi, facing Rui Hachimura, did not make an immediate move. Instead, he subtly beckoned him with a barely perceptible gesture, one that the referee would overlook, yet Hachimura could clearly see. It was as if he were inviting, come closer. The Wizards' head coach had previously advised Hachimura against matching up with Wang Yi. However, at this moment, Hachimura found himself alone before Wang Yi. With no other option, he lunged once more towards Wang Yi, attempting to block. He had already moved swiftly and leapt high. He felt confident that under normal circumstances, he would undoubtedly intercept the ball. Yet, as Wang Yi jumped, he leaned back. The basketball brushed past Hachimura's fingertips. This was what it meant to be out of reach. Hachimura watched in despair as the ball sailed past him, soaring over his head. Swish. Once again, he was met with that infuriating sound from behind. The commentators were filled with astonishment, and the crowd echoed their amazement. Wang Yi's recent performance had been nothing short of visually striking. However, for Hachimura, it felt like mockery, a cruel jest. Since the last 5 minutes, when the Lakers trailed by 4 points, he had made 7 consecutive shots. Was this man even human? His precision was nothing short of extraordinary. Even the Wizards' home crowd could not help but marvel at Wang Yi's terrifying accuracy. Subsequently, the Wizards scored 2 points, thanks to Westbrook's ability to penetrate. Turning back, Wang Yi continued to navigate around screens. This time, the Wizards intensified their defense against him. Essentially, as soon as he had an opportunity to receive the ball, 2 Wizards players would immediately converge upon him. Yet, Wang Yi showed no signs of fear. Upon receiving the ball in the right corner, he faked out 2 defenders. He still refrained from shooting, instead dribbling a step towards Hachimura. Then, with a simple jump shot, he scored effortlessly. Hachimura began to realize that Wang Yi preferred to shoot in front of him rather than anyone else. Was this a humiliation? The problem was, despite Wang Yi's apparent derision, Hakamura was powerless to retaliate. Offensively, he struggled to get the ball. Even when he did manage to obtain it, Wang Yi would fiercely contest the shot. Defensively, Wang Yi targeted him relentlessly. Hakamura was utterly unable to defend against Wang Yi's mid-range shooting. To him, Wang Yi's shooting appeared mechanical, utterly absurd. Under this relentless barrage, Hakamura felt his anger dissipate, replaced by a growing despair. He even found himself under the impression that Wang Yi was insurmountable. Witnessing this, the Wizards' head coach felt a pang of dread. Hakamura was on the brink of collapse. Wang Yi, on the defensive end, relentlessly rushes to block whenever he spots Rui Hakamura with the ball. He would even forsake his own defensive assignment to ensure a cover, while others might score. Hakamura's shots are off limits. When the Lakers engage in offense, Wang Yi deliberately targets Hakamura. He consistently maneuvers to shoot in front of him. If I find myself unmarked, I shall not take the shot. My aim is to shoot only before Hakamura. Alas, it is merely a game. Under such relentless pressure, Hakamura finds himself crumbling once more. Subsequently, each time Wang Yi gets hold of the ball, the home crowd of the Wizards holds its breath in anticipation. Swish, swish, swish. Wang Yi's shooting seems as if he will never miss. Not only are the opponents astonished, but his teammates, the commentators on site, and the fans present are equally taken aback. Every fan before their screens shares the same astonishment. In the 10-cent NBA live broadcast, the mood in the comments section has shifted once more. Could it be that Igu will not miss? Since those 2 3-pointers, he has achieved a remarkable 10 out of 10, truly extraordinary. Is he on a mission to single-handedly defeat the entire Wizards team? Have you noticed that he seems to score over Rui Hakamura with every shot? Much love for Igu. Igu is incredible, my darling. Due to Wang Yi's astonishing performance, the fans appear to have temporarily forgotten his prior bravado. Duan Ran once again casts a mischievous glance at Zhu Fengyu, asking, "What do you say now, General Zhu?" Zhu Fengyu can only manage a wry smile in response. What can I say? With Wang Yi in this form, he can conquer anyone in his path. The Wizards simply cannot defend against him. Just as they speak, Wang Yi takes possession of the ball once more. Here it comes again. Let's see if this one will go in. Oh heavens! Incredible, utterly astonishing. This is simply unreasonable. Facing 3 Wizards players, including Rui Hakamura, and still managing to score is truly absurd. As the final buzzer sounds, the score settles at 128 to 120, with the Lakers victorious. In the last 5 minutes, Wang Yi has shot a flawless 12 for 12, including 2 for 2 from 3-point range and 10 for 10 from 2-point range, along with 1 for 1 from the free throw line. In just 5 minutes, he has astonishingly racked up 27 points. Throughout the game, Wang Yi amassed a total of 32 points and 10 blocks, yet another remarkable double-double. He truly single-handedly dismantled the Wizards. At the moment the final whistle blew, Rui Hakamura hung his head in defeat. He did not greet or embrace any Lakers players, nor did he acknowledge the fans along the sidelines. Instead, he walked briskly towards the players' tunnel, head bowed. After exchanging embraces with the Lakers coach, the Wizards head coach quickly followed him into the tunnel. Rui Hakamura walked silently, his head down. Without uttering a word, the head coach's heart had sunk to the depths. Losing a game is not terrifying. What is terrifying is when a player loses confidence. And now, Rui Hakamura has indeed lost his confidence. Such a state may take a long time to recover from, or perhaps he may never fully regain it in his lifetime. On the court, Wizards players approached to pay their respects to the Lakers. After embracing Wang Yi, Westbrook joked, "You call." Wang Yi had remained relatively obscure in the NBA prior to this. It is entirely understandable that Westbrook was unaware of his name. Wang Yi replied, "My name is," before he could finish, Wei Xiao interjected, "Wang Yi." I know. Wang Yi was slightly taken aback. However, upon reflection, it became clear to him. Westbrook has always held a friendly disposition towards China, even during his tenure with the Rockets amidst the controversies surrounding the Mao Dog incident. He frequently donned traditional Chinese attire at press conferences. Thus, it is entirely reasonable to understand Westbrook's heightened interest in an individual of Eastern descent. Westbrook then continued, "You mentioned earlier that you came to conquer the NBA. Were you speaking earnestly?" Wang Yi nodded emphatically, affirming with unwavering conviction. Westbrook remarked, "To conquer the NBA. Tonight's performance alone is insufficient. You must deliver more astonishing and remarkable games. You need to impress each and every superstar in the league, one by one, and subsequently win over all the legends. Ultimately, you must captivate the fans as well. Throughout this journey, you will face a myriad of insults, ridicule, and even malicious attacks. Be mentally prepared for it." Wang Yi nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude. Westbrook gave Wang Yi a hearty pat on the back before bidding him farewell. At that moment, Wang Yi surveyed the arena, noting that the Wizards' fans had largely departed. The once crowded venue now felt considerably vacant. However, on the left side of the stands, there remained a group of 20 to 30 Chinese fans. Clad in vibrant red, they fervently waved placards in support of Wang Yi, hoping to capture his attention. Wang Yi felt a surge of warmth within him. In a foreign land, nothing could be more moving than the support of his compatriots. He raised his right hand and waved to them, which only heightened the excitement among the fans. They began to cheer enthusiastically, shouting, "Go, Eagle! I love you, Eagle!" At that moment, a staff member approached Wang Yi and informed him, "Wang, the beautiful reporter from TNT, Christine Ledlow, is about to come over for an interview. Please be prepared." Wang Yi lifted his head and glanced towards the sidelines, where he indeed spotted several journalists, predominantly beautiful women. Among them, the reporter from TNT stood out as the most stunning and prestigious. TNT, a subsidiary of Warner Media, specializes in sports programming and is one of the two most renowned sports broadcasting networks in the United States. Typically, after each game, it is TNT and ESPN that first select whom to interview, leaving the remaining networks to cover only lesser-known players. Among these alluring reporters, Wang Yi recognized a familiar figure, Zhou Lingen. Unlike her counterparts, she was not particularly famous. Her gaze was intently scrutinizing the players from both teams, akin to a wolf assessing its prey. However, her attention was predominantly fixed on the role players. She understood that, given her standing in the NBA, she would at most be granted interviews with those less prominent athletes. Even though she and Wang shared the same homeland, it would be a challenge for her to secure an interview with him. After all, Wang Yi was the standout performer of the evening. And with other prominent journalists already assigned, it was improbable that she would be considered. At that moment, she inadvertently caught sight of Wang Yi and instantly broke into a sweet smile, waving at him from a distance. Yet, her gaze soon returned to observing the other role players. Wang Yi turned to the staff beside him and inquired, "Is it possible for her to interview me?" The staff member responded with an apologetic demeanor, "I am sorry, but this has been arranged from above, and I do not possess the authority to alter it." Wang Yi furrowed his brow slightly and said, "Then let her interview me after the TNT reporter has finished." The staff member appeared somewhat taken aback and replied, "Typically, a player is assigned only one interview journalist. Are you truly certain you wish for her to conduct the interview as well? It is permissible for multiple journalists to interview, provided the player consents." Wang Yi nodded, affirming. The staff member then replied, "Very well, I shall go and invite her at once." Wang Yi observed the approaching TNT female reporter and glanced at Zhou Lingen. He felt he still lacked the stature to command attention. His words carried little weight. Yet, he was confident that one day he would determine who could grant interviews. At that time, TNT and ESPN would have to step aside. The Huaxia reporters would be prioritized. During the sideline interview, the beautiful reporter from TNT posed 3 questions to Wang Yi. The first inquiry was, "Wang, prior to this match, you boldly declared your intention to conquer the NBA, which sparked discontent among nearly everyone. Charles Barkley even remarked that you would never score 30 points again. If you did, he would kiss a donkey's behind. Today, however, you achieved 32 points. How do you feel about that?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yi cast a glance at the beautiful reporter. She appeared quite attractive, yet harbored a multitude of ulterior motives. As a representative of Huaxia, establishing himself in the predominantly Western domain of the NBA was already a formidable challenge. Moreover, these journalists were constantly attempting to ensnare him in traps. Having already delivered a resounding rebuttal to Barkley, which was evident to all, one would expect that, given the adversarial nature of their inquiries, there would be no obligation for him to extend courtesy in return. After all, it is a common practice among many NBA stars to retaliate with sarcasm when faced with provocation. However, Wang Yi's prior declaration of his intent to conquer the NBA had incited discontent among nearly everyone present. Should he utter any ill-timed remarks now, it would undoubtedly lead these reporters to embellish the story further. Consequently, the impression of him among fans would likely deteriorate even further. His ambition to conquer the NBA was indeed a candid statement, and while he had courted controversy, it was prudent to refrain from inviting additional complications at this juncture. Wang Yi faced the female reporter, a subtle smile, characteristic of the Eastern demeanor, gracing his face. He remarked, "I believe in Charles." The beautiful journalist was momentarily taken aback. Having anticipated a lengthy discourse filled with scorn directed at Barkley, an opportunity for her to craft an elaborate article upon her return. To her surprise, Wang Yi's response was succinct, "I believe in Charles." This phrase resonated with warmth and posed no apparent faults. Yet, upon deeper reflection, the implications were far more complex. Barkley had once claimed that if Wang Yi scored over 30 points, he would kiss a donkey's behind. And Wang Yi's assertion of belief in him seemed to compel Barkley towards that very act, although it appeared to present ample material for commentary. Any extensive narrative was ultimately deflated by Wang Yi's concluding clarification. What I meant is simply that I believe in Charles. There is no ulterior motive here. And it is the reporter who distorts my words. With this realization, the female journalist's perception of Wang Yi deepened. This man from Huaxia was indeed remarkable. Consequently, she posed another incisive question. Rie Hakamura previously mentioned he would teach you a lesson, yet he only managed 15 points and 5 rebounds. While you achieved 32 points and 10 blocks, with 20 points scored over him and 6 blocks against him. What do you have to say about such an opponent? To this inquiry, Wang Yi confidently responded, is he truly my opponent? The beautiful reporter, puzzled, retorted, is he not? Wang Yi smiled. His words laced with a hint of disdain, as he directly refuted, I have never regarded him as a rival. This statement remains ambiguous. One might interpret it as Wang Yi considering the other merely as a friend, or conversely, as someone he has never deemed worthy of his attention. To put it more succinctly, he is unworthy. Certainly, at that moment, Wang Yi's expression and demeanor, coupled with his utterance, would lead any Chinese individual to understand it as the latter interpretation. However, the NBA has explicit regulations against insulting or provoking opponents during interviews. Hakamura's pre-game declaration bore the semblance of provocation towards his adversary. Wang Yi has just received news that the league will intervene for an investigation following the incident. Should the allegations prove true, Rue Hakamura may face a fine, or in severe cases, even a suspension. Hence, Wang Yi responded with such ambiguous remarks. Observing that Wang Yi was not easily swayed, the reporter subtly shook his head. The third question was posed briefly before the session came to a hasty conclusion. It was only at this moment that Zhou Lingen approached swiftly with a camera in hand. She appeared somewhat exhilarated as she addressed Wang Yi, saying, Wang Yi, I am grateful for the opportunity to interview you. When the staff notified me earlier, I was quite taken aback. Wang Yi shook his head and remarked, our standing in the NBA remains regrettably low. Zhou Lingen and the cameraman, upon hearing this, exchanged glances that revealed a hint of despondency. No one felt this sentiment more acutely than they did. The Chinese in the West already face discrimination, and within the league, this feeling is even more pronounced. Domestic journalists assigned to cover games often find themselves relegated to the least favorable vantage points. Furthermore, during post-game interviews, they are typically limited to speaking with role players, making it exceedingly difficult to engage with marquee stars. It is widely understood that such a status quo is unlikely to change in the near future. Thus, they are left with no choice but to endure this situation. At this moment, Wang Yi lifted his head, a confident and spirited smile illuminating his face. However, I firmly believe that one day, our journalists will have the freedom to interview whomever they wish, wherever they desire. And that day is surely not far off. Zhou Lingen, taken aback by Wang Yi's unwavering confidence, gazed at him in astonishment. Yet, she found herself inspired by his fervor and could not help but nod in agreement. Indeed, I believe so too. Even the cameraman felt compelled to nod in affirmation. I believe as well. Naturally, Wang Yi's declaration was made in private. After the initial excitement, Zhou Lingen gestured for the cameraman to turn on the camera. She then addressed Wang Yi. Shall we begin? Subsequently, the footage captured was transmitted back to the Tencent NBA Live broadcast room. The two commentators, engrossed in discussing the recent match, were pleasantly surprised when the scene shifted to Wang Yi's perspective. They had assumed Zhou Lingen would be unable to secure an interview with him, yet she had succeeded. On screen, Zhou Lingen posed her first question to Wang Yi. Wang Yi, in this match, you achieved an impressive double-double with 32 points and 10 blocks. What is the secret behind such an outstanding performance? Wang Yi bears a smile upon his face. Such words sound considerably more pleasant. Unlike those foreign journalists who seem intent on digging pitfalls everywhere, Wang Yi pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps it is because there is a notable player on the opposing team, Xiaori. Upon uttering this, he feigned a slip of the tongue and quickly clarified. I meant to say that the player, Xiaori, is enjoying a prosperous life, which ignites my passion for the game. As soon as these words left his lips, the comments section of Tencent's NBA live stream erupted. Ha ha ha, a player enjoying a prosperous life. 666666666. Ego is truly a master of humor. Much love for Ego. I'm now a fan, absolutely. Declared a captivated onlooker. From now on, I'll stick with you, Ego. Just for this line, I forgive your prior bravado. At that moment, even the critics dared not show their faces. After all, who would be foolish enough to speak up at such a time? Zhou Lingyan could hardly contain her laughter, yet as a professional journalist, she was compelled to maintain a composed smile, regardless of how amusing the situation was. She could not allow herself the luxury of laughter. She stifled her amusement and proceeded to pose her second question. Regarding the 5 million contract, Zhou Lingyan inquired. You previously mentioned your intention to conquer the NBA. What does that imply? With that, she reiterated her question in English, her intent unmistakable. She sought clarification from Wang Yi. Wang Yi's previous remarks have offended numerous individuals. At this juncture, a well-articulated explanation, such as claiming that his intent was to win over NBA fans, or that his notion of conquest pertains to garnering widespread recognition, and that his message was misconstrued, would undoubtedly alter public perception of Wang Yi. This offers him a graceful opportunity for redemption. Wang Yi comprehended her meaning. However, he refrained from elaborating and merely stated, it is simply the literal interpretation. Zhou Lingyan was taken aback and subtly shook her head. It appeared that Wang Yi was resolute in his stance. Having ideals is commendable, but in the current context, it was rather inappropriate for a player with a mere 10-day contract to voice such sentiments. Nonetheless, Zhou Lingyan found herself secretly admiring Wang Yi for daring to express his genuine thoughts, even at the risk of great reproach. She had contemplated such a scenario herself but lacked the courage to act upon it. Few in the world would dare to do so. Reflecting on this, her gaze towards Wang Yi took on a distinctly different luster. Subsequently, she posed a third question. After the interview concluded, she inquired of Wang Yi, Are you free? Shall we dine together? Consider it a token of my gratitude. Wang Yi shook his head, saying that after returning to take a shower, he would need to immediately fly to Portland, leaving little time for anything else. Zhou Lingyan expressed a hint of regret and replied, Perhaps next time. Wang Yi nodded, indicating a future engagement. Meanwhile, in a certain city within Huaxia, it was precisely noon. Wang Yi's father, Wang Jianhua, was making his way toward the faculty cafeteria. Today, he was in quite a good mood. His previous reluctance for his son to pursue basketball stemmed from a profound understanding of the complexities involved in the sport. Having once played professional basketball himself, he had experienced its tribulations firsthand. When his son joined the NBA, the entire school buzzed with excitement. Yet he alone wore a somber expression. He was acutely aware that basketball demands a considerable measure of innate talent. Given Wang Yi's abilities, he believed that merely joining the NBA would result in a spot on the bench. In time, the initial enthusiasm from domestic media would inevitably morph into disappointment and scorn. Similarly, the fans, who initially cheered with fervor, would likely transform their excitement into derision and insults. Ultimately, it would be Wang Yi who bore the brunt of it all. As the following 2 years unfolded, his predictions proved accurate. Even some teachers at the school, while outwardly supportive, began to whisper behind his back. However, in recent days, Wang Yi's impressive performances in 3 consecutive games began to shift the perception of those around him. Yet, a previous boastful remark made by Wang Yi had once again cooled the sentiments of those in his vicinity. Nevertheless, today, his victory over the Wizards and a well-performing opponent brought great satisfaction. On his way to the cafeteria, students greeted him with enthusiasm. Hello, Teacher Wang. Sir. Ego is incredible. Teacher Wang, could you possibly get me EG's autograph? I am a devoted fan. Upon arriving at the cafeteria and collecting his meal, several physical education teachers called out, Old Wang, come sit here. Old Wang is in high spirits today. Look at this old face. It has more wrinkles than usual. Indeed, a father's joy is only natural when his son excels. One of the sports teachers inquired, I say, Old Wang, with your son performing like this, his guaranteed contract this season must be quite substantial. Why do you still choose to be a PE teacher? If I were you, I would have long since resigned to enjoy a life of leisure. Wang Jianhua shook his head, stating, NBA contracts incur an excessive amount of taxes, leaving little in hand. Regardless of how much he earns, it is his own fortune. It has no bearing on me. Wang Jianhua expressed his thoughts candidly. He never intended to rely on his son for financial support. With a monthly salary exceeding 7,000, he found it sufficient to sustain both himself and his wife. At that moment, the leader of the sports team approached, carrying a tray. Upon seeing Wang Jianhua, he remarked, Old Wang, I would like to discuss something with you. Wang Jianhua inquired, What is the matter? The head of the sports department responded, During the NBA off-season, could we invite Wang Yi to our school to train the members of the school team? Wang Jianhua directly shook his head in refusal. It is highly likely that he will not return during the off-season, choosing instead to remain there for training. In truth, Wang Jinhua harbors some reluctance within. When Wang Yi initially struggled, the leaders met him with disapproving expressions. Now that he has played a few commendable games, the leaders come knocking at his door. The fickleness of fortune and the coldness of human relationships could not be more evident. Wang Jinhua has long seen through this. He does not hold any animosity towards these individuals. However, now that Wang Yi has the potential to succeed, it is imperative that he dedicates the off-season to rigorous training and personal development, rather than squandering time on trivial social niceties. Even if we were to consider a hypothetical scenario in which Wang Yi returns for a few days during the off-season, it is essential that he is afforded ample time to rest, rather than being thrust into a whirlwind of chaotic events. Several physical education teachers around him observed Wang Jinhua's firm rejection of the leaders and silently shook their heads in agreement. Wang Jinhua possesses considerable ability, yet his overly candid nature renders him somewhat inept at navigating social intricacies. Consequently, after years of service, he has yet to ascend even to the position of sports team leader, let alone attain a leadership role. When the sports team leader observed Wang Jinhua publicly undermining his authority, the smile on his face faltered slightly. He remarked, "Wang Yi's training is of utmost importance. He is competing for national glory, and we should not trouble him with our trivial matters." His words, laced with a hint of displeasure, did not go unnoticed. The other sports teachers exchanged glances, shaking their heads in agreement. Wang Jinhua naturally discerned the underlying implications in his leader's words. However, he was disinclined to invest effort in navigating the complexities of social relationships. As long as his son could truly excel, nothing else mattered. Wang Yi received a call from his agent while on the bus heading to the airport. The agency that Wang Yi is signed with is the newly established CN agency, which is owned by a person of Chinese descent. However, this owner seems to have significantly underestimated the importance of connections within the NBA. Consequently, the CN agency has faced considerable challenges, representing players who are predominantly those who struggle to secure a place on the court. Wang Yi's agent, Leonard, is also of Chinese descent and a novice in the field of representation, lacking both connections and financial backing. It is likely that only the most desperate athletes would consider signing with such an agency and agent. The players under her management primarily consist of those on short-term contracts. At this moment, Leonard's phone call came through. "Wang Yi, Palinka just contacted me, stating that through these 4 matches, you have proven yourself. He wishes to convert your contract into a guaranteed one, amounting to $5 million. A hint of suppressed excitement resonated in Leonard's voice. "With a commission of 4%. That translates to a substantial $20,000. How could she not be thrilled? Leonard continued, "However, your performance has exceeded all expectations. Should we wait for offers from other teams? I am convinced that other teams with available salary cap space will surely present higher bids." Wang Yi's agent, Luo Lin, inquired. "Although the contract offered by the Lakers is quite appealing, considering your recent performances, it is certain that other teams will present you with more lucrative offers. I have just received information indicating that the Clippers are interested in you, and they currently possess an available salary cap of $8 million. Do you think it might be prudent to wait a little longer?" Wang Yi shook his head and said, "No need to wait." In fact, he had contemplated his career trajectory over the past few days. First, the Lakers currently lack 3D players. Although Wang Yi does not confine himself to the role of a 3D player, he harbors grander ambitions. Nonetheless, the qualities he has exhibited thus far align him with that of a high-caliber 3D player. Consequently, he would have ample opportunities to play here. And with playing time comes greater possibilities. Second, LeBron James has played nearly 20 seasons in the league, and the wealth of experience he possesses is invaluable. Being in his presence, Wang Yi can learn a great deal. Third, with LeBron now 38 years old and nearing retirement, by the time Wang Yi has absorbed that knowledge, LeBron will likely have hung up his jersey. At that juncture, if Wang Yi performs exceptionally well, the team would belong to him and Anthony Davis. The exposure here is substantial, and it is well understood that significant exposure equates to considerable financial gain. Who would turn their back on money? Weighing these numerous factors, Wang Yi ultimately decided to remain with the Lakers. On the other end of the line, Roland had also conducted extensive considerations and data analyses, concluding that for Wang Yi at this moment, staying with the Lakers was indeed the most prudent choice. Upon hearing Wang Yi's response, she felt no further need for elaborate discourse. "Wang Yi, I will bring the contract with the Lakers operations staff to Portland tomorrow morning so we can sign it in person." Wang Yi nodded in acknowledgement. After hanging up the phone, he reclined against the backrest of the bus seat, finally liberated from the shackles of a frugal existence. Previously, he had grown weary of a life dictated by meticulous budgeting. With this substantial sum, he could afford to hire a personal trainer, a nutritionist, and a private physician. He could also purchase a vehicle for his transportation needs. However, acquiring a home would have to remain a distant consideration for the time being. $5 million. While considerable for an average individual, was, in the realm of NBA salaries, diminished by nearly 40 due to personal income taxes. Residing in California, he would also incur an additional 13 state tax, along with a 4 commission for his agent. Ultimately, the amount he would receive would dwindle to approximately $2 million. Engaging the services of a personal trainer, nutritionist, and doctor would further deplete his finances, making homeownership an impractical thought at present. He planned to rent an apartment near the training facility upon his return to Los Angeles, making do for the time being. With diligent effort this season, he aimed to elevate his market value, paving the way for a lucrative contract in the next season. At that point, he could contemplate the acquisition of a home and a vehicle. LeBron James, noticing Wang Yi's sigh of relief, surmised the news and remarked, "Wang, congratulations. This season, we can fight side by side until the very end." Wang Yi revealed a hint of weariness in his smile as he remarked, "I look forward to our continued camaraderie and battle." James chuckled in response, "Until the day of retirement?" This season, James frequently alludes to the concept of retirement. Wang Yi could perceive that he was weary. Given the Lakers' record this season, coupled with their roster composition, the prospect of contending for the championship appears bleak. For LeBron James, who has played nearly 2 decades, the absence of championship aspirations diminishes his motivation. Presently, his driving force to continue is the pursuit of becoming the all-time leading scorer. Achieving this prestigious accolade would undoubtedly elevate his standing in basketball history. Additionally, another reason propelling him forward is his desire to compete alongside his son, Bronny. His son is set to enter the NBA draft next season. The prospect of both father and son gracing the pinnacle of basketball together is perhaps the most exquisite moment for LeBron as a father. While a typical individual may respond emotionally to James, saying, "Brother, I will stand by you until your retirement," Wang Yi did not. He merely shrugged and remarked, "I will do my best. Life is replete with uncertainties, and no one can predict what tomorrow holds. Some players may be warming up before a game, only to be told moments later, you have been traded. Many make promises that they cannot fulfill, ultimately becoming the subject of ridicule. Even someone as formidable as LeBron, when he joined the Heat, made a vow, 'I will bring a championship to South Beach.' Not 1 championship, not 2, not 3, but 7. Yet, did he truly achieve that? Wang Yi is a man of his word. Once he makes a promise, he ensures its fulfillment. Therefore, when faced with the uncertainties of tomorrow, he is reluctant to make commitments lightly. James was somewhat taken aback by Wang Yi's response. After a brief contemplation, he began to piece together the reasoning behind it. He recalled the bold declarations he made upon joining the Heat and could not help but chuckle at himself, stating, "Let us be comrades in arms and brothers throughout this foreseeable season." This time, Wang Yi showed no hesitation. He nodded and replied, "Indeed, my brother." Early the next morning at 5 o'clock, Wang Yi sought out a training facility in Portland to commence his training. Although there were no games scheduled for the day, he still received tasks from the system. Task 1. Complete 2,000 mid-range shooting drills. Task reward. Increase mid-range shooting accuracy to 70. Task 2. Perform 1,000 weighted vertical jumps. Task reward. Elevate jump height to 100 centimeters. Wang Yi did not deliberate much and promptly opted for the second task. His current role is that of a 3D player, primarily tasked with shooting 3-pointers and defending. Thus, his 45 shooting accuracy from beyond the arc suffices for the time being. In just a few days, his wrist will have fully recovered. Once he is completely fit, he can resume his shooting duties without delay. Consequently, he sought out 2 elastic bands in the training facility, securing one end around his waist and the other to the floor. He commenced vigorous vertical jumps. After merely 20 minutes of relentless effort, he was drenched in sweat, and his legs began to feel fatigued. After an additional 40 minutes of jumping, his legs felt weak. He laboriously made his way to a nearby bench and, feeling his legs give way, collapsed onto it. After resting for over 10 minutes and catching his breath, he rose once more to continue his training. Was the training arduous? Certainly. Was it exhausting? Undoubtedly. However, given LeBron James's immense talent and his relentless work ethic, what justification does one have for not exerting oneself when one's own abilities pale in comparison? Meanwhile, in Huaxia, Yuhua Sports updated its news. Su Jingyu scrolled through her phone, discovering several comments from netizens. "You said Igu wouldn't deliver an impressive performance, but what about now? Eating your words, aren't you? 32 points and 10 blocks. Your face must be ringing." Su Jingyu shook her head slightly, took a sip of water, and placed her teacup aside. With her hands resting on the table, she inhaled deeply and remarked, as for being proven wrong, who hasn't faced a few humiliations in life? Hasn't LeBron been humbled? Hasn't Kobe? Even the great Jordan has experienced setbacks. It is only human to be proven wrong. This is entirely normal. Su Jingyu continued, let's discuss Wang Yi. His recent performances have indeed been commendable. Yet, in my analysis, this is likely his ceiling. His potential is that of a proficient 3D player. Why do I say this? Analyzing his games, defensively, he has been quite solid. However, offensively, does he possess the ability to drive? No. Can he pass? No. In essence, he lacks the capacity to create opportunities for himself. If you allow him to handle the ball, he is at a loss, unable to execute, particularly given his recent performances. Other teams will certainly take notice of him when they ramp up the intensity and physicality against him. One can expect a decrease in his shooting efficiency due to his slight build. Therefore, to sum up, Wang Yi is currently merely a somewhat exceptional 3D player. And that will be his limit. I shall leave my words here. If you doubt me, let us wait for the next game. He had overlooked a crucial fact. Wang Yi's avoidance of dribbling and driving was primarily to protect his wrist. Simultaneously, on TNT Sports Channel, a basketball program titled Open Court was hosted by Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley. This dynamic duo was not only adept at analyzing players and games from a professional perspective but also prone to humorous antics, making them quite popular among fans. As the program commenced, highlights of Wang Yi's game against the Wizards were showcased on the big screen, with the score tallying his points, 3, 6, 8, until it settled at 32 points for his final score. At that moment, O'Neal appeared on screen, immediately dropping a bombshell. Hey, Chuck. I hear you're a man of your word. I'm a big fan of keeping promises. Barkley, who once bore the nickname the Chuckster, recognized O'Neal's intent and looked at him warily. What mischief are you up to this time? O'Neal shrugged. What else would it be between us but mischief? Reflecting on their past, O'Neal recalled, remember when Yao was in the NBA? You bet that he wouldn't score 19 points in a game. If he did, you would kiss your partner's behind. And when he did, you didn't kiss his, you kissed a donkey S instead. Although a bit embarrassed, Barkley, accustomed to such situations, straightened up and replied, what was I to do? He wouldn't show his behind on camera, so I had to settle for a donkey. Not my fault. O'Neal nodded, understanding. He continued with a mischievous grin. In the last game between the Lakers and the Wizards, you claimed Wang would never score 30 points again. So what is the outcome? Barkley, embodying a brave demeanor, retorted, isn't it just kissing a donkey S behind again? Bring it on. O'Neal, impressed, patted Barkley on the shoulder. I adore a man who keeps his promises. Oh, Charles, I love you. He gestured, and soon, a staff member led in an animal. Barkley, initially resolute, widened his eyes in shock upon seeing the creature. Shaq, are you trying to set me up? O'Neal replied, is that even a question? When did I not think of getting you into trouble? So, what is it going to be? Kiss it, or not? Barkley shook his head vigorously. I meant the donkey's behind, not a pig's. And for heaven's sake, clean it first. It's muddy. Don't dirty the studio. However, O'Neal, with a nonchalant demeanor, countered. Last time a donkey's behind sufficed. Why not a pig's this time? Barkley, momentarily at a loss for words, pointed at O'Neal, from today onward. I'm cutting ties with you. O'Neal shrugged. Did we ever have a friendship? Barkley, at a loss, could only issue a warning. Next time I catch you, there will be no escape. O'Neal laughed heartily. Rest assured, I want to give you that chance. With no further arguments left, Barkley steeled himself and approached the sizable pig, which stood nearly 6 feet tall. He instructed the staff member holding the leash, make sure it's secure. Then, shaking his head, he bent down and planted a kiss on the pig's still muddy behind. O'Neal was beside himself with laughter, tears streaming down his face as he pounded the table, exclaiming, oh, how I love this job. Barkley kissing the pig's behind was a sensational stunt, leading to unprecedented viewership for the episode. When the program concluded and both Barkley and O'Neal received the ratings report, they were overjoyed. Meanwhile, on social media in the United States, some began to stir controversy. This Eastern individual claims he will conquer the NBA. Such arrogance. Is TNT really promoting him? Have they accepted bribes? This audacious Oriental and the shameless TNT. As the saying goes, critics know no borders. Keyboard warriors are universally the same. Executives at TNT Sports have summoned Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley, their tone decidedly stern. How did you two come to devise a program that involves this Eastern individual? Immediately cease any further exploration of this person. Do you understand? You are inciting public outrage. Shaquille, seemingly unfazed, shrugged and remarked, I can see that this Eastern individual is quite remarkable. We must extract as much material from him as possible. The executive, taken aback by the retort, felt a surge of anger but refrained from openly offending O'Neill. After all, this program was custom-tailored for O'Neill and Barkley, and they had transformed it into TNT's flagship show. Should O'Neill choose to depart in a fit of anger, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for TNT. Would the owner not be furious with him? Thus, the executive softened his tone, at the very least, refrained from associating with that Eastern individual for the time being. Until the storm passes. O'Neill, not one to disregard the situation, moderated his own tone. I will continue to gather material about him. However, I assure you, it will not air within the next month. The executive sighed in resignation, as long as you are aware of that. 3 hours later, at the training facility near the hotel where the Lakers were staying in Portland, Wang Yi exerted every ounce of effort to complete his final vertical leap. A voice echoed in his mind. Task accomplished. Reward, jump height reached 100 centimeters. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi felt an immense wave of relief wash over him. His legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. He gasped for breath, panting heavily. His clothes were already drenched with sweat, and his vision appeared to blur. The grueling 1,000 repetitions of weighted vertical jumps had taken a toll on him. Clearly, stamina remained an issue. He hoped that the system would provide tasks focused on physical training in the future. 53 I do not know him. Wang Yi has completed his training, achieving an impressive vertical leap of 100 centimeters. For an athlete, a vertical jump of 100 centimeters is indeed remarkable. It is worth noting that even during his prime, LeBron James's vertical leap peaked at around 110 centimeters, while the player famously dubbed UFO, Vince Carter, also reached approximately 110 centimeters. This, however, marks merely the initial release of the training tasks related to jumping. It is possible that further jumping training tasks will be introduced, allowing Wang Yi to elevate his jumping ability even more. After Wang Yi finished his jump training, LeBron had already arrived, followed by the other members of the Lakers. They found Wang Yi lying exhausted on the gym floor, drenched in sweat. Caruso jested, "Wang, did you sleep on the court last night?" Head coach Vogel remarked, "Wang, while hard work is commendable, training must also be approached with moderation. Overtraining can excessively tax your body. This evening, we face the Trail Blazers, and we are merely 3 wins behind them. This game is crucial for us." By the way, the Trail Blazers once had an all-star player, a training enthusiast named Brandon Roy. I trust you are familiar with his story. Wang Yi nodded, acknowledging the truth. Roy was once the illustrious star guard of the Trail Blazers, renowned for his fervent dedication to training. He often practiced until the early hours of the morning, sometimes as late as 2 or 3 o'clock, much to the dismay of the coaching staff, who found themselves powerless to intervene. Ultimately, the team manager had to impose a rule. He must vacate the training facility by 11 o'clock at night and refrain from returning until after 5 o'clock in the morning. The toll that such rigorous training took on his body led to numerous severe injuries throughout his career, hastening an untimely conclusion to his professional journey. Undoubtedly, the involvement of the Trail Blazers medical staff may have played a role, yet it is undeniable that Roy's excessive physical strain during training was a significant contributing factor. Wang Yi appreciated the good intentions of Coach Bai. Subsequently, they engaged in 2 hours of training. During the practice, the coach observed Wang Yi diligently executing defensive maneuvers on the field while simultaneously jotting down notes and strategies on the tactical board. Wang Yi's three-point shooting ability undoubtedly poses a significant threat to his adversaries. It is imperative to devise several strategic plays tailored around his three-point prowess. By the conclusion of the morning training session, Vogel had crafted at least 5 effective three-point strategies. He subsequently engaged in a discussion with his assistant, Kidd, regarding the feasibility of these plays. Vogel's forte lies in defense, whereas the Lakers currently grapple with offensive shortcomings. Fortunately, Kidd possesses considerable insight into offensive strategies, often consulting him during the design of such plays. After the morning training concluded, Wang Yi, having enjoyed lunch, met with Ro Lin and the staff from the Lakers operations department to finalize a guaranteed contract extending until the season's end. Wang Yi's heart finally found solace. According to the contract, upon the conclusion of the match against the Trail Blazers, he would receive his salary in advance, alleviating the current frugality of his existence. As time passed, the afternoon of the following day arrived, marking the pre-game press conference for the Lakers versus the Trail Blazers. It was once again the moment for bold declarations. The journalists initiated the session by inquiring about Damian Lillard, the star of the Trail Blazers. Damian, the individual from the East, Wang, claims he has come to conquer the NBA. What do you have to say to him? Lillard shook his head, replying, "Nothing. The reporters exchanged glances, silently agreeing. They often found it challenging to extract noteworthy insights from Leonard. Despite his fierce demeanor on the court and unwavering resolve in critical moments, he remained a reserved and modest individual off the court, perhaps a reflection of his upbringing in the impoverished surroundings of Oakland. After posing a few more questions without yielding substantial material, the reporters turned to another Trailblazers guard, C.J. McCollum, asking C.J., "Do you have anything to convey to Wang?" McCollum, appearing disinterested, queried, "Who are you talking about?" "Wang." He then asked, "Who is Wang?" The reporters, sensing an opportunity, became invigorated, eager to delve deeper. They elaborated, "He is the Lakers' #1 player, who has recently scored over 20 points in consecutive games, including a remarkable 32 points and 10 blocks in the last match." McCollum shook his head, as if hearing a tale utterly unrelated to him. "I'm sorry. I don't know him." This statement elicited further excitement among the journalists, who realized they had a story to tell. The interview then transitioned to Carmelo Anthony, who faced the same inquiry. The reporters appeared relentless in their pursuit of this topic. "What do you think of that Chinese player?" Anthony glanced at McCollum, shrugged, and replied, "I don't know him either." Next came the Lakers press conference. Beyond questioning LeBron James, the reporters directed their attention to Wang Yi, stating, "Wang, I believe you observed the pregame interviews with the Trailblazers. CJ and Carmelo both claim they do not know you. They will come to know you." Wang Yi abruptly interrupted the reporter, his weariness palpable as he grew increasingly frustrated with their incessant provocations. The reporters from Huaxia appeared to be somewhat more amicable. Upon hearing Wang Yi's response, the journalists could not help but feel a flicker of joy within. With CJ's assertion of unfamiliarity and Wang Yi's declaration of their recognition, today's match promised to be a significant affair. Following the conclusion of the press conference, with merely half an hour remaining before the game commenced, reporters swiftly dispatched their articles. Notably, the American commentator, Wang Yi, a staunch critic of LeBron James, and Stephen A. Smith, offered a professional analysis of the matchup. The Trailblazers had been exhibiting commendable form with a 5-game winning streak. Both CJ and Damian had been performing admirably, particularly Damian, who recently delivered an explosive performance, scoring over 50 points. Moreover, Anthony had also been in fine fettle, consistently netting over 20 points in his last 3 games. Although the Lakers had achieved 3 consecutive victories, they revealed numerous underlying issues. LeBron, aging, had reached his limit with a stable output of merely over 20 points per game. Beyond him, the Lakers lacked a reliable secondary scoring option. "What? You refer to that arrogant individual from the East?" "Indeed, he has showcased some commendable plays recently. But that is merely due to the fact that opponents are not yet familiar with him and tend to overlook him. Once he garners attention, his efficiency will inevitably diminish. Furthermore, he would be facing Damian Lillard in this match. This Huaxia player claims to conquer the NBA. Let him witness the wildness of the NBA and the ferocity of Damian. Therefore, I firmly believe that the Trailblazers will undoubtedly overpower the Lakers in this encounter." At precisely 9 o'clock, the match officially commenced. As before, Wang Yi occupied a spot on the bench, surveying the Moda Center, filled with nearly 20,000 spectators. The fervor of the crowd surged once more. The game between the Lakers and the Trailblazers began, and Wang Yi remained seated among the substitutes. Despite his impressive performances in recent games, starting would necessitate the removal of Schrder, an emotionally volatile player. Should he be benched, it might trigger a cascade of repercussions. Consequently, Coach Vogel had no plans to elevate Wang Yi to a starting position until he firmly established his role within the team. Soon, C.J. McCollum, one of the Trailblazers' dynamic backcourt duo, began to assert his influence. He consistently utilized screens to create opportunities for mid-range jumpers, capitalizing on the sluggish footwork of the Lakers' DeAndre Jordan, scoring effortlessly over him. Conversely, the Lakers' offense thrived against the Trailblazers' lackluster defense, with LeBron orchestrating plays smoothly. Kuzma, Pope, and Schrder all executed successful layups, while DeAndre completed 2 alley-oops. Schrder was performing exceptionally well today, amassing 10 points in just half a quarter through a combination of outside shooting and drives to the basket. Meanwhile, Lillard had yet to find his rhythm, attempting only 3 shots in the first quarter, making 1, and contributing a mere 2 points. By the end of the first quarter, the Lakers held an 8-point lead. It was only at this juncture that Wang Yi made his entrance. As his feet touched the floor of the Moda Center, the mechanical prompt of the system echoed in his mind once more. "Please check in." Wang Yi thought to himself. Check in. Check in successful. Check in reward. 1 basic rebound experience card. Wang Yi did not immediately utilize this experience card. Having learned from previous encounters, he understood that valuable resources should be employed judiciously. The rebound experience card should be reserved for pivotal moments, specifically crucial rebounds during decisive plays. At this moment, the players on the court for the Lakers included Wang Yi, Caruso, Kuzma, Drummond, and Marc Gasol. They briefly deployed a twin tower formation. Although Gasol's abilities had significantly diminished from his peak, his capability to orchestrate plays from the high post remained commendable. Given that the Lakers currently had a scarcity of proficient passers, his high post playmaking was precisely what they required. As Wang Yi stepped onto the court, a countdown resonated in his mind, 1 minute and 15 seconds. Wang Yi was somewhat taken aback. How could a countdown suddenly appear? However, he quickly deduced its origin. This was the countdown for the elusive mid-range shooting experience card from the previous match. He had utilized this card during the last 3 minutes and some seconds of the game, believing that once the match concluded, the experience time would also come to an end. To his surprise, it continued into this match. Given this, he was determined to make the most of the remaining 1 minute and 15 seconds. With this thought in mind, Wang Yi approached Xiao Jia, wrapping his arm around his waist. Xiao Jia, understanding the cue, lowered his head and leaned in closer to listen. Wang Yi declared, "I have an opportunity at mid-range. Please pass me the ball immediately without any hesitation." Little Jia recalled Wang Yi's unanswerable jump shot in the final minutes of the previous match. He gently patted Wang Yi's head and reassured him, "Rest easy." In the first quarter, the Lakers held possession. After Caruso dribbled past half-court, he handed the ball to Little Jia at the top of the arc. This lineup boasted a scarcity of players capable of driving to the basket. Ideally, Schroeder should have been a ball handler on the court at this moment. However, the head coach had been experimenting with various combinations lately. This particular arrangement was primarily designed for Little Jia to facilitate plays from the high post, while the others maneuvered with constant movement to create opportunities for cuts to the basket or open three-point shots. Drummond anchored in the paint, biding his time for the right moment. Caruso and Kuzma orchestrated ball movement from the perimeter, hoping to generate chances for three-point shots. Wang Yi continues to weave through the court, skillfully maneuvering around screens. Given the lackluster defense of the Trailblazers, he effortlessly found an open spot at a 45-degree angle on the left side. Xiao Jia's pass arrived just in time. Wang Yi received the pass, and with scarcely any defensive pressure, he abruptly halted and leapt. The Trailblazers center, Nurki, hurriedly rushed over to provide assistance on defense. However, the basketball had already glided past his fingertips, finding the net with an ethereal grace. It even failed to produce the usual swish sound that accompanies the ball's contact with the rim. As they retreated on defense, Marc Gasol exchanged a high-five with Wang Yi, expressing his admiration. "Your touch is truly exquisite." Wang Yi gently shook his head and replied, "It is something I have cultivated." Xiao Jia, perplexed, inquired, "But you do not have a girlfriend. How could you have cultivated it?" Wang Yi was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and chuckled, "You little LSP." Xiao Jia, however, was bewildered, genuinely puzzled by the abbreviation LSP in Chinese. Turning around, the Trailblazers initiated their offensive. At that moment, Lillard was momentarily on the bench, while CJ led the remaining 3 starters along with 1 substitute on the court. Initially, Caruso was assigned to closely guard CJ, but Wang Yi tapped Caruso on the shoulder and said, "I'll take him." Caruso understood Wang Yi's intention. During the pregame press conference, C.J. McCollum had remarked that he did not know Wang Yi, revealing a hint of disdain in his words. Wang Yi is now naturally eager to reclaim his standing. However, in truth, he harbors no such intention. McCollum claims not to recognize him, and likewise, Wang Yi does not regard McCollum as an adversary. In his eyes, his true opponent in this match is Lillard. The reason for his current focus on defending McCollum is solely due to Lillard being sidelined. McCollum has now become the focal point of the Trailblazers' offense. Given his current defensive capabilities, it is only fitting that he should guard the opposing team's primary playmaker. As McCollum notices Wang Yi approaching to defend him, he begins to rhythmically dribble the ball from side to side, subtly shaking his head, and remarks, "Are you here to seek punishment?" Wang Yi stood with his legs apart and arms slightly extended, adopting a defensive stance. He was not particularly fond of engaging in trash talk. Rather, he preferred to let his performance speak for itself. A bald commentator, Kevin Calibran, observed with astonishment that Wang Yi was tasked with guarding CJ. He shook his head and remarked to his partner, "This Huaxiao player is actually assigned to defend CJ. Does he not realize how formidable CJ is?" The younger commentator, Mike Rich, interjected, "Did you not research the opposing players before commentating on the match?" This Huaxiao player possesses remarkable lateral movement and excels at defending speedy players. Kevin, shaking his head with a chuckle, replied, "It's not that I harbor any bias against Easterners. There are inherent differences in physical attributes among various ethnicities, which is an objective truth, is it not? While Easterners may exhibit exceptional talent in small ball sports like table tennis, they tend to struggle in larger ball sports such as basketball." Mike Rich appeared ready to respond further, but McCullum had already commenced his offensive play, executing a swift change of direction and driving towards Wang Yi's right side. Wang Yi swiftly stepped forward with his right leg, effortlessly obstructing the path of advancement. McCullum dribbled the ball behind his back, switching it to his right hand. Attempting to break through Wang Yi's left flank, Wang Yi took a simple step to the left, positioning his body to obstruct McCullum. McCullum had no choice but to retreat 2 steps, attempting once more to break through. However, regardless of the maneuvers he employed, whether swaying to the left or to the right, he found himself thwarted. Wang Yi was able to arrive promptly. McCullum found himself unable to penetrate the defense. And with merely 2 seconds remaining on the shot clock, he could only feign a move beyond the 3-point line before stepping back for a contested 3-pointer. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Wang Yi leaped forward with remarkable agility, springing into the air. His left arm soared high as he aimed to intercept the basketball soaring above. McCullum, with an exquisite step back, distanced himself by a meter and launched a 3-point shot. Logically, one would expect Wang Yi to leap upwards while raising his hand to contest the shot, even if the odds of success were a mere 0.1%. Yet, Wang Yi chose not to leap in that conventional manner. Instead, he performed a vertical jump from his original position. As he ascended, his left arm reached skyward, directly targeting the airborne basketball. The commentator, Bald Kevin, could not suppress a smile at this moment. Sarcastic remarks lingered on the tip of his tongue. This Eastern player is exceedingly overconfident. However, in the next instant, those words were rendered silent. As if a fly had been thrust into his mouth, Wang Yi's leap reached astonishing heights, his waist aligned with McCullum's shoulder. With impeccable precision, his left hand intercepted the basketball mid-air, forcefully snatching it down. The audience erupted in astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my God, is he even human? This fellow must be from Mars." Even the ever-loquacious commentator, Bald Kevin, was momentarily struck dumb by the sheer spectacle. His astonishment was palpable as his partner, still in shock, inquired, "Kevin, what is wrong with you?" It was only then that Bald Kevin regained his composure, shaking his head repeatedly. "This guy's vertical leap is utterly insane." On the sidelines, the Lakers players sprang to their feet, enthusiastically waving towels and bouncing with exuberance. LeBron, as if propelled by springs beneath him, jumped up, his eyes wide with disbelief, contorting his face into a comical expression while raising his arms in triumph, repeatedly exclaiming, "Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!" The Lakers roster, alongside the coaching staff, was left in awe by Wang Yi's remarkable block, a moment that transcended both training and competitive play. Wang Yi has never truly showcased the extent of his leaping ability. Although he achieved double-digit blocks in consecutive games, subsequent footage revealed that it was not merely due to his height, but rather his extraordinary sense of timing. Now, with Wang Yi suddenly exhibiting such remarkable verticality, it leaves others in disbelief. Following the event at Omega, LeBron has conceived a notion. Once Wang Yi fully recovers his wrist, he could frequently facilitate alley-oops for him. Caruso advanced the ball to the front court, and seeing no opportunity for a fast break, he signaled for the Lakers players to settle into a structured offense. He passed the ball to Pau Gasol, while the other players, except for Drummond, began to weave through various positions. Soon, Wang Yi found another opportunity from the right mid-range. Gasol delivered the ball with impeccable timing. This time, McCullum was closely trailing Wang Yi. However, Wang Yi exhibited no hesitation. He received the ball with his back to the basket, instead of pivoting to jump. As CJ had caught up, which would have jeopardized his shooting chance, he leapt directly with his back still facing the hoop. As he took off, he applied a rotational force with both feet, compelling his body to twist midair and face the basket. McCullum was utterly unprepared for Wang Yi's jump from such an unconventional position, leaving him unable to contest the shot, watching helplessly as the ball soared over his head. Swish! A crisp sound echoed behind him. McCullum inwardly cursed, "Damn it." The spectators, though reluctant, could not suppress their astonishment. The accuracy of this Eastern player's shot was astonishing. To leap with his back to the basket and still score, was he performing acrobatics? He appeared to be nothing short of a juggler. The players on the Lakers bench collectively adopted a gesture of reverence. LeBron shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that." Caruso, Gasol, and other players on the court approached Wang Yi for a high five. Turning back, McCollum still held the ball, attempting to isolate Wang Yi. However, Wang Yi's lateral speed was simply too swift for him to break through. He contemplated a step-back three-pointer, but the memory of having his shot blocked lingered vividly. In desperation, he glanced towards the center, Nurkic, who promptly understood his intent and moved up to set a screen. McCollum utilized this screen to drive into the paint. Wang Yi did not relent, pursuing McCollum from behind. He was acutely aware that McCollum's preferred scoring method was, in fact, the mid-range shot. At that moment, with DeAndre Jordan guarding the paint for the Lakers, it would be impossible for McCollum to penetrate the interior. He was destined to attempt a mid-range jumper. Indeed, McCollum rose for a mid-range shot. As the ball left his fingertips, a smile graced his face, for he felt an exquisite sense of release in that moment. However, just as the basketball drifted over a meter away from him, a figure suddenly soared past from his side. With a sweeping motion of his left arm, he chased the airborne ball. The sharp, resounding clap echoed throughout the arena. Bang! The basketball was forcefully swatted away, crashing against the backboard. It rebounded and was swiftly claimed by a Lakers player. The Lakers launched a fast break, with Kuzma leading the charge towards the front court. He executed a powerful one-handed dunk. Bang! To everyone's astonishment, the ball ricocheted off the rim. Fortunately, the rebound remained in the hands of the Lakers players. Meanwhile, the Trail Blazers had already returned to defend. The Lakers were compelled to settle into their half-court offense. Wang Yi continues to deftly evade capture, while McCollum relentlessly pursues him, not allowing even a half-step of respite. In Wang Yi's mind, the countdown for the elusive mid-range shooting experience card dwindled to a mere 3 seconds. As he sprinted, he shouted towards the arc. "Pass me the ball." Xiao Jia hesitated momentarily. It was not an opportune moment for a pass. Firstly, Wang Yi had not yet evaded his defender. Secondly, there were obstacles in the passing lane, making a direct pass susceptible to interception. However, Xiao Jia, being the skilled player he was, recognized Wang Yi's resolute demand and sensed his confidence. He executed a feigned double-handed pass over the defender's head. As the defender raised his arms in an attempt to block, Xiao Jia swiftly delivered a one-handed bounce pass through the defender's waist. The basketball narrowly maneuvered through the gaps of 3 opposing players and landed in Wang Yi's hands. At that moment, he was still entangled with McCollum. Amidst the struggle, he received the ball sideways to the basket. Xiao Jia's pass was executed with remarkable precision. Upon receiving the ball, Wang Yi exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. He seamlessly lifted it and took his shot. Typically, players will adjust and pause momentarily before shooting. Even someone as quick as Curry requires a brief interlude. However, Wang Yi's execution was remarkable, as he caught the ball and immediately released it in the direction it had rebounded. The entire sequence of catching and shooting appeared as a singular, fluid motion. The basketball, once it ascended, seemed to glide towards the hoop without any interruption, smoother than the finest silk. Meanwhile, McCollum found himself thoroughly defended. Wang Yi executed an exceptionally smooth shot, sending the basketball soaring towards the hoop. McCollum, having pursued too closely and caught off guard by Wang Yi's unexpected attempt under such challenging circumstances, found his hand inadvertently resting on Wang Yi's waist. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Swish. The ball found its mark in the net. 2-1. The Lakers bench erupted once more in jubilation. Towels waved enthusiastically as players on the court rushed over to exchange high fives with Wang Yi. Caruso even celebrated by bumping chests with him, shouting to the crowd, "This is Wang. Do you recognize him now?" The Trail Blazers coach swiftly called for a timeout. With just over a minute left in the first quarter, a timeout seemed unnecessary, yet the Lakers' number 1 had just hit 3 consecutive mid-range shots and even blocked CJ. The momentum was clearly on the Lakers' side, necessitating a pause to strategize and prevent any further scoring from him. In the 10-cent NBA live stream, the comments section was already ablaze. "Wow, did he good just pull those hands out of the oven? He good is incredible. The rhythm from the last game has carried over to this one. That mid-range shot was exceptionally smooth. He must have indulged in plenty of Dove chocolate before the game." As for the critics, they had yet to emerge due to Wang Yi's explosive form. However, the long-absent Xiang made a reappearance, stating, "This is only because Lillard is not on the court. If he remains this hot when Lillard plays, I will live-stream eating crow." A fan immediately countered, "Here we go again? You still owe us several shows." Xiang replied, "This time, I'll eat crow while standing on my head." Today's 10-cent NBA hosts included Wang Zixing, with commentary provided by Wang Shipong, while the female host was Wang Xiaoqi. A remarkable coincidence of all surnames being Wang. Prince Xing observed Wang Yi's performance and exclaimed, Wang Yi is in remarkable form today, starting off with 3 mid-range jump shots. Coach Wang, as a former mid-range shooting star, how would you assess the caliber of these 3 jump shots? Wang Shipeng remarked, remarkable. The second and third shots were executed with exquisite finesse. To be candid, the second jump shot, taken with his back to the basket, required an impressive mid-air twist and a forceful release. Such a feat is no small challenge. However, the most stunning was the third shot. From the moment he received the ball to the instant he released it, the motion appeared extraordinarily fluid, as if he were merely imparting a gentle force to the basketball, which then obediently soared towards the hoop. I am utterly astonished by how he accomplished this. Frankly, it is beyond my capabilities. Wang Xiaoqi chuckled softly and remarked, is it not possible for the mid-range shooting handsome to achieve that? Wang Shipeng shook his head, affirming once more, it is not possible. Prince Xin continued, it is evident that Wang Yi has carried over his shooting rhythm from the latter part of the previous match into this one. We have previously characterized him as a quintessential 3D player. However, since the last game, he has begun to showcase his mid-range shooting capabilities. In your view, apart from his 3D attributes, does Wang Yi possess additional potential? Wang Shipeng pondered for a couple of seconds before responding, of course. From the previous matches, everyone has observed that he is a quintessential 3D player. However, during his time in China, Wang Yi was an exceptionally well-rounded athlete. He possesses an array of skills and abilities, including mid-range shooting, drives, and assists, excelling in all facets of basketball. In domestic competitions, he was considered among the elite. Yet, upon entering the NBA, the remarkable talents of his peers rendered him seemingly ordinary. Nevertheless, after 2 years of refinement and growth, Wang Yi's capabilities, particularly in three-point shooting and defense, have approached the pinnacle of NBA standards. I eagerly anticipate witnessing his advancements in other areas of his game. Upon hearing this, the fans began to chatter excitedly. The commentators resumed their banter, let me off. This is not a bus to kindergarten. What other skills are we referring to? If Brother E possesses such formidable energy, perhaps he could consider endorsing Zero Feel at the Moda Center Arena. As Wang Yi took the court, James, with both hands clutching a towel, enthusiastically fanned him, creating a whimsical scene that was captured by the cameras on the sidelines. Thus, a classic moment in basketball history was born, one that would be fondly reminisced by fans around the globe for years to come. However, that is a tale for another time. At this moment, the head coach of the Trailblazers bellowed at McCollum, urging him, CJ, do not let your emotions dictate your actions. His lateral movement is exceptionally swift. Do not engage him in a one-on-one duel. Basketball is a team sport. Do you understand? You must utilize your teammate screens and pass to those who are open. Do you comprehend? As the main strategist, witnessing his second-in-command being outplayed by an obscure player who had blocked him twice and scored 3 consecutive shots over him should have prompted encouragement for McCollum to retaliate. Even if he could not respond effectively every possession, at the very least, he should aim to score a few points over Wang Yi, whether through baskets, blocks, or steals. Yet, the coach had astutely recognized that this unknown adversary possessed astonishing lateral speed, rendering CJ incapable of breaking through. Moreover, CJ, along with the entire Trailblazers squad, had underestimated this Eastern player from the outset, including the head coach himself. Therefore, it was imperative to instill a sense of calm within CJ. He continued, I understand your desire to retaliate against him. You cannot tolerate a mere unknown player dictating the game over you, and neither can I. However, you must remain composed. Learn to observe the dynamics on the court. Pass more, utilize screens more effectively. Avoid one-on-one situations. Trust me, before the final buzzer sounds, I will ensure you have your chance to respond. McCollum managed to regain some composure and nodded earnestly, Coach, I believe in you. The head coach then addressed the other players. Do not allow that number 1 to shoot within the three-point line, understood? Do not permit him to take mid-range shots. The Trailblazers players nodded in agreement. When they returned to the court, neither team made any substitutions. Wang Yi prepares to take a free throw. For him, this task is not daunting. He has diligently practiced free throws and, during his time domestically, achieved an impressive free throw percentage of 90. However, in the NBA, his opportunities to play are scarce, making it challenging for him to showcase his free throw prowess. Behind the basketball hoop, 5 fans of the Trailblazers, clad in light attire, incessantly pose and gesture, attempting to distract Wang Yi as he attempts his shot. Wang Yi murmured softly, You are empty, you are empty. Form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. With a flick of his wrist, he executed a flawless free throw. On the sidelines, James observed this with a slight shake of his head and remarked to a nearby teammate, "Damn, how is this guy's free throw so reliable? Have you not noticed? He hasn't missed a single free throw since joining the Lakers." If there were any flaw in James's offensive game, it would be his inconsistency at the free throw line. Thus, he felt a twinge of envy towards Wang Yi's evident proficiency in this aspect. Next, the Trail Blazers initiated their offense. The commentator, Kevin, known for his bald head, became animated upon seeing McCollum with the ball. "Oh, CJ, shoot. Show him your prowess." He was still lost in the fantasy of CJ overpowering Wang Yi. However, no sooner had he spoken than CJ opted to pass the ball instead. Kevin was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, CJ, what are you doing?" After receiving the ball, McCollum did not attempt to take on Wang Yi. Instead, after a feigned attack, he passed to center Nurkic. Although Nurkic scored, the commentator shook his head in disbelief. "Oh, CJ, what are you doing? Are you too afraid to take on a guy who has played in 2 years?" The Trail Blazers coach, oblivious to the commentator's words, would likely want to slap him for his commentary. "I finally got CJ to calm down, and you want to stoke the flames again?" Turning back, the Lakers continued their offense. This time, the Trail Blazers focused their defense on Marc Gasol, preventing him from making effortless passes. The Lakers players were aware of Wang Yi's hot hand and were setting screens for him. Wang Yi, utilizing Caruso's cover, evaded his defender. After receiving the ball at a 45-degree angle on the right side, he assumed a shooting posture. CJ and center Nurkic of the Trail Blazers rushed toward him. The coach had just issued a stern order. They must not allow the Lakers' number one to attempt a mid-range shot. Therefore, even if it meant committing a foul, they were determined to bring him down. At this moment, Wang Yi's experience with unanswerable mid-range shots had expired. Yet, when faced with two opponents, he remained utterly composed. He executed a feigned shot, followed by a bounce pass to the waiting Drummond in the paint. Drummond had been poised for this moment. Upon receiving the ball, he leapt up, delivering a powerful two-handed dunk. The rim trembled violently. The audience was momentarily stunned, having anticipated that Wang Yi would take the shot himself, especially after having made 3 consecutive mid-range attempts. Most players in his position would have opted to shoot. Lakers head coach Vogel, though outwardly unperturbed, felt a sense of satisfaction within. This Eastern player was not merely proficient in three-pointers and mid-range shots, he possessed a keen basketball intellect. Just when everyone expected him to shoot, he unexpectedly chose to pass. A player who employs his mind on the court has the potential to greatly elevate his ceiling. The Trail Blazers head coach shook his head slightly. If this Lakers number one were only a scorer, it would be manageable. However, being both a scorer and a passer complicates matters significantly. After landing, Drummond high-fived Wang Yi, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. His offensive capabilities were rather limited. When LeBron was on the court, he could benefit from a few easy baskets. Without LeBron, he was largely reduced to rebounding and sprinting back and forth. Now, with Wang Yi delivering a fine pass, his enthusiasm reignited. As the first quarter concluded, the Lakers held a commanding lead of 16 points. This marked one of the rare instances this season where the Lakers had surged ahead by such a wide margin. This trend continued until halftime. However, the landscape shifted dramatically in the third quarter. Lillard, who had only managed 3 points in the first half, suddenly erupted. Within a mere 2 minutes, he sank 3 consecutive three-pointers, narrowing the deficit to single digits. The atmosphere in the arena exploded with excitement, the deafening cheers resonating throughout the Moda Center, almost overwhelming. Lakers head coach Vogel swiftly called a timeout, deploying a strong defensive strategy against Lillard. Yet, Lillard exuded an undeniable rogue charisma. Once he found his rhythm, it mattered not who stood in his way, he was determined to shoot freely. Following the timeout, he connected on another three-pointer and a layup. Vogel shook his head in disbelief. Against such a frenzied opponent, effective defense seemed nearly impossible. He glanced at Wang Yi on the bench, then at the clock. Only 5 minutes had elapsed in the third quarter. Traditionally, Wang Yi entered the game towards the end of the third quarter, but with Lillard in full throttle. Unable to contain him were Pope and Caruso, and LeBron was temporarily unavailable for defensive duties. Reluctant to resort to double-teaming, Vogel had no choice but to send Wang Yi in to see if he could make a difference. "Wang, are you ready?" Vogel inquired. Wang Yi cast a glance at Lillard at the far end of the court. "I shall give it a try," he murmured, though he refrained from offering a definitive affirmation. After all, who would dare to claim they could contain an unstoppable Lillard? Upon the resumption of play, the Lakers initiated the offense, with James assisting Kuzma, who successfully executed a layup. Turning back, Lillard prepared to dribble across half-court, while the other Lakers players had retreated to their defensive positions. Yet, Wang Yi did not immediately fall back. Instead, he began to exert defensive pressure on Lillard from the front court. Against a player in such a fervent state, it was utterly implausible to expect to subdue him within just a few possessions. The only viable strategy was to apply pressure from the outset, gradually depleting his stamina. This way, by the fourth quarter, as his energy waned, his shooting percentage might diminish. It was reminiscent of how Beverly defended Durant during the playoffs. With each step Lillard took forward, he had to fend off Wang Yi's attempts to steal the ball, while simultaneously using his body to push Wang Yi aside. Once he crossed half-court, he executed a sudden behind-the-back move, transferring the ball to his right hand. In the midst of this maneuver, he used his body to nudge Wang Yi to the left, before accelerating towards the right side. Although Wang Yi possesses an extraordinary lateral movement speed, he finds it challenging to swiftly return to his original position due to being pushed away. He can only retreat significantly, taking 2 steps back in an attempt to thwart Lillard. However, Lillard unexpectedly steps back beyond the three-point line and then releases a three-point shot. As Wang Yi attempted to evade, it was already too late. Whoosh! The sound that emanated from behind him allowed Wang Yi to experience the sensation felt by his opponents when he had previously scored a three-pointer over them. A twinge of regret washed over him. Although he had meticulously studied and analyzed countless game tapes of Lillard, he had never encountered him on the court. Wang Yi must also acclimate to Lillard's rhythm of dribbling and the intensity of physical confrontation. In response, James answered with a three-pointer. As the Trail Blazers mounted another offensive, Lillard refrained from bringing the ball past half-court himself, instead allowing McCollum to handle the dribbling until they reached the half-court line, at which point he received the ball. Clearly, Lillard is well aware of Wang Yi's defensive strategy. Upon receiving the pass, Lillard navigated around the three-point arc while dribbling. Wang Yi remained steadfast, his gaze fixed intently on Lillard's shoulder. Lillard, with the ball in hand, advanced towards McCollum. It was evident that he intended to utilize a screen for a three-point attempt. Lillard had perfected this maneuver to an art form. With the slightest hint of a screen and a modicum of space, he could effortlessly release his shot. At this moment, the defender was compelled to either navigate through the screen or circumvent it from the inside. However, regardless of the approach, neither could impede his shooting rhythm in time. Fortunately, at that moment, Pope promptly stepped up to double-team Lillard. Yet, Lillard suddenly retreated, positioning himself 2 meters beyond the three-point line. Boldly, he launched a three-pointer. Swish! The crowd erupted once more in a frenzy. Wang Yi shook his head repeatedly. A player like Lillard, who can shoot from beyond half-court, necessitates a double team as soon as he crosses the mid-court line. Otherwise, it becomes nearly impossible to contain him once he gains momentum. However, after adjusting over these 2 rounds, Wang Yi has begun to acclimate to Lillard's dribbling rhythm and physical intensity, coupled with his meticulous study of game footage. Having reviewed it dozens of times, he possesses an intimate understanding of Lillard's techniques and habits on the court. If pressed to exert himself to defend, he could, to some extent, limit a rampaging Lillard. Yet, the moment is not yet ripe for such an endeavor. In the third quarter, Lillard went utterly berserk. He made 5 of 8 three-point attempts, converted both of his 2-point shots, and sank all 3 free throws, amassing a staggering 22 points single-handedly, propelling his team forward. Fortunately, as the Trail Blazers sought to close the gap, LeBron also began to find his rhythm, nailing 3 three-pointers and dishing out 5 assists within the quarter, preventing Lillard from completely erasing the deficit. Wang Yi did not attempt to stifle Lillard, for it is impossible to contain a player on fire. Instead, he opted to employ double-teaming tactics with his teammates, compelling Lillard to release the ball as he crossed half-court. However, this strategy carries inherent risks, as it places the Lakers' other players at a numerical disadvantage. Yet, this is a choice one must make. 2 bottles of poison lie before you, and the decision is yours to make. Under the pressure of the double team, Lillard's scoring momentum was curtailed. Meanwhile, McCollum found his rhythm, sinking consecutive mid-range shots. As for the Lakers' other teammates, they once again faltered in the third quarter, failing to convert their three-point attempts, a persistent flaw that has plagued the team for 2 consecutive years, leaving them languishing at the bottom of the league in three-point shooting percentage. Before Wang Yi's arrival, surprisingly, the most accurate three-point shooter on the team was none other than the venerable LeBron James. Due to a lackluster performance from beyond the arc, the Trail Blazers managed to narrow the gap to a mere 4 points by the end of the third quarter. As for Wang Yi, his excessive focus on defending Damian Lillard meant that he scored little beyond 2 three-pointers during that period. During the intermission, the comments in the 10-cent NBA live stream began to reveal some discordant voices. LJ Lakers, what kind of performance is this? You're wasting my time. Those three-point attempts are utterly ridiculous. The female host, Wang Xiaoqi, expressed her concern, stating, "Why is the Lakers' three-point shooting so abysmal in the third quarter? Aside from LeBron and Wang Yi, not a single player managed to score." The host, Wang Zixing, shook his head and remarked, "Oh dear. What has happened to the Lakers' three-point shooting? Coach Wang, you were once a formidable three-point shooter yourself. Now that the Lakers are struggling, could you perhaps offer some advice?" Wang Shipeng jested, "I can offer suggestions, but they remain unheard. I can only attempt to analyze the situation. From the previous 4 matches, it appears that the most consistent three-point shooter for the Lakers is Wang Yi. However, in the third quarter, the Lakers tasked Wang Yi with the primary defense against Lillard, which drained too much of his energy. Therefore, I believe the Lakers head coach should consider assigning others to guard Lillard, allowing Wang Yi to concentrate his efforts primarily on offense." Prince Xing nodded and remarked, "Indeed, this is a viable strategy. It now depends on how the Lakers head coach will make adjustments." During the intermission, Vogel indeed made a tactical change. Wang, in the fourth quarter, let KCP take on the primary defensive role against Lillard. "Focus your energies on offense. Should an opportunity to shoot arise, take it without hesitation. Do you understand?" Wang Yi nodded in understanding. He then addressed Pop, Caruso, Kuzma, and others, instructing them to continue employing the strategy of double-teaming Lillard. If necessary, they could resort to committing early fouls to thwart his shooting attempts. In essence, they must deny him any opportunities to score. Vogel, a coach with a defensive pedigree, would not tolerate excessive mistakes from his players on the defensive end. The break passed swiftly. As the fourth quarter commenced, LeBron sat on the sidelines to rest. The Lakers' backcourt duo consisted of Schröder and Wang Yi. To be fair, Schröder possesses talent and often displays great effort. However, his performance can be inconsistent. Moreover, due to his stature, it proves challenging for him to impede opposing players' shots. Schröder made 2 quick drives at the outset. Given that the Trail Blazers' defense was lacking, he found it quite effortless to penetrate. However, upon reaching the opposing center, his decision-making became somewhat haphazard. He managed to score once, but the second attempt was promptly blocked by the rival center. Fortunately, Pop made a valiant effort to secure the ball and subsequently passed it to Wang Yi. Wang Yi, in possession of the ball at mid-range, found himself face-to-face with McCollum. Rather than attempting a shot, he pivoted away, turning his back to McCollum, and dribbled the ball beyond the three-point line. The commentator, the bald Kevin, observed this with amusement and chuckled. This fellow, faced with CJ, hesitates to take a mid-range shot. After those initial 3 consecutive mid-range attempts, he has not dared to shoot again. Can his stamina truly only last a minute at the beginning? That's rather ephemeral, isn't it? The other commentator joined in the laughter. In what sense do you mean ephemeral? Bald Kevin shrugged. In every aspect. The 2 commentators shared a mischievous laugh. Such is the nature of NBA home team commentary. They exhibit a pronounced bias towards their own team while indulging in derision of the opposition. At this moment, McCollum, noticing Wang Yi's back turned to the basket, grew somewhat complacent. However, just as Wang Yi stepped beyond the three-point line, he unexpectedly pivoted and leapt into the air. McCollum, realizing too late, rushed to contest the shot, but it was already too late. The ball soared with a flat trajectory akin to a cannonball, crashing through the hoop with a resounding thud. The rim shuddered in response. This three-pointer felt like a retort to bald Kevin's earlier remarks. Observing this, Kevin could not help but shake his head. This guy still possesses some energy. The other commentator added, "It seems he is quite enduring after all." Being a staunch supporter of CJ, bald Kevin countered, "Nevertheless, it's not over yet. I'll wager $1,000 that CJ will teach him a lesson." Turning the focus back to McCollum, he initiated an offensive play, executing a pick-and-roll with center Nurkic as he drove towards the paint. Lakers interior defender Harrell swiftly moved to provide support. McCollum executed a bounce pass, delivering the ball to the descending Nurkic. Nurkic raised the ball high with his right hand, preparing for a layup. Yet, at that moment, Wang Yi had already closed in from behind. Just as the basketball left Nurkic's fingertips, Wang Yi made contact, altering its trajectory. The ball struck the rim and ricocheted high, descending once more towards both Wang Yi and Nurkic. Wang Yi's takeoff speed was remarkable. Before Nurkic could leap again, he had already soared into the air. With a gentle flick of his left hand, he set the ball in motion towards Harrell. The audience, however, displayed no signs of astonishment. To them, it was merely a routine struggle for a rebound. Only Nurkic, acutely aware of the situation, pondered, how could this individual be so swift? Moreover, the height of his jump was astonishing. He was undoubtedly of Eastern descent, and the common perception is that Easterners typically possess average leaping ability. Yet this man was different. Turning back, Wang Yi, through a series of deft maneuvers around screens, once again found himself in an unguarded position. He struck again with a three-pointer. In less than a minute on the court, he had made 2 3-pointers and executed a block. With almost singular effort, he extended the lead to double digits. Within just a minute into the fourth quarter, the Trail Blazers found themselves halted by the onslaught, predominantly fueled by Wang Yi's prowess. As the Lakers took their seats, players rushed over to celebrate with Wang Yi, exchanging chest bumps and high fives. LeBron made a gesture with his hands as if peering through a telescope, revealing a broad smile. "Sniper, my friend, you are a sniper. You have truly opened my eyes." Vogel also approached, handing him a bottle of water, complimenting, "Well done." Meanwhile, the audience watched in disbelief as the big screen replayed Wang Yi's consecutive three-pointers, their frustration palpable. This Eastern player was infuriatingly skilled. How could his three-point shooting be so precise? To everyone's surprise, the individual who had boldly proclaimed his intent to conquer the NBA indeed possessed considerable talent. In the Tencent NBA live broadcast, Wang Zixing exclaimed, "Wang Yi's three-pointer is here." Wang Shipong nodded in acknowledgement. "Here we go." The Trail Blazers were poised to send Lillard onto the court, with the deficit widening to 10 points. If I were the coach, I would undoubtedly have Lillard play. Otherwise, if Wang Yi were to sink another 2 3-pointers, the game would become untenable. However, the Lakers were currently employing a double-team strategy against Lillard, placing the onus on the other players, particularly McCollum. Indeed, as the commentators had noted, upon returning from the timeout, the Trail Blazers brought Lillard onto the floor. The dynamic duo was ready for one last stand. Yet, the commentators did not anticipate that upon entering the game, Lillard would not take control of the ball, opting instead to play off the ball. Historically, the Trail Blazers relied heavily on their star duo, with Lillard, as the point guard, typically orchestrating plays. But now, with the Lakers' aggressive double team on Lillard, his decision to play without the ball proved to disrupt the Lakers' defensive scheme. At that moment, KCP was tasked with guarding Lillard, while McCollum held the ball on the strong side, with Lillard positioned in the weak side corner. McCollum executed a pick and roll with center Nurkic, seemingly preparing for a mid-range shot. Suddenly, without warning, Lillard sprang into action. He received McCollum's pass at the foul line and surged toward the basket, delivering a thunderous dunk. Boom! He emphatically slammed the ball through the hoop. This moment ignited the arena, a tremendous roar once again enveloping the entire venue. Turning back, Harrell of the Lakers had his dunk swatted away. The Trail Blazers launched a fast break, and the Lakers were slow to retreat. Lillard, receiving the ball beyond the three-point line, rose for a shot. Swish! The three-pointer found its mark. The Lakers' head coach's lips moved slightly. Lillard had scored 5 consecutive points, narrowing the gap to 5, and he contemplated calling a timeout. However, after a moment's hesitation, he decided to wait and see if the Lakers could respond, particularly hoping for a three-pointer from Wang Yi. Indeed, events unfolded just as he had envisioned. Wang Yi, having evaded the screen, received the pass and launched a clean three-pointer. Thud! It soared straight as an arrow, crashing through the net. The Lakers' head coach felt a sense of relief at this display. LeBron James patted the coach on the shoulder and remarked, "It's all right. You can always trust this guy's three-point shot." The coach nodded, exchanging a glance with James, both understanding the unspoken sentiment. Having such a player on the team is truly a blessing. Meanwhile, the Trail Blazers fans seethed with frustration at Wang Yi. They had been striving to close the gap for much of the game, yet every time they neared, he would emerge to disrupt their efforts. This player was utterly vexing. Undoubtedly, he was the most loathed individual in their lives. Damn that number one. How could he be so accurate? Lillard's gaze fell upon Wang Yi's back, his eyes seemingly ablaze with intensity. For an athlete of his caliber, motivation only ignites in the presence of formidable opponents. Earlier, when James was on the court, Lillard's competitive spirit was fervent. Now, with James resting on the sidelines, he found the game somewhat lackluster. It was akin to an adult deriving a sense of achievement from defeating a powerful adversary. However, if that opponent were merely a child, the victory would feel hollow. Yet, upon realizing that this child was indeed a formidable talent, his competitive drive was reignited. Turning back, Lillard continued to move without the ball. He then navigated around Nurkic's screen, received the pass, and shot a three-pointer. Swish! The three-pointer found its mark. He glanced over at Wang Yi. Wang Yi, unwilling to concede, seized the moment during a swift inbounds play by the Lakers. Upon advancing to the front court, he noticed that McCollum had yet to match up with him, leaving only the opposing center, Nurkic, in his path. With a deft feint, he executed a shooting fake, causing Nurkic to bite, as he leapt high to contest the shot. Wang Yi dribbled the ball and took a step to the right, then leaped and released the shot. Swish. Another three-pointer scored. The Trailblazers swiftly inbound the ball, and Lillard, seizing the moment before the double team arrived, charged forward. Just past the half-court line, with the double team closing in, his eyes sparkled with determination. Disregarding all else, he launched a three-pointer. Swish. Another three-pointer in. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. The arena's DJ elongated his announcement, proclaiming a logo three-pointer from Damian Lillard. Observing this, the Lakers head coach attempted to call a timeout, for Lillard's onslaught of three-pointers was overwhelming. Who could withstand such an assault? Launching threes from beyond half-court before the defense could even react? Yet, LeBron shook his head and said, "Coach, let us see if Wang Yi can respond." At that moment, the Moda Center resounded with thunderous cheers. The Lakers players, hearing this cacophony, felt as though the entire world was against them. It was as if they were ensnared in an ancient Roman Colosseum, facing a fearsome beast, while the spectators eagerly anticipated the creature tearing them apart. Amidst this overwhelming roar, every dribble taken by the Lakers felt like an uphill battle, fraught with difficulty. The communication among the Lakers players was drowned out by the deafening noise. This exemplified the terrifying nature of home court advantage. All the Lakers players wore furrowed brows, none relished the prospect of playing in such an environment, except for Wang Yi. His eyes sparkled with brilliance. The fire within him surged to a boil. He surveyed the more than 20,000 spectators, absorbing the deafening sound. His body trembled. Not from fear, but from exhilaration. This was the battle he had longed for. To confront the world single-handedly. Ever since his youth, the stronger the opponent, the more he thrived on the challenge. In his excitement, he glanced at Caruso, who appeared to struggle with the dribble. "Pass me the ball," Wang Yi demanded, extending his hand before they had even crossed half-court. Caruso hesitated for a moment but ultimately passed the ball to Wang Yi. Wang Yi seized the ball and dashed fervently towards the front court. McCollum hastily pursued Wang Yi, sprinting towards the forefront as well. Meanwhile, Lillard awaited Wang Yi's arrival at the front. If Wang Yi were to advance further, he would inevitably find himself in a precarious position. Nevertheless, undeterred, he boldly faced his opponent. Just as he crossed the midline, he saw Lillard charging towards him. With an elegant push-shot form, he released the ball early. The basketball soared across half the court, striking the backboard with a resounding thud. No one anticipated that this contest would be so exhilarating, so profoundly stirring. As the crucial moment approached, when both Lillard and Wang Yi successfully sank a logo three-pointer, the barrage of comments in the 10-cent NBA live stream erupted into a frenzy. Lillard: amazing. Wang Yi: incredible. This three-point duel is unreal. The excitement was palpable, igniting a fervor within me that words cannot adequately convey. In the live stream, Wang Xiaoqi clenched his fists tightly, his palms slick with sweat. Upon Wang Yi's successful logo three-pointer, both Wang Zixing and Wang Shipeng instinctively let out exuberant cries, "Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. It went in again. They're on fire." Just Lillard alone can elevate the atmosphere with his three-point prowess, and now, with Wang Yi joining in, I find myself at a loss for words to express my exhilaration. What kind of match is this? The crowd erupted once more, astonished by the formidable prowess of the Lakers' number one. Although there remains a long way to conquer the NBA, he certainly possesses undeniable talent. On the Lakers bench, every player stood in rapt attention, waving towels and jerseys, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Coach Vogel appeared on the verge of tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Finally, the Lakers had a reliable shooter. If Vogel were well-versed in Chinese culture, he might have exclaimed, "Goodness. I have never fought such a prosperous battle in my life." In the ensuing 5 minutes, Lillard netted 2 additional three-pointers. Wang Yi also scored 2 three-pointers. With 4 minutes remaining in the game, their duel finally came to a temporary halt. Since the beginning of the fourth quarter, in a span of 8 minutes, Lillard has successfully made 6 three-pointers. Wang Yi also scored 6 remarkable three-pointers. The entire audience, from the moment the two began their fierce exchange, stood in rapt attention. The visual impact of such a confrontation was undeniably powerful, offering an exquisite spectacle. Even the bald commentator, Kevin, could not help but exclaim, "To engage in a three-point shootout with Damian, this Eastern player is truly exceptional." Another commentator inquired, "Do you still believe CJ can overpower him?" The bald commentator chuckled awkwardly and replied, "The game is not yet over. I still hold that in these final moments, CJ has the potential to surpass him." By this point, it seemed both Wang Yi and Lillard were running low on stamina. After missing 2 consecutive three-pointers, Lillard refrained from launching any more reckless attempts. Wang Yi has missed 3 consecutive three-point attempts, prompting the head coach of the Trail Blazers to call for a timeout. At this moment, the Lakers maintain a significant lead of over 8 points. The coach of the Trail Blazers is filled with a sense of frustration. Damian Lillard has already made 11 three-pointers thus far. In previous instances of such fervent play, the Trail Blazers would have long since surged ahead. Yet today, they are faced with a formidable opponent, engaging in a fierce three-point shootout with Lillard, and still find themselves trailing by 8 points. This is undeniably disheartening. Simultaneously, he is beginning to comprehend the feelings of other teams when confronting Lillard. Having an exceptional sharpshooter on the opposing side evokes a unique sensation. Observing Wang Yi, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily, it is evident that he has exerted himself significantly in the fourth quarter. The Lakers head coach tosses a towel to Wang Yi and inquires, "Wang, are you still able to keep up with the pace?" Wang Yi gasped for breath. To be honest, he was somewhat fatigued. However, at such a moment, it was imperative to persevere through gritted teeth. He nodded and said, "I can still manage." Vogel recognized that Wang Yi's stamina had nearly reached its limits. After all, he had been relegated to the bench for a considerable time. Suddenly, having to play over 20 minutes consecutively, even completing the fourth quarter, posed a tremendous challenge to his endurance. Particularly today, Wang Yi had exchanged shots with Lillard in the fourth quarter, attempting a total of 8 shots. This took a significant toll on his physical condition. Contemplating this, he subtly nodded to James, indicating that the final minutes should be orchestrated by him. James acknowledged with a nod in return. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. During the Trail Blazers' offensive play, the ball temporarily shifted to other players. Clearly, Lillard was fatigued as well. He had played longer than Wang Yi and frequently faced double teams, which further drained his stamina. Meanwhile, the Lakers had James managing the game. Wang Yi momentarily refrained from seeking cover, instead positioning himself in the corner to await a pass for a shot. The Trail Blazers executed 3 consecutive plays, with McCollum and Nurkic successfully utilizing pick-and-rolls to score. On the Lakers' side, Wang Yi attempted a three-pointer but failed to convert, as did LeBron James. The score was equalized. With merely 2 minutes remaining in the game, the Lakers called a timeout. Upon resuming, LeBron penetrated the lane and scored. However, during the Trail Blazers' offensive play, Lillard missed a three-pointer. The rebound was secured by Nurkic, but his putback attempt was unsuccessful. McCollum reclaimed the rebound and attempted another putback, yet it also failed to find the net. Undeterred, McCollum retrieved the ball once more and finally managed to score 2 points. This sequence saw the Trail Blazers snatch 3 offensive rebounds, allowing them to take the lead. The momentum surged. After scoring, McCollum let out a triumphant roar, exclaiming, "Ah!" The commentary from the bald announcer echoed the excitement. "Look at CJ, it's CJ. At this moment, he is a deity. I told you he would dominate that guy." Conversely, the Lakers displayed a somber demeanor, having relinquished 3 crucial defensive rebounds at such a pivotal moment. This proved detrimental and disheartening for the team. The crowd's fervor crescendoed once more. The Lakers promptly called for another timeout. In the Tencent NBA livestream, Wang Zixing expressed his regret. "Oh dear. The Lakers really squandered those defensive rebounds." Wang Shipong shook his head repeatedly, expressing his dismay. It was far too demoralizing. Despite having successfully defended for 24 seconds, they inexplicably relinquished 3 consecutive rebounds, allowing the Trail Blazers to take the lead. This was undeniably disheartening. The Lakers must address their rebounding issues. They clearly held a significant advantage in the paint, yet at such a critical juncture, they surrendered 3 rebounds. This should not have occurred. Vogel, visibly frustrated, shouted at the players on the bench, "Rebounds, rebounds. Can you all please wake up? We need to secure the boards." At this moment, Wang Yi suddenly recalled that he still had a rebound experience card yet to be utilized. He had become so engrossed in the game, particularly during his intense three-point duel with Lillard, that he lost himself in the competition. In his fervor to triumph over his opponent, he had forgotten all about the rebound experience card. In his mind, he activated the card. Basic rebound experience card. Upon activation, positioning for rebounds increases by 50, and judgment of rebound trajectories improves by 50. Duration of use, 5 minutes. Wang Yi listened attentively to the system's notification, his gaze fixed upon the Trail Blazers players across the court. From this moment forth, he vowed not to miss a single rebound. Mastering the rebounds equated to mastering the game. With merely 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining, the Lakers trailed the Trail Blazers by 2 points, the score standing at 118 to 120. The Lakers head coach was incensed by the team's failure to secure 3 crucial rebounds, persistently emphasizing the importance of rebounding to his players. Meanwhile, the Trail Blazers coach was strategizing their defense. You must focus on 2 key points. One is LeBron James, guard against his drives and his three-point shots. The other is number 1, be vigilant against his three-point attempts. If necessary, apply double coverage. Do not allow him any opportunity to shoot from beyond the arc. Wang Yi's threat from beyond the arc is indeed formidable. Although he has missed 4 consecutive three-point attempts recently, at this critical moment, the Trail Blazers coach would rather grant other Lakers players open shots than allow Wang Yi an opportunity to shoot from long range. At this juncture, every fan in the arena rose to their feet, many clasping their hands in silent prayer. Viewers at home felt their hearts racing, adrenaline surging. Upon resuming play, LeBron James orchestrated the offense. The DJ rallied the 20,000 fans, who chanted in unison, "Defense! Defense! Defense!" The synchronized roar of the crowd was a forceful and oppressive presence, nearly suffocating the Lakers players. Each member of the Lakers felt as though the entire world was their adversary. The Trail Blazers opted against double-teaming. James's current drives lacked the incisiveness of his prime. There was no need for such tactics. James displayed his bulldozer style once more, executing a simple change of direction and using his body to power past Anthony. Driving toward the paint, Nurkic of the Trail Blazers awaited him inside, while Lillard rushed over to provide help. James delivered a no-look pass to KCP. Stationed at the left corner beyond the three-point line, KCP, with decisive intent, launched a three-pointer. The basketball soared, carrying the hopes of the entire Lakers community towards the hoop. Thud! It struck the front of the rim and ricocheted high into the air. A chill swept through the hearts of all Lakers players. While the Trail Blazers reveled in their concealed delight, the rebound was destined to fall closest to Nurkic, who had already claimed his position, ready to leap as the ball descended within his reach. However, at that moment, a purple figure suddenly leaped high from behind him. With outstretched arms, he seized the rebound. Everyone recognized this figure as the Lakers' number 1, a shooting guard standing at 192 meters. Surprise rippled through the crowd. How could this player snatch the rebound from a center? NBA players are known for their quick reflexes, and although the Trail Blazers were astonished by Wang Yi's vertical leap, they were not slow to react. In an instant, 3 Trail Blazers players surrounded Wang Yi, reaching out to strip the ball away. Wang Yi, however, had already passed the ball to Zhuangshin before they could intercept. Zhuangshin, using his strength to fend off his opponent, attempted a shot off the backboard. Yet, his ability to capitalize on the opportunity was regrettably limited. While contending with his adversary, he lost his own balance. The basketball danced precariously on the rim, bouncing twice before it ricocheted back out. At that moment, Nurkic and Anthony had secured their positions, ensuring that no Lakers player could seize the rebound. However, as the two reached out to grasp the ball, Wang Yi's figure suddenly soared from behind them. Positioned unfavorably, it was impossible for him to directly seize the rebound. Yet, with a delicate flick of his fingertips, the descending basketball ascended once more. Nurkic, taken aback, instinctively maneuvered to secure his position and called out to Anthony, "Get the rebound." Anthony, of course, was already prepared. However, before he could leap, Wang Yi sprang up once again from behind Nurkic. With another gentle touch of his fingertips, he sent the ball soaring. This time, its point of descent hovered directly above his head. Wang Yi leapt for the 3rd time, snatching the rebound with his left hand. Before even landing, he swiftly passed it to James, cutting in from the wing. James caught the ball and slammed it through the hoop with both hands. Boom. 120 to 120 tie. This play left every fan in the Trail Blazers home arena with a bitter taste in their mouths. 3 of their players had scrambled for the rebound, yet they were outmatched by a single Lakers player. The commentator, Bald Kevin, pounded the table in frustration. "What are our players doing? How can they let this Eastern player strut around like he owns the place? CJ, are you sleepwalking?" The Trail Blazers head coach shook his head repeatedly. If it had been Drummond dominating their paint, that would have been understandable. But to be humiliated like this, a 192-meter guard snatching a rebound in their interior in such a manner, was simply disgraceful. Meanwhile, the entire Lakers team was electrified by Wang Yi's rebound, their morale soaring. Teammates rushed over to high-five him. "KCP, bro, are you made of springs?" "Drummond, did you steal my rebounding skills?" "Kuzma, beautiful play." James wore an astonished expression. "Who do I see?" "The Worm, Dennis Rodman." "Oh, how lucky I am to play alongside the Worm." On the next possession, the Trail Blazers attacked. Lillard, still playing off-ball, intended to catch the ball, take one dribble, use a screen, and shoot, his signature move. But to his surprise, the Lakers' defenders were slow to close out. There was a single defender within 4 meters of him. The court stretched open before him, vast and empty. This unfamiliar freedom unsettled him. The boundless horizon was not his comfort zone. When had he ever had this much space? And catching and shooting immediately wasn't his rhythm. Yet, not taking the shot would be inexcusable. So he adjusted with a brief dribble before releasing the ball, perhaps due to exhaustion or the shot being outside his usual rhythm. The ball didn't just miss, it sailed clean over the rim, an air ball that flew past the backboard. Players from both teams had crowded the paint, ready to battle for the rebound. No one expected such a wild miss. They could only watch helplessly as the ball soared over their heads, descending toward the left baseline, inches from going out of bounds. But then, a flash of purple was already waiting there, effortlessly collecting the rebound. It was Wang Yi. Everyone froze. When had he gotten to that spot? He'd been at the top of the key just moments ago. Of course, they didn't know. Wang Yi had activated a rebounding boost card, enhancing his ability to predict rebound trajectories by 50. The moment Lillard released the shot, he knew it would be an air ball. So he had sprinted to the landing spot long before anyone else reacted. Naturally, he arrived first. Wang Yi received the ball and passed it to LeBron James, who attempted to initiate a fast break. However, the Trailblazers, typically lackluster in defense, surprisingly retreated with remarkable speed this time. Unable to execute the fast break, James raised his hand in a calming gesture, signaling to slow down the play. The other 3 Lakers players took their positions while Wang Yi continuously moved around screens, awaiting James' playmaking at the top of the key. James then dribbled slowly beyond the 3-point line, biding his time. After more than 20 seconds, he took 2 lateral steps to the left. At this moment, the entire world knew he was going to shoot a 3-pointer. Carmelo Anthony certainly did, immediately leaping to block. Yet, knowing and defending are 2 different matters. Standing tall, James suddenly gathered the ball and added a slight fadeaway, making it nearly impossible to stop. Despite Anthony's solid defense, James released the shot. Swish. A 3-pointer. The crowd could only shake their heads in resignation. This was LeBron. This was James. The whole world recognized his feints, yet stopping him remained an insurmountable challenge. On the next possession, Damian Lillard received the ball, used a screen, and drained a 3-pointer, 123-123, tying the game once more. With only 58 seconds left, the Lakers committed a costly turnover, allowing the Trailblazers to counter. C.J. McCollum and Jusuf Nurkic executed a pick-and-roll, resulting in a crucial mid-range jumper, 123-125. The Lakers now trailing by 2. As the Lakers advanced, the Trailblazers arena erupted in thunderous chants of defense, waves of sound threatening to overwhelm them. James, receiving the ball at the top, used Andre Drummond's screen to create space. True to his nature, after sinking 1-3, he didn't hesitate to attempt another. This time, however, clang. The ball ricocheted off the rim. The Trailblazers secured the rebound flawlessly, with 3 players boxing out and Nurkic claiming the board. The Lakers, resigned to the missed opportunity, retreated to defend. Then, in a flash of purple lightning, a figure soared from the perimeter. Anthony caught sight of the purple blur and shouted, "Watch out." But it was already too late. Wang Yi soared high from behind Nurkic, effortlessly grabbing the basketball with his left hand midair. With a sudden burst of power, he forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, as if struck by thunder on a clear day. Oh my goodness! This guy. This extraordinary individual, how could it be him once again? Unbelievable! The commentator exclaimed in astonishment. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Who is this number 1 from the Lakers? We must know his name to pay homage to his prowess. He is Wang, the king hailing from the land of Huaxia. Though it pains me to admit, Wang Yi performed exceptionally well in this match. Kevin, the bald commentator, finally acknowledged Wang Yi's brilliance after that play, dunking over our 4 Trailblazers players. His leaping ability is simply extraordinary. On the sidelines, Lakers players waved their towels like sheets caught in a tempest, fluttering wildly. On the court, the Lakers players raised their hands in unison. Oh Wang, you are my deity. Wang, how on earth do you achieve this? The Tencent NBA live stream was inundated with comments. 666, 666, 6666. Ego, you are eternal. Explosive, absolutely explosive. This moment will be celebrated for a lifetime. Meanwhile, thoughts of Xiang Gu resurfaced. Where is that fellow known for his absurd live streams? In such a scenario, how could he dare to show his face? He must have long since vanished. In the Tencent NBA live stream, Wang Xiaoqi excitedly clenched his fist, exclaiming, Wang Yi is so handsome. How can a person be this handsome? Prince Xing was overwhelmed with excitement, exclaiming, "Goodness! What an explosive moment! How many of our Huaxiao players could achieve such a remarkable slam over the heads of 4 opposing players?" In a moment of exhilaration, Wang Shipong, with a touch of rational analysis, remarked, as the other players of the Lakers retreated on defense, the Trailblazers had 4 individuals safeguarding the rebound, which led to a moment of complacency on their part. It was precisely this opportunity that Wang Yi seized, executing a successful putback dunk. One cannot deny that this play required not only an astute judgment of the rebound's trajectory, but also a keen understanding of the opposing player's psychology. Wang Yi is truly a player of remarkable basketball intelligence. Prince Xing nodded and said, "Considering the progress we've made thus far, can we not take pride in Wang Yi as fans of Huaxia?" Wang Shipong nodded in agreement, stating, "Of course, at least from our current perspective, we should take pride in him. As for his claims of conquering the NBA, I believe there is no need for excessive scrutiny. Youth is often marked by a certain audacity. Who among us has not experienced a time of youthful exuberance?" On the court, several players from the Trailblazers appeared somewhat disheartened, having presumed that the rebound was unequivocally theirs. Little did they anticipate the emergence of this remarkable individual. How could this Eastern player possess such extraordinary leaping ability? Meanwhile, the Trailblazers head coach had reached a boiling point. He forcefully slammed the tactical board to the ground, unleashing a torrent of invective towards his players. The previous incident, where this Lakers player had snatched the rebound, had already brought him to the brink of fury. Now, witnessing 4 of his players vie for the rebound only to be outdone by this rival, and subsequently having him perform a putback dunk over them, was an affront of the highest order. In his rage, he even stepped onto the court, prepared to chase after the players to berate them. An assistant coach hastily restrained him, pulling him back to the sidelines. If he went too far, he risked receiving a technical foul. After regaining a modicum of composure, the Trailblazers head coach promptly called for a timeout. As the players returned to the bench, they were subjected to a scathing reprimand from their coach. Naturally, he refrained from directing his ire towards Good, whose background was beyond his capacity to challenge. "Can you not exhibit a bit more fortitude? Can you not be tougher? A solitary Eastern player has bested you all? Stand firm. Fight like men. Do you understand? The court is a battlefield for men. If you are men, then fight. If not, then return home." After enduring this tirade, the Trailblazers players re-entered the court, their eyes ablaze with determination. They sought to channel the frustration they felt from their coach into their performance against the Lakers. As the Trailblazers initiated their offensive, the audience remained on their feet, silent in their anticipation, fearful of disrupting the players' rhythm. Thus, within the arena filled with 20,000 spectators, the only sounds heard were the rhythmic thuds of the basketball against the hardwood floor, akin to the beat of their collective hearts. In this moment, the Trailblazers indeed fought fiercely. Lillard, opting not to take the shot, passed to McCollum, who then relayed the ball to Anthony. Anthony, backing down against Drummond, drew a foul as he pivoted to shoot. Subsequently, he converted both free throws, bringing the score to 125-127, with the Trailblazers leading by 2 points. With just 8 seconds remaining on the clock, the atmosphere erupted once more. The Lakers head coach requested a timeout. As the Trailblazers players exited the court, their coach exchanged high-fives with each of them. "Now that is how men behave. But it is still not enough. I need you to show even more resolve. Defend against their final attack. Do not squander the efforts of this evening. If we can hold them off, we shall secure our position as the 6th seed in the West, while they will be left beneath our feet." With only 8 seconds remaining in the game, the score stood at 125-127, with the Lakers trailing by 2 points and in possession of the ball. The entire audience was on their feet, hearts racing, palms slick with sweat. Although the Trailblazers held a narrow lead, in the NBA, miracles can occur, and 8 seconds can feel like an eternity. The commentator, Kevin, took a sip of water, attempting to quell his anxiety, yet found it utterly ineffective. His voice trembled slightly, a departure from its usual steadiness. Beside him, his partner inquired, "Kevin, are you all right?" Kevin chuckled nervously. "Of course, we are leading by 2 points. I feel fantastic. If we can just defend against the Lakers' final play, victory will be ours. We will have a 4-game lead over them, relegating them to the play-in tournament." At this juncture, the Trailblazers coach emphasized the importance of defense, particularly against 3-point attempts, ensuring they did not afford the Lakers any opportunities beyond the arc. Of course, they would also need to guard against 2-point shots, particularly wary of LeBron's potential drive to the basket. Remember, do not commit fouls. We are already at our limit, and any foul will result in free throws. The Trailblazers players nodded in agreement. Yet, it was evident that a few younger players wore expressions of relative ease, having yet to experience the harsh realities of competition. To their minds, leading by 2 points with 8 seconds remaining felt almost secure. While the NBA is indeed a place where miracles can happen, they reasoned, if such miracles were easily achievable, they would not be deemed miraculous. On the Lakers bench, the head coach devised a strategy, stating, Drummond will inbound the ball, with LeBron setting a screen at the free throw line for King. King will circle around LeBron towards the baseline, feigning a three-point attempt. Anticipating the threat of King's three-pointer, the defense will surely collapse on him. At that moment, LeBron will move from the free throw line to receive the ball at the top of the key. Once he catches it, he must release a three-point shot within 3 seconds. The other players will battle for the rebound. Should the three-pointer fail, we will still have a chance for a putback. Upon seeing the coach's drawn-up play, James turned to Vogel and asked, "Is this the same play as before?" Vogel nodded, albeit with a hint of discomfort. Back when James was with the Heat, they had faced Vogel's Pacers in the playoffs. With 2 seconds remaining, the Heat executed this very play. Although the initial plan had been for James to take the shot that would seal their victory, no one anticipated he would instead opt for a driving layup that ultimately triumphed over the Pacers. This time around, James had 2 options, a three-pointer or a drive to the basket. Vogel understood that he would likely choose the three-pointer, as he had grown older and must now safeguard his body, avoiding excessive exertion during the regular season. Wang Yi felt a twinge of envy upon witnessing the situation. This was the stature of a superstar. In the most critical moments, the most pivotal shot was invariably entrusted to the superstar. When would he himself attain such prominence? At that moment, LeBron James pondered briefly before shaking his head and stating, "Coach, I believe we should consider employing a new strategy." The head coach, taken aback by this suggestion, glanced at Wang Yi before turning back to James. "The new strategy was devised just yesterday, and we have scarcely practiced each new approach more than 10 times. It is likely that everyone is still quite unaccustomed to it." Just the previous day, the coach had tailored 5 three-point shooting strategies specifically for Wang Yi. However, deploying them at this juncture, given the team's lack of familiarity, seemed overly audacious. Moreover, there was an unspoken concern that Vogel did not articulate. Wang Yi had missed all 4 of his previous attempts. How could he be entrusted with the ball in such a critical moment? Being the astute individual he was, James naturally perceived Vogel's underlying implication. He then proposed, "Let us utilize the simplest of the strategies, the pick and roll, which everyone has already mastered." He then turned to Wang Yi and inquired, "The pressing question now is, Wang, do you still possess the confidence to make the shot?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yi felt an overwhelming surge of emotions. His eyes sparkled with intensity, and his body trembled slightly from sheer excitement. Of course, he provided an exceedingly affirmative response. Would 4 consecutive missed shots undermine his confidence? Nonsense. With a three-point shooting percentage of 45, it was only reasonable to expect success this time. Even if, by some misfortune, he failed to score again, what of it? People would merely accuse James of shirking responsibility in critical moments. After all, the blame would not fall on him. As the saying goes, if he succeeded, it would be attributed to his prowess. If he failed, it would reflect poorly on James. Such a favorable scenario was too good to pass up. Thus, Wang Yi felt no psychological burden whatsoever. Observing the confidence exuded by both James and Wang Yi, the head coach turned his attention to the other players. The rest of the Lakers nodded in agreement. With their leader expressing faith, they had no choice but to support him. Finally, the timeout concluded, and the players returned to the court. Zhuangshan initiated the sideline throw-in. The other Lakers players swiftly set screens for James, ensuring he received the ball. Positioned beyond the left three-point line, James dribbled slowly, while the other players shifted to the right side at a 45-degree angle. Witnessing this, everyone anticipated a one-on-one showdown for James. The commentators' voices heightened with urgency. "James is going for a solo play. We must contain him. Ensure he is guarded." In the 10-cent NBA live stream, Wang Zixing clenched his fists. "James is going for a one-on-one. Can he overpower Anthony?" Wang Shipong speaks rapidly, while others spread out. James isolates for a one-on-one play. This was a common occurrence during his time with the Heat. However, the present-day James has aged. Can he still execute such a pivotal play at this crucial moment? Just as all eyes are fixated on James, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. The other 3 players from the Lakers suddenly form a wall on the right side at a 45-degree angle. At this moment, the attention of the Trailblazers players is solely on James, causing their reaction to be slightly delayed. Wang Yi sprang into action, deftly maneuvering through the human wall. "McCollum, who was tasked with defending him, reacted a moment too late and hurriedly attempted to squeeze through the throng. However, once Wang Yi had passed, the human wall shifted inward, effectively blocking his pursuit. McCollum urgently shouted to his teammates, "Provide support, quickly." Yet, with the Lakers players forming a solid line, the other Trailblazers could only encircle from the periphery, leaving the situation in disarray. No one could ascertain who should chase after Wang Yi. Consequently, there was not a single player behind Wang Yi capable of closing the gap in time. At this juncture, Wang Yi and LeBron formed a localized 2-on-1 situation. LeBron executed a swift change of direction, driving toward the three-point arc. Anthony promptly retreated a step to defend. In that moment, LeBron gently flicked the ball backward with his right hand. Wang Yi arrived just in time. At the apex of the arc, precisely in the center, James's pass was exceptionally smooth. Wang Yi received the ball with both hands, requiring no adjustments. He bent his knees, propelled himself off the ground, leaped into the air, raised his arms, and flicked his wrist. The force surged from his toes to the fingertips of his left hand. With a flick of his wrist, he released the ball. In a seamless blend of offense and defense, he executed a crucial block and decisive shot. Apart from the Los Angeles Lakers, the entire world of basketball fans was astonished that it was Wang Yi, the previously struggling substitute, who had missed 4 consecutive shots, who took this pivotal attempt. In this moment of unexpected brilliance, Wang Yi made his move. At the Moda Center, 20,000 spectators held their breath in anticipation. Meanwhile, millions of viewers watched in silence from their screens, their hearts racing. Should the shot succeed, the Lakers would trail the Trailblazers by merely 2 victories. If it failed, the gap would widen to 4, rendering a comeback nearly impossible. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the basketball soared across the dazzling ceiling of the Moda Center, resembling an orange meteor plummeting toward the hoop. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, the scene suspended in anticipation. With a resounding thud, the meteor struck the ground, the basketball thunderously swished through the net. 128-127. The Lakers surged ahead by a single point. The Moda Center erupted into chaos. Thousands of spectators clasped their heads in disbelief. Oh no. Others covered their faces in despair. Damn it. The remaining audience stared in astonishment at the court, fixated on the player clad in the purple jersey, number 1. Nearly all of the Lakers players raised their arms in jubilation, roaring with excitement. In the Tencent NBA live stream chat, other words faded away, replaced by an outpouring of admiration for Egus 6666666666666666666 666666666 Ego YYDS. In the broadcast studio, when the camera was not focused on him, Wang Shaoqi leaped up in exhilaration, his fist clenched, looking utterly adorable. Prince Xing, overwhelmed with excitement, exclaimed in a voice that cracked, "Oh my heavens, the ball is in. It's Wang Yi. It's Wang Yi. Wang Yi has made this crucial 3-pointer." Wang Shipong was equally exhilarated, his words bursting forth with fervor. "My goodness. A pivotal basket. A pivotal basket. I have dreamt countless times of a player from our Huaxia making such a crucial shot in the NBA. Once, it was Yao Ming who accomplished this, and now, it is Wang Yi." However, at this juncture, both men were momentarily taken aback. Yao Ming had once faced the Trailblazers and made a near buzzer beater, only to be countered by the Blazers star, Brandon Roy, who sank a long 3-pointer with just 0.8 seconds remaining, a moment that remains a profound regret for Huaxia fans. Today, Wang Yi once again confronted the Trailblazers and executed a near buzzer beater. Yet, 3.8 seconds still remained on the clock for the Blazers. Their star, Damian Lillard, is notorious for his ability to deliver in clutch moments. As the saying goes, when it comes to Lillard, one must always watch the clock before counting him out. In a moment of exhilaration, Wang Shipong remarked, "The Lakers must exercise caution. With only 3.8 seconds remaining, they cannot afford to be complacent." Prince Xing nodded, acknowledging that with only 3.8 seconds remaining, the Lakers must defend against both 3-point and 2-point attempts. However, given Lillard's nature, it is highly probable that he will opt for a 3-point shot. Thus, the primary focus must be on defending against the 3-pointer. This, however, poses a significant challenge for the Lakers. With 3.8 seconds left, there is still an opportunity for another pass. No player on the Lakers can effectively defend Lillard one-on-one. And should they resort to double teaming, Lillard would easily find an open teammate. In the arena, following Wang Yi's successful basket, the Trailblazers immediately called for a timeout. The assistant coach presented a new tactical board. Without uttering a word, the head coach sketched out a strategy. The plan was simple. The others would set screens for Lillard, allowing him to receive the ball. The rest would be left to Lillard's expertise. At this moment, The Lakers head coach faced a perplexing dilemma. Should he double-team Lillard or stick to man-to-man defense? A single defender would likely be insufficient, as the memory of Lillard's long-range game winner against Paul George remains vivid. However, double-teaming would inevitably leave someone open, which is simply intolerable. Wang Yi discerned the coach's predicament. At that moment, he was exhilarated as if he were about to ignite. He eagerly volunteered, "Coach, allow me to defend Lillard one-on-one." All the Lakers players turned in astonishment to Wang Yi upon hearing his declaration. At present, no one dared to claim they could defend Lillard single-handedly, not even LeBron. When Wang Yi previously defended Lillard one-on-one, he could only manage to slightly restrict him. At present, there exists no individual in this world brave enough to make such bold claims about completely subduing him. What fuels Wang Yi's unwavering confidence? As James observed the fierce determination etched on Wang Yi's face, a flicker of recognition stirred within him, reminiscent of his own youthful fervor. Unable to restrain himself, he glanced towards the coach. Vogel, having caught his gaze, was evidently seeking James's counsel. Ultimately, James remarked, based on Wang Yi's recent defensive performances, he stands out as one of the prime candidates to guard Lillard. Vogel nodded slightly in agreement and addressed Wang Yi, "You will take the assignment, but exercise caution to avoid fouls." Wang Yi nodded in understanding. As play resumed, both teams returned to the court, and the atmosphere once again grew tense, with the hearts of everyone present rising to their throats, whether they were supporters of the Trail Blazers or the Lakers. The referee blew the whistle to signal the continuation of the game. The Trail Blazers players executed several screens to create an opportunity for Lillard to receive the ball. At the very moment Lillard caught the ball, Wang Yi had already positioned himself. Lillard, upon receiving the ball, made a feint to shoot, intending to draw a foul from Wang Yi. However, Wang Yi was well aware of this tactic and remained unfazed. As he lunged forward, he skillfully halted his advance, raising his hands high in a clear display of defense. Seeing his attempt to draw a foul thwarted, Lillard dribbled back a step towards the midcourt. With a simple crossover move, he deftly shifted direction, but during the crossover dribble, he struck the ball with considerable force using his left hand. Wang Yi astutely perceived this nuance. After meticulously analyzing and studying countless recordings of Lillard, he discerned that Lillard's left-hand dribble, prior to executing a right-step retreat, was significantly more forceful than usual. Indeed, following Lillard's swift crossover, he retreated to the right, mirroring that fateful shot against George from years past. However, unlike George's helplessness in that moment, Wang Yi swiftly shifted his position, executing a large lateral move with astonishing speed. His extraordinary lateral agility proved to be of paramount importance at this juncture. Lillard felt a slight shock. This individual had anticipated his move. Yet, the moment demanded action. He had no choice but to release the shot. Regardless of who stood before him, he was determined to seal the fate of the game. He elevated himself, even leaning back slightly to evade a block. He released the ball. The basketball soared from his fingertips toward the basket. However, it traveled less than a meter before a hand abruptly appeared, defiantly intercepting its trajectory. Thud. The ball collided with that hand, plummeting like a wounded eagle. Beep. The final buzzer sounded. The red light illuminated. The game concluded. In that instant, the gaze of millions of fans, whether supporters of the Trail Blazers or the Lakers, converged upon the owner of that hand. Los Angeles Lakers, number 1. Wang Yi. On the night of the 65th match, the owner of this hand did not lower it. He gazed at the illuminated lights and listened to the whistle's echo. His left hand was raised high, clenched into a tight fist. There were no extravagant celebratory gestures. He simply maintained this stance, standing in quietude. In that moment, it seemed as if the entire world revolved around him. All the players, referees, and staff present, the 20,000 fans in attendance, and the millions of viewers before their screens were all fixated upon this man, a player from the East, number 1 of the Lakers, Wang Yi. In the Tencent NBA live broadcast room, the barrage of comments has become overwhelming. Igu, Igu, Igu. Igu Igu ascends to glory in a single battle. Igu is magnificent. Igu V5. Igu is eternal. Igu is a legend. In the broadcast hall, Wang Xiaoqi was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears nearly brimmed in her eyes. We have triumphed. We have triumphed. Wang Yi blocked Lillard's shot. Prince Xing was so exhilarated that he transformed. Wang Yi blocked Lillard. Wang Yi blocked Lillard. My heavens, in that pivotal moment of offense and defense, Wang Yi has truly made his mark. Wang Shipeng was already brimming with tears of joy. The scene that we, the fans of Huaxia, had longed for has finally come to fruition. A crucial three-pointer turned the tide, and a pivotal block sealed the victory. The countless times that Lillard had delivered a last-second blow to our opponents, this time, our player thwarted his attempt. Today is a celebration for us, the fans of Huaxia. We can take pride and feel a sense of honor, for we have produced such a remarkable player. I find myself at a loss for words to describe my current emotions. I am certain that the fans of Huaxia watching from their screens share my sentiments. We have waited far too long for this day. In a university cafeteria in Huaxia, nearly 100 students erupted in ecstatic cheers. We won. EG's block. The Lakers triumphed. At a nearby vegetable stall, a vendor, overwhelmed with excitement, abruptly stood up, discarding his cigarette and knocking over a bottle of water, seemingly oblivious to the chaos around him. Damn it. Damn it. We, the people of Huaxia, have finally stood tall in the NBA. A small business owner, having just closed a deal, hurried back to his office and opened the live stream. He witnessed the moment of Wang Yi's decisive block and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow. Well done." Two employees passing by paused, exchanging glances, surprised by their boss's fervor. He had celebrated larger deals before, yet never with such enthusiasm. A similar scene unfolded in various corners of Huaxia. At the Moda Center, 20,000 spectators sat in hushed silence, intently watching the replay on the big screen, hoping to see a foul on the Huaxia player's block. However, the screen clearly displayed that the Huaxia player had blocked Lillard's shot from half a meter away, leaping high into the air to intercept the ball without any physical contact. In fact, it seemed he even made a foot-retracting motion upon landing, perhaps to avoid any accidental collision with Lillard's descent. This was worlds apart from the dirty tactics of those who deliberately trip others. For a player who executed a critical shot and cleanly blocked Lillard's attempt, there was nothing but respect from those who witnessed it. Meanwhile, on the court, Lakers players rushed over, surrounding Wang Yi in jubilation. LeBron James affectionately ruffled Wang Yi's hair, exclaiming, "You did it? Oh my God, you actually did it. Unbelievable." Caruso embraced Wang Yi tightly, shouting, "Bro, you achieved what I always wanted to accomplish. Damn, I don't even know how to praise you. That was a magnificent shot and an exquisite block, truly remarkable." Once the Lakers celebrated, the Trail Blazers players approached to bid farewell. Despite the competitive nature of the game, camaraderie existed beyond the court. After embracing and exchanging words with LeBron, Lillard stepped in front of Wang Yi. "Wang, I will remember this block. Next time, I will not grant you any opportunity." Wang Yi nodded. "Perhaps next time I shall employ a different approach." Upon finishing his words, both men erupted into hearty laughter. Lillard sincerely praised, "That was indeed an impressive block. My friend, I see now that you are speaking the truth." Wang Yi was well aware of the remark that Lillard was alluding to. He replied, "If you truly know me, you would understand that I never boast." Lillard chuckled. "I am looking forward to it." Following this exchange, the other players from the Trail Blazers came over to bid farewell to Wang Yi. However, McCollum remained aloof, not engaging with any of the Lakers players. He kept his head down, silent, as he walked towards the player tunnel. Today marked the open day for the Trail Blazers locker room. Upon his return to the locker room, McCollum was confronted by a middle-aged reporter's question. "CJ, do you recall the question I posed during the pregame press conference? At that time, you stated that you did not know Wang. I assume you are now familiar with him. In this game, he scored 35 points, recorded 6 blocks, and grabbed 5 rebounds. What advice do you have for this player from Huaxia?" These reporters were not only malicious in their inquiries directed at Wang Yi, they were all like flies buzzing around, seeking out any morsel of controversy. The question was indeed rather pointed. McCollum's expression visibly darkened. However, he could not afford to lose his temper during the interview. Firstly, if he provoked these reporters, one could never tell how they would spin their narratives. Secondly, showing anger would not serve to uphold his positive image. He could only suppress his rising frustration, shaking his head while removing his jersey, and remarked, "He has already scored nearly 40 points. What further advice could I possibly offer?" Meanwhile, on the court, an ESPN reporter conducted an interview with Wang Yi. By now, Wang Yi was quite accustomed to post-game interviews. The female reporter posed a pointed question. "Wang, McCollum stated before the game that he did not know you. Do you think he recognizes you now?" This was yet another attempt to incite conflict. Wang Yi, with a casual remark, deftly sidestepped a potential pitfall. There exists a distinction between Easterners and Westerners. Often, Easterners perceive many Westerners as looking quite alike, while Westerners similarly view many Easterners as indistinguishable. He might think that I resemble other Easterners. Observing Wang Yi's nimble evasion of the trap, a reporter inquired, "Damian Lillard frequently delivers clutch performances against other teams. Today, however, you outshone him. How does that feel?" This, too, was a potential snare. Should Wang Yi's response reveal even a hint of triumph, it would surely incite the ire of the entire Trail Blazers team, leading to a fierce rivalry when facing the Lakers in the future. Thus, Wang Yi's reply was artfully crafted. How does it feel to witness Damian's clutch moments against other teams? That is precisely how I feel at this moment. Wang Yi once again deftly sidestepped the journalist's trap. The sensation of Lillard's game-winning shot against others is precisely the feeling I experience. Consequently, the Trailblazers are unlikely to harbor any profound animosity towards Wang Yi. After all, this is how your star player conducts himself. The beautiful reporter posed one final question. Do you have any remarks regarding the upcoming opponent? Wang Yi remarked, I am weary. All I desire now is to return home and rest, nothing else. The beautiful reporter, having concluded her 3 inquiries, could only manage a wry smile. This individual possesses remarkable emotional intelligence and exhibits an astute quickness of thought. Extracting any sensational material from him proves exceedingly challenging. Ultimately, she had no choice but to bid farewell to Wang Yi. Subsequently, he noticed 2 East Asian figures on the sidelines, a female reporter and a cameraman, preparing to interview today's subjects. James had already been interviewed, and Lillard also had his share of inquiries. Wang Yi was also arranged for the press early on. They could only make do with some role players. Wang Yi immediately summoned his staff, pointing at the 2 individuals with Eastern features, and requested, please arrange an interview for them. This request was not unreasonable. The staff promptly set about making the arrangements. 2 minutes later, the female journalist and her cameraman approached briskly, both appearing quite exhilarated. Wang Yi, it is truly unexpected and delightful to have the opportunity to interview you. I am Lei Wei, a reporter for Tencent Sports stationed in Portland, and this is my partner. Wang Yi nodded politely and extended his hand to shake with the cameraman from the peacekeeping unit. It is worth mentioning that Tencent Sports possesses exceptionally high standards when selecting reporters, particularly regarding their appearance. Every female journalist is a sight to behold. While there are numerous attractive reporters covering the NBA, Wang Yi is, at his core, quite a traditional individual. He finds it difficult to appreciate the allure of Western beauties. Although he acknowledges their beauty, he feels no inclination towards them. In contrast, he finds comfort in the presence of women with Eastern features. Let us commence, said the cameraman. Subsequently, she connected with Tencent's NBA broadcast studio. The individuals in the studio were no longer surprised by this turn of events. However, they had developed a fondness for Wang Yi. Having a Chinese player in the NBA is indeed a source of pride. Previously, they could only connect with role players for interviews. Whenever they managed to interview a star player, they would feel a surge of excitement. Now, they have the opportunity to interview Wang Yi in every game. Although he may not be considered a superstar, his performances consistently capture attention. Even major networks like ESPN and TNT vie for the chance to interview him. Naturally, they were delighted to have this opportunity. Gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, the cameraman said, Wang Yi, congratulations on your near buzzer beater and your block that thwarted the Trailblazers' last attempt. In this match, you scored 35 points, grabbed 6 rebounds, and made 5 blocks. Do you have a message for the vast community of Chinese fans? Wang Yi maintained a gracious smile and remarked, the fans of Huaxia are an endearing community, and I too have once been a part of the fervent supporters. I aspire for my cherished athletes to deliver exceptional performances. I assure you, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Subsequently, Wei seized the opportunity to pose a second question. We understand that the past 2 years have not been particularly favorable for you in the NBA. Could you briefly share how you navigated through this period? Wang Yi contemplated for a moment and replied, during the day, I strive tirelessly to practice basketball, and at night, I listen to Guodi Gang. Upon hearing this, Ling Wei could not help but feel a surge of emotion. This simple statement encapsulates a profound sense of hardship. How many individuals, grappling with adversity, find solace in Guodi Gang's comedic performances to lull them into sleep during restless nights? Wasn't Wu Jing's solitary struggle in Hong Kong a reflection of this very sentiment? Wang Yi practiced diligently during the day, striving for an opportunity to play. However, in the evenings, he spent over 2 hours on the sidelines, unable to seize even a fleeting chance to enter the game, except during garbage time. Upon returning to his residence at night, he pondered when he would truly get to play and when his dreams would materialize. Tossing and turning, sleep eluded him. To ease his troubled mind, he resorted to listening to Guodi Gang's crosstalk, hoping it would lighten his spirits enough to drift into a fitful slumber. Few can truly empathize with the bitterness he endured during this time. After a moment of reflection, he posed one final question to Wang Yi. Over the past 2 years, you have faced considerable scrutiny, along with harsh criticism and personal attacks from many. How do you perceive this? Wang Yi let out a wry smile and replied, initially, I was indeed quite infuriated. However, as time passed, I gradually learned to let it go. How can one not speak when you perform like this? As for those who resort to personal attacks, I advise them to venture out during midday, for they will inevitably encounter trouble. Brother Yi speaks with remarkable audacity. Truly, he is exceptional. His genuine character shines through. How many would dare to express themselves so candidly during an interview? Much admiration for Brother Yi. Perhaps it is due to the passage of time since Wang Yi's bold declarations, or perhaps it is because his recent performances have captivated a vast audience of fans. Consequently, the detractors in the comments section have nearly vanished. After addressing 3 questions, the connection with the studio concluded. Another host inquired, Wang Yi, having played all night. You must be hungry. I, too, am feeling peckish. Shall we dine together? Wang Yi responded decisively this time, all right. After the match tonight, the Lakers will not depart for the next city until noon tomorrow. Therefore, Wang Yi still has some time. Observing this, the cameraman nearby shook his head and remarked, I shall not accompany you. I must return to edit some of the footage from earlier. It was around 11 o'clock at night. Wang Yi, having just finished his bath, changed into a fresh outfit. Subsequently, he and another individual ventured to a nearby restaurant. It was a Chinese establishment. Upon Wang Yi's arrival, the owner greeted him with considerable warmth and graciously waived the bill. Wang Yi and Ling Wei shared a meal, exchanging amusing anecdotes from their respective lives. Ling Wei observed that Wang Yi possessed a humorous disposition, often provoking laughter from her. However, their conversation was not limited to lighthearted tales. Ling Wei recounted her experiences in Portland, expressing a profound sense of alienation in a foreign land, where she felt the entire world was conspiring against her. In both her professional and personal life, she sensed a persistent prejudice from the Westerners, who often viewed her through a lens of skepticism. Upon her arrival, she found herself struggling to navigate her surroundings, constantly bombarded by doubts regarding her capabilities. Could she perform her duties adequately? Was she competent enough to accomplish these tasks? The weight of their suspicion and hostility had become unbearable for her. Wang Yi empathizes deeply with this sentiment. Over the past 2 years, has he not endured a similar fate? Those coaches harbor a lack of trust in him. His teammates are similarly skeptical. Despite his earnest efforts and goodwill, he remains unrecognized by them. There were moments when he contemplated giving up. However, merely being in the NBA signifies that he has arrived at the pinnacle of his dreams. Should he abandon this pursuit and return home, the distance to his aspirations would only widen. The dedication and sweat he has poured into this endeavor for over a decade would be rendered futile. It is not a matter of being enamored with foreign cultures. The NBA undeniably represents the zenith of basketball excellence. He is determined to validate his worth here, while also demonstrating that individuals from Huaxia can excel in basketball. Indeed, he aspires to conquer the entire NBA. This encapsulates his basketball dream. After a late-night dinner with Ling Wei, it was already past 1 in the morning. Given the unsafe conditions in the area, Wang Yi called for a taxi to personally escort Ling Wei home. Ling Wei did not decline the offer. Upon reaching the entrance of Ling Wei's rental apartment, they bid farewell, with Wang Yi expressing hope for another encounter in the future. Wang Yi nodded, indeed. See you next time. Ling Wei stood at the entrance, watching Wang Yi's figure as he entered the taxi, waving goodbye. Once the vehicle vanished around the distant street corner, a fleeting sense of loss stirred within her. After a moment, she shook her head and turned to enter the apartment. Meanwhile, on the other side of Huaxia, the fans were exuberant. At a certain university, a bespectacled young man had just returned to his dormitory with 4 meals when he overheard his 3 roommates animatedly discussing something. Instead of entering, he paused outside the door. Typically, their excitement revolved around either girls or video games, although he had little interest in the latter. He was intrigued by the former, albeit he felt rather inept at engaging with girls, often blushing when conversing with them. Thus, he hoped to glean some insights from his roommates. One of them exclaimed, I told you all along, ego would definitely shine. You two simply wouldn't believe it. Wasn't that game-winning shot phenomenal? That block was incredible too. Tell me, was it not impressive? Does your face hurt? Another roommate chuckled awkwardly, admitting, I clearly misjudged the situation. To be honest, although he performed strongly in previous games, I always felt it was temporary, like a fleeting whirlwind. But today, I must concede, I was wrong. The third roommate chimed in, equally convinced he truly nailed that game winner. This is something we can boast about for a while. I hope he can maintain his form. We don't need him to explode every game. Just a consistent 20 points would be a monumental blessing for us Huaxia fans. The bespectacled young man, overhearing this, recalled a player from Huaxia who had gone to the NBA 2 years ago. Despite his disinterest in basketball, his roommates had once sung the praises of that player daily. For reasons unknown, they had ceased to mention him, but recently, the topic had resurfaced. He pondered whether he should learn more about that player. Realizing that to integrate into the group, one must begin with the small details. At another university, in the female dormitory, a girl rushed out of the bathroom, exclaiming, "I can't believe it, Li Fei." On the second floor, Li Fei, munching on a cucumber, asked, "What up? Did your CET for results come out? You must have passed this time, right?" The girl, named Wang Yi, waved her hand dismissively. "CET, for is too easy. I will definitely pass, you know." Li Fei laughed heartily. "Last time, you said the same thing." Wang Yi waved his hand impatiently, saying, "Let us not discuss the fourth-level exam right now. Take a look at this." He picked up his phone and pointed at a video playing on the screen. "My brother E has once again made a stunning clutch play. And it was against your favorite player, right? A block and a game winner. Handsome, isn't it? I ask you, is it not handsome?" Li Fei, lying on the upper bunk, shot a glare at Wang Yi. "Although it pains me to see Leonard being denied in such a manner, as a conscientious citizen of Huaxia, I resolutely support my brother E. Yet I must ask, where were you during these past 2 tumultuous years for E? When he struggled to find his footing on the court, where were you? Now that he has risen to prominence, you reappear?" Wang Yi chuckled and remarked, "Not at all. I have merely been engrossed in preparing for the CET for over the past 2 years, leaving me little time to keep up with ego. Now that the exam is behind me, I am certain I will pass, and I can once again turn my attention to ego. How could I possibly resist someone as dashing as him? Aren't you fond of Shihang? Have you so swiftly shifted your affections? Such a fickle woman." Wang Yi puffed out his chest and declared, "Regardless, I don't care. I simply admire ego. Go ahead, hit me." After watching the Lakers game today, Xiaoke hastily edited a compilation of Wang Yi's highlights from the match, 35 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 blocks, all included. The thumbnail featured the moment Wang Yi dunked over 4 Trailblazers players, and the title read, "EGE's Divine Battle. The bench warmer must step aside." Although it was merely a regular season game, and 35 points alone seemed a bit exaggerated to warrant such a title, in this era where attention reigns supreme, sensationalist headlines abound. For instance, 65-18-15, cousin returns, I am still that cousin, or 60 points, 34 boards, 15 blocks, the spark returns. Upon viewing, one discovers these eye-popping stats were actually the sums from 5 games or the cumulative figures of several players. It leaves one with a desire to send a pointed message to the editor. In contrast, the titles Xiaoke chose were far more grounded. The video commenced with the striking image of Wang Yi dunking over the 4 Trailblazers players, followed by the furious coach of the Trailblazers smashing his tactical board. Xiaoke felt that combining these 2 visuals was nothing short of perfection. After meticulously reviewing the video to ensure everything was flawless, he uploaded it to Douyin. He sighed in admiration. Ego truly deserves his name. In the face of countless mockeries and insults, he retaliates with performance. Today, even if the video did not boast the same statistics as before, it would undoubtedly fare well. After uploading the video and finishing his lunch, he hurriedly took to driving for Didi. 2 hours later, during a break, he checked the video statistics. In that instant, he was taken aback. Likes, 12,000. Comments, 3. 200. Shares, 2,700. Xiaoke questioned whether he was seeing things. Rubbing his eyes, he scrutinized the figures once more. Indeed, everything was accurate. A surge of exhilaration ignited within him. This video was destined to go viral. His previous uploads had garnered only a few thousand likes at best, with rare instances breaching the 10,000 mark. In the realm of Douyin, NBA-related videos typically amassed likes in the hundreds of thousands to over 1 million. Now, merely 2 hours post-upload, achieving 12,000 likes was nothing short of a phenomenon. At that moment, a notification chimed from the Didi app, indicating a new ride request. In the past, such a sound would send a thrill through Xiaoke, promising more earnings. Yet now, he found himself too preoccupied with excitement to drive. Suppressing his eagerness, he called the customer. "I sincerely apologize, but I have an urgent matter at home. Would you kindly cancel the ride?" "I'm truly sorry." The customer, understanding, promptly canceled the order. Xiaoke exited the Didi app, hastily making his way home. Upon arriving, the car barely halted before he checked the statistics again. Likes, 13,000. Comments, 3,447. Shares, 2,853. Xiaoke felt a rush of warmth in his eyes, his palms clammy with sweat. In just 15 minutes, likes surged by another 1,000. Comments increased by over 200, and shares rose by more than 100. This was truly on the verge of going viral. As Xiaoke stood at his doorstep, not even exiting the vehicle, he witnessed the explosive growth of likes on his video, causing his palms to sweat profusely. With trembling hands, he opened the comments. The comment section was a treasure trove of creativity. Ego, I want to have your children. Ego is incredible, my darling. I won't say much, Ego. Are you still looking for a girlfriend? If not, how about a mistress? A fourth one would do. Long live our great nation. Ego brings pride to us all. Who says our nation's basketball is lacking? Did you see the Trail Blazers coach smash the tactical board? Hilarious. Today, it wasn't just Xiaoke's video on the brink of going viral. Others' videos, regardless of editing quality or commentary, all related to Wang Yi's game-winning shot against the Trail Blazers, were outperforming their usual metrics by several times, even a dozenfold. At Douyin's headquarters, several planners noted the surge in NBA videos uploaded today, particularly those centered around Wang Yi's decisive victory over the Trail Blazers. A bespectacled planner took a sip of tea and remarked, I believe it's time we established a dedicated ego section. The others nodded in agreement. Yes, it's worth a try. However, one planner raised a concern. Wang Yi previously boasted about conquering the NBA. This matter hasn't entirely settled. If we launch it now, it might provoke some issues. The others furrowed their brows in contemplation. Ultimately, one suggested, there have been recent personnel changes. Let us prioritize stability and hold off on this for now. We can revisit it later. The others concurred. Yet, while they deliberated, Hupu had already taken the initiative, swiftly launching an ego section filled with posts dedicated solely to him. Within just a day, the section's popularity was nearing that of LeBron's. Tencent Video was also discussing the establishment of an ego section. However, as a video platform, they were slightly slower than forums. Simultaneously, the imitation empire of Huaxia released a new video featuring 3 reenactments. The first scene showcased a one-handed dunk over 4 opponents clad in Trailblazers jerseys. The scene then shifted to another performer, impeccably dressed, mimicking the Trailblazers coach, holding a tactical board, and exhibiting extreme anger while exclaiming, F, as he smashed the board to the ground. The second scene depicted Wang Yi's near game-winning three-pointer over McCollum, followed again by the coach's furious F, and another board smash. The third scene illustrated Wang Yi's final block against Lillard, with the coach once more shouting F, and smashing the board yet again, stomping on it multiple times, and spitting in frustration while muttering, F, F, F. This video quickly went viral online, leading to the creation of numerous memes. No garlic with dinner? Smash the tactical board. F. Realizing I forgot toilet paper in the restroom? Smash the tactical board. F. Finding out I've been cheated on? Smash the tactical board. F. Successfully confessing my feelings? Smash the tactical board. F. Celebrating a child's first month? Smash the tactical board. F. On the occasion of his father's 80th birthday, a tactical board was angrily thrown to the ground. In any situation, whether joyful or sorrowful, one can always add the expression of an angrily thrown tactical board. These emoticons rapidly gained widespread popularity across the internet. Furthermore, the phrase FUCK, food duck emerged from the original expression, becoming a sensation in its own right. At 5:31 p.m., the WeChat public account Quaiguan NBA updated once more, with the headline, EGE's clutch shot against the Trailblazers, coach angrily throws tactical board. The narrative unfolds in the year 2022, as the Lakers commence their conquest, reaching Portland. The Blazers coach, from his perch, pointed at the Lakers' young player Wang Yi and inquired, "Who is this remarkable individual?" To which the general, CJ, responded, "A mere youth, I do not recognize him." Upon the commencement of battle, within but a moment, Wang Yi swiftly defeated several Trailblazers, prompting their coach to angrily hurl the tactical board. He pointed at Wang Yi and proclaimed, "Who dares to strike down this man? I shall await you with warm wine." General CJ volunteered, "I am willing to go forth." Yet, in less than 3 exchanges, Wang Yi felled CJ from his steed. How laughable it was for CJ, who boasted of his prowess, only to be struck down, thus adding to the jest. At the conclusion of the text, as it is said, "With long spears and white steeds, we ride like poetry, sweeping all before us in our youth." The author, known for his literary pursuits since childhood, often indulged in quoting classical texts. This piece was indeed crafted with elegance and flair. In the comments section below, hundreds of remarks swiftly appeared. "I cannot comprehend," angrily throwing the tactical board. Updated a minute late, beware of my wrath. As a fan of the great Huaxia, I can finally hold my head high, angrily throwing the tactical board. When have Huaxia fans ever felt such exhilaration? Ego truly lives up to our expectations. In a certain city's high school, physical education teacher Wang Jianhua, after finishing his dinner, brewed a cup of tea and scrolled through NBA news on his phone. Although he had scarcely communicated with his son over the past 2 years, he diligently followed NBA updates, eagerly awaiting news about his son. Regrettably, there had been few clues regarding his son's whereabouts. However, in the past 2 weeks, reports about his son had proliferated, especially today, as an overwhelming tide of information flooded in. Tencent Video, Douyin, browser notifications. In the NBA public account, virtually every piece of NBA news centered around his son's clutch shot against the Trailblazers. Wang Yi perused the report for over 40 minutes, to the point where his tea had grown somewhat tepid. Finally, he set down his phone and withdrew his gaze. He picked up the tea beside him, which had cooled considerably, and took a sip. Although he was not particularly fond of lukewarm tea, at that moment, it felt like a delightful indulgence. Leaning back in his chair, he blew gently across the now lukewarm beverage and savored another sip. What a fine tea. Just then, another physical education teacher entered the room. Upon witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "I say, old Wang, that meager flower tea of yours, priced at a mere 30 or 50 yuan, is quite the treat, isn't it?" Wang Yi chuckled lightly and shook his head, saying, "You simply do not understand." The physical education teacher curled his lip in disdain, remarking, "Humph, how could I not comprehend? Your son has succeeded, and as a father, even the air you breathe feels sweet. Just look at the joy radiating from you." Wang Yi showed no hesitation, nodding and declaring, "I simply have an exceptional son. What of it? Are you dissatisfied? If you take issue, then go ahead and have one yourself." The physical education teacher laughed heartily in response, exclaiming, "Dissatisfied? How could one possibly be? Absolutely not. When your son returns from his summer break next year, you must surely host a grand feast." Wang Yi shook his head, stating that he still needed to train during the summer and had no time for anything else. The physical education teacher replied with a shake of his head, saying, "It's fine if you choose not to. However, regarding what the head of the sports team mentioned, it involves your son assisting with training the school team. Please give it some thought, as it is not an entirely unfavorable proposition. You should not be so obstinate." Wang Yi resolutely shook his head once more. Even if he were to return, he would only stay for 3 to 5 days before having to return to training. The physical education teacher, realizing that further discussion was futile, sighed and shook his head in resignation. "You, throughout your life, have been far too stubborn. Here, indulge in a taste of my authentic Da Hong Pao and discover what truly constitutes fine tea." Wang Yi unceremoniously accepted the tea leaves and stated, "None of you should try to persuade me, it is futile." Deep down, he still harbored resentment. His forthright nature had offended many, resulting in a lack of attention when his son had yet to achieve success. Now that his son had made a name for himself, everyone had come flocking. A distinguished educator, serving as a role model, had stooped to the level of those sycophants in society, which he found contemptible. As the fervor among basketball fans in Huaxia surged due to Wang Yi's performance, "You spoke," and the sports segment was updated once more. Su Jingyu had chosen a different backdrop this time, featuring a side silhouette of a player in pure black, devoid of any discernible number or facial expression. However, the silhouette's posture suggested it was a signature jump shot reminiscent of Kobe Bryant. Without much elaboration, Su took a sip of water and began to sift through questions from fans on her phone. After a brief moment, she selected one and, facing the camera, asked, "Is Wang Yi worth a max contract next season?" Following her question, she laughed, "Are you joking? He has played only 4 or 5 good games. And you think that qualifies him for a max contract? The value of max contracts in the NBA would plummet at this rate. I have previously stated that Wang Yi's ceiling is that of a quality 3D player. Yet, at present, he falls short of the excellence exhibited by Klay Thompson. Yes, based solely on this performance, he may seem as competent as Thompson, but he has not endured the test of time. He must complete this season, remain injury-free, and consistently deliver between 18 to 25 points, while also making significant contributions on defense, enough to sway the outcome of a game within a single defensive possession. Only then would he be deserving of a max contract. Indeed, Wang Yi's performance in this game did determine the result. But who can say whether this is merely a fleeting moment of brilliance? Disregarding these considerations, one must recognize the objective realities, historically in the NBA. No player who was merely a short-term contract player wandering among multiple teams in the previous season has suddenly leapt to a max contract the following season. This is a principle that must be respected. Therefore, I believe Wang Yi's current goal should be to solidify his position in the rotation and see if he can earn a starting role by season's end. Progress must be made step by step. One cannot expect to achieve greatness overnight. It is unreasonable to transition from being a short-term contract player to a starter overnight without adhering to the established norms. Meanwhile, Wang Yi remained oblivious to the clamor of the online community in Huaxia. He diligently practiced in the gym, preparing for a back-to-back game that would commence with a match against the Utah Jazz, followed by a confrontation with the Memphis Grizzlies. Both teams were known for their tenacity, particularly the Jazz, whose home court was situated in a high-altitude region. Many teams found themselves grappling with altitude sickness upon arrival, as some players would struggle to catch their breath after just a few steps, making it challenging to perform. Additionally, the local fans generated tremendous noise during the opposing team's offense or free throws, creating an atmosphere so deafening that even the referee's whistles became nearly inaudible. This team's iron-willed demeanor presented a formidable challenge. If one were to inquire which arena NBA players detest the most, the Jazz's home court would undoubtedly rank high on the list. Moreover, prior to this match, it was confirmed that LeBron James would not be participating. His age necessitated careful maintenance of his body. Last season, he suffered an injury due to excessive wear from not missing a single game. This season, he had begun to selectively rest. The system presented 2 tasks for the day. Task 1, complete 1,000 successful mid-range shots. Task reward, increase mid-range shooting percentage to 70. Task 2, complete 1,000 passing drills. Task reward, enhance court vision by 30. Wang Yi gazed upon the 2 options, a tinge of regret washing over him. His wrist had now recovered to 90, enabling him to attempt some shooting drills, albeit predominantly utilizing his left hand. He mused that if another 3-point shooting training task were to be presented, allowing him to elevate his 3-point accuracy to 50, his prowess on the court would undoubtedly surge. Yet, despite several attempts, the system had not provided any 3-point training assignments. After a moment of contemplation, he opted for Task 1. Currently, he occupied the position of shooting guard, with the primary objective of scoring. As for passing, his skills in that arena were already commendable. Thus he decided to temporarily set aside passing drills. Swish, swish, swish. The rhythmic sounds of basketball meeting net reverberated throughout the gym. After approximately 50 shots, Wang Yi began to feel a slight breathlessness. He recognized this sensation as a mild altitude sickness. Although uncomfortable, he understood that perseverance would enable his body to acclimate to the circumstances, alleviating the discomfort. It resembled the feeling encountered at the limits of endurance during a 1,500-meter run. If one continued to push through, the experience would gradually become lighter. Indeed, after sinking over 100 more shots, the physical unease he had felt diminished significantly. Moments later, the symptoms of altitude sickness vanished entirely. Ultimately, after more than 3 hours, before his teammates arrived for training, he had successfully made 1,000 mid-range shots. A notification echoed in his mind. Task completed. Task reward. Mid-range shooting accuracy increased to 70. Wang Yi let out a cry and collapsed onto the ground. Though weary, a genuine smile illuminated his face. His right fist was clenched tightly. A shooting percentage of 70% may not convey its true prowess merely through hearsay. For instance, Chris Paul's mid-range shot is widely regarded as one of the most accurate among active players. He often draws out opposing big men for one-on-one matchups, subsequently punishing them with his precision shooting. In the second round of last year's playoffs, it can be said that Paul single-handedly eliminated his opponents with his mid-range prowess. His shooting percentage hovers around 60%. Now, the fact that Wang Yi has achieved a remarkable 70% speaks volumes of his strength. After resting for approximately half an hour, his teammates and coach arrived. Upon seeing Wang Yi seated on the sidelines, drenched in sweat, they were not surprised. Ever since Wang Yi joined the Lakers, this sight had become an everyday occurrence for them. In their recollection, Wang Yi was either in the training facility or en route to it. LeBron inquired, Wang, feeling no effects from the altitude? Wang Yi feigned curiosity and inquired, "What is altitude sickness?" The other players shook their heads in unison. "You are quite the oddball," Caruso remarked with a bitter smile. "I loathe playing here. It feels like I shed a layer of skin each time." Vogel addressed the group, stating, "We have surpassed expectations by winning the first 3 games of our 7-game road trip. The last 2 matches, one against the Timberwolves and the other against the struggling Rockets, are certainly winnable and must be secured. Hence, for this game, we shall simply give our best effort." Though Vogel's words lacked overt negativity, the implication was clear. This game had been strategically conceded. Without LeBron James, the Lakers' chances of victory were already slim. Moreover, the altitude of this city posed significant physical and psychological challenges for the players. Thus, a strategic concession was deemed necessary. Though as the head coach, he could not openly articulate this sentiment. Upon hearing their coach's words, the Lakers players instinctively grasped the underlying meaning, and their anxieties eased somewhat. Vogel turned to Wang Yi and said, "Wang, you will start tomorrow night. Is this a moment for bravado?" "Wang, You will start tomorrow night. Is there an issue? With this question from Coach Vogel, all the Lakers players present were taken aback. Among NBA players, with the exception of exceptionally gifted individuals like LeBron James and Giannis Antetokounmpo, most players typically rise from rotation roles to eventually secure a starting position. Wang Yi has indeed made a remarkable transformation, evolving from a short-term contract player to a starter after just a few games. The pace of his advancement is astonishing, particularly in contrast to Talon Horton-Tucker and Alex Caruso, who have diligently served as reserves for several years with the Lakers. When LeBron James took a rare night off, both players anticipated that one of them would finally secure a place in the starting lineup. To their surprise, however, Coach Vogel opted to start Wang Yi instead. Observing the bewilderment among the players, Coach Vogel clarified, with AD absent and LeBron sidelined, our focus will be on experimenting with our lineup for tomorrow's game. Wang's three-point shooting poses a significant threat, and having him in the starting role could create substantial difficulties for our opponents. Upon hearing this, the remaining players nodded in agreement. As for Horton-Tucker and Caruso, any lingering discontent dissipated. In terms of defensive capabilities, they appeared comparable to Wang Yi. However, when it came to three-point shooting threats, they fell considerably short. Wang Yi effortlessly sinks 5 or 6 three-pointers in a single game. Who can withstand such prowess? Noticing the unanimous agreement among everyone, Vogel once again inquires of Wang Yi. Wang, you will start tomorrow night. Is there any objection? Wang Yi's heart had long been ablaze with anticipation. To secure a starting position had always been his modest ambition. Ever since he entered the NBA 2 years ago, he set this personal goal, to become a starter. However, over the course of 2 years, he could hardly even break into the rotation, let alone the starting lineup. Yet, this aspiration was on the verge of realization tomorrow evening. He had waited 2 long years for this moment. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not exhilarated. Sadly, there was a twist of fate. His inaugural game as a starter was to be strategically forfeited against the Lakers. No, he would not accept this. How could he allow his debut as a starter in the NBA to be so unceremoniously undermined? If he had put forth every ounce of effort and ultimately lost, he could have accepted that. But to concede before even stepping onto the court was intolerable. He glanced around at his teammates, then shifted his gaze to the face of the head coach. Clearly, both the coach and his teammates had reconciled to this strategic forfeiture. After a string of consecutive away games and a weariness of travel, they were indeed fatigued. Their bodies were in need of rest. Thus, the decision to strategically withdraw had become an unspoken consensus among them. Wang Yi, however, clenched his fist in silence. Very well, if you choose to abandon your strategy, then so be it. Yet, to concede before the battle has even begun, this is something I, Wang Yi, cannot accept, even if it requires expending the last bullet. Even if victory ultimately eludes us, I shall ensure that the opponent pays dearly. Coach Vogel, noticing Wang Yi's lack of response, assumed he was unprepared to start and inquired once more. Wang Yi shook his head and said, absolutely no problem. Vogel shrugged and replied, that's good then. He then gathered the players and announced, today we'll practice the 5 three-point plays designed for Wang. By tomorrow's game, these plays must be mastered thoroughly. The requirement is, no matter which 5 players are on the court, they must have these plays down pat. Let's begin with the first one, the wall play. The players removed their jackets and started running through the wall play as instructed. LeBron watched Wang Yi from the sidelines, feeling rather pleased. Wang's tactical importance within the team was gradually increasing. With more game experience, especially after enduring the crucible of this year's playoffs, he might reach heights that would astonish everyone. After finishing the wall play, they moved on to the elevator doors play, a strategy specifically designed for three-point shooters, originating from the Reggie Miller era. Back then, the play was tailored for Miller, but three-pointers weren't emphasized as much, so it never gained widespread prominence. It was the Golden State Warriors who truly elevated this tactic, crafting several variations for Klay Thompson and Stephen Curry, maximizing their lethal shooting and striking fear across the league. Though the play later faded from the NBA, many speculated it had been banned. In truth, it simply became less suited to the modern game until now. Vogel had devised a solution to reintroduce it without violating league rules, ensuring its return would stun many. 2 hours later, once the players had familiarized themselves with all 5 plays, practice concluded. The next day today's game tipped off at 1 p.m., an unusual time that left the players struggling to adjust. Most NBA games are held in the afternoon or evening, and by midday, players are typically resting. The abrupt schedule change, combined with altitude sickness and the notorious hostility of the opposing arena, made this matchup far from favorable for the Lakers. At noon, the pregame press conference unfolded, traditionally a stage for bold declarations. Representing the Lakers were Coach Vogel and Dennis S.C. Charder, who, having already decided to strategically concede this game, kept their remarks diplomatic. The Jazz are a formidable team with tenacious defense and exceptional players. We hold them in high regard, Vogel said. Donovan Mitchell is one of the league's rare talents. Their praise was deliberate, softening the blow of an expected loss. When it was the Jazz's turn, a reporter asked Mitchell, "The Lakers are on a 5-game winning streak. Are you confident about today's game?" Mitchell scratched the back of his head. They're a historic franchise with one of the greatest players ever. A 5-game streak isn't surprising. I wouldn't blink at 15. The reporter pressed, recently. A talented Chinese player joined the Lakers, even hitting a game winner against Portland. What are your thoughts on him? Mitchell nodded. He is clearly gifted. I believe he'll achieve far more than what we've seen. I look forward to facing him. The reporters exchanged exasperated glances. Where was the trash talk? This mutual admiration society was putting them out of a job, with zero hostility from the players. The media turned to the fans, the lifeblood of Salt Lake City's infamous Energy Solutions Arena. Regardless of the opponent, the crowd here was raucous, treating every visiting team like the neighbor who wronged them. A bundled-up reporter intercepted a father-son duo outside the frost-laden arena. The Lakers are on a hot streak. How do you plan to welcome them? The father grinned into the microphone. We won't let them leave alive. The son snatched it, snarling, "We'll roast the Lakers." They high-fived, flexed, and roared in unison. Jazz rule. The reporter, inwardly cringing, pressed on. With LeBron sitting out, that Chinese player might step up. How will you handle him? The father bared his teeth like a beast. That arrogant fool who thinks he can conquer the NBA? We'll scare him senseless, make him cry for his mother, and crawl back to China. The son growled like King Kong. Prideful Easterner, you'll regret your words. Witness true terror, the madness of Salt Lake City. The reporter smiled tightly. At least the fans delivered. The father and son once again donned monstrous expressions, eagerly anticipating the sight of the Eastern man being utterly terrified, accompanied by hearty laughter. In the 10-cent NBA Live broadcast, the commentators traditionally chatter for several minutes before the game officially commences. Today's commentators are Wang Ming and Wang Yi, with the female host being Mena. Mena glanced at the current number of viewers in the live stream, over 1 million. In previous broadcasts, the online viewership before the game typically hovered around several tens of thousands, at most reaching 100,000. However, with the Lakers' performance improving, particularly with Wang Yi's outstanding play, the number of viewers has been steadily rising. Nonetheless, it is unlikely to reach 1 million before the game starts. The last match, where Wang Yi secured a last-minute victory against the Trailblazers, had sent Chinese basketball fans into a euphoric celebration. The reason for breaking the 1 million mark in this match is evidently due to many tuning in to watch Wang Yi, as reflected in the barrage of comments. Is it not starting yet? I want to see Ego. Wishing Ego a pinnacle today, become a legend. Ego, I want to have your child. Even if it means giving birth to a table, I would be content. You all should stop dreaming. Ego is my husband. Mena observed the lively chat for a moment, lamenting, although the viewership is considerable today, it is a pity that LeBron is not playing. Wang Ming faced the camera and said, I would like to inform all the basketball fans that LeBron James will be resting today and will not be participating in this match. Upon hearing this, a wave of disappointment swept through the comments section. Damn it, I specifically came to see old James play. What's the point if he isn't on the court? I'm out of here. I have an exam to attend. The frustration was palpable. After all this effort to watch a game, the Lakers have chosen to strategically forfeit. With the prospect of a loss, what was the point of watching? Consequently, the number of viewers in the live stream quickly dwindled. However, thanks to the presence of Wang Yi, a representative from Huaxia, the viewer count still managed to exceed 700,000. At that moment, the starting lineups for both teams appeared on the screen. The Lakers' starting lineup was as follows. Point guard Schroeder, shooting guard Wang Yi, small forward Pope, power forward Gasol, center Drummond. Wang Yi, upon seeing this starting lineup, felt a tinge of surprise. Wang Yi has made the starting lineup. Wang Ming was pleasantly surprised and exclaimed, Ah! I have been eagerly anticipating Wang Yi's inclusion in the starting lineup. Initially, I presumed that given the current circumstances, he would need to play at least another 10 games before earning a starting position. To my astonishment, with James resting today, he has been thrust into the starting role. Mena also expressed her surprise, saying, I thought that with old James taking a break, Caruso would step in as the starter, but it turns out to be Wang Yi. I truly did not expect that. The audience in the comments section was equally enthusiastic. Brother E is amazing. Brother E is on fire. Finally, Brother E is starting. He should have been a starter long ago. Didn't Jingyu claim that Brother Yi wouldn't be able to start? Well, that certainly proved her wrong. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Wang Yi interjected, however, let us all pause and consider, if Wang Yi is to start, can his stamina keep pace? Over the past 2 years, he has scarcely seen any playing time. In recent games, he has only managed to log around 10 to 20 minutes at most. Now, suddenly being thrust into the starting lineup, will his stamina sustain his effectiveness by the fourth quarter? Wang Ming wholeheartedly agreed, expressing that this was indeed a cause for concern. As he spoke, the players from both teams had already entered the arena. Upon the arrival of the Lakers, a cacophony of noise erupted, compelling them to raise their voices in conversation. The fervent fans exerted every effort to create the loudest possible din, seeking to unsettle the Lakers players. At that moment, LeBron James, impeccably attired in a suit and adorned with ear studs, shouted to his teammates, "Well then, do you feel the formidable atmosphere of this devilish home court?" The Lakers players could only manage a wry smile in response. James then turned to Wang Yi, clapping him on the shoulder and exclaiming loudly in his ear, "Is this your first time experiencing the Devil's home ground?" Wang Yi nodded in agreement, responding with a thoughtful, James inquired, "How do you feel?" Wang Yi's body trembled slightly as he exclaimed, "How exhilarating." James chuckled, "You truly are an oddball. However, mere excitement is insufficient. The cacophony here could cloud our judgment. Their jeers and even insults may very well lead you to lose control on the field." Wang Yi, aware of James's wealth of experience, inquired, "What should we do?" James responded enigmatically, "We must deliver a performance that is both formidable and audacious, silencing them." James has spent nearly 2 decades in the league, having played numerous games in the intimidating arena of Salt Lake City. His expertise in confronting such daunting home crowds is unparalleled. Leaning closer to Wang Yi, he exclaimed, "Are you familiar with the term road silencer? We need to unleash a powerful and wild performance that will astonish every fan in attendance, rendering them mute. To achieve absolute silence in the arena is the essence of a road silencer." He continued, however, "The fans in Salt Lake City are known for their fierce and tenacious spirit. Even in the face of a significant defeat, they will strive to create as much noise as possible within the span of 48 minutes. Wang Yi nodded, fully aware of the situation. However, he felt a twinge of sarcasm. The coach had tactically conceded, the entire Lakers team had tactically surrendered. And now, you speak of silencing the away crowd? How rather amusing. Of course, Mo sure merely pondered this internally. Yet, as he lifted his gaze and surveyed the nearly 20,000 fans, he was struck by the immense, irritating cacophony they created even before the game commenced. His body trembled once more. "Have you all given up? I, Wang Yi, shall never yield. A silencer for the away crowd, you say? Let it come." As the game began, both teams took to the court. In Wang Yi's mind, the cold, seemingly emotionless voice of the system echoed once more. "Please sign in. Sign in. Sign in successful. Sign in reward. 1 beginner's unsolvable breakthrough experience card." Wang Yi remains unchanged, opting not to act immediately. One must wield good steel judiciously, applying it where it is most effective. In the center circle, the Jazz's center, Gobert, faced off against Drummond for the jump ball. Gobert stands at an impressive height of 2.16 meters, with a staggering wingspan of 2.35 meters. In contrast, Drummond measures 2.08 meters tall, with a wingspan of 2.29 meters. Consequently, during the jump ball, Gobert effortlessly soared above him. The spectators erupted with excitement, their cheers resonating throughout the arena. Wang Yi found himself at a loss for words. It was merely a simple jump ball. Yet the roar of the fans surpassed even that of other home crowds celebrating a victory. Mitchell seized the ball and charged forward. Gobert positioned himself at the 3-point line, setting a screen for Mitchell. The other 3 Jazz players spaced themselves evenly beyond the arc. This was a formation frequently employed by the Jazz. After executing the pick-and-roll with Gobert, Mitchell could drive straight into the paint. Should he encounter any defensive resistance, he could easily pass the ball to the descending Gobert, who, with his towering height and long reach, could effortlessly score with a dunk. Alternatively, Mitchell could distribute the ball to the 3 sharpshooters stationed beyond the arc, who could also make their shots with ease. At that moment, Mitchell executed a pick-and-roll with Gobert, and as he deftly maneuvered past Drummond with a graceful Euro step, he finished with a layup. The Energy Solutions arena erupted with a thunderous cheer from nearly 20,000 spectators. The reaction to the very first basket of the game was akin to that of a game-winning shot. Nearby, Marc Gasol furrowed his brow and inquired of Wang Yi, "What do you think of this devilish home court?" Wang Yi shrugged and remarked, "Is one goal such a cause for exultation? It seems you haven't seen much of the world." Little Jia, lacking a full grasp of Eastern humor, managed to smile and replied, It appears your mindset is quite commendable. The Lakers launched another offensive. Little Hay dribbled the ball into the front court, and the atmosphere erupted with an overwhelming cacophony. A cursory glance revealed Gobert guarding the paint for the Jazz. Demonstrating his intelligence, he refrained from recklessly charging in as he had previously. Instead, he executed a rapid change of direction, eluding Mitchell, who was defending him, approaching the free throw line. He noted that Gobert was still a couple of meters away and opted for a sudden stop-and-pop jump shot. However, to his astonishment, as the ball left his fingertips, it was met with a resounding thwack. Gobert had soared to swat it away. Little Hay's height was a disadvantage against Gobert's towering presence and his extraordinary wingspan, which made the block appear effortless. Mitchell seized the ball and dashed down court, delivering a one-handed slam that reverberated through the arena, pushing the decibel level to its zenith once more. The Lakers mounted another attack, and Little Hay took command of the ball again. This time, he adopted a different strategy. With the Jazz employing a man-to-man defense and switching on screens, he executed a pick-and-roll with Drummond, causing Gobert to take over the defensive assignment. Little Hay extended his left hand, signaling his teammates to spread out. He faced Gobert one-on-one, executing a series of swift crossovers to elude him and drove towards the basket. Thud. His shot was again met with a fierce rejection, as Gobert had pursued him from behind to deliver yet another block. Little Hay furrowed his brow, his expression grave. He had underestimated Gobert. Typically, athletes over 2.1 meters tend to have slower reactions and reduced speed. However, despite Gobert's 2.16-meter frame, he was remarkably agile. Among those towering over 2.1 meters, his speed was notably swift. Coupled with his astonishing 2.35-meter wingspan, he may have been momentarily beaten, but he maintained pursuit and ultimately blocked the shot. This spectacle electrified the crowd, akin to a kettle boiling over. Such was the prowess of a two-time Defensive Player of the Year. The spectators not only cheered but also mocked and jeered, short-statured ones. Spare us the embarrassment in front of our giants. Do you not fear being crushed beneath them? Here is a suggestion. Try shooting through Gobert's legs. In the presence of our giants, you are but a gaggle of unkempt infants. The Lakers began the game trailing 0-4, already at a significant psychological disadvantage. Given that this match was strategically intended to be forfeited, the other Lakers players could only shake their heads in resignation, lacking any semblance of vigor. Following a play from the front court, Drummond passed the ball to Little Hay. He glanced at the head coach on the sidelines. Having been blocked twice already, a third misstep would likely see him benched. Thus, after failing to penetrate this time, he opted to pass to Little Jia, who was positioned higher up for support. Wang Yi, upon spotting Xiao Jia, swiftly maneuvered around the screen from the paint and made his way directly to Xiao Jia's side. Xiao Jia elegantly passed the ball to Wang Yi. As Wang Yi seized the ball, he swiftly took a shot before the Jazz players could catch up. The arc of his three-point shot was straight and unwavering, akin to a cannonball. Bang! It thunderously crashed into the hoop. This three-pointer was emphatic, seemingly a proclamation of Wang Yi's resolve. You may surrender, but I, Wang Yi, shall never. On the sidelines, LeBron observed Wang Yi's resolute gaze, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Coach, Wang Yi. Vogel slowly shook his head. Clearly, Wang Yi had not grasped his intentions. Or perhaps he simply refused to acknowledge them. These young athletes possess an unyielding spirit. In competitive sports, mental fortitude is undoubtedly vital. Yet, in the face of objective realities, even the strongest willpower can seem somewhat futile. Wang Yi has certainly not faced any brutal challenges yet. Once he endures a few more matches of a similar nature, he is likely to become wiser in his approach. Scoring and assisting, he possesses an admirable duality. Wang Yi made his first attempt in this match and successfully landed a three-pointer, suggesting that his shooting touch was quite favorable today. However, the nearly 20,000 spectators in the stands erupted in a chorus of boos. The cacophony was so overwhelming that the coach on the sidelines could be seen gesturing towards the Lakers players, yet they could only observe his lips moving, completely unable to discern his words, much like witnessing a mute attempting to speak. It is worth noting the stark contrast between the fans of Los Angeles and those of Salt Lake City. The latter exhibit a certain fervor that seems to be lacking among the former. Turning back to the game, the Jazz launched another offensive, relying on the pick-and-roll between Mitchell and Gobert. Following a swift cut to the basket, Gobert executed a successful dunk. The Lakers responded with their own attack, but this time, the Jazz's defense was swift and effective, returning to their formation. Today, the Jazz employed a 1-3-1 defensive scheme, with Mitchell primarily guarding the opponent's main offensive threat. The three taller, long-limbed wing players positioned themselves beyond the three-point arc, while Gobert, with his exceptional length, anchored the paint. In terms of defense, These three lanky wings could disrupt the Lakers' passing, compelling them to extend their plays outward. The Jazz head coach perceived that the Lakers currently lacked penetrating options, with the sole exception being the agile Schroeder. Thus, this defensive strategy effectively curtailed the Lakers' three-point attempts, forcing them to seek penetration. Yet, should Schroeder penetrate, he would find Gobert waiting within. The Lakers head coach did not make significant adjustments, as this game was fundamentally a strategic concession, primarily serving as an opportunity to experiment with different lineups. Consequently, he aimed to observe how the Lakers players performed and adapted on the court. After having been blocked twice during his previous attempt to drive, Schroeder hesitated to penetrate again. Instead, he passed the ball to Marc Gasol at the top of the arc and positioned himself on the weak side. Wang Yi continually maneuvered around screens, seeking opportunities to receive the ball. The Lakers had previously practiced a rather straightforward three-point strategy, wherein Wang Yi actively sought his teammates for screens. Regardless of which player it was, as soon as they noticed Wang Yi approaching, they would immediately set a screen for him. This would continue until Wang Yi found a clear position for a three-point shot, at which point the ball handler would pass the ball to him. The essence of this strategy was that teammates did not need to memorize complex plays. They simply needed to remember to set screens for Wang Yi. At that moment, Wang Yi was diligently navigating around the screens. First, he utilized Pop's screen to shake off his defender. Next, he benefited from Drummond's screen to evade the help defender. He then leveraged Xiaohei's screen to escape the second help defender, despite Xiaohei's reluctance to set the screen for Wang Yi. However, this was a tactic mandated by the coach, and failing to execute it could likely provoke the coach's ire, resulting in a place on the bench. At this point, Wang Yi still had not managed to break free, and Drummond moved to the free throw line to set another screen for Wang Yi. Wang Yi finally found a moment of space, arriving at the three-point line in the right corner. Observing this, the small forward on the right side, at a 45-degree angle, immediately passed the ball to Wang Yi. Wang Yi received the ball. With only 4 or 5 meters of space before him, he calmly took the shot. Swish. It was a steady hit. 2 three-pointers to start the game. The players on the sidelines for the Lakers were filled with excitement. Kuzma remarked, "This guy's hands are always so hot. I truly envy his skill." Caruso added, "If I could possess such a shooting touch from beyond the arc, I'd probably wake up laughing from my dreams." LeBron commented, "All of this is the result of hard work. He is always the first to arrive at the training facility." He then feigned concern, saying, "Is he perhaps coveting the position of the team's leader?" This remark elicited hearty laughter from the Lakers players. "Your position is at stake, oh leader. Why not suit up right now? If Wang Yi has a stellar performance today, you might just find yourself dethroned." Subsequently, the Jazz executed another pick-and-roll, successfully for the third time. Turning back, the Lakers continued with their straightforward strategy of providing screens for Wang Yi. Wang Yi skillfully navigated through 5 defensive players and positioned himself at a 45-degree angle on the left, receiving the pass and taking the shot. The basketball echoed against the rim, bouncing high before reluctantly rolling in after 2 additional bounces. A mere minute and a half into the game, 3 successful three-pointers had been made. The Jazz fans, though momentarily taken aback, unleashed a chorus of jeers, their voices unwavering in their disdain. Among them, a father and son duo previously interviewed shouted loudly, "Pure luck with those three-pointers. Show some courage and battle inside. Only cowards toss three-pointers from the perimeter. Pathetic, utterly soft." However, at this moment, Jazz head coach Quinn Snyder called for a timeout. Though the Jazz had executed 3 consecutive offensive plays at the start, they could not tolerate the same player landing 3 successive three-pointers. You score 2-pointers, and they respond with 3-pointers. Who can endure that? During the timeout, he cast a glance at the opposing player clad in purple, the Lakers' number 1, and bellowed at his team. "Do not allow him another opportunity to shoot from beyond the arc. They are all setting screens for him. We must switch on every screen and smother him, when necessary. Apply some physical defense. His physique isn't that robust, and his shooting percentage will surely drop under pressure. Do you understand?" The Jazz players responded in unison, "Understood." Particularly, Royce O'Neal, the primary defender against Wang Yi, exhibited a fierce determination in his gaze. On the Lakers' side, the head coach firmly patted Wang Yi on the back, exclaiming, "Well done. Be decisive with your shots whenever the opportunity arises. Your shooting is the finest I have ever witnessed." Although they had strategically conceded, praise remained vital to keep the morale of the troops high. As the timeout concluded, Jazz player Donovan Mitchell, following a screen, feigned a drive and passed the ball to a wide-open Royce O'Neal on the left. O'Neal's shot missed, allowing the Lakers to continue their offensive push. Wang Yi returned to the front court, persistently maneuvering around screens in search of opportunity. After circling around 4 screens consecutively on the 5th attempt, he utilized Zhuangshan's screen to navigate towards the baseline. Xiaohei's pass swiftly arrived. As Wang Yi received the ball, Gobert swiftly approached him. Gobert's towering stature, coupled with his elongated arms, was more than sufficient to disrupt Wang Yi's attempt to shoot. On the sidelines, Coach Snyder felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. It appeared that the recent timeout had been effective. The players had intensified their pursuit of the Lakers' number 1. However, Wang Yi did not take the shot. At that moment, Gobert had been drawn out, leaving the basket unguarded. Wang Yi struck the ground, passing the ball to Zhuangxing from Gobert's side. Upon receiving the ball, Zhuangxing noticed the paint was entirely unguarded. His eyes sparkled with excitement, the hunger reflected in them transforming into a ferocious determination. With a thunderous roar, he dribbled once and then unleashed a powerful dunk. The basketball hoop trembled violently, emitting a mournful groan. Coach Snyder's fleeting sense of satisfaction evaporated instantly. He had meticulously devised a strategy to counter this player's three-point shooting, only to see it rendered futile by the unexpected pass. A player who scores prolifically is not necessarily a cause for concern. There are ways to contain them. However, when a player possesses both scoring and playmaking abilities, that becomes a significant predicament. As Wang Yi began to distribute the ball, the Jazz ceased to defend effectively, as they were now tasked with guarding both his three-point shot and his passing. This posed quite a dilemma. Nevertheless, Coach Snyder had not yet decided on a course of action, hoping that this singular pass from the number 1 player was merely an anomaly. After all, reviewing past footage revealed that this Lakers number 1 rarely passed, only occasionally delivering a good assist. Thus, he decided to observe further. However, reality proved that Coach Snyder had misjudged the situation. Wang Yi does not merely produce exceptional plays on rare occasions. In the subsequent 2 rounds, the Jazz players aggressively targeted Wang Yi, leading to a noticeable lapse in defensive intensity towards the other Lakers players. Wang Yi delivered a mid-range pass to Xiao Jia, who then assisted the cutting Xiaohei for a successful layup. 3 consecutive plays, 3 consecutive assists. Coach Snyder had no choice but to call another timeout. As the players left the court, he cast a meaningful glance at Wang Yi. 3 three-pointers followed by 3 assists. This fellow was indeed surprising. It seemed he had been underestimated. Royce O'Neal furrowed his brow. The coach had instructed to apply physical pressure on this player, yet just when he was ready to do so, Wang Yi opted to pass once more, which was quite exasperating. The Lakers players, however, were exhilarated, especially LeBron James, who wore a look of astonishment. Oh, who do I see? Jason Kidd? Steve Nash? Or John Stockton? The head coach was also taken aback. He had known Wang Yi was capable of passing, but he hadn't anticipated his high basketball IQ. After drawing the defense's attention with three-point shots, he chose to distribute the ball. It appeared that he needed to reevaluate this Eastern player. Finally, after another assist from Wang Yi, Coach Snyder called another timeout. During the break, he altered the defensive strategy once more. We must sever the connection between that Lakers player wearing number 1 and his teammates. If he insists on shooting three-pointers, we can allow it. However, we absolutely cannot let him elevate the performance of other Lakers players. Mitchell inquired, Coach, what about his three-point shots? Snyder frowned slightly, took a deep breath, seemingly resolute, and replied, if he insists on shooting threes, then let him. I refuse to believe he can maintain such a high shooting percentage throughout the entire game. As long as we apply physical pressure and contest him, his accuracy will undoubtedly decline as his stamina wanes. I reiterate, the key is, we cannot allow him to pass the ball. We must not let him pass. Returning to the court, the Jazz initiated their offense. The pick and roll between Mitchell and Gobert remained as lethal as ever. The Lakers had yet to devise an effective strategy to counter their pick and roll. After all, Gobert's imposing presence and the quality of his screens made it exceedingly difficult to disrupt their plays. There are several methods to defend against pick and rolls. One could double-team the ball handler, but this was evidently futile against Mitchell, who excelled at distributing the ball quickly to the rolling Gobert. Another approach is to switch on every pick, but Drummond's foot speed simply could not keep pace with Mitchell. A third option involves having the big man delay the ball handler and then swiftly return to defend his assigned player. However, Drummond's foot speed, well, words fail to describe the frustration. Thus, breaking their pick and roll seemed a daunting task for the Lakers at this juncture. Once again, after a pick and roll, Mitchell completed a dunk, eliciting a tremendous roar from the crowd, a cacophony akin to a landslide or a tsunami, reverberating painfully in one's ears. Turning back, the Lakers resumed their offense. This time, as Wang Yi navigated around a screen, Royce O'Neal relentlessly tugged at him, occasionally giving him a discreet push. Wang Yi, in his attempt to evade his pursuers, stumbled precariously, nearly losing his balance on 2 occasions. After finally securing the ball, he was afforded but a fleeting moment to take his shot. However, the chaotic nature of his recent movements had disrupted his rhythm. Attempting to pass, he quickly realized that his fellow Lakers players were tightly marked, leaving no viable passing lanes. With the clock ticking down after an extended period of maneuvering, he ultimately retreated a step and took a desperate shot. Royce O'Neal lunged at him with considerable force, resulting in clear physical contact. Wang Yi lost his balance in midair and fell to the ground. The basketball, of course, ricocheted off the rim. Wang Yi cast a glance at the referee, who, feigning ignorance, signaled for the game to continue. For an ordinary player like Wang Yi, particularly one of Eastern descent, the officials typically overlook any infractions unless they are egregiously blatant, reminiscent of the treatment received by Jeremy Lin in the past. Royce O'Neal, having successfully defended against him once, emphatically clapped his hands 3 times, exclaiming, "Well done." This was both an encouragement to himself and a challenge directed at Wang Yi. The crowd erupted into a tremendous cheer. In the ensuing play, during the process of evading coverage, Royce O'Neal deliberately clung to Wang Yi's arm while the referee was distracted. His body was taken down by Wang Yi's movement. Upon witnessing a player fall while Wang Yi continued his sprint, the referee promptly blew the whistle. Beep, 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 beep. Offensive foul. Royce O'Neal, once again, protested vehemently, slapping his palms together with force. The audience erupted, raising the decibel level to a crescendo. Some fans even resorted to insults. "Softy. Where's your 3-pointer? Where's your pass? You can't handle a little contact? This is utterly pathetic. Royce, please, don't apply any more pressure on him. Otherwise, he might be frightened to tears. Should we comfort him? Indeed, if you keep bullying him, others will accuse us of mistreating a child, haha." Wang Yi listened to the insults in the unspeakable words. The anger within him began to rise. The echo of James's silencer on the road still lingered in his ears. So let the game commence. As the Lakers launched their offense once more, Wang Yi no longer wasted his energy maneuvering around screens. Instead, he extended his arms at the arc, signaling for the ball from Xiaojia. Xiaojia was taken aback. All 5 of the tactical plays had been designed for Wang Yi to move without the ball, subsequently finding space to receive and shoot. None of them involved him actively seeking to attack with the ball. So what was the meaning of this sudden request for the ball? However, in the heat of the game, there was no time for contemplation. Since Wang Yi was asking for it, Xiaojia decided to give it a try, passing the ball to Wang Yi near the center circle. As Wang Yi seized the ball, an ear-piercing chorus of boos erupted throughout the arena. The cacophony was punctuated by sharp whistles, along with a medley of derisive jeers and insults. Opposite him, Royce O'Neal chuckled lightly and remarked, "What's this? You wish to challenge me? Very well, I shall indulge you." With that, he widened his stance and emphatically slapped the floor twice, producing a resounding thud. "Come at me." He beckoned, extending his hands toward Wang Yi. Wang Yi did not employ the unresolvable breakthrough experience card. His gaze was radiant, his hands ablaze, and his heart similarly ignited. He was merely a Royce O'Neal, whose defensive prowess could hardly be deemed formidable. Breaking through his defenses was not a formidable challenge. On the sidelines, LeBron also rose to his feet. It was the first time witnessing Wang Yi proactively engage in a one-on-one confrontation during a match. Such duels invariably spark fervor and exhilaration. In the third quarter, he scored 15 points. Wang Yi's right wrist has now recovered to 90%, as long as he refrains from excessive shooting movements. He experiences little to no issues. Previously, during his time in the domestic league, his drives were remarkably sharp. Now, facing Royce O'Neal, he remains quite confident. Dribbling with his left hand, he feints to the right, prompting Royce O'Neal to shift a step in that direction. Wang Yi suddenly executed a single-handed maneuver with his left hand, deftly guiding the ball to the left, intending to break through from that flank. Royce O'Neal, while shifting laterally, remarked, "Is that all?" However, as Wang Yi advanced halfway along the left, he pivoted on his right foot, drawing the ball with his left hand, and, with his back against O'Neal, executed a swift turn to the right. O'Neal, under the impression that Wang Yi would continue down the left, overcommit defensively. This allowed Wang Yi, leveraging O'Neal's body, to effortlessly spin past him. As he observed Rudy Gobert rushing in for the defense, Wang Yi executed a simple yet effective stop-and-pop jump shot, complemented by a dramatic lean back. The basketball floated gracefully through the air, akin to a feather, drifting toward the hoop. It was reminiscent of a mother gently cradling her child, or the serene descent of autumn leaves. Silently and effortlessly, it found its way into the basket. The players on the Lakers sidelines erupted with excitement once more. What a beauty! Such a splendid spin. I adore this guy. LeBron James rose to his feet, clapping vigorously. As Wang Yi jogged past him on defense, James called out with a smile, "King, have you been stealing my spin moves? That's not fair." Wang Yi made a disdainful expression and remarked, "Your movements are utterly ungraceful. I certainly won't emulate them." Laughter erupted among the Lakers players, with James nearly brought to tears from mirth, exclaiming, "Come on, give me a little respect." This exemplified the harmonious atmosphere within the Lakers team. In the past, during Kobe's tenure as the leader, although the Lakers were formidable, the players often felt a sense of oppression. After all, having such a dominant figure nearby constantly urging them to train diligently could lead to reprimands if they faltered in their efforts. It would be disingenuous to say they were not stifled. Conversely, James frequently indulged in humor, antics, and even playful pranks, showing no reluctance to engage in jest with his teammates. This is not a matter of superiority. Rather, it is a reflection of their contrasting personalities. At that moment, Royce O'Neal observed Wang Yi joking with the Lakers players, and a surge of anger ignited within him. Could it be that this fellow disregarded him entirely? Unbelievable. In the next play, Gasol missed a three-pointer, and Wang Yi soared high in the paint. Gobert, slightly delayed in his jump, watched as Wang Yi tipped the rebound to Caldwell Pope on the perimeter. Gobert cast a surprised glance at Wang Yi, thinking to himself, "This guy jumps incredibly high." Wang Yi, having secured the rebound, maneuvered around a screen to emerge beyond the arc, receiving the ball. However, Royce O'Neal swiftly closed the gap, denying Wang even the slightest opportunity to take a three-point shot. Wang Yi dribbled the ball back to the center circle, raising his hand once more to signal the Lakers players to spread out to the sides. Having just witnessed the sharpness of Wang Yi's breakthrough, the Lakers players complied. Moving away, Royce O'Neal approached again, shouting incessantly, "That was merely luck. If you're a man, come at me again." Wang Yi paid him no heed, gradually dribbling the ball beneath his hips. In a fleeting moment, he executed a sudden change of direction, surging towards the left flank. Royce O'Neal swiftly shifted his movement to the left. Wang Yi dribbled with his left hand, momentarily hesitating in his steps. It appeared as though he was about to pivot. Royce O'Neal let out a derisive chuckle, thinking, "Here we go again." He too paused, intending to obstruct Wang Yi's path to the right. However, at that very moment, Wang Yi suddenly surged forward again. He continued to dribble with his left hand, charging towards the left flank. This abrupt halt and swift acceleration caught O'Neal completely off guard, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the spectators. "Damn, how effortlessly this fellow breaches the defense. O'Neal, keep pace with him. What are you doing?" At this moment, O'Neal felt as though he had swallowed a dead fly. Wang Yi's sudden stops and starts were not only rapid but also exhibited a marked change in rhythm, rendering O'Neal utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, inside the paint, Gobert of the Jazz recognized Wang Yi's impending drive and was already bracing himself, lunging toward Wang Yi in anticipation. Wang Yi did not make an immediate move. Instead, he dribbled to the right, evading Gobert's outstretched arm before releasing a mid-range shot. The ball found its mark with precision. A shooting percentage of 70 from mid-range is no trifling matter. Following another play after the Jazz scored, the Lakers swiftly executed an inbound pass. Upon seizing the ball, Wang Yi dashed fervently towards the front court, with Royce O'Neal in close pursuit. Meanwhile, Mitchell had already retreated to defend. If Wang Yi were to attempt a direct layup, he would likely incur an offensive foul or face interference from Mitchell. Therefore, as he approached the free throw line, he executed a sudden stop. Royce O'Neal, in full stride, was poised to thwart Wang Yi's layup. Unexpectedly, Wang Yi halted abruptly, leaving O'Neal 5 meters behind, barreling out of bounds. Only then did Wang Yi leap into the air, the basketball soaring gracefully towards the hoop. It softly and silently descended into the net. Observing this, the Jazz coach shook his head in resignation and promptly called for a timeout. As the players exited the court, he cast another glance at the Lakers' number one. This particular Lakers player had recently showcased a series of explosive performances, undoubtedly capturing the coach's attention. During pregame preparations, he had scrutinized this Lakers player, well aware of his exceptional three-point shooting and mid-range capabilities. However, he was taken aback by the player's remarkable one-on-one skills displayed in this game. Initially, he believed that with James sidelined, the Jazz, leveraging their home court advantage, would secure an effortless victory. Yet, it appeared that more effort would be required. As Wang Yi left the court, his teammates eagerly converged around him, celebrating with high fives and pats on the back. However, while these players were focused on the immediate circumstances, Coach Vogel was contemplating the broader picture. Clutching a tactical board in one hand and a marker in the other, He observed Wang Yi as he approached the bench. In his mind, he envisioned a new offensive strategy for the Lakers as the season progressed. Upon resuming play after the timeout, Wang Yi continued to seek scoring opportunities for the Lakers through mid-range shots, three-pointers, and assists. Throughout the first quarter, he played for 9 minutes, achieving a remarkable 6 out of 9 shooting, including 3 out of 6 from beyond the arc, amassing 15 points along with 4 assists. This enabled the Lakers to establish a 10-point lead over the Jazz at 41-31. When Wang Yi took a breather, his teammates greeted him as if he were a hero returning from battle. James raised his arms in celebration and exchanged a hearty high-five with Wang Yi, whispering, "Brother, it seems you've overcome the discomfort of playing in a hostile arena. Now, go forth and unleash your potential." Meanwhile, Jazz fans along the sidelines were shaking their heads in disbelief. Damn, this guy scored 15 points in a single quarter. Is he out of his mind? It seems our home advantage has no effect on him. I've never encountered someone so infuriating on their first visit to our arena. Wang Yi scored an astonishing 15 points in a single quarter, complemented by 4 assists. This performance incited a palpable fury among the spectators in the Energy Solutions arena, who gritted their teeth in frustration. Even during timeouts, their jeers and jibes aimed at Wang Yi did not cease. However, within the Tencent NBA Live broadcast, a plethora of fans were nearly driven to madness by Wang Yi's display today. My goodness, Brother Yi is on track for a 30-point game. A mere 30? That seems rather modest. He nearly reached 20 points in just one quarter. How could he not surpass 40 by the end of the game? Countless praises converged into a singular exclamation. Brother Yi is eternal. Brother Yi is legendary. Amidst the chorus of adoration, a dissenting voice emerged. If he manages to score 40, I will consume excrement live on air. Instantly, someone recognized him. Brother Xiang, stop it. You still haven't fulfilled your previous promise to eat excrement upside down during the last live broadcast. Brother Xiang retorted, today is different. If he scores 40, I will eat it fresh live. His words left everyone feeling nauseated. Observers noted that Brother Xiang had changed his ID today, previously known as Ma Dashui. He now referred to himself as the head coach of Team Daxiang, Ma Daxiang. This fellow truly shows no mercy to himself. A person capable of inflicting such harshness upon himself would naturally be even more severe towards others. In the live broadcast room, Maina watched the continuous replay of Wang Yi's magnificent first quarter with 15 points. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, resembling twinkling stars in the night sky. Brother Yi is truly handsome. Initially, it was thought that with LeBron not playing today, the Lakers would falter, but unexpectedly, Wang Yi rose to the occasion. With 15 points in a single quarter, both dashing and skilled, who wouldn't fall for such a man? Wang Ming perused the statistics of both teams' players from the first quarter on his tablet. He remarked, in the first quarter, Mitchell achieved 5 successful shots out of 8 attempts, with 2 out of 3 three-pointers made, alongside 3 assists. His efficiency is already commendable. Now, let us look at Wang Yi, who recorded an impressive 8 out of 9 shots, with 3 successful three-pointers from 6 attempts, and a perfect 3 from 3 and 2-point shots, in addition to 4 assists. His efficiency surpasses that of Mitchell by a considerable margin. He turned to Yang Yi, saying, Teacher Yang, both you and Wang Yi belong to the Yi lineage. Perhaps you could offer your evaluation. Yang Yi chuckled. The Yi lineage, indeed. I am honored. He gazed at the array of statistics, nodding in approval as he expressed, indeed. His efficiency significantly exceeds that of Mitchell. Wang Yi had previously been a bench player, and I harbored some concerns about his sudden transition to a starting role. Especially without LeBron's passing. I wondered if he would struggle to adapt. However, it appears my worries were entirely unfounded. Wang Ming spoke with a hint of excitement. It has been quite some time since we, in Huaxia, have had a basketball player evoke such exhilaration and happiness. Aside from when Yao Ming was active, Yang Yi wholeheartedly agreed, remarking, the emergence of such an athlete is indeed a blessing for Huaxia's basketball fans. After expressing their sentiments, Wang Ming posed a question. Professor Yang Yi, could you provide a professional analysis of the final trajectory of this match? Yang Yi pondered for a moment, carefully articulating his thoughts with a touch of concern. The Jazz currently rank second in the Western Conference and have recently enjoyed a 7-game winning streak, boasting significant momentum. Playing at their high-altitude home ground, the Jazz enjoy a fierce fan base, earning the reputation of a challenging venue. The Lakers are facing their 5th consecutive away game. Enduring a taxing journey, it is fair to say that today's match favors the Jazz in terms of timing, location, and morale. With LeBron James absent from today's game, it is evident that the Lakers are, in essence, strategically conceding. Yang Yi refrained from explicitly stating the phrase strategic abandonment. as his role as a commentator imposes certain limitations, preventing him from expressing thoughts as freely as a fan. Nevertheless, he continued his analysis. I trust that the head coach has certainly communicated this matter with the players beforehand. One can discern the lack of vitality among the Lakers' other players from their demeanor on the court today. However, no one anticipated Wang Yi's tenacity, as he scored 15 points in a single quarter, lending a semblance of suspense to the match. Yet, given that Wang Yi has not previously been a starting player, his sudden elevation to a primary role raises concerns about his stamina as the game progresses, coupled with the challenges of a daunting home court and high altitude. Will he have the energy to sustain his performance into the fourth quarter? If he fatigues, will the remaining players possess the spirit to secure a victory? These are indeed significant questions. Wang Ming was acutely aware that Wang Yi could not delve too deeply into the matter of strategic abandonment, thus he promptly shifted the conversation. Let us see if the Lakers can secure victory today. At the venue, the second quarter had commenced. The Lakers were on the court, led by SC Charter accompanied by a cadre of substitutes. Initially, SC Charter felt a surge of confidence with a 10-point lead. Should they maintain a lead of over 20 points by halftime, the prospect of victory appeared promising. However, after merely 3 possessions, his optimism began to wane. Gobert's presence in the paint rendered penetration virtually impossible. Meanwhile, the Lakers' three-point shooting continued its dismal performance, steadfastly underwhelming. In those 3 possessions, the Jazz had narrowed the gap by 7 points, while the Lakers failed to score a single point. The atmosphere in the arena once again reached a fever pitch, with thunderous cheers seemingly threatening to lift the roof of the Energy Solutions arena, as if the fervor could engulf the entire Lakers team. Wang Yi observed that the point difference had dwindled to a mere 3. He turned a glance at the coach, fully prepared to take the court at any moment. However, the head coach did not summon him, instead instructing the players on the floor to fortify their defense and prevent the Jazz from launching a counterattack. As the timeout concluded and the game resumed, the coach remarked to Wang Yi, "The altitude here is quite significant. You must rest as much as possible to ensure an exceptional performance on the court." Wang Yi nodded. The head coach spoke the undeniable truth. Yet, he simultaneously understood that this was a result of the coach's strategic abandonment. Otherwise, the coach might have deployed the key players immediately, allowing them to withstand the pressure for a spell. All the talk of altitude and the notorious home advantage were merely excuses, if the intention were truly to seize victory. Such grandiloquent justifications would be utterly unnecessary. Reflecting on this, Wang Yi clenched his fist once more. It was one thing for the coach to prevent him from taking the field, but as long as he was present, he would exert every ounce of strength to strive for triumph. If competing were not about winning, then what was the point? Simply stepping onto the court to bow in defeat and proclaim, "You are too formidable for us to overcome," would surely be a more efficient use of time and effort. James, perceiving the discontent in Wang Yi's gaze, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "Wang, you must maintain a broader perspective and consider the bigger picture. Drawing from my nearly 2 decades of experience, I advise you not to expend too much energy and focus during the regular season." Wang Yi shook his head nonchalantly and remarked, "It's fine. I'm still young and recover quickly." James momentarily froze, feeling a pang of heartache. "Who are you implying?" The coach temporarily confined Wang Yi to the bench, both to conserve his stamina for the remaining 2 quarters and to allow him to observe and learn from his teammates' strategies in a game that seemed strategically abandoned. On the court, the Lakers players were indeed engaged in offense, defense, and rebounding efforts, yet they exerted only a fraction of their potential, merely 6 or 7 out of 10. Consequently, in the tussles for rebounds, where both teams possessed equal chances, it was invariably the Jazz who secured the ball. Emo sure shook his head in disbelief. As he listened to the incessant jeers and insults from the crowd, Wang Yi felt a surge of anger rising within him. His fists clenched tightly, his gaze oscillating between the court and the coach. James, noticing the hunger in Wang Yi's eyes, gently shook his head and placed a hand on Wang Yi's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. Yet, faced with such a scenario, how could Wang Yi possibly maintain his composure? It was either to play or to give his all. The Lakers' lackluster, spiritless performance on the court ignited his frustration. Finally, with 6 minutes remaining in the second quarter and the Jazz having surged ahead by 15 points, the coach signaled for Wang Yi to enter the game. As Charter departed the court, he appeared somewhat dejected. Without the defensive attention drawn by James and Wang Yi, his drives were inherently challenging. Coupled with Gobert's towering presence in the paint, he found himself struggling as if beset by a severe blockage. While sitting on the bench, he glanced back at Gobert and muttered under his breath, "Damn, that telephone pole." Upon hearing this, Wang Yi turned his gaze towards Gobert. In order for the Lakers to find their rhythm, they must first address the challenge posed by Gobert. A plan had already begun to formulate in his mind. However, as he stepped onto the court, a chorus of boos resounded once more, as if every breath Wang Yi took was deemed a transgression. How absurd. The young lad from the east must be unaccustomed to such grandeur. Has his attire become dampened with anxiety? With those spindly arms and legs? One can only hope he does not end up flattened by Gobert. Wang Yi cast a sweeping glance around the arena. Thus, let the away game silencer commence from this moment. At this juncture, Wang Yi once again locked eyes with Royce O'Neal. Just moments ago, while Wang Yi was seated on the sidelines, O'Neal had effortlessly accrued 8 points, his momentum soaring. He clapped his hands and called out to Wang Yi, "Kid, that was merely a warm-up. Now the real match begins. Come on." Wang Yi has never regarded Royce O'Neal with any esteem. Furthermore, at this moment, he does not intend to engage him in a one-on-one confrontation. He aims to conserve his energy. Wang Yi gestured towards the imposing figure of Zhuangxin, indicating for Royce O'Neal to come over and set a screen. Zhuangxin, robust and formidable, provided an exceptionally effective shield. With a swift movement, he positioned himself, successfully obstructing O'Neal's path. Wang Yi, seizing the opportunity, dribbled into the mid-range, his most comfortable zone. Observing this, Gobert swiftly attempted to rush over for a defensive intervention. Wang Yi performed a feigned gesture of reverence, while Gobert was left in a state of bewilderment. Wang Yi bent his body and swiftly penetrated the paint. In midair, he maneuvered to evade Mitchell's block and executed a flawless layup. This sequence of movements was not only smooth and fluid but also remarkably exquisite, offering a true delight to behold. The Lakers players on the sidelines erupted in applause, cheering in admiration. Wang Yi turned around, and as he passed by Gobert, their eyes met. Wang Yi shook his head and uttered, "Two-time best defensive player, is this all there is?" Wang Yi generally refrains from provoking opposing players. However, the circumstances at this moment are distinct. Gobert stands in the paint like a formidable stronghold, instilling fear in the Lakers players who dare not penetrate. Thus, he must devise a strategy to dismantle this bastion. Merely charging into the paint in hopes of drawing a foul is but a rudimentary tactic. One must first incite his ire. Once provoked, his movements will become more pronounced. At that point, attacking the paint to elicit a foul will yield a significantly higher success rate. Observing this audacious player from Huaxia, Gobert felt a flicker of annoyance within. He retorted, "In the next play, I shall demonstrate what it means to be the defensive player of the year." Soon enough, the subsequent play commenced. Wang Yi, after executing a screen, found himself matched up with Gobert. He gestured for his teammates to spread out, retreating a few steps, fearful of Wang Yi's potential three-point shot. Gobert hastily followed him beyond the arc. Yet, just as Gobert had committed to the perimeter, Wang Yi deftly passed the ball through Gobert's legs. Swiftly maneuvering around Gobert, he reclaimed the ball from behind and advanced toward the paint. Noticing two defenders closing in, he executed a sudden stop for a mid-range shot. The basketball floated gracefully toward the hoop and found its mark with unwavering precision. Wang Yi turned around and shook his head at Gobert, wearing a rather disdainful expression. Best defensive player? Really? This particular move, executed by slipping the ball through his opponent's legs, was nothing short of spectacular. It caused the decibel level among the spectators to diminish slightly. It seemed that silencing them required not only scoring but also delivering a performance of remarkable brilliance. Gobert's frustration flared up once more, and he muttered under his breath, "Kid, in the next round, I'll make sure you know what you're up against." Wang Yi, interrupting him, chuckled, "I've just heard that." Gobert, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words, feeling a surge of frustration within. In the third round, seeing Wang Yi score twice in quick succession, Xiaojia immediately passed the ball to Wang Yi once more. This time, Wang Yi skillfully used a screen to switch on to Gobert, drawing him out yet again. Observing Gobert's fiery demeanor, he laughed heartily and remarked, "Have you ever heard of a bullfighter?" Gobert, not lacking in wits, understood that Wang Yi was likening him to an irate bull. With his chest heaving, he shouted, "You Eastern brat, don't just flaunt your words. Show me your skills." Just as he spoke, Wang Yi executed a swift scissors step and launched into a leap. Indeed, it was the signature scissors move of the Great Wei Xiao. With remarkable speed, he darted past Gobert, leaving behind the quip, "Getting past you is as effortless and delightful as a weekend." He then charged towards the paint. This time, Gobert reacted promptly, spinning around to pursue and attempt to block. However, Wang Yi effortlessly delivered a simple bounce pass with his left hand to the descending Drummond. Drummond caught the ball and soared for a thunderous dunk. Thud. The rim seemed to nod in approval, as if to say, "Easy now, you're hurting the poor thing." Wang Yi turned back and gently shook his head at Gobert once more. He then extended his right index finger and tapped his own head. The meaning unmistakable, one must employ intellect while playing. To put it more bluntly, have you forgotten to bring your brain to the game? In that moment, Gobert could no longer contain himself. The flames of fury within him ignited as if doused with gasoline. During the Jazz's offensive play, the ball moved swiftly, compelling the Lakers players to scramble for defensive positions. Ultimately, the ball found its way into Gobert's hands in the paint, with Wang Yi arriving just in time to challenge him. Anger surged within him as he dribbled closer to Wang Yi, cursing, "You little brat, perish." With that, he unleashed a ferocious strike. Wang Yi was thoroughly pushed to his limits. Gobert suddenly sprang up and ferociously slammed the ball into the hoop. Then, turning to Wang Yi, he let out a furious roar. However, at that moment, the referee's sharp whistle pierced the air. The referee gestured for an offensive foul, signaling to the technical table, Jazz team, Gobert, offensive foul. 78. The towering figure of suffocating defense. Wang Yi lay upon the ground, a sharp pain radiating from his chest. Yet, a smile graced his face. Gobert's physique was undeniably formidable. It appeared that Wang's own body was somewhat slender, lacking sufficient muscular protection. Enduring such a direct confrontation was indeed quite taxing. The fans in attendance witnessed Gobert being called for an offensive foul, and they collectively raised their hands, chanting in unison, "Referees suck! Referees suck! Referees suck!" This sentiment conveyed their disdain for the officiating, a more candid expression of their frustration. Such is the nature of Jazz fans, they unleash their scorn upon opponents, referees, and even their own players when performances falter. They are akin to a spray can, indiscriminately voicing their discontent. The referees, bearing immense pressure, nonetheless steadfastly upheld their decisions, as the offensive foul was glaringly evident. Failing to call it would have been an embarrassment. Although Gobert was penalized for the offensive foul, he looked down upon Wang Yi with a sense of superiority, having released a portion of his pent-up frustration. Moreover, prior to this foul, he had committed only one, rendering an additional infraction inconsequential. Subsequently, the Lakers continued their offensive onslaught. The Jazz recognized the need to protect Gobert. Thus, when the Lakers pressed into the paint, they ensured that others provided support, preventing Gobert from taking the brunt of the actions. Wang Yi discerned their intentions with clarity. Naturally, he would not allow the plans of the Jazz to come to fruition. After receiving the ball once more, he charged straight into the paint, clearly aiming for Gobert. With a voice full of challenge, he exclaimed, "Is the defensive player of the year this soft?" As he approached Gobert, he feigned a leap. Gobert, well aware of Wang Yi's penchant for deception, relied on his experience as a two-time defensive player of the year to anticipate that Wang Yi intended to use a feint to throw him off balance before attempting a layup. Thus, he refrained from jumping initially. However, what Gobert never anticipated was, when Wang Yi approached him, he suddenly planted his feet firmly into the ground and leaped high into the air with remarkable agility, as if springing forth from the earth itself. He was intent on executing an astounding dunk over him. Gobert, having just released a portion of his pent-up frustration, sprang into action as well. It was akin to encountering a child on the basketball court attempting to dunk over you. How could one not feel a surge of irritation? However, he was evidently unprepared for Wang Yi's audacious move. By the time he decided to jump, Wang Yi's left arm had already extended over his head, poised to slam the ball into the hoop. As the reigning defensive player of the year, how could he allow a diminutive opponent to so brazenly dominate above him? Such an act would be the utmost affront to his dignity. Fueled by a surge of indignation, he attempted to block with his left hand while simultaneously using his right to push against Wang Yi's chest. Wang Yi lost his balance and his entire body pitched backward. Yet, in the final moment before his fall, he managed to slam the ball into the hoop. Thud. He then attempted to grasp the rim to mitigate the impact of his descent. However, his fingertips barely grazed the edge of the basket. His body arched backward as he plummeted toward the floor. Fortunately, behind him, the player known as Zhuangshin, who had been attempting to establish position, swiftly caught his shoulders just as he was about to descend. Wang Yi has safely landed. Meanwhile, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a defensive foul. The fans, who had been creating a cacophony since the game's inception, suddenly fell into a momentary silence. They were struck by an astonishing sight. The Lakers' diminutive guard had astonishingly executed a dunk over the towering 2.16-meter Gobert. It is worth noting that Gobert, due to his impressive height and extraordinarily long arms, exudes a formidable presence that instills a sense of intimidation. His nickname, the Stifling Tower, is quite fitting. Yet now, a player standing merely at 1.9 meters, particularly one not known for his physical prowess, had managed to dunk over the Stifling Tower. This was truly beyond comprehension. The Lakers players were nearly beside themselves with excitement, leaping from the bench in jubilation. Some raised their arms high, others waved towels. while a few held their heads in disbelief, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is he out of his mind? Dunking over the stifling tower. My goodness. There must be some mystical force in the ancient East. Wang, oh Wang, I am utterly enamored with this dunk." Kuzma, witnessing the sudden hush enveloping the crowd, exclaimed in disbelief, "They have fallen silent." Tak also chimed in with delight, "It's Wang Yi. He has silenced them. Unbelievable." However, at that moment, LeBron's demeanor was uncharacteristically somber. He refrained from his usual antics and cheers, instead wearing a grim expression as he gazed at Gobert in the distance, stating to the coach, "That was a malicious foul. Coach, we must protest." The coach nodded in agreement and hastened towards the referee, but he was still too far away. On the court, Drummond had already charged forward, confronting Gobert with his chest and vociferously denouncing, "You filthy scoundrel. That move could have jeopardized his career. Can you bear the responsibility for that?" Gobert, who typically played clean, was momentarily swept away by anger and felt a pang of guilt. However, seeing that Wang Yi was unharmed, he reflected on the incident.